Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. The Void, a place where nothing or nobody could survive, yet there is something there that genuinely shouldn't be, a motionless woman with a pale complexion, aimlessly floating around for who knows how long since she met her demise at the hands of the infamous Truck-kun. Minutes, hours, days have passed, but the woman still has no sign of movement. It's like time has stopped for her. After an undetermined amount of time, something is finally happening in the void. A bright white light shined through the nothingness she called home for who knows how long. It shone down upon her and drew her body towards it until finally, at the epicenter, her eyes opened, and she heard a voice. "Congratulations, Mrs. Aoi, she's a healthy baby girl," exclaimed the voice. Confused at the scenario at hand, she looked around only to be greeted with the sight of a hospital delivery room before promptly being whisked away by a nurse to be wrapped in a towel. She tried to express her confusion at the situation through words, but all that came out was incoherent mumbling. She was wiggling around in the nurse's arms, trying to get a feel for her new body, but she was too weak, which only caused the nurse to wrap her up quicker. Only after finally being wrapped up in a soft, comfortable towel did she stop wiggling and relax, trying to absorb this sensation of comfort as best she could. After all, the void devoid her of her senses for far too long. The simple embrace of a towel was enough to make her feel at peace. Being placed in her mother's gentle embrace only increased her comfort. Looking up and meeting her mother's gaze, she smiled. Her mother was in her mind a certified MILF, looking like a beautiful young woman appearing to be in her early 20s with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, which ends in twin braids and red eyes. She thought she was born into the DXD verse for a second because this is the one and only Graphia Lucifuge before remembering her mother's family name is supposedly Aoi. Her mother's tired face had tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she tightened the embrace, feeling all the effort of childbirth was worth it. Yufufu, she was just born, and she already has my baby girl breaking down in tears at how cute she is. I can imagine how you would react when she finally says, "Mama," chuckled a female voice nearby. I can only imagine she is grandma. I can't help it, Mom, she's just too cute. All those years in labor it was only 4 hours dear, yes, years. It was all worth it. I have an adorable baby girl, my mother replied, trying her best, and failing, to hold her tears back. Using the time during their interaction to search for any clues for what world she was reborn into, she noticed something odd that she should have seen a lot earlier. One of the nurses off to the side of the bed filling out a report looked a lot like Recovery Girl from My Hero Academia. What confirmed her suspicions towards the nurse's identity was when one of the nurses managed to cut themselves, and her lips enlarged and kissed the injury. Upon seeing that, the only logical conclusion was that she was indeed reborn into the MHA world. One thought was prevalent in her mind: it could have been worse. I could have been born into the Berserk world. She kept mulling over her predicament in her head. My Hero Academia, a world where over the past century, the human race has begun manifesting superhuman abilities known as quirks. With 80% of humankind possessing some quirk, crime has been amplified to superhuman levels, but in turn, those who seek to use their quirk to save lives and gain prestige can train to become an officially licensed hero. Sounds great, right? She mentally scoffed before continuing, yeah, if you ignore the glaring problems in the world like quirk, less, discrimination and the hero association's whole, we strip kids of their freedom and childhood because they have a great quirk, ideal which plagued hawks. Yeah, the MHA world is just a clusterfuck of societal problems. Then we come to the symbol of peace, All Might, a great guy, stupid as a brick when it comes to teaching, but when he's gone, society crumbles down due to their reliance on him, and Japan is plunged into chaos. What a great society it is where the collapse of a singular man can cause mass chaos. She took this time to look up and saw her mother and grandmother were now gushing over her quote, adorable thinking pose, which was in all actuality her sucking her thumb. Maybe I can snag OFA before it gets transferred to the depressed broccoli. I mean, seriously, the only reason he got the quirk in the first place was that he was a suicidal quirkless kid who had no sense of self-preservation and ran into a villain attack, making it 10x worse for every hero on the scene. If that were the ideal candidate for one of the most powerful quirks ever, then hero society as a whole would owe me a debt of gratitude for being a more competent wielder of the quirk if I do decide to go for it. Judging by how Recovery Girl looks, I'd say I'm probably pretty close to the start of the canon timeline as she looks exactly as I remembered. She was brought out of her mini-revelation by Recovery Girl's next question. Dearie, have you thought of a name yet? The sooner you do, the sooner we can fill out all of this paperwork, showing off a decent stack of papers before continuing, plus, you can get out of this stuffy little room quicker. I'm sure you're sick of it by now, as most people that go through labor are. She started paying much more attention to the conversation because this will be her name for this lifetime, hoping that she can pull off a smile for a name she's alright with if the need arises. Her mother started panicking and looking around for any inspiration for a name, even looking at a random nurse with a hopeful look who could only offer a wry smile in response, thinking, why would I have anything to do with your child's future name? She swore that she could see a literal light bulb appear above her mother's head. A thought passed through her mind, what if I have light manipulation? That should be a decent quirk. Or it might have just been anime logic, which is real-life logic now. I think, maybe, this is too damn confusing. Her mother peered down at her and, with a gentle smile, whispered the name, Sakuya, Sakuya Zaoi, getting a broad smile in response from her child, Sakuya. A/N couldn't think of a different name tbh, so I'm going with this. It also explains why the mother kind of looks like Graphia because both characters look very similar. She was happy with the name until she realized something, Sakuya Zaoi. The Sakuya Zaoi from Toho, the one with OP time powers. This, combined with her mother's looks, was too much of a coincidence. This second life might not be so bad after all. She slowly drifted off as her energy, both mentally and physically, has been well and truly exhausted today. Chapter 2, Chapter 1. Opening my eyes, I noticed the change in scenery. No longer was I in the arms of my new mother but lying in a pinkwood baby crib. Adorable animal plushies of all varieties surrounded me. I tried to move to grab the nearest one, which happened to be a squishy-looking bat. However, I ensnared in the most elaborate and comfortable trap ever. A blankie. Wiggling my tiny limbs as best as I could to get out of this comfortable heaven I found myself in, all my efforts were in vain. All I had managed to do in what seemed like forever, time wiggling was get even more stuck. If my mother ever heard what curses her adorable baby was directing at the blankie, she would assume I was possessed by a demon. Eventually, I did it. I was free from my blankie prison. The moves I made to pull that escape off would impress a contortionist. I rolled my way over to my prize, the plushie, and squeezed it as hard as my baby arms could. Then I heard it, click. Peering up, I was met with the sight of a young woman with yellowish bobbed hair and green eyes wearing a maid uniform with a professional digital camera. Confused would be the understatement of the century until I realized that I'm a baby. Naturally, as the shameless person I am, I made sure to pose for the camera with a closed-eye smile. Click. Kaya. You're such a cutie. Izaoi-sama, come quickly. Lady Sakuya is awake, shouted the maid. Earning a distant, coming. Do you have the camera, Foire? The maid, now known as Foire, waited until Mom came through the door before replying in the affirmative, of course, Izaoi-sama. As per your instructions, I silently waited until Lady Sakuya woke before obtaining and I quote, the cutest picture ever of my wonderful amazing daughter's sleepy face. You wanted to show off to the board of directors and Yaoyorozu-sama tomorrow. Should I go and make some physical copies now, Izaoi-sama? My mother seemed to be a doting parent. As a person who didn't have great familial relationships in my original life, this is a nice change of pace. Hopefully, I get to meet my dad soon too. Of course, please do. I want 2 enlarged and framed too, Mother replied before noticing me cuddled up to the plush toy and added, Kaya. Scratch that, Foire. I want 4 enlarged and framed as soon as possible. I was getting very thirsty, so I decided to articulate my thoughts to my mother as precisely as possible. Ooga. Oh right, I'm a child. Luckily I still managed to get her attention. Her newly gained maternal instincts kicked in, and she asked, what is it baby, are you tired, hungry, sleepy, thirsty? Hearing my eloquent reply of, A. She immediately understood and picked me up and started moving to where I can only assume where the baby formula is. I was taking in the sights of my new home, and one thought came to my mind, we're loaded, and I was in awe. High ceilings, marble flooring, polished to perfection. The walls were decorated with various paintings of great quality. Words simply put couldn't describe the luxurious and wealthy vibe this mansion was giving off. In my previous life, I lived off of my measly wage from working in a maid cafe in our decrepit family house. Hell, it was barely a house, it was a dump, and that's putting it lightly. Before I knew it, tears were coming out of my eyes, and I was sniffling into my mother's nightgown. I didn't deserve this. This second chance at life, this luxury, this loving mother. I didn't, I knew it in my heart, but I wanted it. I wanted it more than anything to finally have a family to belong to that wants me. I was terrified I was going to wake up tomorrow in the void again. To have everything stripped from me once more like it was a sick joke of the universe, just giving me a taste of what could have been. It's okay. Mommy's here. The milk is coming soon, as she smiled. Looking at the woman who was wiping my tears away, she was my new mother. In my previous life, I never knew my mother as I was thrown into the adoption system as soon as I could be. I knew she wasn't my original mother, but this small act of familial comfort was enough for me to break down and start replacing the old one that was never in my life with her. Those words, it's okay. "Mommy's here," was all I ever wanted to hear in my previous life. Years in my old life, I spent hoping, praying, that my mom would walk back into my life and be there for me, yet it never happened. We soon made it to the kitchen area. My mother, seeing the baby bottle sterilizer in the corner, started walking towards it. Soon I found myself on the end of a baby bottle. The sensation and taste of the warm formula hit my taste buds, and I was hit with it. I forgot my taste buds were dulled for however long I spent in that stupid void, and this was the best damn thing I ever drank in my life. My mother, seeing me sucking on the teat, decided it was the best time to call over a nearby maid and have her take pics. Click, click, click. A sound I'm sure that will come to haunt me in my teenage years, where she would happily bring out the baby photos in front of anybody and everybody I would bring home. However, I had no time to focus on my mother gathering her future blackmail material because this formula was too damn tasty. I tried to at least snuggle my head into her cleavage to hide my face, but it just had the opposite effect, and the clicking noise sped up. A passing thought came through my mind as I suckled on the bottle. To become a maid in this house, do you have to be a member of the paparazzi or something before applying? After I finished and the bottle was taken away, I proceeded to cling onto my mother, my new life, with all the strength I could muster, in hopes when I awake, I would still be there. Hearing a "good night, sweetie," before eventually falling asleep. Chapter 3, Chapter 2. 2 entire years have passed. A lot has happened in these past 2 years. I learned that the Azaoi family I was born into is a multimedia giant, and my mother is the CEO. How I found this out, you ask? It's rather simple. She brought me in front of the board of directors, held me up like I was in The Lion King, and bragged throughout an entire meeting about how cute I was, much to the board's increasing annoyance. I learned my mother's name was Graphia, which wasn't surprising considering she looks like an exact clone. I didn't get to meet my father in this life yet, much to my suspicion. There was no mention of him at all in my 2 years of living, apart from some of the occasional hushed whispers from the maids. I'm assuming the worst and will approach the topic later on in life, you know, when I can actually form sentences. I managed to notice a painting in one of the halls one day whilst being carried by my grandma, whose name Chihiro. It was of a man. He was donning a yellow jacket with a tight tank top underneath and chaps with an exposed crotch. His face is now in full view, and on his head is a heart-shaped circlet to match his knee guards. He was reclining on a chair with, what I assumed to be, a glass of red wine in his hand. I was stunned, to say the least. I wondered what kind of hot pot crossover I entered into, because there is a genuine chance that my dad's Dio and I had no idea how to react, so I didn't. I turned my brain off and returned to monkey for that entire day. My mother was still doting on me as hard as the day I was born, and it only ever increased when my body started developing, and I could form words and move around independently. Ironic that my ability to move independently has caused my mother to want to carry me more, as she doesn't want to lose her precious Sakuya cuddle time. I managed to walk and form words at 6 months old, which was a shock to everyone, myself included, as these were things babies shouldn't be able to do in that time frame. Noting my mother's general amazement at everything I could do, much to the maids and Chihiro's amusement, I decided to practice speaking whenever I was alone to get 2 of my firsts out of the way, my first steps and first words. 18 months before. It's been 6 months since I was given life once more. This is easily the best thing to have happened in my 2 lifetimes. My mother has shown me more love in these past few months than my old family did in that lifetime, so I decided to reward her. I remembered my grandma's words from the hospital about my mother's reaction to me, saying, "Mama." The process was long, it was tedious, it was hard, but more importantly, it was for my mother, so I never gave up, and at the unusual rate my body was developing, I was sure that I would be able to surprise her very soon. As last night, my test run was successful. I was brought out of my inner celebrations as Grandma Chihiro entered my room. "Come on, you little rascal, it's time for some food." The mention of food had me drooling, not because my senses returned from the dulling sensation they experienced in the void, but because we have professional chefs on hand at the mansion. Seeing the drool coming leaking down my chin, she chuckled to herself before wiping it away and scooping me up. As soon as I came into view of my mother, she lit up in excitement before setting the baby chair next to her. "Sweetie, I've missed you so much. I had to deal with all those stinky directors today because your mean Granny Chihiro decided to feed me to the wolves and make me CEO," punctuating her mini rant with a stuck-out tongue I decided to imitate, bledot. Granny's eyes were twitching in annoyance. She wanted to scold this idiot daughter of hers, but there were kids and company present. The company present was none other than Miha Yayorozu, the matriarch of the Yayorozu trading empire, and her daughter Momo Yayorozu. Miha could only offer a barely stifled chuckle at the situation, whereas Momo was happily snacking on some thin apple slices before dinner was served. And I can't remember if Momo's parents have been named or not, so I made one up. I hope the name doesn't suck. Soon the maids brought in the dishes, and I couldn't help but salivate at the sight. Sure, I can't eat and digest most solid foods yet. But I couldn't care less, as there was a bowl of roasted butternut squash soup in front of me, and considering it's currently winter, not much can beat it. I was brought out of my food-induced trance by the dreaded sound. Click, click, click. Seeing all the attention was now on me, I decided, it's showtime, bitches. I tilted my head, looked at my mama, gave the most heartfelt smile I could muster. Seeing my mother on the edge of passing out with her phone on record, I decided to hit her with the big guns. Mama, I love you. Click 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 thud. Chaos descended, and the high-pitched squeals of the women present eventually went so high that dogs only heard them. My grandma had a smirk plastered on her face as she was recording the entire interaction, including my mother, who is now passed out with a thin trail of blood running from her nose. Momo was crying because of the sudden increase in volume, which only contributed to the cacophony that was now happening in the dining room. After squealing in delight at the cute declaration of love, MHA decided to go over to Momo to soothe her. The little gremlin that caused this all, me, was happily spooning soup into her mouth without a care in the world before internally celebrating at the reaction she got. Worth it. Present day. It truly felt like I had a family, and I was going to cherish that since I was never able to before. My mother, Grafia Zaoi, was currently on maternity leave for as long as she wanted. It turns out when you own the company, you can take as many breaks as you feel like you need to. Seeing as she feels she needs to dote on me and love me every day, she only turns up for essential meetings nowadays and sometimes even brings me along. Could it be for something beneficial like showing me the ropes of the family business? Nope, never, nada. It was to let her cuddle me while working to help ease her stress. Whenever she couldn't take me with her or stay at home, which were infrequent occasions, she would leave me in the care of Granny Chihiro. She was a gentle woman with a teasing streak a mile long, taking every opportunity to gather some premium limited edition Sakuya pics, which she proceeded to bribe her daughter with to make sure she gets some work done. She lost her husband, Yudacake, in a villain attack a few years back. I'm often told stories of him and how stupid he was, however, no matter what, her tone was always filled with compassion and fondness whenever talking about him. 1 year later, I grew even more attached to my mother. I would love to say I'm surprised by it, but sadly I can't. The way she always cared for me and wanted the best for me. The familial love we had for one another was very prevalent. Whenever she could, she would embrace me and complain about her day with her stinky directors and stingy granny, while I would always return the embrace compliment her whenever I could. Momo's and my relationship has improved a lot, and we're very close friends and almost inseparable when hugging each other during sleepovers and playdates. Thinking about how the adorable ball of fluff and baby Momo developed confidence issues in the canon My Hero timeline, I took it upon myself to help her out whenever I could. I was downstairs in the main living room before I heard a car pull up outside. I set my chocolate milk down. A/N chalky milk for life, I prepared myself for my mother's return. Soon the doors opened and I made my way towards her. Mama, welcome home. I missed you, I said, leaping into her arms. I missed you too, sweetie. I had to fire some people because they were big dummies. Enough of that, though. Have you been good while I was at work? My mother asked. I nodded my head. I wouldn't expect any less from my adorable little Sakuya, my mother replied, ruffling my hair. I smiled. She walked over to the couch, sat down on the couch while I was seated on her lap, and leaned my back against her chest. It was soft. Soon I felt her arms around me, and I started fading off into unconsciousness. How long was she waiting for me? Grafia asked one of the nearby maids, Lumiere, who has long blonde hair with slight reflective properties and wears red-rimmed eyeglasses. Lady Sakuya has been waiting for your arrival for the past 3.5 hours, Izaoi-sama, replied Lumiere. Ah, she should take more care of herself. She's still a growing girl, and her quirk will awaken soon. If she doesn't have a proper sleep schedule right now, then I can only imagine what would happen when she does awaken her quirk. She would probably spend all day playing with it and forget about time. Have all the maids notified that Sakuya should be in bed by 6:30 at the latest, would you, Lumiere, said Grafia with worry present in her tone. It'll be done at once, Izaoi-sama, replied Lumiere with a short bow before heading off. Grafia, looking down upon her sleeping child, could only mutter, you should take care of yourself more, troublesome daughter, before slowly drifting off herself. Chapter 4, Chapter 3. 4 years old. I woke up in my bed with my stuffed bat I named Chi-chan. I kicked off my duvet and started getting dressed. I was wearing white and blue striped knee-high socks, a duck egg blue skirt, and a matching shirt with a rubber ducky on the front. To top the whole outfit off on a high note, I put on my fluffy yellow ducky slippers. I was excited for today because it was my 4th birthday. Anyone who has watched/read My Hero Academia should know it's a massive milestone in a child's life, which could make or break their future in society. There was no birthday party planned for today, as it's common for parents to postpone their child's 4th birthday for a day to try and prevent any quirk awakening related accidents, which is the sensible thing to do, in my opinion. Take Bakugo Katsuki, the walking nuke with anger issues and an inferiority complex a mile wide. If he were to awaken his quirk during his birthday party, it would be an entire fiasco filled with explosions and cake flying everywhere. My mother invested in some trainers for me so that when I awoke my quirk, I should be able to minimize any control-related accidents. Let's say the quirk needed stamina to operate, she didn't want me passing out after a single use and didn't know how to control it, so I ran laps. There were other measures in place as well, like a meal plan to ensure I always have the optimum amount of nutrients if my quirk used my body mass like MHA Rose's quirk transmute does. Thankfully, the training wasn't that hard, and I quickly kept up, much to the trainer's surprise. I guess that because I reincarnated into this body, I had twice of everything from both my old live's body and my new body. Sadly, this meant I also had twice the craving for chalky milk, which was great unless the meal plan is concerned. I complained a lot about the meal plan, not because it wasn't tasty, but because my chalky milk intake was limited. Which, in my eyes, should be considered a war crime. I tried to pull a fast one on my mother, even using the previously undefeated puppy dog eyes plus tears plus sniffle combo. The combo was defeated, just barely, though. Damn stingy grandma bribing her with pictures of me in onesie she has stashed away in her blackmail portfolio. Yesterday I finally got around to asking my mother what her and my father's quirks were and I was shocked. My mother's quirk is called parallel processing. The quirk allows her to think twice as fast and be a brilliant multitasker. A fitting quirk for a CEO if I do say so myself. My father's quirk was called the world, which only confirmed my previous Daddy Dio theory. She explained that it was a time-stop ability with a 1 in 10 chance to summon a road roller from the sky. I spit out my chalky milk when I heard the second half. The one and only road roller DA lived on. Lady Sakuya, Izao-sama has asked me to fetch you. Please make your way to the living room post-haste. After checking myself out in the mirror, I replied to Fuar before heading out, thanks, Fuar, I'll be going now. Could you pack away my clothes I left out while deciding on what to wear? You only need to ask Lady Sakuya. Don't forget to change out of your slippers before heading out to the doctor if your quirk awakens today, she advised. Will do. I exclaimed before running down the lengthy maze-like corridors to meet up with my mother in the living room. Entering, I saw her in her usual business outfit. Noticing my presence, her stoic demeanor fades before rushing over to me before carrying me off to somewhere like a sack of potatoes. Come on, sweetie, I managed to find someone with a quirk to help you out with awakening it. Soon I found myself in the training room, and there was, how do I say it best, there was a homeless person in our house. Mommy, who's the homeless dude in the training room? Do you want me to call the cops? Is this a kidnapping? Are you selling me off to the black market? If you are, I want a share of the profits. I'm a precious exotic import, you know. I pulled out my phone and started punching in the number before I was interrupted by a shout. Oi, you shitty brat, I'm not homeless, replied the homeless man, earning a shocked gasp all around. His eye was twitching violently, so I decided to try and push him over the edge. So you are here to kidnap me to sell me off to the black market. I warn you I'm still a child, so you should wait a few more years until I'm fully grown to do that so we can both get as much money as possible. My mother could only laugh for so long before feeling bad and explained the situation. Sweetie, this is the pro hero, Eraserhead. He's here to erase your quirk for when it awakens, which should be in a few minutes. And I made it so the quirk manifestation happens at the same time of day as your birth 4 years prior. You mean he's not here to kidnap me and sell me? That's a relief, but I'd like to hear it from him. I, of course, knew this entire time that it was the one and only Aizawa, but the opportunity was too good to pass up. I'm not, he shouted with the most amount of energy and passion I think I've ever heard from his character before mumbling something about wanting to go back to sleep with his cats. Phew, that's a relief, dramatically wiping my brow before separating from my mother. So what do we do? No dash. Before I could continue, a bright light enveloped my body before calming down. That was certainly something. So what do I do now? I don't feel much different. Do I look any different, Mom? No, you don't, sweetie. To make sure, Eraserhead-san, can you use your quirk on her to make sure it currently isn't active, earning a grunt in affirmative. It turns out I spoke too soon as I shortly passed out. When I came to, I was no longer in the training room but a doctor's room, looking up at a white ceiling. All the information about my quirk and how to use it came rushing through my mind, giving me a massive headache as I try to absorb the knowledge as fast as I can, so this damn headache subsides. Sweetie, you're awake. I could hear my mother shout, only adding to the headache. Do you feel any pain, discomfort, or anything worth noting? A doctor off to the side asked. Apart from a huge headache. Nope, I replied, wincing a little at my mother's volume. The doctor proceeded to run some standard tests and was elated at the results by the end of it. He was sharing my quirk information with my mother before she made him sign an NDA. At first, I was confused about why an NDA was needed, then thought about the Hero Association Super Soldier program, quickly realizing it's a great idea to have one. It's also probably another layer of security too. After all, I'm the sole child of the CEO of the biggest media empire in Japan. It wouldn't be a great thing to put an even bigger target on my back. The doctor gave me a piece of paper with my quirk description on it. Quirk name, chronokinesis. Quirk type, emitter. Quirk info, Sakuya can manipulate the flow of time, she can slow it, accelerate it, reverse it, erase it, or even stop it. She can also compress the flow of time to make both past and future exist simultaneously, making the same object from different timelines be in many places simultaneously. By doing this, all her attacks will hit the enemy simultaneously due to the different timelines existing simultaneously. She can apply her time manipulation on a smaller, more precise scale, on locations and objects. The true range of the quirk is currently unknown. This is all done through either touch, eyesight, or her mind. By accelerating time, she can age people, objects, and things. By reversing time, she can heal previously debilitating injuries, de-age people, and when taken far enough, erase their existence. Reversing an object's time typically results in restoring it to a state before it was damaged. Sadly, using this on food doesn't result in an infinite supply as any previously eaten/cut parts vanish from wherever they went and are used to restore the item. By erasing the time of an object or person, she erases its present and future, essentially erasing it from existence. She can also summon alternate versions of herself from other timelines. As space is linked to time, Sakuya can manipulate space as well to a degree. She can shrink and increase distances. Through her power, Sakuya has demonstrated this, along with the other aspects, through the use of enlarging the interior space of a room during her doctor's visit, much to said doctor's excitement at finally having a bigger office. One single thought went through my head at this very moment. I'm fucking broken. Chapter 5, Chapter 1 week later. It turns out a time quirk is very useful, especially for being lazy. Too tired to wake up. Stop time. Don't want to grab the chalky milk from the fridge cause you're too busy cuddling Chichon. Compress time and create a clone to grab the chalky milk for you. Ran out of chalky milk and just want to taste it again. Rewind time, boom, more chalky milk. What else could you really need? Some people might think this is a gross misuse of power, and they would be absolutely right. But what else am I going to do with it? I'm 4, not really vigilante/hero age. I do get lectured from time to time about using my quirk without a license, but it doesn't really matter to me as I just use them on our own private land. They are probably lectures to remind me of the consequences if I keep doing so in public places when I'm older and can be prosecuted for it. My mother has hired some tutors and a different trainer after one tried to steal out of one of the maids' purses. I have no idea what compelled them to try and steal when my mother is giving them a great wage already for basically no work because I already know what to do when it comes to working out. Sadly, I'll need a few more years before I can start any strength training. My tutors, along with my mother, were shocked at the speed and accuracy I showed when solving problems. They kept ramping up the difficulty of the topics until they found out they didn't have any more textbooks of a higher level with them as they were expecting to teach a 4-year-old girl. The highest they had was for a 16-year-old teen that needed help with physics they were going to tutor after their shift today. I answered those correctly too. My mother was ecstatic at her little genius, completely disregarding how her child knows how to calculate specific latent heat of substances and chalking it up to. My little baby girl is a big genius, isn't she? Yes she is, rubbing her cheeks against mine. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I mused before calling over a maid. Sixes, do I have anything planned for today? I feel as if I forgot something important. The maid in question pondered for a few seconds before nodding. Yes, you do, Lady Sakuya. It's the joint birthday celebration today for you and Lady Yayorozu. Do you have an outfit picked out, or would you like some help? Thank you, Sixes. No, I don't. You may resume your duties. I shook my head. These maids wanted me to be more formal with them so as to help me in my time during upper society. There are too many taboos that I never had to bother with before, like formal dining etiquette etc. Like why in the fuck would people care if I eat with continental style or American style? Luckily, being a child, still I get a free pass for a lot of this stuff. Time to decide on what I should wear. Unfortunately, I can't wear my ducky shirt, a tragedy I know, as this celebration doubles as mine and Momo's high society debut. Most upper-class families know one another, and upon their children's 4th birthday, they can, and most often will, make their debut showing off their quirk in front of people along with many other things that are too tiring to deal with. Plenty of business deals are made during these debuts, and I don't want to mar our family's image or hamper any future deals. Even if my mother keeps saying she couldn't care less about it, I would feel terrible for doing that. I say that yet, I kept debating whether or not to just send a clone of me. That would be an entire fiasco if I did that. I would also feel horrible leaving Momo to suffer through this solo. A/N dress here. I was finally dressed and ready, making my way to the front door where my mother stood. You know, you didn't have to put all this effort into dressing up tonight, right? Humph, if they want to see me so badly, I will indulge them and let them see me in all my stunning glory, puffing my small chest out with a huff, earning a smile from my mother. We soon made it to the car, a glacier white Bentley Mulsanne. Boarding it with a nervous expression that the comfort of the smooth ride soon quelled. We made small talk on our way there, mainly about what was expected to happen tonight. One of the other prevalent topics was the situations of quirk marriages and how my mother wouldn't give her baby girl to anyone. Seeing her pout at the end of that declaration was highly amusing. After a 20-minute ride, 3 of which was spent driving up the driveways of both the Izayoi and Yayarosa mansions, my mother stepped out first and offered her hand to me, taking it. I stepped out of the car, and we made our way to the doorway, passing the security guards with relative ease as this wasn't our first time visiting them, so the stationed guards knew us. Looking around the grand hall that was festively decorated in large banners and streamers, I saw the waitstaff running around serving drinks and hors d'oeuvres to the various guests before heading back into the kitchen to help with who knows what. A certain raven-haired child noticed me from across the room and started to run over much, waiting to speak until she got closer to her target before speaking. "Sakuya-chan, I've missed you so much. I kept asking if I could visit you, and they said you were busy training. Was that true? Were you really training?" "I wasn't training at all, Momo. I was sitting down drinking chalky milk the entire time." "Welp, time to lie." Pulling Momo into a short hug before replying. "I've missed you too, Mo-chan," earning an almost unnoticeable flush of red to her cheeks but a very noticeable pleased smile. "Yes, I was training very hard to keep my quirk under control this entire week. Mommy didn't even let me drink any chalky milk too." "How mean is that?" My mother says that much chocolate milk should be bad for your health." "Maybe she's just taking care of you," her meek reply came through, earning an overdramatic gasp from myself. Mo-chan, I thought you were on my side," faking a sniffle before continuing. "I thought we were, friends, Momo." This got her to start panicking. She was waving her hands about and slightly tearing up. "Why, you are the only friend I have. I don't want to lose you because of milk. Please stay friends with me. I want to play more with you, especially with my quirk. We could have super playtimes. I don't want to lose that or you." She went full on waterworks. "Now I feel bad." Making my way over to her, taking a handkerchief from a servant's pockets as they walked by, I knelt down and dabbed away at her tears with a gentle smile. "I don't want to lose you either, Mo-chan. I'm sorry for making you cry. You should smile again. You have a pretty smile. It would be a waste to not show it off to the world." Getting an enthusiastic in return before. Clap clap click clap click. Yep, the entirety of the grand hall heard us. Momo, getting flustered, moved to the closest cover to hide her face in, which just so happens to be my chest. This of course made the applause increase in both tempo and volume, and the camera flashes were going off at such high speeds it sounded like a cicada. I could only stand there and smile at the cameras, trying my best to hide Momo as best I could. Looking off to the side, I saw Granny Chihiro with a dangerous-looking smirk on her face. Both Grafia and Miha were gushing about their daughters and how cute they were to anybody that would listen. Mr. Yayarozu was crying tears of blood, mumbling something about never giving his little girl to anyone. Gotta say, seeing someone cry tears of blood in real life was pretty morbid. Eventually everything calmed down and we went to our table, only to be met with the smuggest faces our mothers could pull off before they started teasing us about it as much as they could, which was until they were worried Momo would faint out of embarrassment. After that the night went pretty smoothly with our introductions, only a few rich snobs trying to play matchmaker with their children towards 2 of the wealthiest heiresses in Japan. Safe to say, none of their attempts bore fruit. The food, oh god the food, it was to die for. The cake was the masterpiece, a decadent 4-layer Black Forest gateau that sent me into the mystical foodgasm realm I thought only possible in Food Wars. Soon after the cake was served, everybody left their gifts at the side and proceeded to leave for home as it was getting late. I gifted Momo with a big Chichon plushie, mainly because I thought it would be a cute sight to behold. I was right, the scene was too sweet. I might have to go and visit the dentists after this for any cavities. Momo gifted me with a set of Matryoshka dolls, with the largest being me, then her, then Chikan. It was such a sweet thing, I actually started to tear up. Momo panicked, thinking I didn't like it, only for me to reassure her that this is the best thing I've ever been given. Soon after the party and gifts were collected, we moved them into the boot of the car and made our way home. Being as exhausted as I was, I passed out as soon as my bottom hit the leather interior. Chapter 6, Chapter 5. The next day I woke up still a bit exhausted. The party went on a lot longer than I expected. I can't remember much of it, though. I think the cake did that to me. The state of bliss I was in was amazing. I still remember taking that first bite. I felt like I could hear colors and taste sounds. Did they soak the sponge cake in LSD-infused cherry liqueur by accident? Well, I'm not complaining because that shit was divine. A/N, what's your favorite cake/dessert? Click click. That damnable noise again. Why are they taking pics of guy? Oh crap, I muttered, quickly shooting up, wiping my drool with my right sleeve. The maid on duty today, Lumiere, found herself unable to hold in her giggles at my situation. I am sorry, Lady Azaoi, it's rare seeing you act like someone your age would. I couldn't contain myself, eliciting an embarrassed pout and crossed arms from yours truly before I decided to ask for my schedule for today. Humph. Well, I suppose I can forgive you for today. If you delete those pictures and tell me my schedule for today. Of course, Lady Azaoi, what I didn't know at the time was that she already sent those pics to my mother, grandmother, and every other maid in the mansion. For starters, you have your morning bath, which I have already run for you, then there is a light breakfast at 7:30 consisting of a simple poached egg and avocado on toast with a glass of orange juice. From there, you should head over to the mansion's gym where your PT will be waiting for you. I groaned when the gym was mentioned before letting her continue. The session is planned to last until 12 o'clock, where you should have enough time to take a short shower to freshen up before lunch is served. Lunch consists of an arugula pesto pasta dish loaded with mozzarella pearls, cherry tomatoes, and sweet basil. I was surprised at the level of detail she went into regarding the dish. Typically it's only a few words. Is this her trying to give me an incentive for trying to get through the gym session? With mentions of tasty food. If so, it's working as I can feel my mouth watering already. After lunch, you are free for the rest of the day until 1500 hours, when Lady Yayorozu is coming over for the sleepover you promised her last night at the party. There will be no dinner served tonight as Azaoi-sama has predicted you would be snacking during the night, and we didn't want to increase your caloric intake and push your meal plan too off-center. Thank you, Lumiere. You may continue with your duties. I leave the blonde maid to her work, making my way over to the bathroom, hissing a little as my feet make contact with the cold laminated flooring. I noticed my gym clothes and some spare towels are already laid out for me to change into. How diligent of Lumiere, slowly undressing before making my way over to the shower stall to clean myself before heading over to the bath. Lowering my foot into the lavender-scented bath, a small moan escapes my lips. And I promptly moved my entire body into the water before groaning in satisfaction. I felt like the story of Goldilocks because this bath's temperature is just right. Submerging myself in the relaxing purple-tinted liquid even further until my head is above water, resting on the edge. I began to muse to myself on how this could be better. A glass of red wine, some music, and a good book is all I need for this to be perfect, quickly remembering something Lumiere said before asking out loud, since when did I invite Momo over for a sleepover? Whatever they spiked that cake with sure was strong, I can't remember that at all. Taking my sweet time in the bath and its soothing warm embrace before I decided I needed to leave before I got all wrinkly. Looking up at the clock, I saw it was 7:24, drying and dressing in record time. I quickly made my way to the kitchen, greeting any house staff I found along the way. It was a challenging ordeal remembering the names of 42 maids, but I did it. It's probably the thing I'm most proud of doing since coming to this world. Seeing the head maid finishing up with cooking, I greeted her. Hello, Pestonia-san. Is it ready? Pestonia is a maid whose outer appearance is that of a beautiful lady but has the head of a Shetland sheepdog instead of a human's and a vertical scar on her face running down the center with signs of stitching. She was a bit scary looking at first, but I never let her looks affect how I interacted with her as she's a super kind and motherly figure to me and all maids working in the mansion. A/N, for those who haven't figured it out, I'm just stealing the maids from the anime overlord because I lack creativity when it comes to naming people. She greeted me in kind with a gentle smile adorning her canine features. It is Lady Sakuya, sliding the plate over to me before moving to the fridge. Grabbing a carton of smooth orange juice and pouring me a glass before sliding that over too. Enjoy your meal. I'll come by and collect the dishes when you're finished. I managed to snap out of my food-induced trance quick enough to reply before she left. Thanks, Pestonia-san, will do. Looking down at the plate in front of me, there wasn't a lot there, but what it may have lacked in quantity, it more than made up for in quality. On the pure white ceramic plate lay 2 sturdy, thick-sliced, seeded, whole-grain bread slices toasted to a golden brown. Adorning the slices of toast are a layer of creamy, green, mashed avocado. Gently nestled in the avocado is a bright, compact, poached egg that seemed to shine under the overhead lamps of the countertops reminiscent of a pearl. I slice into the egg and let the golden yolk river flow down before continuing to slice into the bread. Picking it up and depositing it in my mouth, a wave of pleasure washed over me as I savored every morsel in my mouth with a religious fervor. Looking down at my now empty plate, the only remnants of there being a meal are some small pools of yolk. A stir of disappointment welled within me. Not only because I no longer have anything to eat but because it's time for me to hit the gym. Why can't I just sleep all day, is what I would love to say, but my mother put so much effort into getting the best of the best to train me, so the least I can do is turn up and give it my best shot so as to not waste her efforts. The workout session was more intense than the others, a lot more leg work than before too. I can now see why Lumiere decided to go into so much detail when describing the meal scheduled for afterwards. She must have overheard that my training would increase and wanted me to not lose motivation halfway through. Walking to the showers afterwards was torturous. They were only 20 meters away too. I started slowly trudging my way towards the dining area, my aching legs screaming at me the entire way. Thankfully, I got to sit down on a chair. It felt too long, my legs happily gave out and my muscles finally started relaxing. Finally, the meal I have been anticipating all day is now in front of me. Savory, thick, twirl-tastic bucatini is tossed, coated and glistening in a peppery, rich and robust arugula pesto. Topped with creamy white mozzarella pearls, juicy, plump cherry tomatoes, crunchy pine nuts, sweet, herbaceous basil and sharp pecorino, this more than I could have ever dreamt it to be. Twirling my fork in the pasta before stabbing it into a white mozzarella ball and placing the mouthful onto my tongue. The pesto coating is so smooth. I squealed internally, it was almost worth all the pain, almost. The serene smile I had on my face as I cupped my cheek was shortly captured on camera by a maid who was dusting the fireplace nearby. The pic soon made it to my mother, who quickly made it her lock screen wallpaper, replacing the Chichon cuddle image which still had its place as the home wallpaper. I soon lost track of time again and soon found myself with no more pasta. Saddened by this fact, I decided to go and get my pajamas ready for when I need to change. Soon, enough time has passed and Momo is outside eagerly hopping about with her big Chichon plush trying to drag MHA to the door quicker. Seeing this, I decided to get changed. I was finally dressed, and what else would I ever be dressed in apart from my ducky onesie? Nothing, that's what, ducky or die is my motto. After a few hours passed since Momo's arrival, the sleepover was finally in its last stages. We were both sleepy yet didn't want the fun to end. So I gave in, turned the light off and crawled into bed. Momo soon joined me, citing that if the Chichon plushies are sleeping together we should too, to set a good example. Oh God, Momo, you're too damn adorable. I pulled the covers over the both of us and we slowly started drifting off. Before I could though, asleep, Momo pulled me into a hug which I happily reciprocated, much to the girl's satisfaction if the smile on her face is anything to go by, getting out a "good night Emo-chan" before finally drifting off in each other's embrace. We of course got teased for it the next day. Turns out both our mothers share the same sentiment when it comes to teasing. The photo of us curled up together was our mother's new lock screen wallpaper for the indefinite future. Chapter 7, Chapter 6. 2 years later. I just turned 6 2 weeks ago. I was happy, I was free, but most importantly, I was full of cake. What a good life I lived. Too bad it's all about to be ruined because I have to go to elementary school now. I researched what preschool I was going to beforehand to check if it was the one in Musutafa where Bakugo and Midoriya should be going. After a few hours, I realized I was an idiot. I live nowhere near Musutafa. I live in Toyohashi, for God's sake. So here I am shopping with Momo for any supplies I need, which entails giving me things to buy. Why? I have no idea what an elementary schooler needs, and who am I to deny Momo's cute face every time it lights up in excitement at the stationery section. I explained that I would bring myself, my uniform, a pen and maybe a pencil. Her reply. That's unacceptable, Sakuya, we have to prepare for every situation. We are stepping into a greater level of education, and we should be fully prepared to take advantage of it. Now, let's go shopping. When questioned if she just wanted to go shopping the entire time and didn't want to do it alone, she had the decency to look sheepish at being caught out. So, not seeing anything harmful about it, I agreed to go shopping with her. Right now, she's explaining the different types of pencils and their uses. My ass didn't even know there were different types of pencils. I thought there was a regular wooden pencil, a mechanical pencil, and that was it. Oh, how wrong I was if Momo's joyous ramblings are anything to go by. I just nodded along now and then with a smile on my face, engaging in her ramblings with minor remarks now and then to keep her entertained. I was a bit envious, though. Pencils managed to get this reaction out of her while I didn't. I have to admit, it's a wound on my pride I'm not sure will ever fully heal. I might snap a pencil or two when I get home, depending on how petty I feel later. I was soon snapped out of my pencil-induced envy when Momo started ushering me over to the eraser section. Which one are you interested in, Sakuya? I can't decide, so I'll choose whatever you choose so we can match. Ack, Momo, my heart, it hurts, you're too damn sweet. I look over the selection, and nothing stands out to me, but I see her eyes flickering over to a pair of small hearts, one purple, the other blue. Both coming together to form one larger eraser when slotted in one another. Reaching over and picking it up between my thumb and forefinger and showing it to her. I think this one is perfect for us both, Emo-chan. Don't you think so? Now we have to go and get a school bag that can fit it all, so come on. She grasped my hand, intertwining her fingers with mine. She tried to keep a confident expression on her face as she did so, but the more our fingers melded, the more embarrassed she became. Soon, she hit levels of blushing I never thought possible. We slowly walked to the bag section, located at the other end of the store, enjoying each other's presence as we moved along. Eventually, we reached the bag section. Momo suggested that we try on the bags we were interested in, however, she didn't want to let go of my hand. It was quite the predicament for the 6-year-old in question. She didn't want to let go of the warmth she felt inside her when she held my hand. Noticing her inner dilemma, I spoke up. You should try on the bags, Mo-chan. You wouldn't want an uncomfortable bag for our entire school year, would you? Plus, you can hold my hand after we're done modeling. It's not like my hand will stop existing if you let go. She pondered for a bit before nodding to herself and reluctantly letting go. She didn't want to sacrifice any future comfort for a few more minutes holding hands. She didn't know why, but when her hand left Sakuya's, her chest felt uncomfortable. She would have to ask her mother about this feeling later. Maybe she has heartburn. Not having any time to think any longer as she spotted a black quilt and stud backpack that caught her fancy. We tried them on, and after finding them to our needs, we purchased them. The cashier was quite beyond shocked at seeing a little girl pull out a black card for payment, and he didn't bother questioning it. He completed the transaction nonetheless. I still couldn't believe how sheltered Momo was as she was amazed and had her curiosity piqued at everyday things. She didn't know what an ice cream stand was, and when I told her what it was called, she replied with a tilt of her head. Ice cream can stand. But it doesn't have any legs. How could it stand? She was genuinely confused and thought ice cream was a sentient being that was alive all this time. She almost started crying, remembering all the times she ate ice cream before thinking she killed it. I quickly reassured her it was just a place that sells ice cream and that no, ice cream isn't alive. After all that, we ended up eating some ice cream. Granted, she did try to talk to it to make doubly sure it wasn't alive before taking a lick. Upon finishing our ice creams, I called over our bodyguards that were tailing us for the entire trip and told them we were ready to head home. Momo and I walked hand in hand, wearing our new bags, to the car, and even when inside only letting go of each other to do our seatbelts before promptly reconnecting. Soon enough we made it to Momo's house, where I'm staying the night. We unpacked and went in for dinner. I am still amazed till this day at how much the Yajirosa family eats. Well, it's to be expected. All of their quirks tax their body in some aspect or the other, so an increased food intake is a great solution to the problem. Doesn't mean that I'm over the surreal sight of a baby Momo wolfing down a pile of food bigger than her head in record time. I just chose to sit back and ignore the bizarre sight, sipping on my glass of chalky milk. Dinner was over quickly, so Momo and I headed off to the baths. Momo made me a pair of silk pajamas that matched her own ones but in a light blue instead of red. While rinsing off the sweat we built up shopping, Momo asked me a question I didn't expect this early on. Sakuya, what do you want to do in the future? I am not sure. I would like to take over the family business, but I would like to do my own thing as well, you know. Not just be stuck doing one thing my entire life as it was predestined to be, maybe being a hero or something along those lines. I'd like to be a hero too. I just don't think I'd be good enough. I'm sure you would make a great hero, Mo-chan. Your quirk is super versatile and cool, and you're smart too. You'd make a great hero, and if you want, I'll be there right by your side the entire time. Thank you, Sakuya, that means a lot to me, more than you'd know. Now you get into the bath first and I'll join you soon. So I did. I got into the bath and soon after Momo got in. Not at the opposite end, she sat in between my legs and leaned back onto my chest. Before I could fully comprehend the situation at hand, she started talking in a solemn tone. You know, Sakuya, a lot of people compare us. The two big heiresses. I don't know how to feel about it. People always have such nice things to say about you, but I don't ever hear them complimenting me for me instead of my lineage. I wrapped my hands around her waist as I could hear the tears hitting the bath water, drop by agonizing drop. You might not know, but at my 5th birthday party when you couldn't come because you were sick, people cared more about your absence than my presence. That hurt. They came to my birthday, yet they weren't there for me. Am I such a bad person to want people to care and notice me for me? Is it too much to ask? Holding her tighter against me, nestling my head in her neck, I started, No, it isn't. You deserve all the care and attention in the world, Mo-chan. You deserve to be recognized as your own person. You deserve a lot, but sadly people are dummies. They aren't people that care for you, not like me, not like your parents. Sadly, most of them are probably business partners or people looking to be one that turned up for your birthdays. They only looked for me because I humor them a little whenever they ask, never accepting or caring about anything they say. As I said before, Mo-chan, I'll always be right here by your side. Maybe not always in the bath, but you get the point. She finally turned to me, revealing her tear-stained cheeks and puffy eyes. Pulling her head into my chest before she started sobbing fully. A few minutes later her sobbing quieted down before getting a shaky, thank you so much. Stroking her back to try and instill a sense of comfort so she could pull herself together. She finally quieted down fully and her chest stopped heaving. Assuming she was alright, I suggested that we finally dry and get ready for bed. Rolling into the middle of the king-size bed in my new PJs, I lie down and get ready to sleep. Momo, seeing this, decided to turn off the lights before crawling up next to me, resting her head on my chest and hugging my torso. I let the little koala do what she wanted as she's had a long day and is emotionally exhausted before drifting off. Chapter 8, Chapter 7. It was the first day of school. Momo and I are fully dressed in our uniforms and are currently waiting in the car until we reach the destination. Momo was excitedly bouncing up and down on her seat, happily preaching to me about all the new opportunities we would have. I have to say, this is a stark change from the vulnerable Momo I saw last night. I much prefer seeing this version of her, but I know I can't fully enjoy this side of her as long as the vulnerable side still lurks behind her facade at times. My heart broke when she was crying into my chest. I managed to put on a comforting smile for her then, but I was crying for her on the inside. A quirk that I previously thought had no drawbacks, turns out, had one. The ability to make those close to me feel inferior or envious, not a physical drawback or weakness. But certainly, one that has affected not only me but someone close to me. Thankfully, I still have over a decade before our time at UA starts, so I have enough time to help Momo through this. Noticing that I had a distant look on my face, Momo decided to speak up. Sakuya, are you okay? You looked like you were thinking hard about something. Yep. Making sure to pop the P, I was just thinking about making any potential new friends and how I'm going to suffer through boring lessons, not only at home but at a school too. Oh, yes. I almost forgot about making friends, just another aspect of such a great institute for knowledge. Emo-chan. Are you already thinking of replacing me, your friend, already? My heart, it hurts, punctuating my words with a wistful sigh. And no, I would never repla, are you teasing me again? Maybe you can't blame me, Emo-chan, you're just too easy to tease, and your reactions are adorable. Momo decided to fold her arms under her chest, pout, and look away with an embarrassed blush at falling for my tricks again. Humph. Click. See. You're just too cute, Emo-chan. I tried to show her the picture, but she just turned even further away. Emo-chan, are you part owl? If you turn your head any further, you might snap your neck. I'm not an owl, she muttered, deciding to tease her again. What was that, Emo-chan? I'm an owl. I'm not an owl, she exclaimed with her rosy cheeks puffed out and eyes tearing. Ah, I know Emo-chan's not an owl. She's an angel, my angel. She looked down at her seat before mumbling something about me being her angel. Deciding that the teasing has gone on long enough, I grasp her hand in mine. Momo, still completely embarrassed from before, calmed down rapidly, feeling my touch. Not long after, she leaned her head on my shoulder. Taking the opportunity presented, I leaned my head upon her soft, vanilla bean fragranced hair, causing Momo to hum happily, swinging her short legs off of the car seats. My eyes met the chauffeur's through the rearview mirror, and he gave me a knowing smile. Soon, the pleasant car ride came to an end, and we were in front of our new school, Katai Elementary. Momo, still holding my hand, dragged me to the reception area to get our timetables. Momo was happily questioning the receptionist about any and everything about the school, to which they could only offer a wry smile. I looked through our timetables and found out what classes we had first and where they should be. Noting the look on the receptionist's face, I told Momo we were going to be late. We were actually 5 minutes early, but she'd never know that as I have her timetable. Believing me, she hurriedly bowed to the receptionist, and we left on our way, much to the receptionist's relief as she slumped down on her chair right after. Opening the door to the classroom, after Momo made sure to triple-check our uniforms for the 7th time today, I was met with the sight of a standard classroom setup. There were a few people here already. Some of the more notable ones would be who I assumed to be Tsuyu Azui, Toga Himiko, Reiko Yanagi, Yui Kodai, and Tenya Ida. Ida, seeing us enter, made his way over to us. I decided to mess with him when he started bowing. Your next line is, my name is Tenya Ida. Nice to meet you. My name is Tenya too, how did you do that? Public quirk usage is illegal, you know. I didn't use my quirk, I did my best jazz hands I could, magic. This earned some chuckles across the room. My name is Sakuya Izaoi. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Deciding it would be in my best interest to leave the two education nerds together before they start geeking out about pencils or something. Sure, it's cute when Momo does it, but Ida. Different story there. I sat down in the seat behind Reiko, Toga was on my right, and there was a free seat next to me. I left the protagonist seat for Momo because she's the MC of my dreams. Smooth, I know. I placed my bag on the desk, and I have to say, distance manipulation sure had its benefits. Why? You may ask, it's because I have expanded the interior of my bag, and now there is a cooler full of chalky milk cartons. I reached down, and I could hear Toga gasp because I had to put half my body into the bag to reach the cooler. It was quite an odd sight because the bag's exterior didn't expand even with my body entering it. Pulling out chalky milk and myself from the bag, I pierced the top and started sipping, ignoring the astonished looks from the surrounding seats and a face-palming Momo. Don't be like that, Emo-chan. I can get you one too if you're jealous. I don't even know how you did it. I checked our bags right before we left and everything. However, I wouldn't mind one. It is rather hot in here. Sorry about that. It's my smoking hot body. I can't turn it off, sadly. I turned to look at Toga, who was licking her lips staring at the carton. Deep diving into my bag once more, I pull out 2 more cartons, handing one to Momo, receiving a thanks in response before handing one over to Toga. Is this for me? Of course it is. I saw you were a bit thirsty and gave you one. What are friends for, right? Why you want to be my friend? Me. But you don't even know my name or my quirk. I don't care about that stuff. Huh. I said, I don't care about that stuff. Why would I need to know your quirk or name before befriending you? A name would help, though, as you do know mine. Himiko Toga. Nice to meet you, Toga-chan. The most important question is, would you like to be my friend? Yes, please. Silent tears were finally falling from their sockets, years of being neglected, conditioned to feel like nobody would like her by her parents. All shattered by this weirdo sipping on what seemed like an endless supply of chocolate milk. She finally had a friend. She was dreading today as her parents drilled it into her that she should just distance herself from everybody so her abomination of a quirk would have as low a chance as possible of manifesting her bloodlust. What she didn't notice was during all of this, the same weirdo had asked the kind Ravenetti next to her for a syringe and was currently extracting blood into it secretly just for her. I asked Momo for a syringe. She questioned it as always but after saying it was urgent. Yeah, it was nowhere near urgent, but I can't exactly explain how I know 5 people in this class's quirks without boring myself and her with whatever bullshit I decide to spout. I stopped time to find a vein in my arm before extracting as much blood as it could hold before reversing the wound and depositing the collected blood into my now empty carton. I ripped a piece of paper from my notebook, much to future Momo's horror, and wrote a note for Toga to read when I planted the carton on her desk. Taking Toga's carton before resuming time and replacing it with the blood-filled one. I resuming time when I'm back in my seat, sipping on Toga's original carton. She was initially confused about the situation because she could swear that she was sipping on her milk just now. She looked around to find it placed on her desk with a note next to it, curious she opened it. The note read detailed how the weirdo, no, her friend, found out about her quirk from her parents going to their parents' home for a business meeting and how inside the new carton is blood to help tide her over for a bit. She couldn't believe it, so she brought the straw up to her mouth and sipped it. The familiar metallic taste she craved for so long hit her taste buds, and the tears started falling again. She didn't know this, but the world was currently slowed down for everyone but her so she could cry all she wanted, and only I would know. She never felt so great in her entire life. School is the best. Before the first period even started, she gained not only a friend who accepted her disgusting abomination of a quirk included. Realizing that she took a long time, she wiped her tears away with her sleeves before finishing the blood off. I slowly began accelerating time until it was normal upon seeing Toga clean herself up. She passed the now empty carton to me with a choked, "Thank you." I gave a gentle smile in response. I began erasing the carton and syringes time, resulting in it no longer existing in the present. The classes started, and our teacher, Komo Tsukumi, entered the class and got upon her box to reach the podium. With a height of only 135 centimeters, pink hair and eyes, as well as her apparent fondness for wearing cute and childish outfits, though this may be due to the fact that there aren't any adult clothes for her size, most students of the students thought Komo was a 12-year-old child. Ida even began berating her with various laws, including identity theft and trespassing, before she showed her teacher's ID. Toga and I were snickering at the whole interaction. She called everyone up to the front for roll call and to introduce ourselves. I didn't care about most people's intros, but then it came to Tsuyu and the others. My name is Tsuyu Azui. My quirk is frog. My hobby is swimming. My dream is to be a pro hero. A short and concise answer, as expected of Froppy. My name is Reiko Yanagi, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My quirk is called poltergeist, it's a form of telekinesis. My hobbies include searching the internet for scary stories and watching horror movies. My dream is to attend UA and become a pro hero. Verbose and monotonous, definitely Reiko. Yui Kodai. Size. Watching Ultraman. Pro hero. Wouldn't have expected anything more from Yui, to be honest. I'm surprised she didn't just write on the blackboard and return to her seat. I was called up next, so I made my way to the front with chalky milk in hand. Hello everybody, my name is Sakuya Izaoi in public and mistress in private. Make sure to remember that it's vital, Emo-chan, the girl in question lit up in an atomic blush. She knew what this meant because she found an S&M romance novel Miha left around, along with many other classmates. My quirk is called chronokinesis, time manipulation for those that don't understand. Earning a look of awe from around the room when they heard my quirk name, my hobbies include dash. Slurp. Drinking chalky milk, making friends but most importantly, teasing Emo-chan. My dream is to take over the family business and become a pro hero. I soon picked up Komo-sensei and made a clone of her so I could bring her to my seat and hug her there. She was just too adorable, everyone watching was speechless. Komo foreseeing how her other self was being treated as a teddy bear. Momo expected this to happen as soon as my eyes lit up upon seeing our teacher. The Komo clone was purring under my level 100 dote skill I inherited from my mother as I hugged and patted her head. I gave the clone some chalky milk to sip on, and not too soon after, we were back in the full swing of things. Next was Toga's turn. Hi, I'm Himiko Toga. My quirk is called Transform, it lets me take the appearances of others. My hobbies include watching horror movies and my dream. What my dream is to live my life whatever way I want. I noticed she left out the activation method for the quirk, oh well. It's for the best to let her reveal it when she's comfortable anyway. Hello everyone. My name is Tenya Ida. My quirk is called Engine, and it gives me engines in each of my calves which allow me to run at great speeds. My hobbies include studying and long-distance running. My dream is to become a pro hero and become someone who my family can be proud of. Very rigid and formal, didn't expect anything less from Glasses-kun. Hello everybody, my name is Momo Yayorozu. I hope we can be good friends. You got it, Mo-chan. Thanks, Sakuya. My quirk name is Creation. It allows me to make any non-living object from my exposed skin by transforming my lipid cells. My hobbies are shopping and dealing with Sakuya's shenanigans. Love you too, Mo-chan. My dream is the same as many of you stated already. I wish to become a pro hero, to protect people. She walked back to her seat and gave me a light punch to the shoulder for all the teasing. Me, with my big brain, decided to tease her for that too. On Mo-chan, you have to be careful with those punches. You might awaken my masochistic side, or you could have hit the loli. As predicted, she was even more embarrassed before the original loli in question asked. Is the clone of me going to be a permanent thing? Do you want it to be sensei? Not really. Make sure to cancel it before break time. Will do, sensei. For a few more hours, the lesson went on, all the topics I already understood, so I quickly answered the questions given to us in my notebook before returning to dote on Clone Sensei. Clone Sensei was surprised by the speed I could solve the problems, but before she could question how Sakuya knew it, she found herself being doted on in ways she could have never imagined. She also wanted to question how the chocolate milk never seemed to run out before remembering that Sakuya's quirk was time manipulation. An infinite time loop of chocolate milk refilling was probably within the realm of possibilities. Finally, it was over. The classes have finished. I dismissed the Clone Sensei, and I went to find a place to sleep. Namely, Momo's thighs. She was stunned by my request, and I quote, "Gimme them thighs" before I explained it to her. She found it was a nice change of pace, her being able to dote on me. Typically it was the other way around, she was happily running her hand through my hair as I slept. Not long after drifting off, Toga came over and started a conversation with Momo. The two made quick friends, probably because both only really have me as their friend in the first place. They began speaking about me. My likes, chalky milk, my dislikes, celery, how we met, where I live. The last one could have been a bit creepy if this was canon Toga. Momo asked Toga if she wanted to come and visit her house for a sleepover. I began to stir awake at this moment, being met with the feline gaze of Toga as I did. She seemed to beam at the prospect of finally being awake to talk to properly. After playing 21 questions with Toga about how I knew about her and me making up the most believable of lies, she finally asked if we had any way we could help her. I suggested that I make a clone of Toga that could go back to her home while she stays at my house. She readily agreed. A/N, what food do you hate the most? Mine is probably celery. I wasn't really ready to tackle the Toga household abuse just yet, but what's done is done. I will have to ask Momo to make me a hidden camera we could place on the clone Toga's body so we could record some evidence. I began fishing for information regarding her home life to raise Momo's concern and covertly let her in on Toga's home situation. Thankfully, she understood what was happening after a few of Toga's answers. She didn't want to believe that parents could condemn their child to this fate where their quirk-induced madness would eventually take over their entire personality, causing them to lash out. She grew greener and greener as Toga happily answered the questions. After all, there are no secrets between friends, and Toga considered us friends now. Eventually having enough and excusing herself to the nearest toilet to what I can only assume is throw up. Toga became worried over Momo's sudden departure and wanted to follow her to make sure she's alright, but I put a stop to that and told her it might have been food poisoning from her breakfast. Toga kept explaining her situation while recording it all with my phone. I would have to give this to my mother later. The Togas are employees of the Azaoi family, and I knew she would prefer some evidence for this claim. What better than a confession from the victim? All that would be needed is some video evidence in case they try to claim that a child's words hold no weight. I might even anonymously tip off a certain lie detector detective too. Soon, the break was ending, and we joined up with Momo to walk to class. Recreating my clone sensei, I walked over to my seat and placed her in my lap. The day went on, and the lessons flew by. Clone sensei was in a state of enlightenment from my expert head-patting skills, much to the real sensei's embarrassment. Ida kept wanting to scold me for my behavior in the classroom before realizing he would be scolding the sensei that was sitting on my lap too. As a stick in the mud, he was at an impasse, so he did his best to ignore it, which was only made more challenging by Clone sensei's joyous mumbling about heaven. Yui kept glancing at the clone in my lap and her expression before reaching up to her head and patting it. Kono-sensei mistaking this for a hand-up asking for help scenario caused the stoic Yui to blush in embarrassment upon seeing that the entire class's eyes are upon her. Yui quickly replied it was an accident before sinking into her desk to hide her face. Lunch came around shortly after the Yui incident. Reiko and Yui now joined me, Momo, and Toga. Reiko and Toga talked about their favorite horror movies, Reiko liking more suspense-based ones and Toga enjoying more gore-filled ones. They both came to appreciate each other's taste in films and ended up recommending each other a few to watch at a later date. Yui just sat on my lap and asked in her eloquent way, "Head pat, please." So, I obliged. She soon fell to my magic hands just like Clone Sensei before her. I broke her stoic expression as she was sporting a blissful smile, much to everyone's amusement. A few pictures were taken and stored away for any future blackmail purposes, a practice I learned from Granny Chihiro. As my hands finished patting her head, she quickly went over to a corner in the playground to hide her face, returning with her stoic expression with a hint of rose on her cheeks. I had no idea where Tsuyu is during the breaks as whenever I look in her direction when the bell rings, she disappears. Ida is busy organizing his notes and reviewing his knowledge in the classroom like the devoted student he is. All the other students are people I don't care about. I didn't even bother listening to their names. No, I'm lying. I do remember one kid's name. He has the mutation quirk of broccoli which turns him into a human/broccoli hybrid. His name, and I kid you not, was Broccoli. Almost like whoever named this kid set him up for failure, poor Broccoli. We all began eating our bentos, mine and Momo's being of a notably higher quality. I swore the bento boxes were sparkling. The others could only drool at the sight. Duplicating my bento, I handed one to each. Their expressions were terrific, they entered the mythical foodgasm realm. If they weren't 6 and it wouldn't be completely illegal, I'm sure their clothes would have exploded off of their body already. They all had tears of joy coming out of their eyes. It was oddly mesmerizing seeing tears stream out of all their eyes at the same time. With satisfied expressions on their faces and hands on their stomach they all expressed their thanks before returning the boxes to me so I can erase them. Classes were starting soon so we all made sure to exchange contact information before returning. I slipped a note in Tsuyu's bag saying, "I hope we could be friends Tsu-chan," before heading to my table. Deciding not to summon Clone Sensei this time around, much to real Sensei's relief, I waited for all the English papers to be handed out. They did this to grasp the average knowledge on the topic before they could begin actual lessons. It wouldn't do any good if a student had no idea what was going on after all. As a person who was half English in my previous life and grew up with an English parent, let alone already completing my high school English exams, it was a piece of cake. I didn't even need to slow down time to finish before everyone else. Momo finished second followed by Ida. School was finally over. I was free once more. I say this yet I did enjoy it, well the people more than the institute. I asked Momo to make the spy camera and a remote transmitter/receiver for the signal so that I could plant them onto the clone Toga. We sent clone Toga on her way before walking with Toga to the Bentley that was waiting outside the school for us. She wasn't surprised by the car or how wealthy we were as she heard stories from her parents about our families. What she was surprised by however was the amount of bodyguards surrounding the car. She wasn't alone in this surprise as both me and Momo were equally as perplexed. We entered the car and put on our seatbelts, Toga sitting between me and Momo. We made small talk along the way before I sent a text to my mother saying I would have company over. At last, we made it to my house. I had the maids and Momo show Toga around the place while I talked to my mother. To say she was angry and disgusted would be an understatement. Hearing a child describe their childhood in such a way with a cheerful voice was an experience she never wanted to repeat. The happy tone of Toga mixed with the horrifying child neglect described in the content of the cheerful words, it was depressing. I told her that I sent a clone of Toga back to her parents with a hidden camera. We waited for a few minutes before the clone finally reached the house. That's where I stopped watching. I could hear my mother's shocked gasps followed by the sound of a slap. She immediately called her contacts in the police department and had them send one detective Tsukachi, reporting a case of gross neglect and abuse of a minor along with other crimes. I left her to deal with all that while I went to find Toga and the others. I soon stumbled upon the group where a 6-year-old Toga was imitating one of my father's poses before screaming. www.why. That was something I didn't need to see. I joined them on their tour of our house before we were stopped by my mother who called Toga over into a private room. I can only assume the detective is in there. Moments later, Tsukwachi came over and thanked me for bringing this to their attention, to which I replied, "No problem. If you ever need to be healed or look younger, you can come to me. I'm super strong, you know. Oh, and please don't report me for illegal quirk usage." Quickly dismissing the clone of Toga as I was speaking. "I'll keep that in mind, little one." He ruffled my hair a bit. "Hopefully, it never has to come to that point in the first place." I entered the room that Toga was still in. She looked happy, but there was a tiny bit of melancholy hidden in her gaze too. That's to be expected. Her entire life came crashing down. Even if it's in a good way, it will still take some time getting used to it all. Slowly approaching her, I sat beside her on the couch and pulled her into a side hug. She leaned her head on my shoulder and asked in a soft tone, "Is it okay for me to be happy my parents are going to jail? Is it good to be happy about this?" "Yes, you have had a rough life, Toga. Sure, you were never hurting for money. Emotionally, however, is a different story. Your parents played a big part in that. They were not only neglecting you, they were making you neglect yourself and think that nobody would ever love you as long as you had your quirk. That wasn't right, and you know it. You know deep down that you deserve friends and other people to care for you and make you feel you belong in this world, no matter what your quirk is. All I wanted was to be me, but no, I had to be normal." She spat out the word normal with venom lacing her voice. "Nobody is normal, Toga. If we were all just normal average people, then villains and heroes wouldn't exist. We would all be working in office jobs or some other boring thing. We are all unique and we should embrace that. You should embrace that. I'm not saying you should go around stabbing people, but you shouldn't be ashamed of drinking blood. There are reasons that you can now buy blood in convenience stores. It's because there are quirks that need it like your own." "Haha, thanks. I didn't expect all of this to happen on my first day of school. I was expecting homework, not a new home." "A new home?" "Yeah, your mother is friends with a hero called Vlad King apparently. He's supposedly been wanting a family of his own with his wife, but she can't give birth. I talked to him on the phone for a few minutes before you came in. Did you know he has a blood quirk too? He is apparently stocking up on blood bags for when he comes to pick me up from school tomorrow. He seems like such a nice guy. I'm sure you two will bond over your quirks in no time at all then, Toga. Remember, you are always my friends and are welcome here anytime." "Thanks." She slowly began to fall asleep, so I laid her down on the couch and covered her up in a nearby blanket. Sweet dreams, Toga. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. 6 years later. A lot has happened in the past 6 years. Toga's new family was the best thing to have happened to her. They all had faced similar quirk discrimination in their lives, so they knew how to support each other through it. A month after being accepted in Vlad's family, she brought a blood bag into school for her to drink on. It was a big step for her. Sure, a few people were put off by her happily sipping on a blood bag in class. The majority, however, didn't care enough about it and let her do her own thing. Their thought process was, why would she want their blood if she has a bag on hand, and why should I care about that? Ida did go on a rant about it, not because of any discriminative views he may have had. No, it was because she was drinking in class. She didn't pay much attention to his rambling, instead looking at her friends who sported supportive smiles. She regularly visited my house, and we had some sleepovers. The main thing on the agenda was watching horror movies, much to my horror. I was never one for horror movies in my past life. Why? My fragile heart couldn't take all the suspense and jump scares. Upon finding this miraculous discovery, the girls decided that every sleepover would need a horror film in the future. Did they all enjoy them enough to warrant this decision? Apart from Toga and Reiko, no. They just loved my reactions. To them, it was the most valuable thing in the world, the usual energetic teaser changing into a person that was scared of loud noises and creepy dolls. I tried my best to argue for them to change their minds about the horror movies, but all my words fell on deaf ears. I snuggled with Chi-chan in my vice grip and waited for the film to end on most nights. Momo did try to comfort me on occasions where it got too bad. She, more often than not, ended up teasing me about it. She probably felt some form of karmic justice had been served, and she got her revenge for all the years of teasing or some other form of vindication. Tsuyu joined our little ragtag group of friends relatively quickly. The next day she came over and sat with us during lunch. She was another person that was bullied for her quirk during her life. She found it hard to make any friends due to her frog-like mutations. There were CRC, Creature Rejection Clan, members living nearby her house, and her family bore the brunt of their actions as they all had some form of animal-like mutation, which the clan loathed. We managed to convince Komo-sensei to let us use the school's indoor pool to swim with Tsuyu on her last day. You heard that right, her last day. It turns out the CRC were ramping up its attacks on the Azui family home, so they decided to move, which led to one tearful goodbye on all ends. She still managed to find some time to head over for some sleepovers or other meetups, but not as frequently as before. Ida didn't join our friend group for whatever reason. I imagine if I asked him, he would say, It's a waste of precious time which could be better spent studying and organizing notes. Or something along those lines. He has made his transition from studious kid to Truck-kun in our 3rd year of school. How do I know this? One day someone pointed out Ingenium's latest arrest of a villain and how cool it was. Like the boy he is, Ida decided to let us in on the prestigious Ingenium line of heroes that have been a pillar of hero society as soon as our quirks manifested. Yeah. After that day, nobody brought up Ingenium ever again. I can't fault him for being proud of his family, as I am the same with the Azaoi family. You won't catch me preaching about it, though. Yui opened up a lot more to people she considered herself close to. No longer replying in short sentences or nods of her head, she began speaking in complete sentences and the occasional paragraph when it involved a topic she had a vested interest in, which was mainly Ultraman. She even invited us over to her home for a study session one day. We soon found out where Yui got her way of speaking from. It was from her mother. Her mother, Brandish, sports her green hair in a bob with bangs cut above her eyes, along with 2 purple cross-shaped objects attached to the sides of her head like horns. She also wears silver cross-shaped earrings. She has a stoic face and has a generally lax attitude about most things, but when things get troublesome, her waspish side shows. Her way of speaking wasn't the only thing she gained from her mother. Her quirk, size, is similar to her mother's own called Command T, which allows her to alter the size of anything. The difference is that Yui can only change the size of non-living things. Reiko, after a lot of convincing, has decided to try and be more concise when speaking. Getting a 1-minute greeting that could be translated into, "Hello everyone, it's a nice day we're having today, isn't it?" was getting a bit frustrating for most parties involved. She managed to trick me into going to a horror convention with everyone. I should have never believed that there was a chalky milk factory tour going on. I truthfully didn't at the time, but it was worth the risk. It wasn't worth the risk. The second I entered the door, I was barraged with jump scare after jump scare by people in cosplay. It was, without a doubt in my mind, the worst day in my 2 lives. Reiko and Yui even started thinking of super move combos they could perform together. The results were terrifying. The asteroid belt was by far the worst. Yui touched some pebbles and gave them to Reiko, who started spinning them at high velocity around her before launching them and letting Yui enlarge them into boulders. I pity any villains that are caught in their patrols. Momo spent these years studying various blueprints that would later become muscle memory with the help of her quirk. Her confidence was improving, and she was more willing to share her ideas with me and the others regarding any plans we had made. A few years of genuine compliments from those closest to her helped majorly. I made sure that her ego didn't inflate to any extreme levels, like Bakugu's during his early life, which was rarely needed as she was naturally a very humble person. She seemed to especially value my praise, to the point of looking to me whenever she made a breakthrough. Naturally, I gave it to her. Those expectant eyes are weapons of mass destruction. Momo had also begun her physical training, frequently joining in on my sessions. She soon found that she wasn't as physically gifted as she thought. Hearing some remarks my trainer made about how I could do what she could years earlier motivated her to catch up to me. It sadly also added to her inferiority complex. She began comparing herself to me again and grew dejected for the rest of the day. I noticed her change in attitude immediately. When questioned on it by me, she began spilling out her insecurities again, like the time in the tub. I notified the trainer to never compare her to me again. Otherwise, they would be out of a job soon. Finding a trainer is easy in this world as super strength quirks are very common, and with how quirks affect their user it turns people who have them into gym freaks. After a short pep talk with me, she asked if she could stay the night, to which I obliged. What I did over the 6 years of elementary school was probably the most productive. I gradually converted Momo and the rest of the class, Komo-sensei included, into chalky milk addicts like myself. Momo still enjoys tea more, but I cannot do much about that as I'm partial to a nice cup. I was messing around with my quirk and its possibilities before realizing I can do so much more than what I was previously doing. I can loop 2 cartons of chalky milk infinitely. On a more serious note, though, I have a lot of temporal abilities that I haven't used most of the time because I have never had a reason or a chance to use them in the first place. Temporal stutter is one such ability. What use or reason would I have for making an object's time stutter? I found out that along with age manipulation, I have a form of age transfer too. This allows me to transfer the age of one being to another. I would be able to insta-kill All Might with this during his Kamino Ward battle by swapping his and AFO's age. There are just so many things I can do. One day when I was 10, I used my quirk to look into my future to find out if I would be flat like in my past life. Some people say flat is life. They are wrong. I want boobs. It's the least Truck-kun could do for me after eviscerating me on asphalt in my original life. It turns out I was flat as a cutting board. I jumped to that time and stared at my future self's chest, pointing at it before saying, I refuse. Hopping back to the present that I just left, I decided to look into every parallel universe to see if I ever develop boobs. It took hours, days, years, which in all actual fact was no time at all because I froze it. But I finally found it. It only took 14 million universes, but I found the only universe where I had boobs, and I was going to take full advantage of it. I compressed time, summoned the version of me with boobs, and explained the situation. She was all the happier to help me out, not before laughing right in my face, though, so we got to work. I reverted myself into a newborn child as instructed. Soon my clone got to work messing around with my DNA and bodily functions, gradually accelerating and decelerating the growth of enzymes and other cells to give me my desired outcome. My clone was reworking my entire bodily timeline and its future development. I thought for a second I was going to turn into a mutant-type creature with 5 brains with how long this was taking. Soon my clone said it was finished. I was already back to my 10-year-old self as I was aged up during the process. I stood up and thanked myself for the hard work before using psychometry to learn how to do it myself. I saluted her before sending her off to her timeline. To double-check, I turned myself into a 21-year-old version and saw my boobs. I'm not ashamed to say I wept with my boobs in hand. Sadly, I had to revert my age to 10, so I wouldn't stand out during class the following day. One other thing that happened during these 6 years is Momo being more aware of her feelings regarding me. At first, it was admiration and respect, but soon she found herself feeling something more. After consulting MHA, her mother, for advice, MHA only replied that she would have to work these feelings out herself. MHA said all this, but in reality, it was a different matter. She started shipping us both, my mother joining in on the shipping from time to time. Mr. Yayarosa cried tears of blood as soon as he heard that we were both interested in each other before his wife reminded him of his words a few years prior. Dear, I remember you saying, I will never let a man take my little Momo away. This should be good, right? Sakuya isn't a man, and you can get another daughter-in-law, in the future. Upon the mention of potentially having another daughter, he was brought over to the dark side of shipping. Granted, I did call him Papa accidentally one day during a meal. His tune changed very, very fast after that meal. Mine and Momo's parents are even in talks for a merger between the two massive business empires, which should come to fruition by the end of my first year in junior high. A move that will shake the financial world, I'm sure. They are still working on a name though, the main one in the air is Izao. Enough about that though, today is graduation day. We were all in the assembly hall waiting for the principal's speech to finish before the one, the only, Kono-sensei could speak. Upon completing his speech, Ida was applauding so quickly I wondered if his engines were on his hands instead of his calves in this timeline. That would be interesting. To run fast, he would have to Naruto run to get the pose correct for his engines, and he could have a super move called Recipro Bitch Slap. He would never call it that, but it's what I and everyone else would for sure. Soon Komo-sensei took the stand. There comes a time where a baby bird has to leave the nest and fly. Now I have to say goodbye to all you baby birds and watch you leave into the big wide world. It's my greatest displeasure that I have to say goodbye to you all. But I have taught you all that I could, and I hope you all use it to achieve your dreams. Some of you are students that I will surely remember until my dying days. Ida, you are the most academic person I have ever met. There were times where I thought you took learning more seriously than I did teaching. Momo, you have proven yourself to me and everyone in Katai Elementary that you have everything it takes to become a pro hero in the future. You made band-aids when people were hurt in the playground, you always smiled in the face of adversity, and more importantly, you never gave up on anything you set your mind to. Reiko and Yui, the both of you, would make a perfect hero team in the future if all the coordinated moves you made during the dodgeball match last week is anything to go by. You both sign ridge eyes and understand each other so well, I hope that the bond you both share doesn't fade with time. Toga, you have come a long way from the self-isolating girl I saw skulk into school on the first day. You have truly evolved into a butterfly. Lastly, we have Sakuya, she choked back a sob before continuing, you have made my years teaching you the best I have ever had and probably ever will. You are a natural-born prodigy if I've ever seen one, you understood everything in class, you excelled at sports, and you were the glue that held this class together with your charisma. I am going to miss you the most, your smile, your jokes, your disturbances, your energy. I'm going to miss it all. I only have one last thing to say to all of you, please don't forget about your sensei because I don't think I can ever forget about you all. The dam finally broke, and the unshed tears fell, staining her cheeks and the paper in her hands. She wasn't the only one, though. I was crying my eyes out. The carefree smile sensei said she would miss was no longer present on my face, replaced with a sad frown. I cleared my throat and shouted at the top of my lungs in a shaky tone. I'll never forget you, sensei. Soon, my cry was joined by the others in my class. Momo, pulling herself together the fastest, came over and rubbed my back before creating tissues, dabbing away at my tears. I decided to use the pseudo-biological manipulation technique I learned from future me to age my sensei as a farewell gift. I told Momo to wait for me in the car as I had something to do. I soon found Como in our classroom crying into a desk. I knocked on the side to let her know that someone was present, hurriedly wiping away her tears before looking up to see me. "Hello Sakuya, are you here to say your final farewell?" "Sort of. I'm actually here to give you a parting gift if you'd consider it." "Well, it depends on the gift, I guess. I wouldn't put it past you to have something illegal stashed in that magic bag of yours." "Well, it's a way for you to have the appearance fitting of someone your age." "Well, I wouldn't want to look my age because I'm too old. I guess looking like an adult would be nice though, it would stop a lot of misunderstandings. You know, I applied for this junior high position, but they said I looked too young and wouldn't be respected. I was older than the employer, for God's sake." Soon I explained what I was going to do. She was a bit apprehensive at the mention of me freezing her quirk factor in time before accelerating her aging process. After a quick demonstration through the use of a clone sensei, she all then more happily agreed. I had to go and grab some adult clothes from another parallel timeline for her, though, because as clone sensei demonstrated, she would outgrow the clothing, and it would rip apart. The process took 7 minutes, and it was complete before I unfroze her quirk factor upon request so that she could retain those looks as her quirk was some time of youth enhancement. After yet another tearful farewell, I left towards the car. Upon entering the car and strapping myself in, Momo made some tissues again and wiped my tears away before I leaned on her shoulder. She wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me as close as a seatbelt person can be before asking what I forgot. Seeing no harm in it, I told her what I did for Sensei. "That's a wonderful thing you did for her. She's been self-conscious about her childish looks for a while now. She'll probably spend the rest of today celebrating before realizing she needs a whole new wardrobe," she replied. "It's the least I could have done for her. She's put up with my lack of focus and general nonsense during class for 6 whole years without losing any motivation for teaching me. Not even I could put up with myself for 6 entire years. I have no idea how you do it, Mo-chan." Only one answer came to Momo's mind at that moment, but right now wasn't the time to say it. They just had a tearful goodbye with their entire class and are moving on to their next journey. She didn't want to add to that emotional fatigue, so she answered, "I don't know either." We both fell into a comfortable silence and, for what seemed like the umpteenth time, enjoyed the car ride in each other's embrace. Chapter 10, Chapter 9. 6 months later. A cold winter's breath blew through the open window of the bedroom, gently caressing the pale skin of the bed's occupant. The person stirred in their sleep, completely forgetting what today was, simply wishing to curl up with their quilt and sleep through it all. Sadly, life had other plans for this silver-haired girl. A knock rapped on the closed door, earning a groan of displeasure from the room's owner. Their sleep was once again disturbed. The knocking occurred once more. Having had enough of the disturbances and accepted that rest wasn't in her schedule for today, the girl sat up and curled the blankets around her. The girl was no longer allowed to sleep, but she wouldn't give up her comfort so easily. She looked like a certain homeless ant, wrapped up in her blankets like a caterpillar with her back to the headboard. She called for the knocker to enter. "Whomst have awakened the Ancient One," she roared. However, it was muffled by her blankets and didn't have the intimidating effect that the girl so desired. The heavy wooden doors slowly creaked open, revealing a maid. The maid was carrying a silver tray. The tray had a mug filled with a steaming liquid and a plate with scones and some small pots of fruit preserves. The maid, not forgetting the girl's previous roar, answered the girl's query. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Lady Sakuya. However, your mother was worried that you would have missed breakfast, so I was sent here to deliver it to you. So it was the ancient, one that disturbed my slumber. I suppose I'll allow it. It's fine, Increment. If you could set it down on my side table, I would appreciate it." Sakuya watched as Increment set the food down before asking once more. "Increment, what preserves are in the pots?" "We have a morello cherry compote," she said, pointing to the dark red pot, a blueberry and elderflower jam, pointing to the purple/blue pot. "Finally, we have a traditional strawberry jam," pointing to the last light red pot. Sakuya sat there happily sipping on the warm liquid, now known as a hot chocolate, humming in appreciation for the maid's explanation. Sakuya decided to let the hot chocolate soothe her soul for a bit longer before replying. "Thank you, Increment, a pleasure seeing you as always. You may continue with your prior duties now." POV Sakuya. I watched as Increment left the room, leaving me to enjoy my breakfast in comfortable silence. Reaching over and bringing the tray over, setting it on my lap before picking up the knife. Happily slicing the scones into halves lengthways, sighing blissfully, watching the steam rise from the freshly baked treats. Taking a warm scone half into my hand and contently spreading the blueberry and elderflower jam with the knife provided. The blue mixture seemingly reflected the light from the chandelier above my bed, causing its appearance to resemble that of a deep ocean. Bringing it up to my mouth and taking a bite, a moan escapes my mouth. MMHMP. The sweet blueberry jam was melding perfectly with the floral elderflower into a marvelous concoction that set my taste buds alight with previously unknown combinations that I couldn't get enough of. The smooth, thick texture of the jam, when paired with the buttery texture of the baked scone, was divine. The scone was so soft that I didn't even need to chew, it melted in my mouth as it laid upon my tongue. The scene of my happily humming and swaying side to side to myself after taking a bite of the scones repeated itself until there were none left. It was a bit disappointing. Luckily I still had my velvety hot chalky with me. Sipping on that while trying to remember what today was, scanning my room for any clues. Soon my eyes landed on a specific corner of my room. Ah, it's Christmas. How did I come to that conclusion, you ask? It's elementary, my dear Watson. Chi-chan is wearing a Santa hat sitting on my present to Momo. There are plenty of things that happen on Christmas, but I'm not excited about the traditional stuff. No, it's time for me to hope for a Christmas miracle and that I get enough courage to do what I want to at the gala that's being held in the afternoon. Soaking as much warmth as possible from my quilt cocoon before deciding that I need to get out of bed. Groggily making my way over to the window, I peer out of it, the wind's blowing my long hair back as I do so. The sight that greets me is one that I would always appreciate no matter the lifetime. A winter wonderland, thick blankets of snow seemingly draping over the vast landscape, the moon barely visible in the morning sky, little imprints in the snow were showing that even life still exists in this white winter wonderland. It's breathtaking. More importantly, at this moment, though, it's freezing. Hurriedly shutting the window, I began rubbing my arms to get some semblance of warmth in me again. A hot shower would be nice right now, I pondered out loud. Looking at the clock, I realized that I still have 6 or so hours until the ball starts. The Christmas ball is a huge charity event hosted by some of the wealthier households in Japanese society. The attendees of these balls typically involve the rich, the influential, top heroes, and family/friends of any of those listed. Thankfully, it wasn't being hosted at our estate this time but the Yayorozu's. It was complete chaos last time, we had to hire more valets than we thought. Hawk stole all the chicken as soon as he entered. One of the maids forgot that Endeavor had a fire quirk and that Endeavor's fire facial hair was him using his quirk. Hence, they used the fire extinguisher on him. The remaining Todoroki family members had a good laugh at that. Miruko asked me to make a clone of her so she could fight it to establish dominance, and all this only happened within the first hour, so you can only imagine what happened after. After reminiscing in the shower about all the chaos caused, I decided that it was time to dry and dress. I still had a few hours until the ball, so I decided to get dressed in some black skinny jeans, a white tee, a cream hoodie with a ducky on the front, some black slides, and thick wool socks so my toes can stay warm. Making my way downstairs, I am greeted with the sight of the maids chatting amongst themselves eating breakfast. A sight I was happy to see because some of the maids sadly don't have any family to go to for Christmas. The Azaoi family, fellow house staff included, are their only family. My grandmother was a support hero specializing in relief missions, and most of the maids are the sole survivors of their families from said missions, so Chihiro took them in. They treat Chihiro as their grandmother and Pastonia as their mother. Speaking of Pastonia, she, fortunately, has a family to go back to, one of which is her younger brother, the police chief commissioner Kenji Tsuragami. Merry Christmas girls, I greeted them before leaving towards the home cinema, getting a chorus of Merry Christmas Lady Sakuya, in return. A few hours of sappy Christmas love movies later, Four notified me that I should be getting ready for the ball, turning off the screen, and making my way upstairs. I changed into my dress. It's a strapless blue dress. I do my makeup, I try to keep it minimalistic but added some blue lipstick which was popping and did my nails in the same color. Granted, they may not see my nails because of the gloves, but I still needed to look pretty. Finally, I make my way downstairs with my gift in hand before putting my heels on and heading off to the car. A/N, dress here. A 20-minute drive later, my mother and I finally arrived at the Yayorozu estate, still as grandiose as ever. My mother and I leaned on each other so we wouldn't slip on the icy pathway, with all the press around that would be asking for a media frenzy. I made my way over to our assigned table, where we were seated with Momo and her family, setting my gift down beside my chair. We made some small talk as the servers made their rounds delivering the food to the tables, catching up on each other's lives. Miha and my mother are discussing something secretive. Every time I asked, they just replied. Motherly things. I could only accept their answer as I wasn't interested enough to spy with my quirk. Soon after the entrees were served, I noticed that Momo kept staring at me. Whenever I made eye contact with her, she would immediately look away with a blush. Damn Emo-chan, do I really look that damn good? My ego and narcissism were being stroked tonight. I noticed Hawks doing the same to Endeavor whenever he wasn't using his quirk to pile up chicken at the buffet table to bring back to his table. You do, you Hawks. Endeavor seemed to have learned his lesson this time around and didn't walk into a party with literal fire on his face. I should thank Sixes for that fire extinguisher stunt again. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, the music has started, people were making their way to the dance floor with their partners. I saw Momo gathering her courage, red-faced and fiddling with her skirt nervously. She started approaching me slowly as I waited, a small smile on my face. "Hi, Momo, what's up?" She kept averting her eyes before finally setting them on me. She stopped fiddling with the hem of her skirt and tapped her fingers together. Actually dash. She swallowed the lump that seemingly formed in her throat before meeting my gaze, quietly saying, "Do you want to dance with me?" Taking her hands in mine, stroking the back of her hands with my thumbs, before smiling reassuringly at her, "I would love to dance with you, Emo-chan." Her face lit up, and her jaw dropped before thoughts rushed through her mind as I led her to the dance floor. Yes, 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 yes. I can't believe it worked, thank you, mother. A/N, we're going for some Ed Sheeran, perfect, because I'm not trying to write a romantic moment to some Rammstein. I'd lose my mind trying to do that. In the songs mean Sakuya is saying it. I found a love for me. Darling, just dive right in. And, follow my lead. We made it to the middle of the floor soon enough. I pulled her close and wrapped my arms around her waist as we began to slowly dance with each other as close as we could be. Well, I found a girl beautiful and sweet. I never knew you were just waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love. Not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. I was swaying peacefully in the middle of the crowded dance floor with Momo resting her head on my chest, presumably listening to my racing heartbeat, as nothing else mattered in my eyes. Other couples are doing the same around us. But darling, just kiss me slow, your heart is all I own. And in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms. Barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath. But you heard it, darling, you look perfect tonight. Momo shook her head with the smallest of smiles gracing her ruby lips, her onyx eyes sparkling like the night sky. Well, I found a woman, stronger than anyone I know. She shares my dreams, I hope that someday I'll share her home. I found a love, to carry more than just my secrets. To carry love, to carry children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love. Fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Momo could only tear up at that line, she didn't want to believe it. But the way I sang it with all my conviction shattered her doubts. I pulled her closer, stroking the back of her head as we continued dancing. Darling, just hold my hand. Be my girl, I'll be your man. I see my future in your eyes. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark, with you between my arms. Barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful. I don't deserve this, darling, you look perfect tonight. Momo started taking my words seriously and started blushing into my chest, not a huge one, just a small one that was very noticeable from up close. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark, with you between my arms. Barefoot on the grass, listening to your favorite song. I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met an angel in person. And she looks perfect. I don't deserve this. You look perfect tonight. As the music slowly died down along with Momo's blush, I gradually led her away from the commotion, sending a clone to pick up my gift for her as I led her to somewhere more private. It was time. Making our way to the balcony in her room, I held her hands and started talking. Momo, I have something very important to say to you. I've been meaning to say this for some time, but I didn't dare to do so before today. Plus, you're too gorgeous in that dress for me to put this off for any longer. Momo, will you be my dash? Because my stupid ass kept shuffling about nervously in heels, I fell to one knee on the icy balcony. Before I could get up and finish what I was about to say, I was interrupted by a joyous shout. Yes, yes. 1,000,000 times, yes. Of course, I would be your wife dash. Wife. I was so nervous because I was going to confess to you today, and I was worried you didn't like me like that. I mean, you're just amazing to me. I didn't know if you would like me more than a friend. Don't get me wrong. I was happy to be your friend. I just wanted a bit more, you know. Momo kissed me on the lips before her, and my parents burst through the door in congratulations, both mothers with camcorders in hand. At this point, my clone walked in the door with my present for Momo, a ring. There couldn't have been better or worse timing ever. Momo took the ring box and happily slotted it on her ring finger, beaming happily at me. Me, on the other hand. I was sweating like a motherfucker, screaming internally. I just wanted to be your girlfriend, Emo-chan. We skipped like 20 steps and became wives because I decided to be a classy girl and wear heels instead of flats. I want to say no, but I can't. I just can't. She's too damn happy now, and apparently, it's all been on camera. What do I do in a hard situation like this, you ask? I go with the flow and hope it all works out. Thank you, Emo-chan. I couldn't be any happier. Soon our engagement was announced along with the Izayao merger. The reporters present went nuts. I swear I heard one of them screaming, "Big news," or something along those lines. Me and Momo posed for the reporters. The pic of us kissing each other was the one that went viral. The headlines the following day were full of titles like, Heiresses Unite in Marriage to Form the Biggest Financial Empire in Japan. Chapter 11, Chapter 10. A/N, sorry for the wait. My ISP decided to do some maintenance on the cables nearby, and it lasted forever. I got like £2.50 compensation for 2 days without internet. It's safe to say I'm about to throw down with Virgin Media and strangle them with the new cables. 1 week later. It's been 1 week since I gained a fiancé in Momo. Some people would say that our relationship developed a bit fast, but when you have control over time and are most likely immortal, it didn't in the grand scheme of things. Even if I decided to wait 10 or so years to be engaged, it would still barely be a drop in the ocean of my potential lifespan. There is also the fact that Momo and I don't do anything past quick pecks on the lips, mainly because we're still 13, and I'm not comfortable having sex in a 13-year-old body, and I'm more than sure Momo isn't either. I'm currently sitting in my garden overlooking the scenery. The flower beds devoid of color, the river froze over, icicles hanging off of the railings. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, watching it float off in the frosty weather. I was finally at peace after this hectic week. I was finally alone. Don't get me wrong, I love Emo-chan's company. It's just sometimes I prefer to be on my own and absorb the peace and quiet. Maybe my time in the void has affected me more than I thought. I inwardly mused. Taking a sip out of my thermos, which was filled with hot chocolate, I began to wonder where I would go from here. There was the decision of which school I would go to. I could go to Aldera and manipulate events to get OFA. I could go to the Mustafa private school and get rid of a future problem in Gigantomachia when Mina was meant to confront him. I could go to Sumai and make future contacts in upper society, which could help me out later on in life. There were just too many options and variables to consider, and that was just for which school to choose. There was also the matter of Eri and her future, All Might's injury, AFO's cockroach-like survival, the Todoroki family fuck-ups, Stain, or Stendhal as he is currently called, and the lack of chalky milk in the kitchen fridge. A whole lot of problems that are in some cases more important than my choice of school. Having future knowledge is more stressful than I thought it'd be. I sighed mentally before taking another sip. Deciding to ignore the future problems for now as they were no longer present me's issue, I still had a few years until it's time for UA when most of the problems will arise. I focused on my relationships. My one with Momo has developed a lot more, and she has been a lot more confident in her approach to things she wants. Sure, she will ask for a kiss with all the confidence in the world, but she will immediately shut down with a blush upon getting one. It's an adorable sight I don't think I will ever not love. Another important thing I found out about my Emo-chan is that she gets jealous and insecure easily when I talk to other girls. It's never more than business talks with them. She doesn't want to lose me, no matter how much I say, I would never leave her for anyone. To deter me from leaving her for hussies, as she recalled her mother saying once. She clung to me at events and hardly ever left my side. I don't really want to deal with a potential Yandere Emo-chan. Oh god, that would be terrifying. She's a walking human extinction level event with her quirk. I shuddered at the thought. The scene with Gasai peeping through the letterbox in Mirai Nikki was all too fresh in my brain. The maid who was in charge of me today, Pistonia, saw me shudder and asked. Lady Sakuya, I think it would be wise to head on inside now. The cold is getting to you if that shake was anything to go by. I have been out here for a while now. Perhaps it's best to listen to her. Yes, perhaps it is Pistonia. Thank you for coming out here with me despite the temperature. I do hope you weren't too uncomfortable. No problem, Lady Sakuya, the cold doesn't affect me as much due to my mutation. It seems that I was lucky to be assigned to you for today because the others would probably be shivering down to their bones by now. It isn't often that you head outside into the garden, Lady Sakuya. Is something wrong? Taking her hand and slowly leading her down the recently defrosted path, I answered with a small smile. Nothing is wrong, Pistonia, I just have a lot on my mind right now, and the garden was the perfect place to think in peace. The maid offered a nod before responding. Well, if you ever need a person to listen to your thoughts, I will always lend an ear as I do already for so many of the maids. I feel like a new perspective on things makes things plenty easier going forward. Thank you, as always, Pistonia. I'll keep that in mind. Think nothing of it, Lady Sakuya. It's this humble servant's pleasure to offer advice to you in times of distress. With that, we silently walked towards the house once more, trying our best not to slip on the freshly defrosted pathways. Upon entering the house, I left my coat with Pistonia and changed into my slippers. The effect of the cold weather seemingly caught up to me as I did so. Rubbing my arms, I walked to the kitchen to get a refill on my hot chocolate. After refilling, I moved towards the living room with renewed vigor as the warm beverage revitalized me. Reaching the living room door, I opened it and was greeted with a sight my cold body yearned for. Blankets were strewn across the sofas, the fireplace roaring, the sound of the wood crackling in the fireplace, and a tired Momo reading a book about weddings underneath one of those blankets. Silently making my way over to Momo's side, I sat next to her, pulling the blanket over myself as I did so. As if recognizing my body temperature, not even looking up to greet me, Momo rested her head on my shoulder and closed the book. Finally succumbing to her fatigue, she closed her eyes, whispering, "Love you." Earning a "love you too" before she eventually drifted off. I guess she stayed up and waited for me to come back. Taking the book out of her lap and setting it off to the side, I wrapped my arms around her, causing her to curl up into me, and enjoyed the moment. I can worry about the future later because the present is much nicer to embrace and think about. Chapter 12, Chapter 11. 3 weeks later. Junior high has just started for me, and I ended up choosing Mustafa Private School to get to know Mina and Kirishima better. They were huge balls of positive energy, and I'm sure that they would both be good influences on not only myself but Momo too. There was also the bonus of Gigantomachia's inevitable appearance while he's on the prowl for the Springer Hero Agency. Is that where AFO's spring-like limbs quirk came from? An added incentive for subduing him, I guess. I thought, looking out of the window as the car drove on towards the school. There are many things I have to do during my short time before UA. I need to learn some CQC and martial arts, work on my knife throwing, to make OG Sakuya Izaoi proud, train with clones of myself from alternate future realities to get some combat experience, and yoink Eri in a year from now when her quirk manifests. Luckily, I have all the time in the world when it comes to training. Another thing is that I have found a way to awaken/evolve someone's quirk forcefully. The only drawback is that it hurts like hell. I remember offering it to Momo and Toga last week, and the results were varied. 1 week ago. I was currently in the soundproof training room in the basement. Momo and Toga were in front of me, standing in front of 2 futons laid on the ground. I knew it would hurt, so I might as well make it as comfortable as possible. "Alright, can you 2 lay down for me?" After getting 2 affirmative responses before lying down, I sat down in between them and asked, "Are you 2 ready now? It's going to be really painful. Lay it on me, Saku-chan. I'm gonna be a real vampire after this, right?" "Maybe, you would make a pretty great vampire, Toga. How about you, Emo-chan?" "I'm ready," I could see the nervousness in her eyes. I won't lie. Her squirming was pretty attractive. "Bad Sakuya. You can have these thoughts later." Mentally scolding myself before starting the process. The results were instantaneous, red marking appeared all over their bodies, and they began shrieking in pain. If this room wasn't soundproofed, the maids would probably suspect me of murdering them both. They were both howling for minutes before suddenly a noise brought me out of my stupor. "Ah!" "Huh." Looking towards the origin of the noise, with eyes wide as saucers, I saw it. Momo was moaning. I couldn't believe it. Emo-chan is a masochist. Emo-chan evolved into M-chan. She was twitching, drool leaking from her mouth, half-lidded eyes. The only thing missing would be her tongue rolling out of her mouth, and it would be a full-on ahigo. "Oh god, Emo-chan, this is so surreal. You're 13, for God's sake Emo-chan, you shouldn't be moaning." Taking advantage of this discovery like the sadist I am, I poked her. "On. This is fun," a mischievous smile crossed my face before prodding again and again. I continued prodding her for a good minute or 2 before leaving her alone. I'm sure Toga would have joined me if she could think of anything but the searing pain for a few seconds. 12 minutes later, the process was finally over. They were both panting on the now sweat-soaked futons. I carried them towards the showers nearby and called for a maid to get some clothing for them. I restored the futons to their previous state before returning them to the closet nearby and began looking into both of their futures while waiting for them to finish up in the showers. Soon enough, they both came back fully clothed to the sight of 3 people, 2 older versions of themselves and myself. After some explanations from their future selves about what their newly improved quirks could do, they began testing them out. I already knew what Toga's awakening would do, so there was no surprise when I heard she could copy the person's quirk that she transforms into. Momo's awakening was something that majorly surprised me at its potential, not like her quirk didn't have enough of that already. She can now create things from her imagination at half the cost of her lipids. I could only cry inwardly in envy. "Emo-chan, I have time control, and I'm jealous of your quirk." Flashback end. Soon the school came into sight, the chauffeur pulled over, and I got out. The sight of a rich Ojo-sama stepping out of a fancy car attracted many people's attention. Some knew me from high-class events, secretly thanking their luck, hoping that they would form positive relationships with me. Their stares didn't bother me much. If this were my previous life, I would have shut down and probably had an anxiety attack by now. What was a little bit uncomfortable was that I wasn't with Emo-chan right now. She's always able to hype me up about educational things. The only thing keeping me excited right now is that I have a fully stocked chalky milk cooler in my bag. I looked down at my phone, seeing that I was most likely going to be late. I hurried my steps, making my way over to the front desk and grabbing the first-year timetable before heading off in the direction of my classroom. Reaching the classroom door with 2 minutes to spare, I opened the sliding door and was met with a sight I didn't think I would ever see again. It was Komo-sensei standing at the podium. Sensei. Oh, hello again, Sakuya. I didn't expect to teach you again this year. How fortunate, right? I could only stare at her blankly. This is awkward, Sensei. We had a dramatic heartfelt goodbye, yet here you are. I suppose it is. I should turn you back into lowly Sensei in retribution for all my useless tears. She began sweating nervously. Please don't, Sakuya, my new body was the best thing to happen to me. I just slowly walked up to the increasingly nervous Sensei before reaching out and hugging her. I missed you, Sensei. You have no idea how bored I would be if I had some stupid teacher that only stuck to the rules. Oi. I stick to the rules. You're the one that doesn't hear. Sure you do, Sensei, sure you do. I walked to my open seat, not before leaving a chalky milk carton on the podium for Sensei to sip on. Sitting next to Momo, I sat my bag next to my feet before Momo asked. What kept you so long? Did you pack everything you need for today? Thanks for keeping a seat for me, Emo-chan. I was distracted by things earlier, that's why I was cutting it close, and yes, I did pack everything. The list you gave me was very helpful. Looking around the class, I was met with a few familiar faces in Toga, Mina, Kirishima, and one Itsuka Kendo. The last one was a surprise to me as I wasn't expecting her to be here. Well, I can probably ask her if she knows any martial art dojos I could go to. While I could summon a version of myself who's a master of it, I would like a proper teacher. At least for the beginning steps, as I would feel it would be more beneficial. In short, I don't trust my future self to not mess with me during my training. Soon the introductions were beginning. I took a chalky milk carton out of my bag and started sipping. Toga, seeing my carton, signaled me to hand her one. Already knowing that I had plenty stocked up, I obliged and tossed her one. I asked Momo if she wanted one, to which she accepted. The trio was back in action, sipping chalky milk in the back of the class. The feeling of nostalgia not only I but Komo-sensei felt at that sight was something that made us feel at peace. Toga was called up for her introduction, but this time she added the details of her new awakening and the activation process. She was much happier about disclosing those details. I'm delighted that she's come this far. Maybe I should reward Vlad King and his wife by working my time magic on his wife to get her ovaries back in working order. Momo's turn came soon after. She kept it as formal as possible and disclosed as little about her quirk as she could. She didn't want people coming to her for her quirk, which made her highly uncomfortable. Eventually, it came to the new faces. Hello everyone. My name is Mina Ashido. You can call me Mina if you want. My quirk is called acid. It's pretty self-explanatory. She made a ball of acid and began playing with it to demonstrate it before it got out of control and went flying towards a seated classmate. Luckily, I was there, so I stopped it mid-flight and erased it before it could hit its mark. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It's fine, be careful in the future, Ashido-san. Who knows what would have happened if it hit your fellow student. Will do, sensei. Thank you for stopping it dash. It wasn't me that did that, Ashido-san. It was Sakuya. The entire class at once moved to face where sensei was pointing at me. I met their stares head-on with my blank one, sipping on chalky milk as I did so. Offering a small smile towards the embarrassed Pinkette before saying, "You're welcome." Mina smiled back before continuing her introduction as if she wasn't seconds away from melting some poor girl's face into an unrecognizable meatball. My hobbies include watching sci-fi movies and dancing. My dream, I don't know what my dream is at the minute. Probably to have fun or something like that. She made her way back to her seat, offering another apology to the girl that was about to be hit before a black-haired teen walked up and began his introduction. Hey, the name's Kirishima Ijiro. My quirk is called hardening. It lets me harden any part of my body. It's not that flashy, I know, but it's pretty useful for when I fall down the stairs in the middle of the night. My hobbies include working out and watching old hero documentaries about Crimson Riot. My dream is to be able to protect people and find a use for my quirk in the hero field. Remembering that he was still pretty down in regards to his quirk, I decided to cheer him up and start some whispers about how useful his quirk was. I would kill to have a quirk like that. It's basically a shoe-in for the hero business. He's the perfect shield for the people. And many other whispers. He visibly brightened up as more and more people began discussing his quirk and its usefulness. Momo wondered what the hell was going on inside my head when I said I would prefer his quirk over time control, but soon understood what I was doing when she saw Kirishima's expression. The following person to be called up was the future heroine Battle Fist herself, Itsuka Kendo. Good morning everyone, my name is Itsuka Kendo. My quirk is called Big Fist. It allows me to increase the size of my hands. It works wonders when combined with my hobby, which is martial arts training. My dream is to attend UA and become a hero that I can be proud of. Man, if I wasn't a complete momosexual, Itsuka would probably have been the girl my gay self would have been chasing after. Her quirk has a lot of potential in the bedroom, and I can just imagine her battle fist ing me. Before the thoughts could develop any further, I slapped myself on my cheeks and repeated a mantra in my head. Get a hold of yourself. I love Emo-chan. Emo-chan is the only one for me. I am momosexual, go to horny jail, X. Nodding to myself, I was shortly called up to introduce myself. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, fiancé, blowing a kiss to the now blushing Momo at the last one. My name is Sakuya Izaoi, my quirk is called chronokinesis. It's basically time control. As you saw earlier, I froze time for the acid ball Mina lost control of before erasing it from existence. Slurp. My hobbies include training, messing up timelines, spending time with Emo-chan, and drinking chalky milk. My dream is to inherit the family business and attend UA to become a hero. Congratulations on the engagement, Momo, Sakuya. You can head back to your seat now, Sakuya, as the lesson is about to begin. Sure thing, sensei. Lazily waving her off before heading off to my seat, not before giving Momo a quick peck on the cheek. The day went on from there. Mina came over during lunch and thanked me for stopping the acid from before. I just waved her off and said it was nothing. She was pleasantly surprised that nobody from our small group, me, Toga, and Momo, were bothered about her looks and, in some cases, thought it looked cool. Itsuka came over shortly after collecting a meal from the cafeteria and sat with us. I brought up the topics of martial art dojos, and she recommended some to me. I noticed that Momo was noting the places down as well in a notebook. We discussed our training routines. Upon revealing that I can train indefinitely in stop time, she grew envious and jokingly declared I was cheating. To which I responded, I'm just one massive cheat code. We talked about our quirks. Toga revealed the awakening process to the girls. Momo started blushing up a storm at that point. They were both interested in it but asked for more time to think over the offer as they weren't really in a rush to feel that much pain. I didn't remember offering them the awakening process in the first place. It's not like I care that much, but it would be nice to have a say in such things. The day ended before I knew it. I was back in my bedroom lying upon satin sheets thinking over my day. It wasn't that bad, was the prominent thought. It turns out that reliving my school days wasn't as bad as I thought. It might have to do with the fact I have a loving family and a lot of money in this lifetime, but I'm certainly not complaining. I kept contemplating before eventually a yawn escaped my mouth. Taking that as a sign I should sleep, I turned the lights off and curled up into my sheets before slowly fading into a deep sleep. Chapter 13, Chapter 12. A/N, it's time for some Valentine's Day fluff for Sakumomo. Why? Because I couldn't think of anything else to write. February 14th, better known as Valentine's Day. A day where people build up their courage and ask their desired partners out, mostly with chocolate. I loathed and loved this day with all my passion, and not for the reasons you might initially think. There are many social rules regarding gift-giving etiquette as a Japanese person, and Valentine's Day just happens to be a day with a lot more rules than other holidays. It's just a lot of stress, and I always hated dealing with it. You have to take many things into account when it comes to what you give someone, and I envy the Western world that never really has to deal with them. They can just give someone a random bar/box of chocolates, and it would be okay. You do that in Japan, and you have committed something equivalent to a war crime. The three main types of chocolate I, as a girl, am expected to hand out are Honmei Choco, Giri Choco, and Tomo Choco. Honmei Choco is a type of chocolate that is handed out to people you have feelings for or are in a relationship already. It's often homemade or high-end from renowned chocolatiers. It's meant to convey the passion and emotions of the person giving it. In my case, I am giving Momo some Honmei Choco. OFC, it's store-bought because I want her to enjoy the chocolate, not whatever ish I decide to whip up. Giri Choco is given out to people you are obliged to give gifts to in a non-romantic setting. The recipients are usually male classmates, bosses, co-workers, teachers, and any person in your life you don't like in a romantic setting. The type of chocolate is typically a standard box/bag of chocolate you find in a local convenience store. I like to call it the tsundere scapegoat chocolate, as girls would often use Giri Choco as an excuse to give their crushes chocolate without the fear of potentially being rejected or having their feelings found out. Tomo Choco is given out to people you consider friends and often are given from one girl to another. The quality of the chocolate is in most cases higher than Giri Choco because you would want to spend a little more on your friends, right? I never understood this type of choco because most girls I knew, myself included, would share the chocolate we got from the boys on White Day with other girls, so it's a waste of money in most cases. Luckily, I don't have to worry about money in this lifetime, so I will gift the girls with chocolate when I get to school. I already sent some chocolate to the girls that aren't in the same school as me. Thankfully, White Day isn't a thing in this world. The troubles of White Day didn't affect me that much, you know, because I'm female. For men, it was a different story because there were some cultures where the men were expected to do a triple return or sanbai geishi, which encompassed the fact that men had to return things they received from the girls, in most cases chocolate, 3 times over. It was a pain in the ass for everyone involved. It was a pain in the ass for the boys because they had to figure out the price of the chocolate before tripling it. It was a pain in the ass for me because my tired ass had to spend 2 days a year lugging chocolate around, and I didn't have my magic bag with me in my old life. All in all, Valentine's Day is just a huge hassle. Does that mean I won't celebrate it though? Not at all. I love Momo too much to not shower her in love and attention publicly on a holiday meant for it. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. Looking over to the corner of my room, I see my Valentine's gift from Momo, a fluffy polar bear plushie holding a heart sitting in front of a box. What's in the box are chocolates with exclusively designed packaging, which is a creation of the Lebanese chocolatier, Pachi. Inside are 49 decadent chocolates hand-wrapped in Indian silk and placed on suede leather partitioned with gold and platinum. The packaging technique involves embellishment of the chocolate with gold, Swarovski crystals, and silk rose, which is further followed by a sturdy packaging of these in a stunning box made of genuine leather and magnificent hand-woven silk from India and China. Yeah, it cost a lot. Image here. Getting my hand on that box was a chore. I spent well over a week on the phone trying to get it shipped to my house. Why go through the effort and all that money, you may ask me. Momo deserves the best. Anyone who says otherwise will be Thanos snapped out of existence by yours truly. Deciding that I spent enough time in my blanket burrito, I unwrap myself and make my way to the shower to freshen up before school. After dressing myself and eating breakfast, I make my way to my room to grab my gifts before heading off to the car. My mother took every second she could in the car to both tease me and reminisce about young love before she had to exit the vehicle upon arriving at her workplace. Staring out of the window as the landscapes moves by, I began thinking. What if this is too much? Would she like it? Why do people give chocolates but not chocolate milk? Seems like a missed opportunity to me. Do mermaids give birth to live children or lay eggs, or is it a seahorse scenario where the merman gets pregnant? If I decide to describe myself as indecisive, am I decisive or indecisive? Sadly, I had no time to think about any answers to the questions because I arrived at school. Stepping out after thanking the chauffeur, I made my way to class. Hushed whispers about one of the 3 great Wanisamas arriving made their way around the school courtyard. Great, that title is still sticking. The conception of the accursed, Great Wanisama, title happened in the first few weeks of the school. The bearers of such a prestigious title include me, Itsuka, and Momo. We all got the titles for acting like big sisters towards everyone, whether through giving advice, caring about them, listening to their troubles, and being role models for the female students in attendance. I hate the title, but it could be worse. I could have Yui's title of Silent Princess. There are fan clubs and everything for us. What they do in the fan clubs, I'd rather not know. I do remember someone talking about exclusive pictures, but I chose to ignore them for the sake of my sanity and move on. Ignoring the whispers, I continued, eventually making it to the classroom. I saw Momo and a few others already made it, wasting no more time. I made my way over to Momo, giving her a peck on the lips before saying, "Thanks for the meal." Looking at how Momo.exe crashed due to overheating, I sat down and prepared for the lessons. Everyone began filling into the class, and talks about chocolate had already begun. Komo-sensei came in 3 minutes later and started teaching. Seeing as the topic was history, I decided to pay attention. Komo-sensei always had a way of describing the history of quirks as if she had lived through it all. It made it far more engaging than other typical lessons where the teacher drones on and on about things in a textbook. Sensei had a form of eternal youth type quirk. I don't think it's too impossible to say she was alive since the dawn of quirks if that is the case. I can't imagine looking like a child for my entire life as I outlived my entire family. It's not like she could give birth either to continue on her family line with that body, that's if she found somebody that wasn't just a huge pedophile looking to score a legal loli. Before I knew it, I was giving Komo-sensei a look as if I were pitying her. She noticed my gaze and asked, "Sakuya, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing, sensei, just thinking about how pitiful you are." "Oi, you brat, what do you mean pitiful? You had to live your long life as a loli, sensei. You must have been so lonely. Don't worry, this Wanisama will take care of you now. I can set you up with some rich old fossils around your age. Leave it to Wanisama." Seeing my enthusiastic smile and thumbs up just pissed her off even more, but she decided to drop the topic before completely blowing a fuse. I began to realize that I was just enforcing the title that I hated so much. I helped Komo-sensei, but at what cost? People around the class started to worship me even more after my gracious act of helping their beloved sensei. As the lessons finished and the class went on break, I stopped time and handed out the giri choco by placing them on people's desks and slipping one into Komo-sensei's purse. Unfreezing time, I walked out of class and headed to the roof, leaving a confused classroom full of people wondering where the chocolate came from. I could hear faint shouting as I made my way down the corridor. Sakuyane noticed me. Oh. There's hope for my social life yet. And many other shouts along the same line screaming their undying worship to the great Wanisama. I chuckled to myself before reaching the rooftop, where I laid down and began watching the clouds. A pastime that seemed to have carried over into this life. I guess the peaceful experience was something that I couldn't stop. There was just something mesmerizing about watching the pillowy clouds drift in the blue sky. Soon Momo stood over me. The view just got so much better. She could only blush in response before sitting down next to me. Seeing that we were alone, she started fidgeting in nervousness. She checked the surroundings once more before opening her bag, reaching in, and pulling out a bag of what I can only assume is homemade chocolate. She placed the bag on my chest before saying, "Happy Valentine's Day, dear. Dear. My heart just got shot with Cupid's arrow because I'm somehow falling in love with you, even more, Emo-chan." Sitting up, I placed the bag off to the side before pulling her onto my lap, earning an adorable beep. Kissing her neck lightly before I pulled out my chocolate for her. "Happy Valentine's Day, dear, hope you love it. Sorry, it's not homemade, but I can't cook it all, and I would rather you enjoy today than eat volcanic ash." She began unwrapping the box. Opening the box, something clicked in her mind. "Sakuya. This is a 1 million yen box of chocolates. This is too much. Money isn't a problem. I'll pay any price to make you smile." Kissing her neck once again before wrapping my arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Some cuddles would be enough for my smile. "Well, I have more cuddles for you, but we can save them for later." She unwrapped a chocolate before placing it in my mouth. It was well worth the money if my taste buds are anything to go by. The chocolate coated my tongue and melted in my mouth as soon as it entered. The velvety, buttery texture was a thing of dreams. The creamy block just melted in my mouth, leaving me in the embrace of its sweet flavor. As I was busy enjoying the chocolate from the box I bought, I didn't feel right. I reached over to where I placed Momo's chocolate and began eating them. Sure, it wasn't as good as the box of chocolates. But I prefer hers. The taste of painstaking effort and love she put into these chocolates was very noticeable. The texture wasn't as smooth, the taste wasn't as balanced, and the mouthfeel wasn't as great. I didn't care, though. Momo spent, probably, hours making this so I can have something to eat on Valentine's. That was what made it better. Sure, the fact I'm still upset about all the time it took to get the box shipped may have affected my bias regarding it, but who cares? Her expectant eyes were locked onto me as soon as I picked up her chocolate. Nervousness welled deep within them. She watched my face light up as soon as I took a bite and sighed a breath of relief. The happiness she felt right now was only dwarfed by a few moments in her life. The number one happiest time in her life was the night Sakuya proposed. Number 2 was the night she spent in Sakuya's arms after being accepted at her lowest point. Number 3 was right now as her pride in making her loved one happy with her cooking was amazing, and the 4th is a tie between all the times they cuddled. It was a great start to Valentine's Day in both of our opinions. Shortly after, Itsuka joined us as she wanted to escape the Wanisama fanatics and Mina because she had nowhere else to go. They began cooing at how cute Momo and I were, hoping one day to have a relationship like ours. They did lose their minds when learning the price of the chocolate. Mina short-circuited for a while. It was probably the most pretentious box of chocolates they saw in their lives. They soon began begging Momo to share with them, even after I gave them their Tomo Choco. We all chatted away, enjoying each other's company before returning to the classroom. Me, Momo, and Itsuka returned to the sight of 3 mountains of chocolate on our desks. The fanatics began worshipping us as soon as we entered, earning wry smiles from us. Luckily we prepared for this the day before. I used my distance manipulation on each of our bags so that we would have enough space for their gifts. We would look cold if we just dumped them all at once into our bag, so we placed them all one by one into our bag with a smile on our face. It took excruciatingly long, but I did it. One eternity later, school ended. Komo-sensei, along with many others, came over and thanked me for the chocolate before I managed to politely work my way through the swarm of people thanking me. I spotted Momo waiting for me at the gates. I made my way over to her, and she explained how she wanted to come over for the night. Needless to say, I agreed. My ride was late, so we waited, hand in hand, and made small talk. We talked about one of our favorite topics, our fantastic title. Momo didn't mind the title and being depended upon by her peers. In fact, she enjoyed it. It made her feel useful in the classroom. I don't know how she could be more useful in the class. She's the class president already, so she is already the most helpful person there, much more than myself at least. All I do is drink chalky milk and laze around. It turns out when you're in your second life, you don't need to learn much in junior high when you were originally a university student. The car arrived soon after our discussion about the title. We strapped ourselves in and locked our hands together, a thought passing through my mind after our hands joined in unholy matrimony. Such a simple thing as holding hands, and it already makes me so happy to be with her. Momo began feeding me chocolates she received from our classmates as I leaned on her shoulder. A new scent wafted into my nose after a while. At first, I thought it to be some of the chocolate being fragrant, but one more whiff, I located the smell. It was Momo's hair, and it smelt like apple pie, which was different from her usual vanilla shampoo I'm used to her using. Are you trying out a new shampoo, Momo? Yes, I'm surprised you noticed. Is it bothering you? I thought so. Of course, I'd notice changes about you, dear. You're in my dreams every night, so changes are bound to be noticed. To answer your question, no, it isn't. It smells great, like apple pie. I see. I'm glad you liked it. I was worried about using new products on my hair, but my mother said such good things about it, so I had to try it myself. Well, I'm glad you did. It smells wonderful. Nuzzling my face into her hair, I grew comfortable and closed my eyes. I was later shaken awake by Momo as we made it to the Azaoi estate. We made it inside, had a quick dinner where I gave her the plushie, and proceeded to have a nice night together, playing games and watching movies. Primarily to provide Momo with some inspiration for her quirk. She managed to make some shields and guns from the Borderlands video game series. As a massive fan of the games, I was over the moon. She did manage to make a Norfleet from the games, but we decided it was best for me to erase it before anyone could fire it. A/N, what's your favorite video game series, and if it includes weapons/tech, what's your favorite thing in it? We made our way to my room before washing ourselves together and enjoying a quick bath together. After switching the lights off, we got changed and drifted into REM sleep in one another's embrace again. Chapter 14, Chapter 13. 4 months later. A lot of time has passed since Valentine's Day, and many things have happened in my life. For starters, I have finally, after a total of 6 years in stop time, mastered CQC and multiple martial arts to the point where I am comfortable in taking on opponents quirkless. Did I do this because Homeless Sans quirk is a pain in my ass and is somehow able to erase mine whenever I enter his line of sight? Yes, I did. I don't want to be in the finals exam for UA and be caught off guard by that potential matchup, plus it feels fantastic to judo throw people. I have been working out a lot more, which has led to me developing my muscle mass to the point where my thigh muscles will be on par with Mirko's in a few years. Now that's saying something because her thighs are chef's kiss. She could snap my neck with her Luna Tijera super move, and I'd have no regrets. Oh god, I'm being horny again. My grades in school are still being maintained at a high enough level where I needn't worry about studying. I still will take Momo upon any study dates she asks for, much to her excitement as it involves the 3 things she loves most. Me, studying and dates. The dates typically involve me sipping on chalky milk as Momo and I discuss flashcards she made regarding various topics during class. There are a few subjects that I sadly do need to pay attention to, they are usually the subjects regarding various quirk and hero/vigilante laws in place. There was something else that happened during these past 4 months that surprised me. Recovery Girl, aka Chiyo Shizenji, visited our house. Apparently, she is good friends with Granny Chihiro as they went on relief missions together back in the day. I took advantage of this unknown scenario and formulated a plan in my head. It was a stupid plan, but it worked. So can it really be considered stupid? The plan revolved around me wanting to get a recommendation from her, not only for the UA entrance exam, which wasn't the main priority here, but the medical quirk permit. The permit was a watered-down version of a hero license which allows me to use my quirk in public if it is for the betterment of others. There were many things that I technically wasn't allowed to do with it, like purposely fighting villains as it was designed more with a support role in mind, but there were enough loopholes that it didn't really matter. How did me and my big Brian go about getting this license? I yeeted myself down the stairs and used my quirk to heal myself in front of her. I didn't even make contact with the stairs due to a temporal barrier I surrounded myself with, but the noise generated along with my Oscar award-winning acting was enough to convince them it hurt. Could I have gone about this better? 100%. But I was tired, and my last 2 brain cells were too busy fighting one another to work correctly. It did work though, the healing caught her attention and curiosity before asking me about my quirk and if I was alright. After explaining my quirk to her, she began muttering about being young again and finally retiring. I didn't even give her time to ask, putting on as innocent an expression as I could muster. I reverted her age to her youth. I have to say, I didn't expect a young Chiyo would be this hot. A/N, image here. She didn't notice the changes immediately as she was still too busy muttering to herself. After 2 minutes, she noticed her bodily changes, namely her newfound height and lack of backache. Walking over to a nearby mirror, she was stunned. She was stuck in a moral dilemma. She didn't know whether to berate me for using my quirk without a permit and taking away her retirement or praise me for giving her a body that could finally keep up with all the idiotic heroes in training that keep getting injured. She settled on praising me. Shortly after she came back from her youth-induced high, the questions about side effects started coming. I assured her that there were no side effects from whenever I tested it on myself and that she was free to do some tests at a hospital if she wasn't convinced. I noticed the envious looks Granny Chihiro was sending Chiyo, so I did the same for her, much to her happiness. She looked a bit like Saitenchi from the anime Black Bullet. They began reminiscing about the good old days, even talking about rejoining the relief efforts in certain countries. The conversations went on and on, but I kept subtly steering the conversation towards the license and a possible apprenticeship under Chiyo, to which she more than happily agreed. It turns out that quirks capable of healing are extremely rare, and their users are typically taken to I-Island for studying to see if they could replicate their effects. I learned that there was even a sperm bank on I-Island called the Seeds of Tomorrow, where sperm from rare and useful quirk owners are under cryogenesis. The more you know. 1 week later, my apprenticeship started under Chiyo. She was still a mean old battle axe. Her damn syringe lance hurt so much more than anything else I've ever been hit with. Is it because she knows where to target me and where the most pain can occur? It was a stressful ordeal, a lot of medical jargon got thrown my way, and I was expected to memorize it, which I did. We toured hospitals. During her healing and operations, I shadowed her and even got to use my quirk on a few patients because they were too tired for Chiyo's quirk to work. I did offer to awaken her quirk, but she already had enough problems managing how to use her kisses effectively without risking harm to the patient's life by exhausting their stamina. I didn't know that the event of quirk awakenings was sporadic and that they have never been able to study the body's process when awakening. She began asking me every question under the sun about how I could do it and why. I answered them all to the best of my abilities. Not even I understand my quirk, and how I do a lot of the stuff I sometimes do. It took 3 months of me being her apprentice before she trusted me enough to request that I heal an old friend of hers. Imagine my surprise when I heard the big yellow banana in spandex yell, "I am here," as he ran into the nurse's office in UA on the following Saturday. He even brought along the Chimera principal I affectionately named Fluffy-chan, much to Chiyo's amusement. After healing Toshinori, he bolted off with renewed vigor as evil waits for no man. I think he was just excited to be back in his prime because he forgot to thank me. He made up for it, though. He sent me a letter through post 4 days later thanking me in great length for what I'd done for him. Fluffy-chan began probing me for information about myself and my quirk. It turns out that Fluffy-chan was extra excited at the possibility of a perfect quirk existing that held no drawbacks. We had discussions about the future and what could happen. I made no efforts to tell him about the USJ because it was still 2 years away, and things could change. I did tell him to start building the dorms. Why? I prefer to move in on the first day than some random Thursday in August or whenever they were implemented. Fluffy-chan was even interested in me becoming his student. I didn't know what that entailed, and with the way he was maniacally laughing, I didn't bother asking. Then it hit me, I just did the entirety of Hero Society a massive favor by healing All Might, but I didn't get anything out of it. My selfish self had to rectify that. I proceeded to extort as many favors as I could from Fluffy-chan for my selfless act of heroism. I ended up negotiating up to 3 favors I could call in, which would be accepted or denied at the Chimera's discretion. It was a very successful day. I healed All Might and had him indebted to me. I got 3 favors from the smartest plushie on the planet, and I was informed later that day that I could apply for my MQP. The paperwork for the application forms alone was a nightmare, but I pulled through it. The actual test put me through a scenario similar to the quirk licensing exam 1A had to go through. It was a mock disaster scenario, and I had to attend to the injured and evacuate them all within a time limit and up to their standards. With a time quirk, it was a breeze. Hardly any effort was needed for the evacuation when you can stop time and summon clones, and with my newfound medical knowledge, I was able to tend to the wounded efficiently. Me and the girls still had the occasional movie nights at either mine or Momo's house. With everyone living a pretty long way from one another, it was hard to schedule these things. They naturally decided to put on some horror movies. When the first jump scare happened, and my squeal was heard, all my reputation as a fearless person from the newcomers, Itsuka and Mina, was thrown down the drain more and more as the movie continued. Mina joined in on the teasing, whenever she wasn't bawling her eyes out, terrified. Itsuka decided to be the mom of the group and comforted me along with Momo. The next day at school, I found out that there was another, limited edition Sakuyane picture floating about, which was me with tears in my eyes huddled up in blankets. Whoever was selling them was making a considerable amount of profit. Miha Yayorozu, upon learning that I was being taken on as an apprentice by a hero, decided to call in a few favors and managed to get Momo an apprenticeship with Sir Naite. I was happy with her choice. There weren't many heroes that could help Momo out, and Sir Naite was one of the best ones out there for her. He was helping her with predicting her opponent's moves and adaptability regarding her quirk. She often sparred with the one and only Mirio. I felt bad for her until I remembered she could make a taser that hits intangible things. Yeah, her awakened quirk was complete bullshit. Momo and I would often exchange our experiences during the apprenticeships with each other whenever we cuddled. She liked being curled up on my lap and having me listen to her day, and I was more than happy to be there holding her in my arms, listening to it all. Whenever she curled up into me, I saw some longing in her eyes whenever they darted to my lips mid-explanation. Taking note of her stares, I moved in, and we engaged in a short make-out session. The feeling of Momo melting into my touch as we made out was addicting. The feeling was only enhanced when we pulled away from each other, a thin trail of saliva connecting us. The sight of Momo's face was amazing. Her slightly parted lips, her half-lidded eyes peering up at me with clear want in her eyes, the crimson flush on her cheeks. It was heavenly. We continued on making out for a few more minutes before the experience was too much for Momo and she experienced her first orgasm. She covered her face in embarrassment before I could reassure her that it was fine, and I was flattered that I got such a reaction from her. I carried her to the bath and we washed each other off, keeping it PG in the tub for that night. We both changed into matching black negligées and drifted off to sleep in each other's gentle but loving embrace. Thoughts flashing through my mind before I could fully fall asleep. Tomorrow was the day one of my goals would be accomplished. Chapter 15, Chapter 14. Waking up the next day, I was greeted with a sight that would never get old, Momo sleeping next to me. Her raven hair splayed out behind her, reflecting the orange dawn light that managed to break through the crack in the curtain, almost sparkling like a miniature galaxy. Her eyelids shut tight, hiding the onyx gem-like eyes behind them. Her dainty hands wrapped around my waist as if I'm her lifeline, burying her face into my ample chest. I could see a small smile gracing her lips as I calmly ran my fingers through her long hair. It was a peaceful start to an eventful day. I should probably buy a truck the same model as Truck-kun and use it as a shrine for the truck gods. I do have him to thank for this lovely second chance at life. Definitely worth having my muscles completely eviscerated onto hot asphalt by being run over. I have a lot scheduled for today. There's the apprenticeship that I have with Chio, a kidnapping to commit, a favor to call in with Fluffy-chan, and adoption papers to fill out. Yep, today I'm going unicorn hunting. While mulling over my game plan for today, I didn't notice that Momo was stirring awake. What caused me to notice was the vice grip Momo was having on my torso. Peering down, I met her onyx eyes. She was still tired and very comfortable, but unfortunately, she also needed to wake up as she has her apprenticeship scheduled with Sir Naite for today. I ran my fingers through her hair once more, gripping the back of her head softly, arching her head up to face me as I did so, and gave her a peck on the lips. You can't sleep all day, babe. You know how much Sir Naite hates rescheduling things, and this apprenticeship has been really helping you out. But I'm so comfy. Sir can see the future, so he should know I'm comfy and wouldn't want to disturb that. Giving her a peck on the lips one more time, I replied, yes, but so can I. He would be mad today and strap you into the tickle machine if you don't turn up. The mention of the Tortu tickle machine was enough to remind her of the severity of the situation. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get up and ready. You say that, babe, yet you are still snuggling into me, I remarked, chuckling at her antics. Just use your quirk and let me feel like I cuddled you for a bit longer, please. She's getting sneaky. She's pulling off the forbidden move. The puppy dog eyes. Sighing slightly before I replied, sure, babe, you can have 10 more minutes cuddling. I used my quirk to alter her perception of time so that 1 second for everyone else would be 1 minute to her. 10 seconds later, I fixed her perception of time. It took some more convincing, but she did finally get up. We stretched for a bit before making our way over to the bathroom, not before I made sure to call a maid over to get our clothing ready. Stripping bare, I make my way to the door that leads to the showers. Looking back, I see a fully clothed Momo staring at my body. Noticing that she was staring, she hurriedly averted her eyes. Era, you can stare all you want, babe. Or is it that you want help stripping? How naughty. Not trusting her that her voice wouldn't squeak, Momo could only offer a shake of her head in response. Chuckling at her embarrassed expression, I opened the door. Seeing that the bath was already ran for us both, I made my way over to the stool. Sitting down on it, I began lathering the coconut body wash all over myself, causing coconut-scented suds and bubbles to form. Hearing the door open, I look over to see a nude Momo. She looks great with her hair down like that. Maybe I should convince her to let it down when alone with me. Babe, could you help me out and wash my hair for me? Sure, as long as you do the same for me. I love my long hair, but it's a pain to manage at times. You didn't even need to ask, you wouldn't be able to stop me from touching your silky hair. What followed that exchange was some of the most sensual hair washing and scalp massaging I think I could ever experience and perform. Rinsing myself off, I relaxed in the bath. Momo soon joined me and sat on my lap as per usual. There are 4 things that give me the most pleasure in life: chalky milk, good food, Momo, and a nice warm bath. There are probably plenty of other things that give me pleasure, but those were the 4 that came to mind, and right now, I'm able to enjoy 2 of those 4. As we were soaking in the warm liquid, I started speaking. Babe, how do you feel about unicorns? I think they're one of the prettier mythological creatures. Why, she replied, feeling perplexed. Well, I am going unicorn hunting after I'm finished with Chio today. Unicorn hunting? And how are you going to go about doing that? They aren't exactly real. You know how I can see into the future and past, yeah. Yes. Well, I managed to find a unicorn on one of my peering sessions. It's recently lost its father, and its mother no longer wants it anymore, so how would you feel about adopting it? Ah, that's pretty sad. I can't imagine someone doing that to their child. If you feel like you would be responsible when taking care of it, I'd be more than happy to take care of a unicorn with you, dear. I could only celebrate mentally as phase 1 of convincing was complete. Now it's time for stage 2. Yeah, leaving a child like that all alone after it just lost its father is beyond scummy, earning a hum in response from Momo. I continued after a few seconds. How do you feel about kids, babe? I know we can't reproduce together normally, you know, being both females. But if there was a way to have a child of our own, even adopted, how would you feel about it? Well, I'd love to start a family with you, dear. But as you said, unless we can find someone with a gender-swapping quirk, it would be impossible to conceive on our own. As for adoption, I'm open to it. She took a breath before continuing. There's just a lot we have to put into thought when doing so, like, should we make them the heirs to the conglomerate or not, what background have they come from, their personalities, age, etc. We have more than enough money to provide for the child and are more mature than most our age, well I am at least dash. Ouch, I'm very mature, you know. But yeah. I'd love a little family of our own. Well, we can treat the little unicorn as our child if you want. I'd like that. Soaking in the bath for a few more minutes before Momo and I decided it was best to get going to our respective apprenticeships. When the car arrived at Nai's agency, I told Momo that she shouldn't wait for me as I had to go somewhere this afternoon. Arriving at the UA, I stepped out of the car, walking up to the gate where I used my temporary ID to enter without setting off the security system. It was currently a school day, so UA was packed to the brim with students looking my way, curiosity apparent in their eyes as I wasn't a teacher, nor a pro hero, nor a student. It was confusing to the student populace, but their confidence when walking stopped any attempts they would have made to question me regarding their doubts. I found myself in front of the staff room before I knew it. Opening the door, I was met with a common sight. Homeless Ann was sleeping on the floor, Midnight was making innuendos, Vlad King was sipping on some tea with Lego Cohen, Present Mike was singing to himself, Snipe was polishing his revolver, Ectoplasm was grading papers with Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl was complaining about something. This mess of a group are the people that teach the next generation of heroes. Chio-chan is Fluffy-chan here today. I need him for something. Ah, hello, Sakuya. He's in his office over there, she pointed in the direction of the principal's office. It had a smaller door on the bottom of the door reminiscent of a cat flap for Fluffy-chan's use. Thanking Chio, I opened the door, not bothering to knock because the chimera was probably watching me through the cameras as soon as I entered anyway. Yo, Fluffy-chan. Good morning, Mrs. Aoi. Can I interest you in a game? The plushie replied, pulling out a chessboard from who knows where. I gave a nod, knowing that if I refused, he would have sulked. He doesn't get many challenges when it comes to games of chess. Still, when you can see all possible futures and abuse it to win matches. There's not much else that the super-intelligent chimera could ask for in a challenge, a seemingly impossible goal, a puzzle waiting to be solved, a mountain to be climbed. The current score was 12 o'clock in my favor, but that's to be expected. So what has brought you to my office this time around? I doubt it's for a match. Well, I need you to work some of your big brain magic and get me some adoption papers drawn up for a girl named Eri. Simple enough, but why would I be needed for this? Surely you can do this with your mother. Haha, that's just the thing, I may not have told her about it. Plus, the child is just going to be thrown out on the streets anyway, so I should do my sovereign duty as a future pro hero and adopt the unicorn child. You want to adopt her because she has a unicorn quirk? No, no, no. Don't be silly, Fluffy-chan. I'm doing this because I'm one of 3 people that could adopt her without being completely erased from existence. Oh. So she has an erasure-type quirk, does she? That's pretty dangerous. I assume that one of the other people that could adopt her is Eraserhead, who is the last. Have you ever heard the Three Musketeers motto, Nedzu? It only happened for a split second, but the shock was very evident in the beady eyes of the principal. It wasn't hard for him to connect the dots because All Might could barely take care of himself, let alone a child. It seems you figured it out, Fluffy-chan, and for your information, Eri has a temporal quirk. Namely the ability to rewind things to their previous states. You wouldn't want the big bad of the underworld to have that quirk in his arsenal, now would you? No, we wouldn't. You would probably be the best option to take care of her too despite your age dash. Well, technically, with all the time I spent in stop time, I am currently in my mid-20s. It's just I didn't want to turn up to junior high with such a mature figure as it would raise some questions. That at least makes this somewhat better. If you could, I would prefer it if you age yourself up to at least 18 years of age. It would save you and me a lot of time asking questions in the future. If anyone asks, then say that you hit a quirk-induced growth spurt. He took a sip of his tea before continuing. But yes, you would probably be the best. With all the information you have given me, I can only assume that she has a stockpiling mutation/emitter hybrid quirk. Stockpilers are notoriously hard to control at young ages, and if her quirk is as powerful as I fear it might be, she might accidentally erase people. Sure, Eraserhead could adopt her too, but when she wants to sleep with him because of night terrors or something, and it activates when he's asleep, he would be dead before sunrise. Your absolute control of time and ability to exist unaffected by time would make you the best candidate to avoid any accidental erasure incidents. I'm glad you see it my way, Fluffy-chan. We could also use your MQP as a more legal reason for a 13-year-old to adopt this Eri. She would require help, and you would be the only person that could safely offer help to the child. There is also the added fact that nobody wants to mess with an heiress of the Izayao conglomerate. After having all the details ironed out about the adoption of the unicorn, we began discussing topics. Like what his alternate selves are doing ATM, quirk awakenings, societal issues, among plenty of other issues. He agreed to allow me to awaken his quirk, only if I altered his perception of time so it would be over in a split second. I could only click my tongue in annoyance. The wailing and squirming were the best part. His quirk high specs evolved, which allowed a form of thought acceleration of up to 1000x to develop. It wasn't a combat-oriented use, but it was a fantastic thing for Fluffy-chan as he was over the moon when he heard it. Leaving the room, I heard him muttering something along the lines of redoing everything. What everything entailed is up for debate, but I knew I should take my leave for now. I found myself in the infirmary with Chio later on, looking after the students that keep getting injured. One of the future big three, Nijire Hato, is a regular in the infirmary. It wasn't because she kept getting injured, no. It was because her quirk uses her stamina, and she doesn't ever want to stop using it. As a result, she passes out due to exhaustion almost every day. She keeps increasing her stamina every day, and there was a visible improvement because she finds herself on the beds later and later into the school day each time. I shortly found out that Nijire needs to hug something when sleeping. Otherwise, she gets antsy. Most times, her girlfriend Yuhaya is the victim of the periwinkle koala. However, when she is busy and can't stay for long, I offer up my arm as a tribute to the cuddle demon. Luckily I'm ambidextrous and can still fill in any paperwork needed and make clones for anything that requires moving. Nothing eventful happened during the day in the infirmary. I mean, if you can count the fact some random support course student got beaten up for taking pictures of the girls in the hero course for creative inspiration, eventful, more power to you. We didn't even bother healing him fully after learning of his deeds. I just made sure he would be able to turn up the next day before throwing him out again. After my apprenticeship had ended for the day, I thanked Chio for her time and made my way to the front gate. I was waiting for 12 minutes on my phone before my ride came. Upon entering the car, I informed the driver that I would need to be in Koenji soon and make haste. I made sure to direct the limo to the street where my baby unicorn would be abandoned, and we waited there. We made small talk about our days for a good 17 minutes. Then I saw it. A middle-aged woman pushing a baby stroller walked into an alleyway, and not even 10 seconds later was nonchalantly walking out of the same alleyway with no baby stroller in hand. Making sure that the entire exchange was recorded, I made my way out of the car and started walking towards the alley. The closer I got, the louder the crying became. I subconsciously hurried my steps the closer I went. I was met with the sight of a baby, a little horn poking out of her forehead in cake-covered clothing, seated in a baby stroller parked up near the garbage bins. Tears were running down her cheeks, her wails breaking my heart as she cried out for attention. Before I knew it, I was tearing up. Picking the child up, I looked into her crimson eyes before saying, "Hey, there, sweetie. Why are you crying?" The unicorn could only babble as if it knew what I was saying. Looking around, I couldn't even find a note. Wow, what a bitch, didn't even leave a letter. She literally threw her away into the trash. How vile. I tilted my head, and Eri leaned hers to match mine. Smiling a little, she copied that, only giving a toothless smile in response that resembled a banana-haired hero I knew. Well, aren't you adorable? How about you come with me now, yeah? Her smile seemed to brighten up even more at this, hope dwelled deep in her eyes. Maybe someone would want a monster with a curse like hers were thoughts that plagued the little one's mind. Starting to walk out of the alley, the child in hand, I felt another presence. It seems like that scumbag decided to come out of his BDSM dungeon he calls a villain base. I turned around and what I saw confirmed my suspicion of the person's identity. It was a man with brown hair wearing a plague doctor's mask and a jacket staring at me, probably in hopes of intimidating me. Good, you found my daughter. Oh God, his acting was terrible, and even if I didn't have meta and future knowledge, I would have never believed him in the first place. Ari, seeing the men, blew a raspberry at him. Now that's not nice, sweetie, doing that to your father. How rude. His entire body language was throwing off flags like crazy. I can only imagine what would have happened if Mirio decided to knock his ass out on their first meeting. It's not like he didn't have anything to get him by. The child he was claiming was in dirty rags and covered in bandages. That would have amounted to a child neglect and possible abuse case, and they would have had enough to detain him on sight. Maybe his brain and common sense phased out of his body. Let's say I believe this pathetic attempt of a lie you are spouting. Why was she just abandoned in an alleyway by a person who ran away after doing so? Some guy took her and left her here. Is that so? You don't see much alike. You clearly don't have a horn mutation. I could maybe stretch it and say you have a bird mutation with that ugly as plague doctor mask on your face. Not to mention every other feature of your disgusting face. She was given to me by her birth mother, who didn't want her anymore. She said she was a curse. Can you believe that? She's such a sweet child too. So the birth mother gave her to you, but a guy took her and left her here. Of course. But she was dropped here by her birth mother, not some random guy as you claim. His expression, somehow, turned even uglier than it already was. He started removing his gloves. Not having any of this, I stopped time and looked around for any potential CCTV cameras. Noting that there were none and no video, I had enough of his existence. Turning Ari to face over my shoulder, I stretched my hand out and completely deleted him. I had no time to deal with his stupid quirk nor his pathetic Yakuza cell. Hari Kurono or Chronostasis will probably take over the trigger business and eventually lead to them being taken down in a raid as their primary threat in Overhaul will be gone. Maybe Rappa will go back to underground quirk fighting rings when he realizes that their boss is gone. He would make a great bodyguard, perhaps I can snag him before he becomes too infamous. If I can't snag him for myself, I can probably convince Fluffy-chan to take him on as a CQC instructor. Why bother doing all of this for Rappa? I thought he was a pretty cool dude. I unfroze time and started making my way to the car. Ari was in my arms and snuggling deep into my chest, probably trying to get some semblance of warmth. I can't blame her, it is pretty chilly. Sitting down in the limo, I strapped myself in and sat Ari down in my lap. The driver was sweating bullets. Lady Sakuya. Yes. Is that a child on your lap right now? Yes. Did you kidnap someone? Perhaps. Can you start driving home now? I have to gather my thoughts on how to explain this to my mother. Maybe it was my blank tone or the fact I just committed a crime, but he rushed out in agreement and started driving. During the drive, I used my quirk to make Ari return to her actual age of 4, she must have accidentally used her quirk on herself. She must have noticed her changes as her vocal cords were working correctly. There we go, good as new. Don't you agree, Ari? You how do you know my name? Well, I have a quirk like you. It lets me know a lot of things in the future and many other things. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I forgot such a sweet girl's name. Ruffling her hair as I spoke, she seemed to lean into my touch with a blissful smile on her face. It seems the curses her mother said to her affected her to the point she craves affection from motherly figures. She started tearing up a little, probably remembering that she was just abandoned not even 3 minutes ago. You know, miss, what's a quirk? Well, sweetie, it's a thing that makes people unique in this world. They give special powers and boosts. I touched the point of her horn, just like your adorable little horn does. But mommy said my horn was a curse. AAMI demon. Wrapping my arms around her petite waist, I pull her closer into my lap before saying, Sweetie, you aren't a demon. You're an adorable unicorn. Also, that bad person doesn't have any right to be your mommy anymore after she left you there. Ari began looking down, tears hitting her tiny clenched fists. I am all alone now, aren't I? Mommy didn't want me, and Papa is gone. My heart broke the longer she spoke. I'm a bad girl, aren't I? No, sweetie, you aren't dash. I am. Oh, otherwise, Mommy would have kept me. Ah, sweetie, your mommy is the bad person here, not you. A good mommy would never have left you in that dirty place all alone. You remember how I said I could see the future? Ari was too busy sniffling to reply, so she could only nod her head in response. Well, you want to know what I saw in the future? I once again received a shaky nod. I saw the sweetest angel. She used her wonderful quirk to save so many people. She was super cool too. Always saving the people with a smile on her face. You want to know who she was? It was you, Eri. Booping her on the nose, I earned a giggle before continuing. You are such a good girl. You make me look like a bad girl in comparison. But you're a good girl. Well, that makes you an even gooder girl than me, doesn't it? She didn't reply, but the smile on her face was enough to answer for her. Stroking her snow-white hair, she curled up into me. You know, Eri, I can be your new mommy if you want. I'm already part of one big family, with so many people. I'm sure they would love it if you became part of our family. What do you say? Yes, please. All right, sweetie, I pulled out a stack of adoption papers where all I needed was her signature. You see that line? If you want me to be your mommy legally, you have to write your name there, okay? An eager nod was all I got as her small hands quickly scribbled her name down. Welcome to my family, Eri. You can call me Mama if you want. If you see someone who looks like an older version of me, you have to call them Grandma too. I need Eri to work her cute charms to make sure the discussion with my mother goes over well. A single grandma coming from Eri's cute face would be enough to demolish her defenses. Mwahaha. Damn, an evil laugh sounds so much cooler when other people do it. Okay, Mama. Metaphorical lightning struck my body. Our cute children that call you Mama every is AOI's weakness. A smile blossomed on my face. The driver was losing his mind. 1 second the young miss kidnaps a child. The next, the child was crying in the back, and now the young miss has officially adopted said child. How long has she been planning this child heist? Oh, and sweetie, if I tell you someone is called Momo, you call them mommy too. MHM. Taking chalky milk out of my bag, I pierce the top of the carton and hand it to Eri. Time to convert her into a chalky milk addict. She started sipping it slowly before soon speeding up after the taste hit her. Yes. She's a kindred spirit. Seeing the disappointed expression on her face as she finished the carton, I gave her another one. Make sure to slow down this time, sweetie. I don't have many of those on me. Soon the house came into view. I quickly shot a text to my mother saying that I had become a mother and her granddaughter was outside. The results were immediate. The front door swung open, and there she was. My mother. You see that woman at the front door, Eri? She's your grandma. MHM, grandma is pretty. The car parked right in front of the door, and my mother was staring me down through the tinted glass. Having had enough of the stalemate, I opened the door and led Eri to the front door. I squeezed her hand, which was the signal. Hello, Grandma. Couldn't have done it better myself, Eri. That smile, the cheery wave, the enthusiasm. It was sure to be a critical hit on my mother. I was right. Eri used greeting. It was super effective. Mother has fainted. It was a critical hit. Way to go, sweetie, let's take her inside for now. Picking my mother up, I carried her to the living room. The maids were freaking out for reasons similar to the driver earlier. Decrement, could you be a dear and fetch some of my old pajamas for my daughter? Foss, can you get something light for her to eat, please? Of course, Lady Sakuya. They both bowed before leaving. Knowing that Momo was in the house, I took a quick selfie with Eri and sent it to her. It was titled, Unicorn Hunting Equals Accomplished. The flurry of texts I got from her as she made her way downstairs was astronomical. After a very, very, very long discussion with Momo and how I brought up, she already agreed to it earlier that day. She wanted to adopt a unicorn. Eri has one horn. She was up for adoption of a child of our own. Eri is a child. Of course, there was a lot more convincing after those points were brought up. But all arguments went out of the window when Eri started tearing up. The real kicker was her next words. Mama, mommy doesn't want me, does she? Yeah, Momo caved in soon after. She soon learned that she had the dote skill at level 100 and began fussing over everything Eri would need. Eri just sat through this all on my lap, happily nibbling on some fruit salad Foss bought over. My mother woke up after the salad was finished. She was much more open to me adopting a child, mainly because I can make clones and make sure she isn't alone and is fully attended to. The sob story of Eri's circumstances, combined with me being one of the few people that could help her train, helped win her over even more. All the signatures needed for adoption were now signed on the paper. All that was needed was for it to be filed the following day by Fluffy-chan. My mother started doting on her, similar to Momo just before. Fortunately, Eri yawned. Looking out the window, I saw it was already dark outside. Carrying Eri in my arms, I made my way over to my bedroom. Eri didn't have enough energy left in her, so I had to change her into the cute cat onesie that Momo made with her quirk. Laying her down in the middle of the bed, I laid down next to her. Momo, getting the hint, shut the lights off and went to the opposite side of Eri. Her new family now surrounded Eri, and I think she could tell if the smile on her sleeping face was anything to go by. She turned in her sleep and started snuggling into my chest. Momo put on a fake hurt expression. Can't believe it, it's only been a few hours, and she already has a favorite. Can you blame her, dear? I'm your favorite too. She clearly has good taste. I pecked her on the lips before we both drifted off in each other's arms, shielding Eri from any harm that may come. A new member of our family has appeared. Chapter 16, Chapter 15. Waking up the following day was amazing. The quality of sleep I got last night was beyond anything I have experienced within my 2 lifetimes. Letting out a drained yawn, I looked down to see my little unicorn sleeping soundly in my arms. Noticing Momo's absence, I wondered where she went, but with the help of temporal awareness, I knew it was time for school already. So she must have left already, not wanting to wake me up. How nice of her. I didn't have to worry about waking up for school early today as I had to take Eri to Chio for a checkup. If the mother was willing to abandon her child, she might not have vaccinated her. But I wasn't a neglectful bitch, so I made sure to book an appointment with Chio yesterday night. Peering around the room, I find a stack of neatly folded clothing placed on the bedside table. Having a fiancé that can make anything you could need is handy. Eri began to stir awake. Her snow-white hair disheveled, her horn poking out of the cat onesie looking like a thong for the cat. It was an adorable sight to behold. She sat up and frantically began looking around, tears coming out of her eyes as she did so before finally meeting my tender gaze. It was real. Disbelief was evident in her tone. What was real, sweetheart? The family. You are really want me, right? Sitting up against the headboard. I pull her into my embrace, stroking the back of her head as I do so before replying. Of course, I do. I love you, sweetie. Anybody that wouldn't want you is a big dum-dum. Eri began gripping the front of my nightgown tighter in her tiny hands. Seeing that I didn't convince her enough, I continued. Plus, I booped her on the nose before carrying on. It's a question of whether you want this, Eri. You do want to be my sweet little unicorn, don't you? See. You want this, and I want this, so let's just enjoy our new life together, okay? I could hear a muffled, okay, mama, coming from my breasts. Picking Eri up, I made my way to the clothing pile that I assume Momo left out. On top were my school uniform and a set of clothing for Eri. Eri's outfit consisted of a white shirt, a yellow striped sundress, matching yellow shoes, and green trousers. So the question is, do I bring Eri to school with me? The answer is obvious, damn right I do. Taking the clothing in my free hand, I made my way to the bathroom. Placing Eri down, I opened the connecting door. Seeing that the bath wasn't run, I turned the taps on before going back to the changing area. Eri didn't know what was going on, but she soon started copying when she saw me stripping down. Noticing that she was struggling, I asked. Do you need help getting out of that, sweetie? She tried to pull the onesie off over her head, not knowing that it was impossible. All she managed to do was pull the hood over her face. Yes, please. Taking the zipper on the back of the onesie and pulling it down, I soon freed her from the cat prison. There you go. Thank you, Mama. I still haven't gotten over the shock of being called Mama. Even though I explicitly asked for this, I didn't know it would take such a toll on my heart. If she asked me to wipe out the human race, I would do so in a heartbeat. When we were both entirely stripped down, I opened the door again before heading over to the bath as it was done filling. Eri tried to get into the tub, but I stopped her. Sweetie, we get into the bath after we finish cleaning ourselves. Now move your cute little butt over to the stools. If you want help washing yourself, just ask. Eri pouted but complied nonetheless. Remembering her fondness for apples, I took out a bottle of apple pie-scented bubble bath and mixed it in the water. Then, making my way over to the stools, I sat down and began to wash myself down. Looking over at Eri, she was fumbling around with the shower head. I quickly shampooed and conditioned my hair before rinsing all the lather down the drain and doing the same for Eri. She especially seemed to enjoy the scalp massage, if her happy humming was anything indication. There was something about washing your child's hair that was magical. I felt like my mom level increased after doing so. I achieved the Tao of shampoo and conditioner. The unicorn was more than happy to be able to enter the apple-scented bubble bath as soon as I gave the go-ahead. Maneuvering myself behind Eri, I began soaking in the warmth. What could be better than a cold shower to wake you up, only to plunge yourself into a warm bath? Not much. Chalky milk and my girls, that's for sure. Anything else is up for debate. Watching Eri play around in the bubbles with a rubber ducky was oddly therapeutic. Bathing was one of the few times that I can truly let go of any and all of my worries/responsibilities. My life is pretty intense compared to the average 13-year-old in the MHA world, let alone compared to my old life. If I could tell my old self what was going to happen in the future. Knowing the old me, she would have probably yeeted herself in front of any truck she could, hoping to escape the monotony. Intense my life may be, but it's enjoyable nonetheless. After Ari had grown bored of the rubber ducky wars we had in the bathtub, we got out and dried ourselves off. We both got dressed with minimal difficulty. Granted, Ari did need help putting her socks on. But I was all the happier to help my angel out. Did I take advantage of the situation and tickle her feet? Of course, I did. Her joyous laughter filled the changing room until my tickling scratch was itched. She did pout and ignore me for the journey to the kitchen. It hurt my heart, but it was worth it. A/N, the unicorn's outfit. Entering the kitchen, I grabbed us some quick snacks and a bottle of apple juice for Ari. We didn't need to stay for breakfast as I was planning to get some pastries on the way back from UA. So, with my bag in one hand and Ari's hand in the other, we set off to the car. After making sure that Ari was buckled in safely, we set off for the appointment. 30 minutes of playing I Spy with Ari in the car later, we finally arrived at our destination. I told the driver to take a 20-minute break as we might take longer than expected. The driver parked in the staff parking lot, and we got out. Ari was staring at the large building in front of us with stars in her eyes at the size of the main building. Scooping Ari up in my arms, I walked through the front door, met with an all-too-common sight. The student populace's inquisitive stares, they view me as an enigma. I was someone who can call the principal Fluffy-chan and get away with it. Someone that can call Aizawa-sensei homeless-san and not get any reprimanding. Someone that can just waltz into UA without a uniform. Someone that has the demon medic's respect. I was the biggest mystery in UA for the student populace. They knew my name and my family ties, but that was it. Now, this enigma has a small bundle of joy in her arms, calling her mama while pointing at things that interest the joyous unicorn child. The conspiracy theorists in the school were going crazy. Was I some eldritch god that came to dominate their minds with my domineering demeanor? Was I the mysterious person that made the demon medic young again? Was I the actual person in charge of the school and held a position higher than Nedzu? Was I just some random girl whose pet is Nedzu? The last theory was the most accepted one. All were true in some aspects, though. Ignoring their gazes for the umpteenth time this month, I continued walking. I needed to stop off at Fluffy-chan's office so he could file the paperwork before heading to the infirmary where Chio would be waiting for me. Swinging the door of the staff room open without a care in the world, I strutted over to the chimera who was enjoying some jasmine tea at a nearby table. Fluffy-chan, look at who I have with me. Peering up from his cup of tea, he answered, "Ah, you must be Ari." What am I? A mouse. A dog. A bear. I'm Principal Nedzu, of course. Don't listen to him, sweetie, his name is Fluffy-chan, he's my pet chimera. Nodding in affirmation, Ari responded with a joyous wave. Hello, Fluffy-chan. The present teachers in the lounge were stifling laughs at the interaction only to shut up when their boss glared at them. Anyways, Fluffy-chan. I have the paperwork for the adoption all filled out. All I need is for you to be so kind and file it for me. Placing the stacks of paper on the desk in front of him. I saw he was still a bit irked at me calling him a pet. He took a deep breath before replying. It would be my pleasure, Mrs. Aoi. Also, please refrain from calling me your pet in front of company. Reaching over, I started scratching behind his ears, his feet began swinging off of the chair he was sitting on in response. Ah, Fluffy-chan, who's my adorable little chimera? Yes, you are. The principal was too far gone into nirvana to respond. Pulling my hand away, earning a whine from the usually professional chimera, I walked out. I used his post-petting high to escape. I heard him threatening Midnight to delete the video she took, or all her dirty laundry would be aired to the public by the morning. Sometimes I forget how scary Fluffy-chan can be. Ari was just nuzzling into my neck throughout the entire thing. How adorable. On my way to the infirmary, I saw Ari was getting uncomfortable with the stares we were getting. Making eye contact with the crowd that formed, I put on the most condescending face I could. Do you all seriously have nothing better to do? You were accepted into a school with a less than 1% acceptance rate, and yet here you are, making a child uncomfortable with your disgusting stares. Do you have nothing better to do? Like making use of the expensive facilities or something? Pathetic, I expect better from UA students. Be glad my daughter is here, and I'm happy today, or I'd have had you expelled for wasting my time with such nonsense. The venom in my tone, coupled with the fact I threatened expulsion, made them all wince and avert their eyes. It felt nice berating them, the fear in their eyes was delectable. Oh Lord, I really am turning into an S more and more each day. Continuing with my strides, I finally made it to the infirmary. Chio was waiting inside for me as she said she would be. Nijire was unconscious on a bed, wriggling about as she didn't have anyone to latch on to. Sitting down on a chair and pulling Eri into my lap, Chio began her tests. It turns out that Eri's mother wasn't as much of a bitch as I thought. She at least got Eri fully vaccinated. Don't get me wrong though, she's a massive cunt, and I still despise her. The only reason that I haven't erased her would be because I want her to see the eventual articles about Eri and how she is living a better life than the mother that abandoned her. Karmic justice will be served, and I will enjoy every moment of it. Seeing that the driver would still have 10-ish minutes left of his break, I decided to stay in the infirmary and help Chio out with the paperwork. Eri wandered over to the sleeping Nijire and poked her. Unfortunately, she was soon in the clutches of the periwinkle koala, and it wouldn't let go no matter how much she wriggled. She looked over to me for help only to see me with the phone in hand taking pictures, eventually resigning to her fate as a pillow. She flopped down and cuddled back. After the driver's break was up, I made my way over to Eri to free her from the demon's stranglehold. When we got back to the car, she was still upset about me abandoning her to the cuddle demon, as she called Nijire. I could only chuckle and ruffle her hair. But I knew she would forgive me as we were making our way to a nearby bakery. The best way to earn anyone's forgiveness, you ask? It's good food and cuddles. Entering the bakery, the scent alone made Eri drool before she ran over to the display cases to look at what's available. We ended up buying a box of 6 canneles, a dozen strawberry cheesecake cronets, and 2 croque-monsieurs. A cannelle is a small pastry with a soft and tender custard center with a dark, thick caramelized crust. Cronets are a cross between a donut and a croissant, as they are made with sheeted pastry dough reminiscent of a croissant and fried like a donut. A croque-monsieur is a hot sandwich made with ham and cheese, then topped with grated cheese and slightly peppered and salted before being broiled until the cheese melts. The cronets and cannelles were for both the girls at school and us. Meanwhile, the croque-monsieurs were just for Eri and me as we didn't have any breakfast. Eri and I were snacking on our croque-monsieur while it was still hot. It was a perfect breakfast food. Even after being exposed to expensive and exotic foods in this lifetime, I find that simple foods like this still have a huge place in my heart. Hell, I would happily live off the McDonald's sausage and egg McMuffin and the rest of the breakfast menu if it wouldn't lead to health issues later in life. Thankfully, the sandwiches were served in a paper bag so all the crumbs would be caught. Crumbs and food in general in car seats is a huge pet peeve of mine, as they are a massive pain in the ass to vacuum out. If you have food between your seat cushions, sadly, we can't be friends any longer. If they can't even take care of their car, how are they going to take care of our friendship? Watching Eri nibble away at the sandwich was amusing because it was so warm she had to blow on it twice before every bite, and when the bite entered her mouth, a smile blossomed onto her face. It was an infinite loop of blowing, nibbling, and smiling. She was like a little cartoon mouse that found some cheese. We arrived at the school 2 periods before lunch was going to start. Making my way through the corridors with Eri sitting in my arms attracted a lot of attention. Whispers started about the great Sakuyane being a lullicon, Sakuyane became Sakuyamami, and I wish I were that girl. Many other hushed whispers and stares through the classroom windows happened while approaching my own class. I messed with them a bit and kissed Eri's cheeks in the open view of a classroom, causing her to hide her face in embarrassment as the cooing started. Opening the door to the class, everyone's attention was brought onto the presumed kidnapping victim and me. Naturally, I ignored it all and walked over to my seat. Momo's face planted onto a desk as soon as she saw me, the others gawked at the situation at hand. Komo-sensei had seen many things in her lifetime, she was over 200 years old after all, so it was only natural. Yet, this situation was unprecedented in her long career as a teacher. A student came in late to school with a child. She kept having thoughts about where the child came from. Did she steal her from the nearby elementary school? Was she hers? Is this a victim of her quirk that she decided to mess around with after de-aging them? She had no idea, but she wanted answers. You Sakuya. Yes, sensei. Who is that child, and what is her relation to you? She's called Eri. Eri, say hi to Komo-sensei. Hi, Komo-sensei. And to answer your second question, she's mine. Like, you kidnapped her. If you want to get into technicalities, yes. Gasps were heard all around the classroom before Momo decided to smack me on the back of the head. Ack. That hurt, babe. Stop messing around with Komo-sensei. Sensei, she's our adopted child. I can assure you that we didn't, or at least I didn't, kidnap her. Then, after reassuring Sensei, she turned back to me, why did you bring Eri here? I thought the plan was for you to send her home with a clone after the vaccinations. It's simple, isn't it, Eri? She missed her mommy. What kind of mama would I be if I deny my sweet unicorn that? She didn't believe what I was saying for a single second. So what did I do next? I pulled out every Yaoyorozu's week card, the promise of good food. I guess I can just leave with all the pastries I bought. Eri spent so long picking them out for her mommy as well. Guess I'll have to give them to the maids now. She knew I was manipulating her, but she didn't care at this point. She wasn't mad that Eri was here. In fact, she was glad. She said it's fine before Toga whispered over. Do you have any for me? OFC I do, Vamp-chan, meet me at lunch near the big tree. You're the best, Saku-chan. The lesson soon got back onto track with the occasional stares from Mina and Itsuka. Itsuka was taking pictures of Eri and me. We were both in sync, sipping on chalky milk. It was the best mother-daughter picture in existence. Then again, I'm biased. Mina was busy discreetly texting all the juicy details in the group chat. I forgot to mute the group chat before class, so my phone was pinging like crazy before I managed to mute it. Seeing my phone, Eri began playing with it. I opened up a Tetris app and let her go nuts. I don't even know why I have Tetris on my phone, I suck at it. I almost cried when Eri, a 4-year-old child, was better than me. It was a wound on my pride that will never heal. I watched as Eri connected block after block before it all came down like a Jenga tower, netting her a massive score. It was way more fun watching her play than paying attention to the mathematics class going on. I did still pay attention and answer any question asked, but I was more absorbed by the secret gaming prodigy I recently adopted. When lunch came around, everyone thought it to be a great idea to crowd around my table and start asking me questions before I scared them off. Seriously, who thinks it's a great idea for 20-ish people to start interrogating a child? Scooping Eri up, I lead her to the large tree in the courtyard. Taking a blanket out of my bag, I set it down, and Eri sat down on it, still playing on my phone. I did manage to take the phone off of her and replace it with a coloring book and crayons I got from a store nearby the bakery when she was deciding what to pick. She started happily humming to herself as she began coloring the line art of a bird. Momo and the rest of our friends came over shortly after. I took the pastries out of the bag, and we had a little picnic in school. They wanted all the deets on Eri and our situation. I told them all the full story after getting an unamused look from Momo when I gave them the fake story. They all demanded to be called aunties by Eri, who happily agreed. I don't think she really knew what she agreed to as she was too busy coloring and eating to care. The fan clubs were going crazy over their great one Isamus and how great they are with children and every other compliment under the sun. Pictures were taken, which we all tried our best to ignore as we were used to their antics. Finally, a single brave soul decided to approach the picnic out of the crowd. It was the shark BOI himself, Ijiro Kirishima. He went on and on about how manly we were for adopting a child. The girls were going to shoo him off at first before I stopped them. Kirishima was the most likable male Hero Corps student, in my opinion. The previous gloomy middle school Kirishima from canon was no longer a thing, all the rumors about how cool he was worked wonders for his confidence in his quirk. He talked about his dream and how much it would mean to him to achieve it. He fit in perfectly in the tight-knit friend group I cultivated over the years. Plus, it would be great to have a guy friend. Of course, he was cursed out for approaching the goddesses of the school and speaking to them so freely by other envious students. The most vocal of these people was a girl named Rin Yamai. She sports long auburn hair and has red ribbons in her hair. She was completely obsessed with us all, specifically me. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a shrine of me in her room filled with all the pictures available on the school's black market. After we all finished eating the pastries, I invited Kirishima to the group chat. Of course, this caused a massive outroar from the dedicated fan bases when they heard about it. They even planned to steal his phone just to be able to witness us speaking and pretend the messages were for them. Oh well, that isn't my problem. Kirishima is a big boy, he can think of this as awareness and vigilance training. As we laughed and talked about random topics, it was nice. The feeling of friends and being wanted. I looked over to see Eri still coloring the bird, it was a complete mess, and she went outside the lines many times, but I loved every bit of it. We even colored a picture of a watermelon together. Eri never saw watermelon before, so she colored it to have pink skin with a yellow and blue inside. When questioned why she did it that way, she simply replied, "It looks cuter this way." All was right with the world as we traveled back home that day. The cute energy of Eri combined with my playfulness, and Momo's easily flustered demeanor was a deadly combination that could make anyone feel at peace. We slept that night in the same position as yesterday. All cuddled together under the blankets protecting one another from any potential nightmares. Chapter 17, Chapter 16. 6 months later. The past 6 months have been relatively calm. Momo and I turned 14. The celebration was just a small family and friends scenario instead of the usual high-class balls held previously. I have mastered the art of throwing sharp pointy things in my stop time. One of the maids bore witness to the aftermath of one such training session. She walked into the underground gym area to deliver some refreshments for me to be met with the sight of 300-ish throwing knives lodged into pictures of Elmo and Big Bird. I had to go to therapy the following day. I kept up with my physical training regime. Of course, I don't ever really need to do it, as with my pseudo-biological manipulation technique, I can give myself as much muscle mass I desire. But it's more of a therapeutic thing now. The feeling of working my body to its limits is a gratifying experience. My apprenticeship with Chio is finally over, and she has recommended me for a higher level MQP, the MHP, Medical Hero Permit. The higher level will grant me the privileges and temporary title of a doctor, such as access to medical databases, open access to medical hospitals, free medical care, the ability to prescribe medicine, and many other beneficial things. I would still need to pass medical exams and be successful through the monitoring period of my higher MHP trial period, where they will check if I abuse my privileges before I become a full-fledged doctor/hero hybrid. It was a lot of work, but thankfully my observer is Chio. She is too respected and valued in the medical community to be rejected when she asks for observation rights over an applicant. Unfortunately, this means that I will be spending less time at school as I will be needed for exams and in hospitals/UA throughout the following year. Granny Chihiro and Chio have also been talking about taking me on relief missions with them and 13. The ability to revert any injury and demolished buildings is an invaluable tool in those scenarios, and depending on my performance during those, my trial period may be shortened. It's too surreal, the chance that I could be a 14-year-old with a medical hero license. It was, quite frankly, absurd. A 14-year-old with a doctorate, anime logic is crazy. Dr. Izaoi does have a nice ring to it, though. I never once thought that I would eventually become a doctor when I yeeted myself down the stairs all those months ago. Chio has begun seeing me as her own granddaughter. It was a late June night, and we were just finished sterilizing the equipment when she spilled her heart out to me. It turns out that the life of the medic hero for Chio was a sad one. She lost her only daughter to a villain attack 6 years ago. She would have been able to save her if she was in the area. But, unfortunately, she was in Kyoto in the middle of life-saving surgery for a stranger. She couldn't even hear the last words from her daughter when she called through the phone because she had to turn it off during surgery. So she had to listen to it through a voicemail. A voicemail that I'm sure replays in her head every single night. She saved a stranger at the cost of her family. She said that she didn't regret her decision a single bit, but anyone could see she was lying. Her tears were dripping down her cheeks onto the recently sterilized scalpels, the choked sobs and the shaky voice leaden with guilt. She hated it, and she hated herself for prioritizing her job over family. She felt something was off the night she left Mustafa. If only she listened to her gut. Thousands of what-if scenarios plagued her mind over the years. I couldn't ever fill the void in the older woman's heart. So I happily called her grandma in hopes that it helped her out even a tiny bit. It was the least I could do for Chio, after all the help she gave me throughout my budding medical career. I am currently 3 months into my year-long observational period, and I haven't really used, let alone abused, my privileges. I don't have the time or a reason to abuse the privileges. I saw a lot of gruesome injuries during my time in the hospital's ER ward. I am slowly becoming more and more desensitized to gore and blood. It helps me out during movie nights where the deaths happen. I'm still a scaredy cat, though. Eri has been roughly the same over the last 6 months. The only noticeable difference is that she has grown her hair out longer and has been trying to braid it to look like mine. It was adorable when I saw how she would look after Momo used some extensions to give Eri an idea of what she would look like if she did decide to copy her mama. Of course, she would have copied her mommy, but it would take too long and wouldn't feel the same due to their hair colors being so vastly different. She is still sleeping in the same bed as us, despite there being a room fully furnished to her specifications right next door. We both gladly let her sleep with us. Sadly, there are some nights where she has nightmares. They are often about when she was abandoned and what that strange birdman might have done to her if I didn't come into the alley that night. It usually takes a lot of kisses and cuddles to calm her down enough to where she would be able to sleep again. Eri made a big splash during her upper-class debut. She acted in a prim and proper manner that perfectly depicted what was expected of her as a child that connected 2 major families even more. How did we get her to do all this, you ask? A lot of bribing with chalky milk, cuddles, and apple pie with ice cream on top. She hated every single second of it. But, to be fair, almost everyone else did too. The party was full of pompous and pious pricks. They tried to play matchmaker with her and their children. Someone tried to use his status and age as a means to strong-arm me into accepting on Eri's behalf. I gave him the biggest, most formal, verbal lashing anyone has ever bore witness to right in front of the cameras. His company's stock lost a lot of value the following weeks after the scandal of him trying to strong-arm a 14-year-old into forcing their adopted child into a quirk/political marriage came to light. Eri has grown considerably closer to all of the girls in my life. However, she still doesn't really like touching males in fear of her quirk activating as it did for her father. As a result, she dislikes Kirishima and tenses up whenever he touches her, which he doesn't do anymore because of that. She has gotten over her fear of the cuddle demon, Nijire, and now, at times, will approach her for a hug whenever she isn't asleep. Her favorite people are me, Momo, Grafia, Itsuka, Chiyo, Mina, Toga, and then Nijire in that order. Why is Chiyo so high up? It's because she slips her some lollipops whenever she accompanies me to UA. Eri also shares my fear of horror movies. She would be huddled up against me, hoping that I would give her some form of security. Too bad I'm crying my eyes out right there with her. Whenever Nijire and Yu are invited over, Nijire would join in on the safety pile, as she was terrified too. Yu would be too busy laughing to comfort her girlfriend, as it's super rare seeing the upbeat Nijire like that. She will join in on the pile eventually, though. Momo had progressed a lot in the 6 months when I wasn't looking. She has grown great at CQC under the tutelage of Sir Naite and has begun forward-thinking and adapting to combat scenarios a lot more. She would often ask to spar with a few of my clones in the time chamber alone. The time chamber is just a walk-in wardrobe that I altered so that 1 hour inside is a minute outside. She has begun designing her hero costume, which I heavily modified and suggested improvements to. She kept the color scheme and patterns, but the material used was one of her own creation. It is a malleable metal alloy that works as a one-way pathway and a synthetic skin. It was a lot more form-fitting than her canon costume, but there was also no boob window that gave people a perfect place to stab. It's also a lot more durable, and as she keeps working on her imagination and designs regarding the imaginative alloy she created, it will only improve. She also no longer needs to carry around a dictionary on her back like in canon, as she only needs to imagine what she wants. I could never imagine how she could possibly keep a dictionary balanced on her back like that and never have it fall off. Momo has also begun some firearms training under the watchful eye of Snipe. It took a lot of iced tea, but I convinced him to take Momo on as a student. I may have slipped him some of the Infinity pistols from the Borderlands games Momo made. She has grown to enjoy firearms a lot more and has now developed a vested interest in FPS games. Her aim has improved a lot, and she can hit moving targets with varying degrees of accuracy. But for a few weeks of training, she has improved immensely. That's if Snipe's bragging in the staff room is to be believed. Thankfully, every time she has Snipe's lessons, she is in UA, which means we can spend more time together whenever our schedules line up accordingly. Momo's imagination and creative uses of her quirk have come a long way. She no longer makes a bulky metal shield, and bow staff as her first combat implements like her canon counterpart does. Instead, there's a lot more electricity and tactical grenade usage. Sometimes she even uses electrical grenades. Those fucking hurt. She wanted to make a super soldier serum, but I shot that idea down until she got it thoroughly tested by Chiyo to make sure it would be safe for use. I didn't want her accidentally making herself into some weird flash sack due to mutations. Sure, I could reverse it and would, but I would never want to see that in the first place. Toga has been taken under the wing of Homeless-san in stealth training and undercover hero training while her adoptive father Vlad King teaches her more about her quirk and laws. She hated all this training but stuck through it all as she didn't want to be left behind by Momo or me. She managed to get a Great One-sama title in school. Naturally, she embraces the new title with open arms. It turns out when your original family hates and neglects you, you openly embrace and love it when people want to have any sort of familial bond with you. Toga's 14th birthday was a huge sleepover with everyone bar Kirishima. I got her a Chichon plushie that she adores. I also decided to do Vlad King's wife a favor and repair her womb. She can now have children and is expecting in 2 months. Toga also began drawing up preliminary sketches for her hero costume. She's stuck between a cute school uniform look, canon costume, a costume reminiscent of Black Widow, or a skin-tight suit like Vlad King's one. All of the designs have the mouthpiece and syringes, which is the most integral part of her costume. Mina hasn't been doing much apart from trying her best to get Eri into meme culture and continue her dance practice. But, of course, Eri couldn't care less about eating things when there's chalky milk and Oreos to be devoured. Mina has been studying a lot more in school and has started requesting mentoring sessions whenever big tests come around. It may have had something to do with me mentioning that you have to pass a written test to get into UA, too, not just fight some stupid robots. After all, nobody wants an illiterate hero that can't fill in paperwork correctly. Mina requested that I awaken her quirk too. I was apprehensive at first. Why? She secretes acid when she's scared or in pain as a bodily response. She would melt through my floorboards in no time at all as soon as the pain started kicking in. Guess what happened when I did awaken her quirk? Nothing. Why? It was because I had the foresight to have Momo make some acid-proof tarp that I could lay down. I should have thought of that months ago. Mina's awakened quirk allowed her to become acid itself, like a Logia from One Piece. She can't breathe whenever she changes her head or chest into acid, so eventually, she will reform when she runs out of breath. The only way to hit her would be to have an alkaline of a sufficient pH level to neutralize the acid before attacking. She has begun enhancing her instincts, so she would be able to transform her body into acid on reflex whenever something was about to hit her. It took many bruises and busted lips, but she managed to get her reaction speed down to an acceptable level. Not much has changed in Itsuka's routine over the past 6 months. She's still as studious as ever, still works extremely hard in her martial arts training, still the mom of the group, and still a colossal motorcycle fanatic. So we all chipped in, mainly Momo and me, to buy her a motorcycle she wanted as a birthday gift. It's currently sitting in her garage, where she dotes over it until she is old enough for a license. A lot of happy tears were shed that day. Ah, right. Something that has happened in Itsuka's life over the months is that she has a part-time job in a maid cafe near the school. Having a flustered Itsuka serve me coffee while calling me master, what a great life I live. I did offer to awaken her quirk, but she declined, saying she'd like to fully understand and incorporate her current quirk into her martial arts before adding an unknown element on top of her workload. Mine and Momo's parents were busier than usual over the past months. The IZAO conglomerate has been expanding rapidly after some huge scandals in China took place with various support equipment providers and media outlets. So naturally, our parents took complete advantage of this, and we are now a big name in China. It was an excellent opportunity for our company to get an in for the Chinese market because even in this world, they are an economic superpower. The formal events and dinners that Momo and I had to attend over in China were tedious and totally not worth traveling for. The only upside was that we got to experience some new cultural things. There was a lot of food that was great, especially anything involving pork. Some random kid tried to convince me to eat a century egg while we were in a restaurant. I didn't want to even smell that damn egg. Fluffy-chan is still the imposing chimera overlord that Yue fears. But, he and I also have been a lot closer over the past months. We mostly spend time with strategy-based board games and such. It took 1 week for us to end our Monopoly match finally. It turns out that the staff was betting on who would win. Snipe, Present Mike, and Midnight won big time upon my victory. We do talk about a few personal things here and there. But Nedzu is a very private person, so those types of talks are few and far between when compared to the everyday banter we typically have. I haven't really been keeping up with whatever Kirishima or Tsuyu were doing. Kirishima, whenever he speaks to us, is usually about heroes and other things, so I don't know much about his personal life. Tsuyu, on the other hand, doesn't really talk much apart from over text. She has gotten a stalker by the name of Habuko Mongoose, though. She was terrified and felt as if a predator was stalking her throughout her school life. Thankfully, I knew that Habuko was just lonely and wanted a friend in Tsuyu. Mainly due to them both having animal-like mutation quirks. After some theories about why she was stalking the poor froggy, Tsuyu decided to approach her. I was happy that Tsuyu could make a friend who lived near her as I was worried she would be a little lonely. Reiko and Yui have been working on more dangerous super move combinations during their time at a different school. They haven't neglected their physical training either. It's just more fun throwing boulders in deserted areas. I have awakened both of their quirks. Their reactions to the process were vastly different from the previous. Yui was completely silent the entire time. That was if you didn't poke her. She would then let out an adorable squeak, glaring at whoever was the one poking. Reiko was letting out banshee screeches. I guess looking like a ghost wasn't just for show. Yui's quirk awakened to one similar to her mother's. It allows her to increase the size of organic objects as well. Thankfully she tested her giant transformation outside after dressing in clothing made out of similar material to MT Lady's hero outfit. Reiko's quirk awakening was just an increase in lifting capacity. Previously she was only able to lift objects around the weight of an average human. Now she can lift the average weight of a car. Not a flashy upgrade but a great one nonetheless. It'll help her majorly in rescue operations and potential car collisions she may come across. Currently, I'm sitting in the study in my house, and I stopped reminiscing over the past half a year. Looking down in my lap, Eri is curled up asleep. In my right hand, there's the bedtime story I just read to her. Closing the book shut, I set it off to the side before scooping the unicorn in my arms. Turning the lights to the study off, I made my way to the bedroom. It was just Eri and me tonight as Momo was busy with her parents all day and slept at the Yayorozu estate. Pulling the blanket down over itself. As soon as I set Eri down, she immediately started squirming and frowned instinctively at the loss of body heat. Then, lying down next to her, she immediately latched onto my blouse and snuggled into me. Her previous frown turned into a content smile as I planted a kiss on her forehead. Good night, sweetie. Pulling the blankets over us, I drifted off. Chapter 18, Chapter 17. Waking up the next day, I was already both bored and dreading it. Was it because of Gigantomachia's appearance? Not entirely. It was because of the large number of things to be doing today. I have one of my medical exams today on human physiology. I am fully prepared for it and have studied the subject in question extensively, but I, or my clone, in this case, will be bored out of its mind for the 3 hours it will take to complete it. I also have many appointments booked today from random heroes who were injured and or maimed in the field and a few civilians caught in the crossfire of villain fights. They initially went to Chio for treatment as she's known as the best healer in Japan, but she recommended me to do it instead. Her reason? It was to get me some experience dealing with injuries and make some connections in the hero world. I was all the happier to accept the patients, but Chio scheduled them all for today in Hosa City's hospital, so another clone will be made for that. Additionally, I have a 3-day spa trip that Momo's parents scheduled for Momo, Eri, and me to go on. They received them as a gift from a business partner in China who recently branched out into the hospitality business in Japan. I was looking forward to this for the entire week. Some R&R was sorely overdue. This is where my actual body is going to be for the day. There's no chance in hell that I was going to send a clone to that. Momo already asked Itsuka to write down notes for her so she doesn't miss anything. What a diligent future wife I have. Don't get me wrong, though. Gigantomachia's appearance was also weighing on my conscience. It was a turning point in Mina and Kirishima's life and ultimately led them to become heroes. I already wholly fucked the timeline anyway, but I would let them experience the situation for themselves, even if I change it a little. Why? I kind of care for these people now and would like them to grow a bit. They aren't just drawings on a screen for me anymore. They are actual people. Plus, they're my friends. I have zero care in the world for people I don't personally know, like the Broccoli Boy, aka, the former protagonist, who may or may not be getting that broken quirk. Do I have any doubts that some weird plot armor would come into play for him to receive OFA somehow even if All Might is healed and has no reason to give it to the suicidal vegetable? Of course, I do. However, in the case it doesn't happen, I would be elated to see the results. This is one of the reasons I haven't looked that far into the future yet. I'd like to experience the changes firsthand. The clones are a godsend, but I also retain all the memories from them, so I'm dreading the information overload I will be experiencing later tonight. Thankfully, I can slow down time and accelerate my thoughts to keep up with the load. But, the new information will be annoying to sift through at a later date for anything important. I looked down and saw that Eri was still sleeping soundly in her little unicorn onesie her Auntie Toga bought her for her 5th birthday. Deciding not to disturb her, I sent a clone to go and run the bath and fetch some clothes so she can be ready for our outing later today. After my clone finished running the bath, I erased it and gently shook Eri. She woke up, rubbing her small balled-up hands into her eyes to wipe out the gunk before looking up at me. "Mornin', Mama." Pecking her on the forehead before I replied. "Good morning, sweetie. We need to go and get cleaned up ready for later today. Can you walk to the bathroom, or are you still a bit tired? Can you carry me, please?" "Sure thing, sweetie." Scooping her up into my arms, I made my way to the bathroom. After we both stripped down, with me helping Eri get unzipped, we entered the bathroom. She was still a tiny bit tired. I can't blame her. We woke up 2 hours earlier than usual because we had to drive a few hours to reach our destination, Kusatsu. So I cleaned her up while she sat on the stool. She was fighting the urge to fall asleep. My scalp massage made it infinitely harder, to the point where she nodded off for a few seconds before the cold water woke her up when I rinsed her down. Her startled squeak when the cold water hit her was adorable. I couldn't even stifle my chuckles despite how hard I tried. We sauntered over to the bath. It was giving off a sweet alluring scent. Looking back in my memories, I saw that the clone used a honeycomb bath bomb. Sitting down in the amber liquid, I relaxed at the side of the bath, soaking in the warmth and aromas that the liquid was giving off. Eri shuffled her way over to my lap and plopped herself down on it, presumably so I can keep her upright if she does fall asleep. She nodded off a few minutes into the bath. I let her nap for a bit before I woke her up, and we went off to the changing room to dry ourselves off. I did most of the drying and dressing for Eri, as she wasn't up to the task of doing it herself. She was dressed in a warm red sweater with a strawberry pattern on the sleeves, matching socks, and black jeans. I was dressed in a similar outfit. The only changes were the sweater was blue, and the fruit on the clothes was blueberries. A/N, image of unicorn here. Thankfully, the maids did the packing for our little outing later today, so I didn't need to bother with it. Leaving the bathroom in some slippers, we made our way to the kitchen. Eri gave some fatigue-filled greetings to any maids we passed along the way, to which they more than happily returned. Entering the kitchen, I was greeted with the sight of 2 stacks of pancakes waiting for us. I guess the maids notified the chefs of our imminent arrival. Setting Eri down on a stool, the smell of food woke her up fully before she started digging in. I joined her soon after, making sure to drizzle some syrup onto both of our stacks. Miraculously, Eri managed to eat the pile of syrup-covered pancakes without making a mess all over her new sweater. Making sure to grab some travel snacks and 3 thermoses filled with hot chocolate before we set off to the car. Not forgetting to make the clones that will be doing all my duties for today before doing so. 1 each for the exam, hospital, and school. After making sure that all my clones had transportation and were fully dressed for their required roles, me and Eri went and picked up Momo before setting off on our long journey. Mina POV. I was walking to school. It was almost time for the summer holidays to start. I can't wait. The sweet scent of spring gradually being replaced by the smell of the local flowers being in full bloom. I was currently in my summer uniform, which I much prefer to the winter one because the feeling of not needing to wear a blazer was freeing. I began reminiscing about the past week, casting back to last Wednesday when I managed to get everyone from the school friend group to go to karaoke after school. It was super hard because everyone is so busy nowadays. Itsuka has her job and martial arts training she does in her family's dojo. Toga has a lot of hero training from actual heroes. I'm so jealous. Kirishima. Well, Kirishima didn't take much convincing. He just accepted straight away. Was he feeling a bit left out of our group? Food for later thought. Then there are the two busiest people. I seriously have no idea how they do it. Yamamo was always busy either studying, training or taking care of their child, Eri aka. The best child any auntie could ask for. She spends 4 days a week under All Might's former sidekick. How cool is that? Training with someone that worked with All Might is a dream for most people that want to go to a hero school. Whenever she isn't training, she is studying, not only for school but business and etiquette lessons for if she wants to take over her parents' things. She's one of the most intelligent people I know. I should know, as she helps me study at times. I'm no longer failing science now because of her. Then there's Sakuya, the big sis/boss of the group. I wonder every day in the shower how she isn't dead from exhaustion yet. She's already basically in UA. She spends a lot of time there and is working under the nurse there. I heard she was on her way to becoming a doctor. We're 14. She could also probably beat up All Might in a fight too. She's a complete monster in human skin. She's already saved and healed so many people already yet stays humble about it. She would only accept compliments from Eri. Eri has the most influential person I know wrapped around her tiny, adorable fingers. That 5-year-old is in a position I'm sure many rich people envy. I'm convinced Sakuya is the smartest person in the world. She explains things so easily and studies so many complicated things that would make my brain overheat. She gave me ways to utilize my quirk that I never knew. An example is that I can change the viscosity of my acid and make glue to trap people. She also suggested a workout routine involving dancing and a martial art called capoeira that I enjoy. I don't think she's human. Oh, she might be an alien. I'll ask her later. Aliens are cool, and Sakuya is cool. That's as much of a connection I can make at the minute, but I'm sure there's a link somewhere. She and Yamamo are also great parents to little Eri. I wonder if they would adopt me too. It would be a win-win situation. They get to spoil me with everything they want to, and I get to be spoiled by them. I'd feel bad about leaving my parents, though. I'm sure they would understand if I bought it up. Oh yeah, the karaoke night. We all went into town, and with the help of the more well-off people in the group, we managed to reserve a room for a few hours. I didn't think it would be so expensive when I suggested it, but my wallet couldn't handle the cost. It was a little awkward when I said I would pay for it only not to have enough money. I wanted to cry in the corner until Sakuya pulled out her magic card and swiped it. I didn't know what the big deal was with the black card. I thought it was just a standard credit card. It turns out I was wrong, and it was a special card for rich people. We sang, danced, and partied until dark. It was amazing. The best singer was Sakuya by far. I remember the blush she had when we all complimented her. I never knew the mature Sakuya could blush. She's typically the person that's making everyone else blush. The worst singer by far was Kirishima, but it was equally enjoyable with the amount of energy he put into it. The best song of the night was the duet that Sakuya and Yamamo sang. It was magical. It also made me realize how single I was. I sighed happily, basking in the strong sunshine, stretching my arms above me, wondering if Kirishima would be waiting for her at the traffic lights like he always does. He'd been a little down recently, frowning a little whenever he thought we weren't looking. I didn't know how to go about the possibly sensitive subject without just being blunt and direct, which would probably make it worse. I should probably wait until Sakuya or Yamamo bring it up. They're much better at approaching sensitive subjects. Itsuka could be a great choice to do it too. Ugh, now I'm a little sad. Frowning to myself at me bringing my mood down before slapping my cheeks. Come on, Mina, it's all going to be okay. The others will sort this out, and if they don't, you do it. Putting on a slightly forced smile after realizing that she was just putting her own happiness over worrying about her friend's well-being. Oh well, I'd probably cheer up after meeting up with him. She walked around the street corner, where the lights were, and they met for the past 18 months and froze. Up ahead, there was an enormous hooded figure. Two of her classmates, Takeda-chan and Yamada-chan, were trembling in front of him, speechless. I could hear the low rumble of the guy's voice, asking for something. Taking in the terrified eyes of her classmates, the threatening aura of the giant, and the sheer eeriness the scene was giving off. My stomach coiled uneasily. Acid began secreting out of my pores instinctively. I was frozen in fear. All the instincts I was training with Sakuya were screaming that the man was dangerous and approaching him would warrant death. Suddenly, he put his hand on the building wall where the girls were standing in front of, the wall crunched under his hands. Rubble falling from the finger holes he made, scattering around the shaky schoolgirls. I moved a little closer as the giant bent over a bit, irritation coloring his body language. Then she heard his imposing tone clearer. I won't ask again, little girls. Where is Springer's hero agency? Before I knew it, I was moving, running to the location. The words spoken were irrelevant in her mind because the tone clearly indicated that if the shell-shocked girls didn't answer, they would definitely die. My instincts were still screaming at her to run away, to save herself, to flee. I couldn't do that. The girls were still stuck like deers in the headlights, rooted where they stood with wide eyes. I knew that without a doubt that unless somebody did something, anybody did something, they would lose the ability to move ever again. The hand on the wall tightened again, presumably out of frustration, and I was screaming in my head. Faster, Mina, faster please, you have to go faster. I dived in front of the girls, my arms outstretched to attract the attention of the giant, and hurried out the first things that came to mind. Springer's hero office is 3 streets across. If you take this right turn, then go left. The world froze, the girl's eyes widening as I stared straight at the monster in front of her, my legs shaking like leaves in the wind, ready to crumble at any time. Standing in front of this man is like facing death itself, an immovable force of nature ready to take me down with a breath. After a second, the suffocating pressure in the air diffused, the mountain of a man in front of her taking his hand from the wall before he said, "Thank you, little girl. I'll be on my way." As he was making his way to leave, I saw that the man froze on the spot, my heart pounding on my ribcage, wondering if he was going to turn around and found out I was lying. Luckily, it never happened as the giant shrank down and turned into a middle-aged man before a silver blur leapt into action, planting the man's face into the concrete street below him with a kick to the head. It was Sakuya. My legs finally gave out. I was weeping uncontrollably on the pavement as the girls I just helped followed suit. I barely managed to hear what Sakuya was saying on the phone. "Yes, Naomasa. I have just detained a certain individual that you would just love to question. I will text you the details of said person later. Get a squad car down to 73 Taranaki Street to collect him and put the hero Springer on high alert as the target seemed to want him." My tear-filled eyes could barely make out Sakuya's figure making its way over to me. She knelt down to me, pulled me into a hug, and whispered gently into my ear. "You did extraordinarily well, Mina. I'm proud of you. I'm sure that the other two are very thankful for your heroic actions. TT thank you, Mina-chan. See. I could barely offer a nod in response. The situation at hand was all too stressful for me. I just wanted to go to school and maybe help Kirishima out, not nearly die to a villain. I kept gripping the back of Sakuya's shirt, digging myself into her chest, crying my eyes out into it. Noticing that I was crying tears that were a little on the corrosive side, I pulled back. I am sorry about your shirt, wiping the tears out my eyes before continuing. Thank you for saving me, Sakuya. Don't worry about the shirt. I can always fix that, look. She was right, the damaged shirt and bra were repairing themselves in no time at all. Plus, I never saved you. You were the person that did the saving here, Mina. You not only stalled for time and saved your fellow classmates. You also didn't give the villain what they wanted and gave him directions to the police station. If I wasn't here, you might have possibly saved that hero's life with your quick thinking too. I couldn't believe it. I did save them, didn't I? The 2 girls, who were still crying their eyes out into my back, were saved because of me. I truly began thinking about what being a hero meant. I originally wanted to be a hero because it looked cool. That's why all kids want to be a hero. Now, I have a feeling of what it meant to truly be a hero. The act of ignoring my instincts, the fear of death, and pushing on for the good of others. The act of self-sacrifice. It was a hard pill to swallow that being a hero would mean that I would face those feelings head-on and possibly in greater measures than just now. It was terrifying. I couldn't have asked for a bigger wake-up call, literally, that damn villain was huge. Could I possibly do that every day in the future? Possibly. Would I want to? No. But, if I didn't, who would? I have done it once, and if it meant that people like Takeda and Yamada-chan were safe, I would happily do it again. I just have to train harder. To not only be a hero that I could be proud of but a hero that my friends and the people would happily call upon in times of need. Soon I could hear the sirens in the background. Hearing them, I relaxed more than previously. The villain was still on the ground, presumably frozen in time. Thankfully, Sakuya did most of the talking for us. I was probably going to break down if I think about that moment for any second longer. I texted Kirishima in hopes that he was alright. After a moment to make sure her message was sent, she took the girls by the hands and pulled them along towards the school, tears still drying on her face. A little across the way, Kirishima stood with his head bowed, his black hair shading his eyes as he stared at the ground in disbelief. What was that? He was so pathetic. How could he ever be a hero? How could he ever call himself manly if this was how he dealt with danger? How could he ever look at his friends, let alone the two girls that were almost crushed, in the eyes if he couldn't even move when he was scared? How could he seriously go home to his mother and tell him he wanted to be a hero if he wouldn't even help his own friend out when they're in danger? He just stood and watched, as one of his best friends in the whole world faced down a huge monster of a villain and did nothing as the giant threatened two of his classmates, and only now, minutes after everything was done, were his legs beginning to thaw where they were rooted. Collapsing to his knees, he began hyperventilating as it sunk in that he almost witnessed his friend turn into meat paste on the pavement. Mina didn't even hesitate to throw herself in front of the villain, and Sakuya even performed a takedown as soon as it was far enough away from the girls. He was sure that Toga, Kendo, and Yayarosa would have done the same thing as them. Hell, Eri might have at least done something too. His phone pinged. He didn't notice it. He was too busy replaying the scene in his mind of Mina fearlessly staring down the villain in front of her. The tremors that ran through him wouldn't stop. His breathing became more and more ragged as his chest heaved. The thought of possibly losing somebody close to him was all too fresh in his mind. He already lost his own dad. He wouldn't know what would have happened to him if he lost one of his best friends too. The fear, shame, and self-loathing he felt right now were burning him up like a funeral pyre. His stomach was churning rapidly as the thoughts of what if ran through his mind. He slowly stood up, legs shaking, as he started stumbling his way home, desperately trying to calm himself down as he did so. He didn't look back. He couldn't. Hey Mina, I'm not feeling great, so I'm not gonna be in school today. If we get homework, could you get a sheet for me? Mina read his answer with slight worry, but she figured that he wouldn't have been able to text back if he had been in any actual trouble. She made her way straight to Komo-sensei when she got into the school with Takeda and Yamada and told her everything that happened and why they were late. She was in a daze as she described the events. Noticing her behavior, Komo-sensei sent her to the nurse's office to double-check everything was all right. By the time she had gotten to class, the girls had already informed everyone in class about her and Sakuya's heroic deeds. The moment she opened the door, she was mobbed by her classmates. Ashido. Did you really face down a huge villain? Whoa, Mina-san, you're practically a hero already. Your quirk is super cool and flashy. You're gonna do great at UA. Yeah, if anyone's a shoo-in, it's gotta be you 6. The comments and compliments kept on coming. She would be lying if she said she hated the attention. Still scared, she was still a performer in her heart and knew how to work with a crowd to hide her nervousness from her dance lessons. She thanked everyone and tried to push it off onto Sakuya, who was currently absent. Itsuka and Toga came to her rescue and pulled her out of the crowd. Thankfully, the great one Isamas held a high enough authority in the school to where they can make others back off. They dragged her outside and began asking her what it really felt like, not the story she made up for the class. She broke down once again, retelling the story about how scared she was and that Sakuya saved her. They both began comforting the crying Kirby spin-off, reassuring her that she did a wonderful job and it's alright to be scared about something like that. Elsewhere, Sakuya was currently in the park with an anxious Kirishima as they sat on a bench. He was spilling out his insecurities and self-doubts, constantly hating himself throughout the entire conversation while Sakuya was right next to him sipping on some chalky milk. And that's why I can't be you girls' friend anymore. I don't want to drag you guys down. I had enough of this pity party. I knew he wasn't here to be gently talked to or have soft-spoken words said to him. I slapped the back of his head. You're a fucking idiot, you know. Huh. Why? I couldn't care less if you didn't dive right into the hands of that villain. To be honest, I'm surprised Mina did. But, I'm a coward. She ran in without any hesitation and stared him down fearlessly. Hell, you knocked him out. You think Mina wasn't scared during that entire confrontation? Of course she wasn't. I slapped him across the back of his head again. She was terrified, you idiot. She was trembling and was ready to collapse on the floor at a moment's notice. She was secreting acid, which she only does when scared, like crazy. It was slowly melting through her clothes, not that she noticed. But what about you? You weren't. You ran in and demolished the villain. It was like I was watching All Might himself. All you were missing was the I am here, and I would have easily mistaken you too. Gee, thanks, Kirishima. Glad to know I look like a buff bodybuilder with banana-shaped hair who wears spandex. He seemed to get flustered under the misunderstanding. Why, you know what I mean. Yeah, I do. It's just fun messing with you. At least you weren't all depressed like earlier when flustered. But to answer your question, was I scared? Not really. See. I wasn't scared because I can safely rewind any of my mistakes. My quirk is the ultimate crutch for me. I can probably come back from death if I wanted to. Plus, that villain was a scary opponent to have. I just got lucky with what quirk I was born with. You act like you know that giant monsterman personally. That's because I do. He's an S-rank villain called Gigantomachia, the Mountain Destroyer. That's one hell of a title. Taking one long sip, Sakuya let the reality of the situation sink in. The villain that he and Mina were scared of was an S-rank villain. It's not like they give out S-rank to just anybody. It means they are a threat that could cause citywide destruction before they would be able to take them down, usually requiring a top 10 hero to do so. Sure, they have other criteria to hit S-rank, but this is the main promoted point the commission shows. That's not even mentioning the villain's epithet of Mountain Destroyer. It doesn't take much to figure out what this particular villain was capable of. See. It's only natural to be scared of such a person. He can literally destroy mountains with a swing of his fists. Yeah, I can see that. But, I still should have acted. There's no reason to dwell on the past and what you should have done, Kirishima. All you can do now is improve and make sure that in the future, you do act, and you do move forward. It's alright to be scared of things. Most heroes are. He began mumbling under his now steady breath about how she wasn't scared, etc. Kirishima, what kind of hero do you want to be? He brightened up at my question. A manly hero that does everything to save everyone. I know just the hero that could be a role model for you. His name is Crimson Riot, and you even have similar quirks. It's just that his quirk only hardens his hair. You think so? I thought he was pretty cool in elementary school, you know. Oh. So you do know him, that's good. I recommend looking up some of his interviews. There's a few in there that would probably hit home for you, especially the one about chivalry. She stood up, tossing her chalky milk into the nearby trash can, and walked away. Not before patting him on the shoulder and leaving a few parting words for the teen. You want to become a manly hero? Do it. Evolve into the you that you can be proud of. Overcome your past weakness and leap past it. You're aiming for UA, right? The Go Plus Ultra Kirishima, I believe in you. Chapter 19, Chapter 18. I was currently in the car with Momo and Eri, who were presently asleep on my lap. We were 3 hours in of the 5-hour journey from Toyohashi to Kusatsu. The bright summer sun was blazing through the windows. Thankfully, the windows were tinted, so it wasn't as obnoxious as the light would have been. The dimmed light was a significant factor that let Eri enter her slumber unperturbed. The silent and smooth ride was a huge factor too. I envy Eri's ability to sleep during the day. My body literally can't. I have to wait until it's dark out before my body even thinks about sleeping. I was stroking the sleeping unicorn's hair. She curled up even more into me from the sensation. It was a peaceful atmosphere. The countryside landscapes that passed by the window were a movie I couldn't get bored of. There was audio in my earphones as I made my peace listening to some medical lectures. Momo was currently making notes for classes. Then, I remembered that I could send my clone and have it live stream the lesson to Momo's phone, so Itsuka's notes weren't needed. So, I followed suit and made notes of the lecture with a free hand on my phone. Sure, I don't ever really need to make notes due to my ability to use psychometry and utilize thought acceleration. But, there's nothing else to do when stuck in a car for hours on end. Midway through a 4-hour lecture on biosciences, I got a text from my clone about the Gigantomachia situation. It read. Mission passed. Respect plus. Yep, that didn't tell me anything apart from my love for the Grand Theft Auto series. After a lot of me texting myself, oh god, that sounds so sad and lonely, I finally got the entire picture. I let out a breath of relief I didn't know I was holding when I heard there were no complications. I doubt there could ever be any with my quirk, but I could never be too sure. I leaned my head on Momo's shoulder. Hearing my sigh, she turned to me. HM. What's wrong, dear? I was just informed that there was a villain sighting near the school. An S-rank 1-2-. Oh no. Is everyone safe and okay? Of course, babe. Thankfully, I made it in time to detain them before it could hurt anyone. Apparently, Mina ran right to the scene and saved 2 of our classmates by stalling for time and diverting the villain's attention. She visibly relaxed when I mentioned I was there on time before tensing up immediately when Mina's name was mentioned. Is Mina okay? She's a bit shaken up but completely fine physically. Momo let out a long sigh before recollecting herself. That makes sense. I would probably be a bit shaken up confronting an S-rank villain too. She also doesn't have the luxury of experience fighting villains or hero training like you, me, or Toga do. In fact, I don't think she has actually confronted anyone before. Let alone a villain. MHM, if you want, babe. I can tell my clone to give the phone to Mina so you can talk to her during their break. I would like that, dear. I kissed her on the cheek before wrapping my left arm around her waist, cuddling her closer to myself. Turning her head, Momo kissed me on the lips before I decided to deepen in. She more than happily accepted my tongue into her mouth and used her own tongue to dance with mine. Pulling back, I was met with the sight of an atomic cherry-red Momo. Steam was coming out of her ears, and she was shutting down. I decided to push her a bit further. I gave her ass a light squeeze before saying, "Tasty as always, babe. Yep, she shut down for a few seconds before turning to face away from me. Focusing on the math lesson Komo-sensei was teaching through the live stream my clone was sending to her phone. Chuckling to myself, I went back to listening to the bioscience lecture. 10 minutes later, I was getting a bit peckish, so I reached over and grabbed a bag of Maltesers out of my bag. Popping one into my mouth before focusing on my lecture once again. After the lecture finished, I noticed that we were stopping at a gas station. I began running my hands through Eri's hair in hopes of waking her up. It was in vain. All it did was get the unicorn even more comfortable. Momo was stifling her chuckles at my situation. I would have been all the happier to let Eri sleep, but I needed her to at least answer a question for me. Leaning down, I blew into her ear. Eep. She jumped up, almost head-butting my nose in the process, and released a startled squeak in the process. Seeing that I got her attention, I asked, "Sorry about that, sweetie. I just needed to make sure that you didn't need to go to the toilet before we set off again. This may be the last stop before we make for the next 2 hours." She was pouting at me due to me waking her up. She did a system check before replying to me with a shake of her head. Nah. I decided to use my level 100 doting skill to its fullest potential to help her fall asleep. I kissed her on her horn, which was a ticklish spot for Eri, and began rubbing her back in circles before moving it up to her head and started patting it. She soon fell to my sweet embrace and curled up into an adorable ball once more. I shook the bag of Maltesers. The sound made Eri crack an eye open and open her mouth. Taking a chocolate from the bag before I popped it into her mouth. As she was chewing on the Malteser, Momo left to go and buy something from the gas station. I was hoping that she would pick up some mochi. It would probably be of a higher quality because we are right next to rice fields, and rice is one of the main ingredients for making mochi. Resuming my stroking of Eri's snow-white hair, I began writing down the notes for Momo for her while she was in the shop. Then, rolling the window down, I began breathing in the mountain air. It was a nice breath of fresh air, literally, because even though the car has air conditioning, it just didn't feel the same. I took a few pictures of the sleeping Eri and me and posted them in the group chat. Why? It was to give Mina and Kirishima some fluffy images to help with their stressful day. Was it also to make the clones of me jealous while they were stuck with exams, school, and patience? 100% I didn't forget to send one to my mother or the in-laws either. If my mother found out there was a picture of her cute granddaughter, and she didn't have it, she would sulk for the next week. Eventually, Momo returned with a bag in hand. When she opened the bag, I saw some small snacks like roasted nuts. However, what really caught my eye was the box of mochi. Inside were 3 different color mochis, green, white, and yellow. The green mochi was a green tea flavored one, the white was a standard mochi with red bean paste filling, and the yellow mochi was mango flavored. We decided to leave the mango mochi for Eri as we weren't sure if she would like red bean paste or the flavor of green tea in her sweets. Momo happily chewed away at the green tea mochi, sighing happily now and then. At the same time, I tried my best to eat the mochi without getting the floury coating on the hibernating unicorn below. I succeeded in the improbable endeavor flawlessly. The unicorn is gluten-free. I put on some R&B songs on my phone and rested my head against the window, peering at the moving landscape as time went by. Soon enough, it was time for a break at Mustafa Private School. Momo went full doting mother mode when my clone gave the phone to Mina. She fussed over Mina and kept asking if she was alright throughout the entire conversation. She passed the phone over to me. Mina and I had a small heart-to-heart moment about her entire day and how she would move forward past this. Apparently, my clone had a similar conversation with her earlier that day. The call ended sooner than we wanted because Komo-sensei returned to the classroom ready to teach. When she questioned who Mina was talking to over the phone, Mina naturally replied with me. Komo-sensei could only offer a confused face in response because Sakuya, clone, was just 3 seats away from her. She asked why Mina was calling someone who was in the room when she could go over and talk to them. Then Mina let it slip that I was actually on a holiday to a spa/hot spring resort for 3 days. The entire class went wild in envy, sensei included. A few were confused about who was in my seat if I wasn't there, then the clone-making process was explained as best as Mina could manage. One classmate, in particular, Ren Yamai, would have typically gone crazy at this point and threatened whoever dared to sit where the goddess sat, before even hearing the explanation about the clones. Thankfully, or unfortunately, she was too busy imagining me in a hot spring. The sight of her drooling onto her desk in a daze sent shudders down both my and my clone's spines. Eri finally stirred awake once the chauffeur announced that we were 10 minutes from our destination. She rubbed her eyes and could smell the fruity aroma coming from the bag next to Momo. Then, reaching into the bag, she pulled out her mango mochi ball, and she slowly began nibbling away at it until she realized it wasn't making headway and started making bigger bites. The coating got all over her face. She looked like she just did a bunch of lines of cocaine. Taking a wet wipe from the compartment behind the seats, I cleaned her face, so she wouldn't look like a coke fiend the second we stepped out of the car. The town we were in was beautiful. Large lush mountains and forests surrounded the small village. The distinct smell of sulfur in the air from the abundance of hot springs in the area. There was even a dormant volcano called Mount Tengu, barely visible in the distance to the west of Kusatsu. The architecture was a lot more traditional than I was used to seeing back in Toyohashi, mixed in with some modern apartment complexes. The newer buildings seemed to be designed only to do one thing: house tourists, which is this town's biggest income source. It was one of the more peaceful places in the quirked world of MHA I have been to. The crime rate was pretty much non-existent because it's the countryside, and truthfully, there's not much worth stealing. That's unless you have a way to steal an entire hot spring. The town is so small, and the crime rate is so low that there is only one communal hero agency, as that's all that's needed to maintain the peace. Stepping out of the car, I left Eri in Momo's care as I went around the back of the car to retrieve our luggage from the boot. Collecting the 2 bags, as Eri's stuff was packed in with mine, I walked around the front to be greeted with my family waiting there for me. No, literally. My mother and grandmother were there too. Who the hell invited them? And how the hell did they get here before us? I saw them in the grand hall lounging about when we left this morning. They noticed me, and my mother proceeded to greet me in the only way she knew how. She smothered me in her breasts with a hug. Oh, baby. How was the trip? You didn't get bored, did you? Why did you take so long? You left before us. MMHPPH. Graphia, stop smothering the brat in your boobs. She's going to die. Oh, forgive me, baby, I was just so worried when I arrived, and the hotel staff said you weren't here. She pulled away from me. I was finally free from the soft pillowy prison I was locked in. I began to suck in deep breaths in hopes of staving off me potentially passing out due to lack of oxygen. After a few deep breaths, I managed to work out an answer. It's fine, Mom. I was about to ask you the same thing. We must have stayed at the gas station longer than I thought. Why are you both here, though? I was given some tickets to the resort by a business associate over in China. What better excuse could I give to the board of directors for my absence in a boring meeting than me personally checking one of our newer facilities to make sure it's up to standard? It would have been a noble and great enough reason to skip a meeting. Yet your true motives are clear as day, Mom. You just wanted to laze around. So how did you even get that stingy granny to agree? Oh wait, I see a ticket in her hand too. How noble of you, Mother. She realized that I saw through her charade of inspector already and could only cough awkwardly in response to being caught out. Ignoring the situation of my mother skipping work and stingy granny being open to accepting bribes now, I started making my way to the inn we would be staying in for the following days. The inn in question was a rather small, cozy traditional-style building. After we unpacked and set up our rooms, Momo excitedly suggested that we go sightseeing. I couldn't say no to that expectant face ever. Oh God, I'm growing weaker to her influence day by day. So, sitting Eri on my shoulders, I gave Momo a peck on the lips, and we set off sightseeing. We spent the entire day roaming around the city hand in hand, picking up a few non-perishable souvenirs along the way for our friends. We managed to find a tour guide with little to no effort, and we were informed of the town's history, the massive amount of geothermal activity, and the 2 dormant volcanoes nearby. It was a peaceful day. We found it was already dark outside at the end of the tour, and Eri was nodding off. We made our way through the lantern-lit streets and returned to our rooms just in time for Eri to fully be asleep. We all laid down on the futons provided, all sharing a singular one, in each other's arms, drifting off into REM sleep soon after. The following day I was abruptly woken up by an overexcitable unicorn. Looking around the room, I was met with the sight of a sheepish Momo and a bunch of sweet wrappers. The unicorn was experiencing a sugar high and was bouncing all around the room on the balls of her feet. It turns out that Momo forgot to hide the sweets she purchased at the gas station, and Eri managed to find them when she awoke. But, unfortunately, we could only wait this out and wait for the sugar crash to come. While waiting for the crash, my mother and grandmother came in with some of the inn's breakfast for us. We all sat and ate a meal as a family while Eri was rapidly bouncing up and down on my mother's lap while she was trying to feed her. It would have been funny, but a huge mess was made. Not being a complete scumbag, I like leaving hotel rooms and the like in the same condition I found them in. It was going to be a pain in the ass getting the egg out of the tatami later. Thankfully, my mother took Eri along with her for the day so me and Momo could have a romantic spa day to ourselves. The first item on the agenda was massages. They were heavenly, all the stress was fading out of my body, and my muscles were relaxing from the deep tissue massage and the hot stone massage that followed it up. I did look like a spotted leopard after the hot stone massage, but it was totally worth it. After the massages were some facials that left my skin glistening even more than it already was. The girls were always jealous of my skin for how smooth and soft it looked despite them packing enough muscle to crush their heads like grapes. So when I sent a pic of my new and improved skin to the group chat, the responses were predictable. There was a lot of emojis and gifs accurately describing their jealousy in detail. While we made our way to the private hot spring we were given during our stay, I decided to check in with my clones. I passed my exam, so I was happy about that, even if that was the obvious outcome. Unfortunately, the heroes that my clone was sent to heal were nobodies that even my clone forgot the names of. I doubt they could be of help to me in the future. Apparently, my clone finished healing all the people scheduled for that day, only to be thrown into even more work. There was a disastrous villain attack in Hosa City. A villain went on a rampage, only to be brought down by Crust later, but the civilian casualties were numerous. The villain in question had a quirk called Frag Body. It allowed him to create and expel shrapnel. Unfortunately, a few people died on the scene, and many others were injured. The worst of which was a 14-year-old girl that lost both her legs and an arm. The only reason she lived was because of her quirk that allowed her to clot her own blood. She made a full recovery due to my quirk and had her limbs back. Receiving those memories from my clone later is going to be depressing. At least I know it has a happy ending. Momo and I got undressed and made our way to the hot spring, sitting down and soaking in its comforting warmth together. Momo made her way over to me after a few seconds of soaking and sat between my legs. I was a bit shocked at how bold she was. I questioned what she was doing. Her response: "You ruined bathing for me. I can't take a bath while not being in your arms anymore." Those words scored a critical hit on my heart. I wrapped my arms around her waist as she leaned back into me. We soaked comfortably for an hour or two, making small talk about the future and what each of our quirks could do. The only limit for both Momo and me regarding our quirks is our imagination, and lipids for Momo. I control a concept, and Momo can make literally anything out of her lipids. After our talks, we made our way to our room, where I ordered some food for dinner. Eri soon joyfully ran into our room, diving right into my arms. After an entire day of being separated from me, I guess she didn't want to let go ever again. So we both decided to dote over her while the pizza was on its way. Eventually, the pizza arrived at the inn, and we dug in. A/N, what's your favorite pizza toppings? Also, what's your view on pineapple on pizza? I need to know. The next and final day was basically the same as the day before. The only difference is that the massages were replaced with mani pedis, and Eri was with us. We all got our nails painted. Eri had a rainbow, Momo had red with glitter stars, and I had blue with glitter stars. All of our designs were picked out by the professional artist Eri herself. Momo picked up some food souvenirs for our friends and family, and we left for home later that night. Both Momo and Eri succumbed to sleep in the car journey home and were both resting on me. It was a nice little holiday. Taking a picture of us all to commemorate it, I looked out the window at the night sky. A shooting star flew by. I quickly made a wish and resumed watching the sky. After reaching my house after a long drive, I carried Momo to my room while Four carried Eri. Then, after silently packing all the luggage away neatly, I joined both Eri and Momo in the bed and finally succumbed to sleep myself. Chapter 20, Chapter 19. 18-month time skip. Throughout these 18 months, a plethora of things have taken place not only for myself but also for the people around me. The examination period was finally over, and I was free. Chiyo and the various hospital chiefs gave glowing reviews of my character, along with Chihiro and 13, whom I accompanied on a few relief missions over the months. I finally became a full-fledged medical hero. It appears that the leading cause of relief missions where medical and rescue heroes are needed are almost always caused by natural disasters. One such relief mission was a 3-week scourge in Tornado Valley over in America. This time was no different. Well, it was a bit different. A villain had a weather manipulation quirk that used their quirk to enhance the naturally formed tornadoes and summon huge storms. A real scumbag. There thankfully wasn't any fatalities as most people that live in the Tornado Valley have basements or made it to the constructed bunkers scattered throughout the region. I used my quirk to restore the destroyed landscape and numerous cities during my stay there. Chiyo and Chihiro were focused on the healing of the injured while 13 was there for extraction of anyone that I was too busy to see. Videos of me standing in the sky restoring the city went viral overnight. Because of my aged-up appearance and capabilities, people mistook me for an adult. When I traveled back to Japan the following week, the Hero Commission tried their entire spiel about child super soldier/slavery program that would be beneficial for me to join. Yeah, that entire conversation was leaked, and no matter how much they tried to cover it up, it was reposted. It turns out that you shouldn't try to strong-arm the daughter of the CEO to the biggest media empire in the country you operate in. I made sure to wring those suits for every single bit of anger they were worth during the conversation. I then used their anger to make them slip up and confess to confidential information about the program and its previous trainees. They were most likely fired the next day. I wasn't trying to become a Lady Nagant or a Hawksever. The commission president even came over to our house and suggested that our news program should stop airing the conversations. My mother and MHA then suggested that the Hero Association and Public Safety Commission and any of its employees should pay double for their support gear, materials, and advertising. The Hero Commission lost a large amount of its workforce throughout the next few months due to budget cuts. Yes, my family effectively crippled the governing body for heroes for months due to their own stupidity. It was glorious. I was also a full-fledged hero. Would they try to mess with me because of all my family has done to them? Of course not. Why? Because as soon as I go public with any potential misdeeds done towards me, they would lose even more than previously. The only mercy I am giving them is that I won't start my hero work until I reach UA so that I can take the third-year exams. Leaving them no excuse to say I haven't even finished high school yet. With Fluffy-chan's tutoring and my ability to learn anything in a book by just touching it, I was more than ready for the exams too. All I needed to do was wait until I fully enrolled. I have been fully training my body to its limits over these past months, even utilizing my quirk to enhance muscle growth when I felt I hit a roadblock. I am proficient in most martial arts and experienced enough in combat scenarios to comfortably fight off most people without a quirk. Why not everyone? Some people's quirks are just insane, mine and Momo's included. One such example is muscular. I don't think I can put muscular in a chokehold, no matter how hard I try when quirkless. Even the broccoli needed to pull a 1,000,000% smash from his plot armor to defeat him. I worked on my throwing knives extensively, to the point where I'm confident enough to have better aim than Snipe does. I also managed to successfully utilize my quirk comfortably to enhance my knives, whether that be through throwing speed, duplication, or homing onto targets. There were a plethora of other things I have found out my quirk can do. Who knew controlling a concept would have this many possibilities? Everyone. Oh. Anyway, I have managed to boost my natural regeneration abilities to the extreme and made it so I can regenerate things that typically don't regenerate, such as organs. With my distance manipulation, I can teleport. I have made myself evolve to have an adaptive metabolism, along with me now having the best immune system on the planet. My body was the healthiest thing on the planet. No matter how much chalky milk I chug, I could never harm my body anymore. There are so many other helpful things but are all irrelevant in comparison to the next discovery. I can grow a penis. That's right, ladies, gentlemen, degenerates. I have ascended. As a girl, I always wanted to know what having a penis was like. I can say it didn't disappoint. What was the first thing I did when I grew my penis? I gently slapped it and giggled to myself as it swayed. Mature, I know. I did a lot of experimenting in stop time. I have to say, masturbating as a boy was an enlightening experience. I also did the stupidest thing I have possibly done in my entire time existing. I grew some testicles and summoned a clone to kick me in them to see if it really compared to being kicked in the vagina. It was an entirely new kind of pain. Not necessarily worse, it was different. The pain when getting kicked in the vagina/clitoris is more centralized and sharp, whereas the pain of getting kicked in the balls is more spread out. I still hate them both and wondered why in the fuck I decided to test it out in the first place. It was gonna suck anyway. I monitored the news daily and all of All Might's appearances throughout the years with such dedication that would make even a superfan be in awe. There was already one major change to the timeline I experienced: the slime villain incident never occurred. The butterfly effect be damned. What I did see was All Might's numerous visits to I-Island during the past 10 months. I felt like a conspiracy theorist connecting the dots. Maybe a certain blonde girl would be getting OFA. There aren't really that many candidates for OFA that I would be okay with receiving the quirk. Melissa was one of them. Why? She doesn't have to worry about dying in her 20s because she's quirkless. She has brains, more so than Broccoli Boy. How so? She knows she has legs. She can also make her own support gear and even has David Shield, All Might's American sidekick, that made All Might's gear backing her up. She also probably realizes that when a quirk is meant to be a secret, you don't go around screaming All Might's super moves and catchphrases in public and on live television. How AFO didn't just assassinate Broccoli Boy the second Shiggy or Kurogiri told him there was a kid with strength like All Might who kept yelling smash during the USJ attack is beyond me. Maybe AFO is one of those brain-dead villains that like playing with their prey. He is like 200 years old. Maybe he's finally gone senile. Me and Komo-sensei had yet another tearful goodbye. I doubt that she would be able to teach at UA anyway. We also exchanged numbers so we could keep in touch. We were both effectively immortal, and there was a genuine chance that in 100 years or so, we would be the only people alive out of those that we knew. It was a morbid thought. I also didn't neglect training my little angel. She now has full control over her quirk. She does need to release some excess energy from her horn, now and then, to make it, so it doesn't get too uncomfortable for her. She usually rewinds her chalky milk cartons. I couldn't be prouder of her. Eri has been doing Eri things for the past months. What are these Eri things? Nobody but Eri knows. She sneaks off for a few hours whenever I take her to UA. I assume she's receiving tutoring from Fluffy-chan as her vocabulary and the scores she gets on exams we give her periodically keep improving. She has recently taken a liking to painting both Momo and my nails. Her art is gradually improving. Maybe one day, I will be able to go around with nails that don't look like a mess. I can only dream. A major improvement in Eri's relationships with the people around her is her one with Kirishima. She no longer flinches whenever he touches her. She's still a tiny bit uncomfortable around him, though. He now just talks to her without approaching her anymore. She did ask me to awaken her quirk, which I reluctantly agreed to after Momo asked me to. Eri's awakening caused her horn to have a golden spiral wrap around it. The awakened quirk allowed her to accelerate the time of things, in addition to the previous rewind. Whenever she uses the acceleration function, the golden spiral on her horn fades the longer she uses it, so I assume that's the indicator for how much stockpiled energy is available. Thankfully, she didn't need much training to properly utilize the new ability as its activation was similar to the rewind function. Kirishima has been a lot more open over these past months. Talking about his feelings etc., instead of hiding behind an overexcitable facade of manliness. He still preaches about manliness every day, to a group of girls. He also dyed his hair to match his canon counterparts along with spiking it up. It was a shock to everyone, except me, at school when he came in that day. His sudden change in appearance startled Eri, to where some of his progress to make her comfortable around him was reversed. I said he looked cool when he entered the class. Yep, that was a bad move on my part. The following day a bunch of classmates came in with that exact haircut and kept glancing my way, hoping for compliments. I told them it looked terrible and unoriginal before using my quirk to revert their hair to its previous state. I offered to awaken his quirk, but he refused, citing that it wasn't manly. Oh well, I can only offer. I have no idea why he would ever deny a free power boost that comes at seemingly no consequence for such a weird reason. At least Itsuka's reason made some sort of sense. Even if, in the long run, it would have been beneficial to awaken her quirk earlier and incorporate it into her fighting style with more time at hand. He managed to reach his unbreakable form already through the use of the time chamber. The duration he can maintain the form is much lower than his canon counterparts due to his lack of stamina and muscle mass. It is still a major improvement for him nonetheless. Toga has spent the past month still training under her parents and homeless-san. Her stealth capabilities have improved dramatically, along with her acting prowess. She has been taking acting lessons due to my recommendation. After all, what's the point in transforming into someone to infiltrate somewhere if people suspect you due to your terrible acting? There is none. She has been spending a lot more time at home taking care of her little sister, Aluka. I think Vlad was just going to name his kid Alucard, but it turned out to be a girl, so he had to work around it. Toga is extremely dedicated to her goal of being the best big sister Aluka could ask for, and I have full faith that she will accomplish her goal. Itsuka, Reiko, Yui, and Tsuyu have all been going about their daily routines with occasional training now and then to make sure that they weren't getting rusty as final exams came around. Yui has been training the speed at which she can alter the size of objects as of late. Reiko has been trying to increase her weight limit even more by picking up things Yui enlarges. Tsuyu has been swimming a lot and working her legs out a lot as they are her strongest asset when it comes to combat. She has also managed to make a rudimentary form of camouflage that coats her body through my guidance. Itsuka has spent most of her days off work in a time chamber I set up in her garden shed, pushing her bodily limits to the absolute maximum. Her thighs are getting to the point where Chun-Li would be put to shame. The Izayao Empire has expanded further into Asia, which previously wouldn't have been possible if not for the foothold we have in China. We are also slowly, but surely, taking over the media industry in China. We currently own around 20% of the news stations, which is only on the rise. Along with our media expansion, the production/manufacturing industry that the Yayarosa Group is known for has also been expanding like crazy. A significant factor is the massive amount of factories in China. It sadly meant that there were more galas and balls that Momo and I were required to travel for. Momo has been doing a lot over the past months. She completed her internship at Sir Nitai's agency, which has earned her his recommendation for the UA entrance exam. The results of her training are really shining through in the combat practice she has with my clones. She is no longer a meek person that cracks under the pressure of an aggressive opponent. She now has at least 2 plans for every confrontation she enters and goes with the flow of the battle a lot more. She also successfully made a super soldier serum in a sippy cup, then she made a clone of her drink it. It worked. I turned it down originally, which she listened to until she didn't as she spiked my chalky milk with it during breakfast one day. She didn't really bother with any major training sessions as of late, as her mind is more focused on one day in particular. She has been planning this day for her entire life, and it was finally going to come to fruition tomorrow. The fruits of her labor will be on display for all her family and friends to gawk at in awe. Tomorrow would be the biggest day in her life, and she wanted it to be absolutely perfect even if she stressed her out for weeks before the said day. I could only stare blankly at my ceiling while I lay on the bed. A lot of things have happened. Yet, no matter events the past 18 months held, they would all pale compared to the event being held tomorrow. Closing my eyes, I sank into the comforting sensation of the quilt wrapping around me, fading away into unconsciousness. Tomorrow is my wedding day. Chapter 21, Chapter 20. BZZRT 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 BZZRT. I crack an eye open trying to locate the annoying phone. My tired eyes finally located it after a lot of straining on my part. I picked up the closest thing to me and threw it at the phone in hopes of silencing its incessant buzzing. The object made contact with the phone and completely silenced it. Mission accomplished. Looking over at the phone once more, my eyes narrowed in annoyance before a mumbled "fuck" came out of my mouth. The object I threw was a knife, and it bisected my phone in 2 halves. Kicking the blankets off of my body, I got out of bed and yanked the knife out of the bedside table before restoring my phone. Unlocking my phone, I checked what the alarm was set for: 5 o'clock, bath, shower/clothes. Scrolling down my phone, I saw an extensive list of alarms for today that Momo set on my phone to make sure I would be kept on schedule for the wedding. Not wanting to put Momo's efforts to waste, I made my way to the bathroom to get cleaned up. I spent a lot of time soaking in the aromatic bath, even slowing down time for everyone else to achieve my desired results. I didn't want to smell on my wedding day. I don't think anyone does. I smelled like a flower garden in full bloom. I set up a temporal barrier to trap in my aroma so that it wouldn't fade by the time of the reception. I didn't do my makeup or hair today, as there will be makeup artists on site. I would rather not waste time with them wiping my makeup off and undoing my hair, just to do it again. I was currently dressed in a simple blue hoodie, sneakers, and sweats. I wanted to be comfortable before I got into a frilly dress and heels. I walked around the house and stopped time for any sign of the maids, yet there was none. I realized soon after that they were all going to be present at the wedding and were probably doing preparations at the venue. Looking down at my schedule for today, I see that I was scheduled for my transportation to the venue in 6 minutes. Peering down the list, I see there was only a footnote about there being no breakfast. I was not having that. I made some quick scrambled eggs on toast and ate those before my ride came. As I sat in the car, music playing in my ears, I began thinking about the venue where the wedding will be held. The Kitayama Church in Kyoto. It was a 2-hour journey, but it would be more than worth it. Kitayama Church is an ornate church building with various foliage adorning its brick walls. The interior is completely wooden and has one large glass window facing its stretching gardens. It wasn't an overly large venue. But it was perfect for us and our wedding, as we wanted it to be intimate, and the cozy wooden walls gave us that feeling. A/N, images of venue. I still remember how excited Momo was when she got to that page in the wedding binder she made. I thought it was overkill at first from the sheer size of it. I was but an ignorant fool. I had no idea how much work and planning actually goes into a wedding. As the car journey went on, I began trying to think of my vows. I gave up 20 minutes in. There's too much I want to say, and I don't want to put everyone to sleep. I will just go with the flow and say what's on my mind at the moment. I just hope I don't fuck it up. Oh God, that would be so awkward. After a few minutes of panicking about what-ifs, I finally arrived at the venue. It definitely didn't disappoint. It looked even better in person. The alarm for 8 o'clock, arrive at venue, went off. I decided to silence the alarms for the rest of the day. Walking through the entrance, I was greeted by the ever-stoic Increment. She then proceeded to guide me to one of the side rooms where I will be eating my breakfast, apparently. What was the point in the footnote if I was going to get breakfast anyway? The breakfast was set up like a buffet, probably to quickly feed all the people doing prep before they got back to doing whatever they were doing. I had decided to just have a light breakfast of miso soup and a small bowl of rice. When I finished eating, my bridesmaids came through the door. Momo and I have 6 female friends, so it took a lot of negotiation to get the 3 bridesmaids I wanted to be by my side. Kirishima was just going to be our solo bestman for both of us. He cried tears of manliness when we asked him. My bridesmaids were Toga, Mina, and Yui. Momo's were Itsuka, Reiko, and Tsuyu. Toga was my head bridesmaid officially, but the person who did most of the work was, in fact, Mina. The pinkette could be really responsible when she put her mind to it. I was pleasantly surprised by how she did her duty so diligently. My bridesmaids will be wearing red dresses while Momo's will be wearing blue. Our bridesmaids are wearing each other's favorite colors. It was a bit tacky but in a good way. Me and the girls chatted away for a while about what was expected to happen today and any countermeasures in place for things that go astray. We also just had a lot of fun playing Uno to pass the time until the dresses came over with the hair and makeup artists. +4. Yui, I hate you so much right now. This is the 6th +4 in a row. I could only cry in frustration at the luck the stoic girl was getting. Before I could pick up my 26th card, the doors flung open dramatically. Bonjour darlings. A Frenchman entered. He looked like a more dramatic Aoyama. Realizing that I have no idea who this man is, I decided to inquire about his name. Who are you, and what do you do? My apologies for not introducing myself earlier, darlings. My name is Yudai Aoyama, your miracle worker for today. He is related to the cheese addict. Interesting. I assume by miracle worker you mean hair and makeup artist, right? Exactly, Mon Ami, but that is such a boorish title, don't you think? Miracle worker shines much brighter, non. Yep. Definitely related. It does sparkle a little bit brighter, I guess. We had some conversations before he got to work. He did my hair like I usually do. It just had literal sparkles coming off of it. It was probably a part of his quirk. My dress fit perfectly. Well, what else could I really have expected when my mother had it personally tailored? I only had some light makeup done so as to not detract from my naturally flawless skin. After the other girls were all dressed, Mina scampered off somewhere to find the photographer. It was decided that we would all get our pictures done separately before it started. I held a bouquet of blue roses in my silk-gloved hands and stood in the studio. The picture was taken soon after I posed as Toga scattered some petals through the air. A/N, dress here. I looked beautiful, better than I ever have looked before. Then again, Momo only deserves the best for this special day. I'm not ashamed to say I cried. Was it because of the dress? Partly. It was also because my mother opened the door to the studio, and she had someone by her side. He was a 5'4" footman with golden hair, dressed in a white tuxedo with a black ascot in place of a tie. My father, Dio. My recently done mascara ran down my face as the tears kept coming. I was frozen on the spot in emotional shock. I could only muster up a shaky question. D-Dad, is that you? Yes, it is. It's me, Dio, your father. As his arms spread out wide, I subconsciously ran into them. I may have never met the man before, but he was family, and that was enough for me to get attached to. I had so many questions about where he has been for the past decade, but those can wait until this day is over. My family is now complete. I did find out that he was actually the #1 hero in Britain, and he was ranked #4 internationally. He was also titled the symbol of stability in Britain. I could have probably found all of this out in Google searches, but I had already given up hope by the time I could properly utilize the internet. We did catch up a little bit after I used my quirk to reset my mascara. His only reason for returning to Japan, instead of spreading the Izayao company over in Europe, was to walk his daughter down the aisle on her special day. I may have had to reset my mascara once again when I heard that. Some people might be asking why I wasn't mad at Dio for just walking into my life after so long. Well, it's rather simple. I already had given up hope of having a father in this lifetime. This, combined with the shitty father I had in my original life, made me a bit thankful that he wasn't in my life for so long. In my mind, no father was better than a shit one. There were plenty of other factors that helped me in ignoring/accepting his absence too, but I wouldn't get into them now. We broke off as the ceremony would be starting soon. The classical music kicked in. As soon as it did, Reiko and Yui linked with each other's arms before proceeding down the aisle. They were soon followed by Tsuyu and Mina. Then our maids of honor, Toga, and Kendo linked arms with the best man Kirishima before walking down the aisle. Kirishima didn't wait at the altar like the others. Instead, he sat in the front row until his time came. It was to keep everything symmetrical. When they left, butterflies began forming in my stomach, uneasiness pooling within my lower body. I was extremely nervous. It was decided that Momo and I would enter at the same time. There was a partition blocking our view, so we couldn't see each other until we reached the altar. My father gave my arm a reassuring squeeze before the door opened once again. The music kicked in as I walked behind my little angel Aerie, who was both the flower girl and ring bearer for today. She wore a little pink dress and carried a little weave basket that held both the rings and the petals. I was nervous she would toss the rings in the air along with the blue and red petals. She was absolutely adorable. Seeing her enjoying herself eased my nervousness immensely. I slowed down time and began enjoying the moment, my moment. The grand hall was decorated with various flowers and ribbons. My friends and family were there, watching me as I walked down the aisle, some tearing up. My little girl was in front of me, leading me to my new life with my own family with both her and Momo. The camera shutters from the maids, probably on my mother's request, were going off like crazy. It was magical. Before I knew it, I was at the altar, standing opposite my fiancée, no. My wife, Momo Yaoyorozu. She was stunning. The pink dress suited her wonderfully, her skin was glistening under the overhead lights, and her makeup was perfectly done. A/N, image here. Gazing into her onyx eyes through both of our veils was a mesmerizing experience. Without knowing it, a beautiful slipped out of my mouth, causing Momo's smile to widen considerably. The priest started soon after my comment. Now, I am under the assumption that you both have prepared your own vows for today. If that is the case, please speak now. It is. So which one of us goes first? I'm more than happy to let you do it first, Momo, so I can keep enjoying the view. Thank you, dear. Sakuya, I have often said you are my anchor, my rock, supporting me on many journeys and steadying me with your love. On this day, in front of all of our friends and family, I pledge my steadiness to you. Sakuya, I have learned so much from you, your honesty and integrity have taught me to be true to myself and others. Your thoughtfulness and generosity have taught me to give with intention. Your playfulness in the light of my humor has taught me to expand my definition of silly, and your willingness to try new things has taught me to expand my definition of adventure. You have helped me fight my inner demons on so many occasions. I feel stronger in your presence and able to take on life, knowing you are always in my corner. I am so fortunate to have you as my lifetime companion. It seems like a lifetime ago that I met you and thought to myself, she's a keeper. We have certainly gone through many ups and downs since then. Through all of this, you have been my companion, my best friend, my playmate, and the love of my life. Sakuya, I need you to know, I do not say these things lightly. After much consideration and soul-searching, I am certain that I am ready to make this kind of commitment. Sakuya, my love, I promise to hold you lightly, but firmly as we venture through life together. I promise to always defend your right to be you, courageous, honest, full of light. I promise to care for you when you are sick and celebrate with you in health. I promise to remember that our highest values of community, spirituality, justice, environment, and levity always come before and above material possessions. I promise to hold my dreams and to encourage you in holding yours as we build new ones together. I promise to laugh often and pull together during hard times. I promise to work to be my best, most authentic self, every day. And so, Sakuya, today I pledge my love to you. I will be your ardent lover, your faithful companion, your steadfast friend, your greatest cheerleader, and above all, hold you gently, but firmly, as the love of my life as long as we both shall live. There was a standing ovation from those present after such beautiful vows. As it was my time, I knew what I had to say. All the previous worrying about my vows were for naught. Oh, God, Momo. That was so beautiful. If I wasn't using my quirk to freeze my tear ducts, I would be crying my eyes out right now. Chuckles reverberated around the hall. Even Momo had a few. Momo, my love, you have changed my life. You have taught me to love with abandon and to take the risk of vulnerability. I love you, not only for what you are but also for what I am when I'm with you. Not only for what you have made of yourself but for what you are helping me make of myself. You have been my companion on adventures and a confidant for my soul. You have challenged me to see greatness in myself and have celebrated my successes great and small. You have inspired me to be a better, more generous, and loving me, and have believed in me when I have not believed in myself. I love you for the part of me that you bring out. I love you for putting your hand into my heaped-up heart and passing over all the defensive, hurt things that you didn't know existed, and for drawing out into the light all the beautiful belongings that no one else had looked quite far enough to find. I want to laugh, cry, plan, adventure, and live a zestful life with you. This commitment is very serious to me. I am so delighted to be standing here today. I promise to share my life openly with you. To cherish your uniqueness. To honor your spirit and to listen intently. To hold you gently when you are afraid. And to softly kiss you when you are hurting. With patience and compassion, I promise to support you through the changes and challenges of our lives together. I promise to be faithful and honest, and to stand by your side, as we grow old together. I promise to always be by your side in your time of need, whether that be emotionally or physically. I promise as a future hero to not only protect the people but to protect you and our relationship from all outside interference so that we remain safe and happy forever. I promise to dance in the moonlight, skinny dip in the lake, and soar high above the clouds with you. I delight in who you are becoming and promise to encourage the fulfillment of your dreams. Together, we will broaden our horizons and expand our own boundaries. Together, we will explore the limitless wonders of the world and revel in its beauty. Companion, lover, best friend, playmate, I promise to be the very best me that I can. For you, for us, for Eri, and for all of time. After spilling my heart out in front of everyone, the applause started once more, along with many tears. Momo's mascara was streaking down her face as she didn't have the luxury of time stop. She managed to get a squeaky, "I love you so much," before I fixed her makeup, and the priest started once more. Now that the brides have said their part, I believe it's my time to say mine. We gather here to unite these two wonderful people in marriage. Their decision to marry has not been entered into lightly, and today they publicly declared their private devotion to each other. The essence of this commitment is the acceptance of each other in its entirety, as lovers, companions, and friends. A good and balanced relationship is one in which neither person is overpowered nor absorbed by the other, one in which neither person is possessive of the other, one in which both give their love freely and without jealousy. Marriage, ideally, is a sharing of responsibilities, hopes, and dreams. It takes a special effort to grow together, survive hard times, and be loving and unselfish. Letting his words sink in for a moment before he continued on. Do you both pledge to share your lives openly with one another, and to speak the truth in love? Do you promise to honor and tenderly care for one another, cherish and encourage each other, stand together, through sorrows and joys, hardships and triumphs for all the days of your lives? I do. Do you pledge to share your love and the joys of your marriage with all those around you, so that they may learn from your love and be encouraged to grow in their own lives? I do. Soon Eri came up to the altar with the ring cushion in her hand. Laid upon the cushion are two platinum Fenton rings with a 10mm ruby and sapphire gem, respectively. She happily held up the cushion to us, Momo and me taking each other's rings before the priest continued. May these rings be blessed as a symbol of your union. As often as either of you look upon these rings, may you not only be reminded of this moment but also of the vows you have made and the strength of your commitment to each other. Sakuya, please repeat after me. I, Sakuya, promise to love and support you, Momo, and live each day with kindness, understanding, truth, humor, and passion. With this ring, I thee wed. I took the glove off of Momo's left hand before sliding the ruby ring gently onto the ring finger. Momo, please repeat after me. I, Momo, promise to love and support you, Sakuya, and live each day with kindness, understanding, truth, humor, and passion. With this ring, I thee wed. Momo proceeded to do the same as I did just before, just with the sapphire ring this time. Go now in peace and live in love, sharing the most precious gifts you have, the gifts of your lives united. And may your days be long on this earth. I now pronounce you both officially married. You may kiss now. Lifting each other's veils, our lips locked in a tender, passionate kiss in front of everyone. It lasted until we needed to pull back for breath, and with our enhanced bodies, that was a long time. As the cheers died down, we decided that it was time for us to move on with the day. We all went and had pictures taken in the church's garden. They all came out beautifully. Especially the one with Momo and I kissing the cheeks of Eri, who blushed in embarrassment. When the time to have food came, I was pleasantly surprised, especially with the huge 4-tier chocolate wedding cake. The menu was quite extensive too. For the appetizer, there was a 5-legume minestrone with a rich tomato broth and terage basil. The salad was romaine lettuce, Parmesan cheese, and dressed with garlic and lemon drizzle. The entrees consisted of chicken supreme wrapped in pancetta, served with vegetable ratatouille and crispy polenta. Garden herb-crusted rack of lamb served with gorgonzola gratin potato and a port wine reduction. Beef tenderloin au poivre served with caramelized onion, gratin potato, and a brandy mustard sauce. For dessert was a chocolate and liquor-soaked cherry wedding cake. The day went on and on. It was a rather long day. The speeches took place during the dinner. Toga expressed her thankfulness for both of us entering her lives and saving her from her fate. My mother and Momo's mother just kept embarrassing us with every detail throughout our short-lived lives. Itsuka gave a speech about how single this entire event made her feel. Kirishima kept going on and on about how manly we were at a lesbian wedding. They all paled in comparison to Eri's speech, though. Hello. Grandma asked me to say something about today and how I feel about it all. I am happy. Mommy and Mama are finally together, and that makes me happy. I love them both so much. I'm happy they love each other as much as I love them. They both want to be heroes when they are older, and that always confuses me. They are already both my heroes. They already saved me when my bad mommy threw me away. They accepted me into their house and family and gave me lots of love. I'm happy that they both are happy. Thank you. That was an emotional moment for not only me but for Momo too. We both peppered her with cuddles and kisses when she came over to our table once more. We both went home that night and slept in each other's embrace, keeping it purely wholesome as our honeymoon was in a week. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, are 18 plus. A/N, alright, you horny, girls, boys, degenerates. This chapter will have some of the long-awaited R18 plus content in it, namely smut. Also, there will be some degrading names, etc., being thrown around, so if you're not into that, I warned you. The characters are 16 as of writing this, which is the age of consent where I live, and it's 13, where the characters are based in their fictional world, aka Japan. So I'm writing the scenes now as I felt it best to wait until an age I am comfortable writing such acts for. At least it's better than some of the other fics on this site where the MC is fucking at the age of 9 to 12 like so many Naruto porn books, LMAO. Like, he just passed his Genin/Chunin exams, why is he dicking down so many people already? 1 week later. Honeymoons for newlywed couples are a magical experience usually filled with romance, and the entire experience is dedicated to the consummation of said marriage. In other words, a lot of sex. Despite this being only for Momo and me, we had decided to bring our families on vacation. Momo's parents and my mother had not had a vacation since the IZAO company's expansion across the Asian continent. They have been working themselves to the bone, and as two people that hold the value of family in high regard, we made this into a holiday for them too. This was also a way for my father, Dio, to have more time to spend with his granddaughter. He would most likely have to wear a disguise when out in public so as to not bring attention to himself. He didn't want people swarming him for autographs during his private time with his wife and Eri. During the week after my marriage, I spent a lot of time with my father. I listened to all his adventures across the world during his time as a hero. The situations he found himself in were bizarre. He tried to train me in using my powers, only to be saddened to find out I had a greater and more powerful control of time than himself. His sadness was short-lived and replaced with pride quickly after realizing that his child would surpass him soon. Instead, he helped train me in knife throwing. The destination of our honeymoon was decided by a particular wedding gift we received. There were 2 tickets to Hawaii for an all-expenses-paid trip courtesy of Fluffy-chan. I bestowed upon his teapot an infinite time loop so that his tea would always be warm and never run out as a thank you. Our parents would be paying for their own accommodations and transport, not that it really mattered as they were all rich. With the help of the maids, packing took no time at all, and we were all ready for our 2-week-long trip. It took a 1-hour drive to reach Nagoya, where we needed to get onto a flight that took 1 hour to get to Tokyo. From there, we had to wait for 2 days until the next flight from Tokyo to Hawaii. It was a little frustrating but only a minor inconvenience in the long run. We spent those days sightseeing around Tokyo and bunking at hotels near the airport until it was time for our flight. From Tokyo International Airport to Hawaii was a 12-hour-long flight with most of the time, in first class, spent either sleeping or watching movies. However, Momo wanted to brush up on her English skills during the flight, so I helped her out. I took the English book from her hand and used psychometry to instantly transfer all the data in the book to her mind. I didn't need to do so, as I already did it at an earlier date for the relief mission in America. My father also helped her understand some of the colloquialisms and slang terms that would most likely be used. He was also going to teach her how to cuss someone out until my mother slapped him across the back of the head. After landing at the airport, the locals greeted us and gave us leis and the aforementioned aloha greeting. Then it was our dreaded trip through customs and baggage claim. Even with more money than we would ever need in the presence of Dio, the number 4 hero internationally, wasn't enough to help us in getting through security any quicker. It also didn't help that I used my distance manipulation on my suitcase, meaning that they had to search through a much bigger suitcase than expected. From there, a limousine greeted us at the entrance to the airport, which dropped us off at 2 separate hotels that we would be staying at. To avoid any potential awkwardness with having our families in the same hotel, Momo and I will be breaking the bed and possibly the floor in, our parents and Eri would be staying at a different hotel. After they all grabbed their belongings from the limo, my father gave me a box of condoms discreetly, which meant he shouted out in public that we should use protection when fucking later before running to their hotel, laughing his ass off. Momo fucking died of embarrassment. When we finally booked into the hotel and made it to our penthouse room, Momo flopped onto the bed, raising her arms in the air, in victory, before saying, "Finally. We've been awake for over," she looked down at her phone before continuing, 27 hours. "I can't wait to sleep." "Didn't you sleep on the plane for like 4 hours?" "That doesn't count. Sleeping on a plane is a terrible experience, especially with all the turbulence we had on the way here." Yeah, whatever you say, babe." After unpacking our luggage, I began undressing. I wasn't about to sleep in the clothes I had on for the entire day. I was a tad musky, to say the least. My undressing caught Momo's eye. With rose-tinted cheeks she asked, "Why are you getting undressed, dear?" There was no way I was about to sleep in those clothes. They stunk. And I smell only minutely better than the clothes, so I'm about to hit the showers. "You should probably join me, Dash." What's that supposed to mean? It means you smell. My comment earned a look of mock hurt. You can join me if you want, babe, let's start this honeymoon off with a bang. Purposely swaying my hips, I left my wife behind and entered the shower. A few minutes into the shower, I feel a pair of arms wrap around my waist and a pair of breasts pushing onto my back. Oh, what do we have here? Spinning around, I was met with a pent-up Momo. She has clearly been waiting for this day to come for a long time now. I pushed her up against the shower wall, my left hand planted on the wall behind her and my right hand tilting her chin up so she could meet my predatory gaze. Leaning in, I asked her a question. Are you going to answer my question or not? As she kept trying to move her face closer, trying to kiss me, I pushed my knee between her legs. I pushed it up against her dripping cunt, earning a needy moan from Momo as she began grinding on my leg. I knew Momo was a bottom the second she moaned during her quirk awakening, so I decided to be a bit more forceful this time around. I slid my right hand down to her throat before pushing her up against the wall. Not hard enough to cause any damage, but enough to restrict her airflow a tiny bit. Hardening my gaze, I spoke one more. Who knew that you would be such a pervert? She could only let out a needy whine as she continued to hump my knee. Here you are being choked by me, yet it only made you hornier. You're grinding up on my leg like a bitch in heat. Her crotch got wetter with each degrading insult I threw her way. Sliding my right hand up her throat, I positioned her so she would look me in the eyes. You've been waiting for this, haven't you? For the day that I finally take advantage of you, for me to use your body for my own pleasure. Haven't you? Seeing that she wasn't answering, I pulled my knee away, forcing her focus back onto me. Taking my left hand off of the wall, I slid it down to her needy slit, spreading her labia open so I could find the clit before teasing the sensitive nub. Every time that she would get close to climaxing, I pulled away just at the edge. She could only twitch and glare at me every time I edged her. I repeated the question every time before she finally swallowed her pride and answered. I have. You have what, babe? I wanted you to use me for so long. Is that so? All you needed to do was ask, babe. Her eyes brightened up considerably as I released her throat from my grip. As she took some deep breaths, I grasped the back of her hair and tugged her along to one of the benches. When I sat down, I forced her to her knees, tilting her head to meet my eyes. I questioned her. Now, I can either grow a penis, and you can suck that, or you can eat me out right now as is. I think such a horny slut such as yourself wouldn't mind either, but I thought I would at least ask for your preference. Instead of wincing at the word slut, she preened at it. She was too busy fantasizing about both options. The drool coming out of her mouth made that clear. I decided I had enough. I was pent up more than Momo. I already had sex in my previous life, and with all the time spent in stop time, I hit puberty much earlier than her, so both my mind and body were pent up. I yanked her hair and forced her face into my cunt. You took too long to decide. You will do both now. That's great news for you, isn't it? Momo was far too busy, clumsily, eating me out to answer. However, I guided her through the process a lot. Her enthusiasm nearly made up for her lack of experience. I wrapped my thighs around her neck and began squeezing down. The blissful expression on Momo's face as she was on the verge of passing out was forever immortalized in my mind. I made sure to loosen it at times to make sure she wouldn't pass out. As I felt my incoming orgasm coming, I gripped the back of Momo's head and pushed her deeper into my cunt, squeezing my soaking tits with my free hand as I did so. Oh fuck, babe. That's it, that's it, right there. Keep eating my fucking cunt just like that, you whore. My hips were bucking and grinding on her face subconsciously, desperately, trying to force the orgasm to come sooner than expected. Fuck, yes. I came all over Momo's face and kept grinding on her tongue to ride out my post-orgasm high for as long as I wanted. I decided not to force a cock down her throat tonight as she served me so eagerly. I then picked Momo up from off of her knees, kissed her, and asked. As you've been such a good girl, what do you want me to do for you, babe? I used the shower head and a nearby sponge to gently clean all of my cum off her face while she was busy deciding. The aftercare was an essential part of being a dom/top. It took a good few minutes before she finally decided on what she wanted from me. With bright eyes and a happy smile, she looked into my eyes and asked. Do you think we could make love? Not rough like just now, not that I didn't like it, I would just like to take it more slowly and passionately instead for my turn, you know. I pecked her on the lips before I answered, of course, we can, babe. We should make love on the bed, though. I think we spent more than enough time in the shower. Momo was bouncing on her heels in excitement as she heard my answer. I may be into doing more rough things, but that doesn't mean I will neglect my partner's wants in bed. Only scum do that. When we finally cleaned ourselves in the shower, we made our way to bed. We decided to sleep naked this time around, foregoing the typical lingerie and nightgowns. As we made it to the bed, I pulled the duvet cover down, leaving ample room for our next activities. On the way, I asked her if she wanted just oral or would like for me to grow a penis and penetrate her. She blushed at how blunt I was being but asked for the full package, meaning penetration. It was nice having the cute and shy Momo back. I thought she lost her innocence fully in the shower. I picked Momo up and laid her down in the middle of the king-size bed. She was startled by my quick action and let out an adorable squeak. I then crawled, so I was on top of her, my elbows placed on either side of her arms. Leaning down, I started with some slow sensual kisses on her lips, running my hands through her hair as I did so. Momo wrapped her hands around my neck and initiated a French kiss. It was a pleasant surprise seeing her getting bolder. I then leaned down next to her, one hand still stroking her hair as the other slowly trailed down to her breasts. I sank my fingers into the soft, pillowy flesh of her tits, squeezing and groping whenever I felt appropriate. Momo began moaning into my mouth as I began using my thumb to tweak her nipples. I found out a few years ago that her boobs were surprisingly sensitive compared to others. As we both pulled back from the kiss, Momo, with her half-lidded eyes, gazed up at me and whispered, "I love you. I love you too, babe." We soon continued the kiss. Only this time, I trailed the hand that was previously fondling her tits down to her midsection and then down to her vagina. Again, I went slow and steady, just as she wanted. I used both my middle and index finger to spread her labia for easier access to her clit. With slow, tentative strokes my fingers soon found themselves covered in her cum. My thumb was swirling around the clitoris, using it like it was a joystick for a game. Momo's moans grew louder and louder as her first orgasm was approaching. I didn't deny her orgasm this time around. She wanted love, and I wanted to show her that my tongue game was even better than my finger game. After she was finished coming, I pulled back from her mouth and started making my way down between her legs. "It's time for me to repay you for the time in the shower, babe, just lay back and enjoy yourself." Not trusting her voice, Momo could only nod in affirmation. I drew closer and closer to her wet cavern, my warm breath tickling her sensitive folds. Then, remembering that I wanted Momo to have a great time, I skipped on the teasing and dove in. Gripping her thighs with my hands, I pulled her closer to me, the smell of her slick was clear as day. Probing my tongue into her depths, I felt the velvety walls of her pussy clamping down on my tongue whenever it moved. Momo gripped my hair and started digging her nails into my scalp, moaning to the high heavens about how good she felt at the moment my tongue entered her. Pulling away for a short few seconds, I worked my hand under her thighs as I spread her legs wider apart. Maneuvering myself into a more comfortable position, I slowly inserted a finger inside her, arching it upwards as I began to stroke the ceiling of her pussy, hoping to find her G-spot. As soon as she adjusted to the first finger, I added a second one. I located her G-spot after 20 or so seconds if her twitching and sensual moans were any indicators. Taking advantage of my discovery, I moved my lips over her clit and began sucking, swirling my tongue around the sensitive nub. Simultaneously I was pumping my fingers into her pussy, increasing in speed by the second. She soon came with unbefore-seen ferocity. A steady stream of cum shot out of her, soaking my chin in the process. I was feeling extra generous today, so I slowed down her perception of time and let her enjoy this sensation for as long as I wanted her to. I kept pumping and sucking for as long as I felt necessary to make sure that Momo could ride this orgasmic high as long as possible. Pulling away, wiping my chin as I did so, I admired my handiwork. Momo was sprawled out on the bed, her chest heaving, mouth open, hands gripping the bedsheets, eyes rolled back into her head, legs twitching and slick dripping out of her wet cavern. It was a masterpiece. I used my quirk to clean the sheets and myself off before I asked her. "The main event has yet to start. So don't tell me you want to tap out now, babe." Asterisk huff asterisk asterisk huff asterisk I'm fine, let me just rest for a second or two, please. Leaning forward, I pecked her on the lips before replying. "Of course, dear. Take as long as you need." While she was having her refractory period, I began the process of growing my male genitalia. It was an odd sight to see. I grew it to a decent length and girth. I was trying to make love, not spear right through her cervix. I saw Momo looking over at my penis. "What do you think about my penis? It's organic and homegrown. I don't think I will ever unsee you growing a penis." Yeah, it was pretty weird. "So, are you ready to go, or would you like me to make some adjustments to my penis?" Taking a minute to gather her resolve, she answered with a nod of her head. I lined up with her wet pussy, and slowly pushed in. Momo let out a dazed moan as the tip made its way inside. She was clamping down on me with such a tight grip it made thrusting in much harder. Finally, I was fully sheathed. There was no blood due to her hymen. Why? We are training extensively to be heroes. Under that amount of exercise, I would be more shocked if her hymen was intact. Then again, not a lot of people know that. It reminds me of all the smut I read of this world back in my previous life. Apparently, according to the horny people, the girl isn't a virgin if they don't bleed, and then they lose their collective minds in the comments whenever they assume someone isn't a virgin. I can't believe how many Murko smut fanfics have her hymen intact, even though it really should have been torn 10 years prior to canon due to training. A/N, mini rant over, back to the smut. Leaning down, our breasts now touching, I started to kiss her as my hips started thrusting. We moaned into each other's mouths, with the occasional groan on my part due to how tight she clamped down. The sounds of smacking flesh sounded throughout the penthouse. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a noise complaint from the people below us. Momo's legs locked around my waist, pulling me in deeper as I thrust in each time. Even with our enhanced bodies, we needed to pull off for air. Doing so caused us to moan out loud. Sex as a man is truly a different experience. Soon after saying that in my mind, I realized how stupid I sounded. What did I expect, though? It to be the same. Moron. We stuck to missionary throughout the entire ordeal. Mainly so we could remain face to face for most of it and not have to move. I did change the position nearing the end, though. I pulled her legs and rested them on my shoulders in the anvil position. Then, I curled her legs up, so Momo and I were face to face and began driving into her depths. Momo's already loud moans grew to another octave as I kept hitting deeper and deeper. I may have been slowly increasing the size of my penis while inside of her. I knew Momo was getting ever closer to her climax, so I slowed down my perception of time just enough so I would come with her. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I'm gonna come Sakuya. Keep thrusting, faster, please. It's time to shift into maximum overdrive. I accelerated myself just enough so it wouldn't end up hurting Momo, even if she would probably enjoy the pain. Momo's velvety walls were twitching and getting ready for a huge release very soon. I was also getting close. My balls were tensed up and ready to fire on command. Literally, I had stopped my sperm's time so we could come together. As we were making out, we both came. Momo was soaking my pelvis in her juices while I flooded her womb with my cream. I didn't pull out until she finished coming. After she did stop, I erased both of our fluids and reverted my genitalia to its previous form. I wasn't trying to get Momo pregnant. As wonderful as that may be, I would rather wait a bit for that. Momo managed to work out a sentence through some pants. Is that pant how pant you'll always pant repay your pant debt? I could only chuckle at the hope-filled tone she was putting on. Maybe not always this, but an Azaoi will always repay their debts. I'm more than thankful for that. She leaned over and kissed my cheek. Thank you, dear, I will always remember this night. If you didn't, it means I did my job wrong. I pulled the covers over us, and we cuddled. It was a simple thing, cuddling under the sheets, but it was one of the things that give me the most joy in life. Momo defaulted back into her koala sleeping lifestyle soon after we started cuddling. Kissing her on the forehead, I wished her a good night's sleep and slept myself. Waking the next morning, I had to restrain the urge to bisect the alarm clock as it was hotel property. From there, Momo and I took a quick shower before getting dressed and heading down to the lobby where our family will be waiting for us. My father made it a point to come up to me with a smug smile on his face. Did the two of you break the bed last night? Because when we went to the front desk, apparently there were a bunch of noise complaints about the people in the penthouse. Why would Mama break the bed? I could only look on in horror as this time-stopping blondie was corrupting my little angel. I slapped my hand across his mouth before answering. Don't worry about it, sweetie. Your grandpa is just mentally ill. We think it's from his old age. Oh. She then looked up at the Hawaiian shirt-clad vampire and said, Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll fix you. She went to use her quirk on him before I stopped her. Don't worry about helping him, sweetie, he doesn't deserve it. Look at him, he's wearing socks and sandals. These are my Crocs. What did I say about those people? Don't go near them. That's right, sweetie, I ruffled her hair before sending her off to my mother, who was laughing her ass off. Walking over to my mother, I heard Miha ask my mother, what's planned for today? There's a bunch planned for today. First is some hiking on a volcano, then we head to the beach before eating a late lunch and return to the hotel. Then we go to a luau later this evening and leave Momo, Eri, and Sakuya to have some quality time together. It was a rather short 20-minute drive to the area we would be hiking at. Along the way, me and Eri played I Spy with the beautiful landscapes of the island. From the birds to the palm trees littering the island's shoreline, everything was absorbed into our minds and used in the game of I Spy. Eri was a much better I Spy player than me. I have no idea how someone can win I Spy, but Eri did. After we arrived, we got swarmed by the paparazzi because my father thought some sunglasses were a good enough disguise. I was slowly losing my respect for OG Dio. After he did a quick photo op and signed a few signatures, he shooed them all away when he saw the glare he was getting from not only me but my mother. Hell, even Eri was giving the best glare she could, which was just her staring at him with a pout. One reporter obviously didn't get the memo and continued to follow us before I had enough and erased their camera. After receiving our equipment and finding the guide, we set out on our hike across the volcano. I had Eri on my shoulders as I knew she wasn't up to the task of hiking and would probably try and touch any lava we may come across to see if it was like in Minecraft. However, we did come across a miniature eruption, and it turned out to be a good thing Eri was on my shoulders as she tried to wriggle herself out of my grip to see if there were diamonds. After leaving the hiking trail with a safe Eri, we made our way to the beach. Momo and I were now dressed in our swimsuits. A/N, swimsuit images here. Of course, there were the standard annoying Chads on the beach that tried to pick up Momo and me. I really regretted not having my father teach Momo how to cuss someone out, but she did get a first-hand learning experience in the form of him completely eviscerating the Chad's self-confidence. He also may have stopped time and kicked them both in the nuts, and I may or may not have given him a thumbs up in stop time. After we ate some barbecue that Mitaka, Momo's father, cooked up on the beach, our parents said their goodbyes as they headed to the evening luau. Momo, Eri, and I then took our own leave towards the hotel. I had a game console in my luggage for this exact situation. We spent the entire night playing Mario Kart and eating food we ordered to the room before falling asleep in a cuddle pile. The trip continued with our little family nights being a regular thing, and on the days that Eri was with our parents. A lot of noise complaints were filed by the end of the holiday. When the trip ended, the hotel staff thanked us with tears in their eyes. Even they were bored with dealing with all the noise complaints. As we were on the plane, I looked over to see my wife sleeping soundly on my shoulder. I turned the movie we were watching off and rested my head against hers. I slowly drifted off as the turbulence we were experiencing was over. Chapter 23, Chapter 22. A figure laid in a luxurious bed placed in the middle of the bedroom. Eyes squinting shut as the said figure curled up under the covers, cuddling two people closer. Bright sun rays shining through the gaps in the curtains as she let out a groan. The figure started burying herself deeper into the covers in an attempt to hide from the sun. As the sun fades, before the figure finished debating on whether or not to erase the sun, her eyes fluttered open. Her gaze was hazy as she glanced around. With her quirk, she knew the alarm was about to go off and let it do so. She would rather the alarm wake the two adorable people sleeping next to her than do it herself and face some cute pouts for a few hours. As the alarm woke the two sleeping beauties next to her, the figure shuffled around, pulling herself up into a sitting position. Mornings were not this silver-haired girl's forte. She would rather sleep forever and melt into the comfort of the blankets before even thinking of waking up. She couldn't comprehend how anyone could possibly be a morning person. They must be a psychopath, or something similar, to happily wake up in the morning. Sakuya POV. I let out one last yawn before standing up, raising my arms over my head. A satisfying pop resounded throughout the bedroom as I stretched. It sounded like bubble wrap was being popped over and over again. Oh God, I should really stretch more often. After shuffling my hair into a semi-presentable position, I moved over into my walk-in closet and grabbed all of our slippers. I had ducky slippers, Momo had ladybug slippers, and Eri had unicorn slippers. Yep, we have style. I slipped my foot into the slippers and handed Momo her pair while I fitted Eri with hers. Eri was never a morning person and is the laziest person out of us all in the morning. After fitting her slippers on her tiny feet, I pulled her up into my arms. You can sleep all you want in the viewing room for the entrance exam, Eri. I'm sure Fluffy-chan wouldn't mind being a plush toy for you to cuddle with either. I walked to the door and waited for Momo to come over. Once she did, we pecked each other on the lips and set off to the kitchen, hand in hand. We drank some tea and had our breakfast that consisted of pancakes, much to Eri's joy. We did sit down and talk with one another during the entire meal, well apart from Eri, who was too busy eating to answer. Momo and I kept discussing what the recommended exam entailed, to which I told her all my knowledge of the said event. It starts with a written exam for an hour-long written exam. After, they split you into groups and have those groups race on a straight track. It is meant to determine the creativity of your quirk usage and the speed you can make it from one point to another. They don't want stupid or slow heroes, after all. After that, they will make a tournament where people fight each other. The top 10 then will go through a harsh interview process to cull the numbers to 4 students. That sounds daunting. Yeah, it's going to be a hassle, but we can do it. What do you mean, we can do it? Aren't you going to enter through the normal exam like everyone else? Yeah, I am. Fluffy-chan even approved my decision. However, he said he wanted me to go to all the exam sites, including the recommendation one, and intimidate them all with my quirk's power to gauge how they would do in the competitive climate of the hero world and its ranking system. Oh my, that sounds mean. What happens to the points you accumulate, though? Wouldn't you just be able to take all of the robots for yourself and leave them with no chance of passing at all? I'm not too sure about it myself. I assume that I would only get points for a singular testing center. Whether it's my highest points or my lowest, I have no idea. I took a sip of my chalky milk before continuing. I was told to focus on saving people during the test and healing any injuries, so I will just follow that. Maybe slip in a big show of might or something to intimidate the test takers per site for the normal exam. Well, I suppose that's fine. We continued chatting about other topics, mainly regarding the dorm situation for when we get accepted and whether or not to bring Ari along. It was still up in the air. We all, eventually, got washed and dressed in our attire for the day. I was in a black tracksuit, white crop top, and a throwing knife belt across my thigh. The knives stocked were enchanted with sharpness V books from Minecraft, and plenty of Skyrim enchants. Momo's quirk is the best a knife maniac like me could ask for. Momo made her own clothes for today out of a material that functions as a one-way pathway for her creations. It was styled to look the same as my outfit. I guess she wanted to match with me today. The only difference was the lack of a knife belt and the addition of a Borderlands-style shield of her own creation. It was a version of the sham shield, but it had a 100% absorb chance for bullets, has an electrical shockwave effect for when depleted, along with some elemental immunities. It was the single best support item money couldn't buy. Ari's outfit is a white dress shirt with a frilled collar and a plain red pinafore with two large, golden buttons on either side of her chest. Under this, she wears gray tights and a large set of tan boots, and a small dark red messenger bag with the strap sitting over her right shoulder, and a little floral pattern decorating one of its sides. A/N, her canon outfit. When we made it to the venue and made it to the observation room, I started generating clones for each testing center in the nurse's office while I stayed with Ari. Mrs. Aoi, could you please be a dear and pry your child off of me? No can do Fluffy-chan. I promised her that you would be her cuddle friend while she sleeps today. All right. Can you at least undo the time loop you did on my teapot? I have grown bored of Earl Grey for now. MHM, sure thing. I erased the time loop from the teapot he pulled out of nowhere. I should learn that trick. Maybe my distance manipulation could do it. He began brewing some chamomile tea. The aromatic scent flooded the small room. We talked about our game plan for intimidating the students during the exam, to which I suggested a big show of power at the start of the event to discourage them. As we finished talking, the Chimera threw another responsibility on me. Now, Mrs. Aoi, I believe it's time for your opening speech for the exam, no? Huh. What are you talking about, Fluffy-chan? Speech. Me. Nah. Oh no. Anyway, start making your way down to the auditorium. Making my way out of the room, I began grumbling about some stupid plushies and stuff. I decided to take this new development in a good view after realizing I get to mess around with an audience filled with budding hero wannabes. As I began walking to the stage, a serious expression on my face, whispers broke out. Who is that? Are they the teacher? What the fuck is Sakuya doing now? Mina, do you know what she's doing on the stage? Hell nah, I just hope she still gets accepted after whatever she does. Tapping on the microphone, the screens behind me lighting up as I do so, I cleared my throat before speaking. Good morning, hero hopefuls. My name is Sakuya Aoi, the owner of UA. I was asked to make a short message to you all and explain how the exam will go today. If you have any questions, keep them to yourself because I don't care, you aren't worth my time, and I doubt your questions will be. If you look up at the screen and in the leaflets you were handed out, you will see there are multiple things listed. That's all the information you need for today, and you had 10 minutes to read up on it before I entered. For the people in the room that are either blind or illiterate, I will explain it. You will participate in a 10-minute mock urban battle with various robotic opponents of varying points and sizes. 3 types of robots earn you points out of the 4 listed. They are named the 1-pointer, 2-pointer, and 3-pointer. Creative, I know. The more points the robot is worth, the bigger and more dangerous it is. It is a high-risk, high-reward scenario. Your goal is simple, compete against your peers to grab the most points possible within the time limit. I could see Ida having his hand up. Deciding to humor him, I asked. Yes, the boy in glasses with his hand up. Yes, Ida Tenya, ma'am. You said the bigger the robotic opponent, the higher the reward. What about the 0-pointer? Surely such a huge obstacle should be worth many points in and of itself. I doubt that UA would have made such a blatant mistake in their printing to label it as such. Oh. You're curious about the 0-pointer, are you? It's more of an obstacle than anything. It's also there to show you that the hero world isn't always rewarding. Because it isn't. The world of heroics that you have been fed through the media your entire life is only the bright side of it. In reality, it is a dingy and gritty profession, not for the light of heart. You are here to become heroes, are you not? Then it's our job to teach you that not everything is fair, not everything will be worth it, and things won't go your way. Do you wonder why my school, UA, is such a prestigious academy? It's because we teach you a harsh dose of reality and expect you to overcome it all at the end of your 3 years here. If you can't, then you don't deserve to be a hero. If you do, you will become the best of the best. To be honest, with all 10,000 plus of you, I barely see 100 people in this room worth teaching. The rest of you are faceless nobodies that I'm sure will fade into the nothingness of society in no time at all. That aside, I wish you all luck in getting in and proving me wrong. I'm sure some of you in this very room have mental-based quirks or quirks that don't work on robots. How many of you have this problem? A giant shout of agreements and declarations came out. There's a lot of you, but that's to be expected. However, here's another question. How many of you filled in your support gear forms that were available on the website you used to sign up for entering this school? The previous cacophony turned into a few hushed whispers. I continued after shaking my head. You are all morons. You have a quirk that needs enhanced mental capabilities to work, yet your brains are still so woefully stupid. I will have nobody complaining about a biased or unfair exam. You were all given ample time and opportunity to cover your potential weaknesses with support items, but you didn't. Pathetic. Shouts and curses came from the stands, which I couldn't care about at all. Wow, I point out a mistake of yours, and you all start throwing expletives at me. The owner of the school. I see. Well, if you can't take a single person mocking you, you didn't deserve to be a hero anyway. Do you know how many hecklers heroes face every day? Too many. Most heroes deal with hecklers positively and efficiently, yet you all blew your fuses. Your hero license would have had a strike on it, and a hefty fine would have been slapped on you by the commission if the civilian in question decided to press charges if you got physical like most of you want to get with me. All of you look under your seats. You will find your testing center listed on the paper. Please head towards the appropriate bus outside and make your way to the battlefield. It has been a pleasure speaking to you today and making you all realize your faults. I can only hope you use this opportunity to grow and rise to the challenge. After dismissing the disgruntled attendees, I walked up to the viewing room. The sight I was greeted with was amusing. Eri had Fluffy-chan in a chokehold while being completely asleep. Mike and Midnight were gossiping over my entire speech and seriously wondering if I was their actual boss in the corner of the room. Granny Chio was facepalming while her recently resurrected daughter was laughing her ass off. Yes, you read that right. I decided to do a good thing for someone else. Shocking, I know. I jumped back in time when she was dying, yoinked her through the time stream, and left her healed body in Chio's infirmary. Chio nearly had a heart attack the next day when unlocking the door. Vlad King was just deadpanning at me. Homeless-san gave me a thumbs up and his weird smile he always does. I don't think he knows how to properly smile without looking like a serial killer. Ectoplasm was too busy elsewhere, driving people to the battle centers and dealing with the extras. I have no idea where the rest are. I walked over to Eri and pried her off of the principal as he was turning purple. It was visible through his fur too. She clung to my torso and began locking herself onto it immediately. What did you think of my speech? Personally, Fluffy-chan, I think you should thank me. He took numerous deep breaths before finally speaking. Thank you for doing the speech, Mrs. Aoi. Yeah, I'm great, aren't I? Anyway, what did you think? You certainly were blunt. You did communicate all the information that was needed of you, which was nice. You also, in your own roundabout way, fired them up. I do hope that you stop claiming to own the school and undermine my position, as fun as watching you do so is. I appreciate that you also answered their concerns about quirks not working on robots and how they could have prepared better, as harsh as you were when doing so. Overall, I think it was a great opening speech. He did start maniacally laughing at the end. I don't know how one tiny thing could be so loud, then I remembered my phone's alarm. We watched through the screens as the exams were starting. Testing center, a clone POV. I had a mask on, courtesy of my wife's lipids. God, that sounds weird out of context. Anyways, I am currently waiting for the signal to start before I get this show on the road. Soon after, Present Mick's voice came through the loudspeakers. Okay, listeners. Welcome to the testing centers. As you can see, they are all miniature cities modeled after various neighborhoods in Japan. The test will be starting soon, so go dash. Plus Ultra. I didn't join in on the shout as anyone with advanced hearing that may not have been deafened by the huge chant of the school's motto would have been able to recognize my voice. The buzzer came right afterward, along with the opening of the gates. That was the signal. I stopped time and used my distance manipulation to teleport me to the tallest building to get a vantage point. I was standing atop a scaled-down version of the Tokyo Tower. Looking around the city, I spot 30 or so robots in my line of sight. Brandishing copies of the enchanted knives I made, I threw them into the air before duplicating them so they would be surrounding me in a circle and made them stutter in midair. After making sure I didn't completely fuck it up, I accelerated the stuttering of said knives to the point they were becoming a blur. I unfroze time and watched as the knives flew off in a blur towards their intended targets. They all struck the eyes of the robots and pierced right through them. the explosions came soon after. Typically the robots wouldn't explode due to any safety issues that might occur. Still, that entire safety mechanism only works if they can sense anybody nearby, whether thermally or any other means. So I, who was hundreds of meters away and killed them before they could fully calibrate themselves, wasn't able to be sensed. It was glorious. A bunch of the city turned to ruins. Buildings have collapsed, water pipes were spewing liquid everywhere, broken glass was littering the floor, among other debris. I think I did my show of power just right. I looked back to the crowd of participants. They were all rooted to the spot in both shock and awe. It was so bad that Present Mike had to remind them that they too had to compete for points. After causing all of that chaos, I decided to lay back and focus on saving anyone from harm. Sakuya POV. We all started watching the testing center screens as soon as Fluffy-chan pressed the buzzer before saying, "Let's see what these children can do. I'm sure they'll be fine." Ah, I guess they stopped time already. Why do they always have to do it when I'm talking? I just waited for the time stop to end before finishing my sentence. NE. Boom 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 boom. I was too busy watching the screen to notice the incredulous looks I was getting from the staff for causing so many explosions in such a short amount of time. After noting that nobody was hurt in the explosion, I began speaking once more. See. Everything's A-okay. Yes, there were no casualties despite the numerous explosions. It was great, right? Yes, it was. How I haven't seen such chaos in quite a while. Everything is too peaceful nowadays. Fluffy-chan. Yes, Mrs. Aoi, what's the matter? Are you sure that you, the principal of the most prestigious hero academy in Japan, should be saying that you wish for more chaos and that things are too peaceful? The things I do for my job take priority over my own pleasure. Pfft. Something funny, Mrs. Aoi. He, you said pleasure. I forgot that despite your mature looks, you are indeed a child. How rude of you, Fluffy-chan. I hope both sides of your pillow are warm tonight. Recommended exam clone POV. I was walking with Momo as we were in the same group for the race. We were currently discussing the test when a sudden boisterous man greeted us. Hello. I'm in your group for the race. Let's go plus ultra. He slammed his head into the concrete flooring, leaving a dent in it. I swore that I knew this person from the show, but I was drawing blanks at the moment. I decided to greet the bald giant. Hello. Inasa Yurashi. Hello, Yurashi-san. It's nice to see someone so energetic instead of the serious faces everyone seems to be putting on at the minute. I hope that we both make it in and become good friends. He took my outstretched hand and shook it enthusiastically. I now knew who this giant in front of me was. The student that was put off by what I like to call Ejiroki or early Roki. He has a wind quirk. If I remember correctly, it could be a great help in pretty much every encounter with the LOV-1A have. He was also ridiculously strong, physically and quirk-wise. Momo decided to greet him next. I too wish that we could be good friends in the future, Yurashi-san. If Momo didn't chug that super soldier serum, I would be worried about her arm being ripped off by how fast that Inasa was shaking it. Soon after we exchanged pleasantries, the edgy ice cream man himself came over. Well, he wasn't so edgy as we have been working on something in the background throughout the years. I found out that it was possible to make him accept his quirk without breaking every fucking bone I own on a nationally broadcasted event. Shocker. Momo because she didn't know about Endeavor's situation, and Inasa finally had a comrade in arms. He and Yurashi made quick friends when I told Inasa that Todoroki hates his father more than he ever could. It was a shock to both Momo and Inasa when I said that. For the 100-meter dash, the times were for our group. First, Sakuya Izaoi, 0.001 seconds. Second, Momo Yayorozu, 5.603 seconds. Third, Inasa Yurashi, 8.407 seconds. Fourth, Shoto Todoroki, 8.514 seconds. The only reason I didn't get faster was that it was the lowest the speedometer could read. Momo came through with her super soldier serum boosted body and demolished it. The same thing happened in canon with Inasa beating Shoto, but this time they're friends. He didn't use his fire this time either, probably to spite his father in a semi-public setting before he can move out. Endeavor was having constipation if the look on his face meant anything, or he was angry. The jury is still out on that one. He wanted to scream at the top of his lungs about how his creation should be number one before realizing that calling your son a creation wouldn't go down well. The tournament arc ended with: first, Sakuya Izaoi. Second, Momo Yayorozu. Third, Shoto Todoroki. Fourth, Inasa Yurashi. Fifth, Setsuna Tokage. Sixth, Extra. Seventh, Juzo Hananuki. Eighth, Extra. Ninth, Extra. 10th, Extra. Momo did manage to pull a fast one on me with a ring that negated the effects of time stop. Too bad that it didn't stop me from accelerating myself and kicking her into a nearby wall. She wasn't harmed because of the shield, but she was sent out of bounds. If she had more prep time, I would have been yeeted off by grenades and whatever other contraption she would concoct. The other battles weren't really notable. Hell, even Inasa's and Shoto's match was them just having a dick/quirk measuring contest with cyclones and icebergs the entire time. Shoto did finally use his flames, and it caused a huge explosion that rattled the whole building and sent Inasa hurtling towards a wall. I guess he saw the outcome and didn't want to lose to Inasa a second time. I just had tea with Fluffy-chan during my interview. He has already spent long enough getting to know me, so there was no need. Momo did pretty well. Turns out etiquette training is a great thing to have as it prepares people for interviews and keeps them calm throughout. Inasa was shouting his answers to where I could hear them from 3 rooms over. The results for the interviews took place a few minutes afterward. Presumably, so Fluffy-chan could go over all the tapes himself. The announced people that were officially being accepted were Momo, Shoto, Inasa, and Setsuna. Fluffy-chan also revealed that I, the top scorer, was already in UA and was another obstacle. Luckily, all the students that weren't accepted had a chance to do an exam like the regular applicants. Just that it was scaled down for the number of participants, and there were a few of UA's first-year Hero Course students competing with them. It was to make it closer to the actual exam. We all parted ways soon after, wishing each other a safe journey. Shoto did slip something into my pocket, but that's for another time. Sakuya POV. I was walking back from the cafeteria because Eri was hungry and wanted food. I may have wanted to put my chalky milk in the fridge to cool it down too. Soon enough, my clone entered the room. They gave me something before erasing themselves. I slipped it into my pocket and went back to sipping on my chalky milk with Eri. Momo came in and told us, mainly Eri, the results. She was super happy about getting in. She may not have shown it outwardly, but she was terrified of the prospect of failing to get in even with all the training she's done. So the fact that she got in and beat some people she previously wouldn't have if not due to her awakening was gratifying. A huge weight was lifted off of her shoulders, which was a great thing because her boobs were already weighing her down, and I was worried about her height being stunted. We did talk about our experiences for today. It was mainly about me and a large number of explosions that were set off an hour prior. I regaled her with the magnificent tale of how I, the owner of UA, did a wonderful speech that boosted everyone's confidence and then proceeded to crush it with a huge light show from atop the replica of the Tokyo Tower. My story greatly amused her before asking for the actual one. I then told her the actual story on the way home about how I called them pathetic and that most of them will be forgotten by society soon. Of course, I spun it in the most self-effacing way possible. She said she wasn't going to cuddle or hug me for the rest of the day as punishment. She forgot that I had the world's biggest cuddle machine sitting on my lap, so I played her game. I said I was only going to cuddle with Eri for today. Eri got the hint and started hugging my waist, sticking a tongue out of Momo before hiding her face in my chest. Yeah. Momo soon broke. She tried to get in on the cuddle action, but we kept denying her access. I worded it in a way that sounded like I was helping her, which made her want to hug me more. We did cuddle again, only after I had a good teasing session, though. Chapter 24, Chapter 23. 3 weeks have passed since the entrance exams and both my and Momo's proper acceptance into UA. We were basically unofficial students already with the amount of time we spent studying there. I have managed to call in a favor with Fluffy-chan to modify my dorm room to my liking with his full support. The previous singular bedroom room of about 12 by 12 feet was now a 48 by 48 feet area. Distance manipulation is truly a blessing. It has a walk-in wardrobe installed, a lounge area, a top-of-the-range bathroom, and enough room for all of our bedroom furniture as I was not about to be in a cramped room like Ken and Momo. Power loader helped immensely with the building and rewiring. We also have Eri's room next door to us, with a door connecting her room to the lounge area. She was going to stay with us in the dorms, much to my mother's dismay. We had to promise to give her and Miha visitation rights and to return home whenever possible. I doubt that Eri will sleep in her room at all, but I thought it best to give her the option. It was the first day of UA today. The recommended students have already moved in along with me. The reason that the others haven't is that they will either be moving in later today or tomorrow. It all depends on how they do on Homeless-san's test. There was no point moving in if he would move back out a few hours later. I was currently dressed in my UA school uniform, so was Momo. Eri even had a smaller version as Fluffy-chan would teach her throughout the year. I looked over to her as she finished her cereal. Milk was getting all over her uniform. She's lucky I can clean those stains with my quirk as milk stains are a pain in the ass to get out. I should know, all those 3 a.m. anime binging sessions with Captain Crunch have given me more than enough experience in those matters. A/N, what is your favorite cereal? And, do you put the milk first or the cereal? Grabbing a nearby tissue, I wipe her pudgy adorable face down. Can't have my little unicorn all messy on her day of school, now can I? Nah. Well, let's get you to your class now, shall we? I cleaned her clothes, put the dishes in the sink, and scooped her up in my arms. Looking over to Momo, I said. You can go ahead without me, babe. I want to see all of their faces when the owner of UA walks into class. I blew her a kiss before making my way through the convoluted corridor system. It was no wonder the broccoli boy had trouble finding his class. The entire school was like a maze. It's probably designed this way for Fluffy-chan's own sick amusement, watching the clueless humans get lost in the maze like he used to during his time as a lab experiment. I was getting looks from the older students. They still think I'm the actual owner of the school and Fluff-chan's owner. It also didn't help that the rumors have grown in both numbers and intensity over the years of me being here. Seeing me in a uniform really shocked them. Hushed whispers broke out in the corridors. Do you think she's pretending to be a student to trick those poor first years? Isn't that the person who's the secret number 0 for the big 3? What year is she in? Is it true that she will suck out your soul if you look into her child's eyes? I heard she beat All Might in a wrestling match last Tuesday. Yep, UA is still full of crazy people 3 years after the rumors started. Eri smiled and waved at them, which made the students receiving said wave happy, but they didn't dare look at her eyes in fear for their soul being taken. Era, is my little unicorn scaring all the students? How naughty of you. I didn't mean to. Eri adorably huffed. I know, I pecked her on the cheek before continuing, I mean, who would ever be scared of such an adorable little baby such as yourself? Crossing her arms and facing the other way, she replied, humph. I'm a big girl, not a little baby. I see. If you're such a big girl, then I guess you're too big for mama's cuddles, how you'll have to sleep on your own too. Seeing my sad face and hearing my sniffles, she began panicking. I am not too big for cuddles. I put on a hopeful expression before replying. Why you're not? You're still my little baby, alright. MHM. Deciding not to tease her anymore, we continued on our way to the staff room. Leaving behind a crowd of befuddled students. Thoughts were racing through their minds as they tried to make sense of the situation. She's been tamed by that unicorn child. She even manipulates her own child. What the fuck did I just witness? Eventually, we made it to the staff room. I promptly swung the door open without a care in the world. I greeted everyone in the room. Homeless-san rolled his way out of the door now that it's open. I guess he really didn't want to leave that sleeping bag until reaching his classroom. Ignoring that bizarre sight for a moment, I dropped Eri off at Fluffy-chan's office. There was a surprise waiting for me at the office, though. Komo-sensei was here. To be completely honest, I wanted to slap her. We had 3 tearful goodbyes, yet she always turns up a few weeks later. Deciding it was best for my sanity, I completely ignored her existence. I had outwardly reacted too many times in the past to this same development. I won't give her, or the chimera who planned this, the satisfaction of seeing a reaction. So I walked out after dropping Eri off, saying nothing as I did so. As I walked down the hallways on my way to the classroom, I spotted a homeless caterpillar crawling his way down the same hallway I found myself in. Walking up behind him, I scooped him up and carried him under my arms. A bunch of muffled complaints was being sent my way, but I ignored them. He was going to be late to his class at the rate he was going. When we made it to the classroom, I set him down on the floor so he could enter with as much dignity as a person who looks homeless can possibly have. Thank you, problem child. I would prefer it if you didn't pick me up like a sack of potatoes in the future, though. No promises. I opened the sliding door with enough force, so the resounding smack of the door hitting the doorframe caught everyone's attention. I walked my way over to the podium without a care in the world before grabbing the chalk off of it, turning to the blackboard behind me. I wrote my name down, before turning back to the class. Good morning, class, my name is Sakuya Izaoi. Some of you may remember me from the entrance exam where I gave that motivating speech. I will be your sensei for your time at UA. Please refer to me as Sakuya-sensei or Izaoi-sensei. Hi, Sakuya-sensei. As I was about to open my mouth once more to cause yet another misunderstanding, Homeless-san opened his mouth. Problem child, go sit in your seat and stop messing around with your classmates. TCH. He then took my rightful place at the podium before speaking. You all managed to get tricked by the problem child on your first day here. That doesn't bode well for you. I expect future heroes like yourselves not to be so believing in everything that's told to you. As he kept berating the class for being so gullible, I looked around the class, trying to spot any changes from the original roster. It looks like Toga and I replaced Koda and Ojiro. Oh well. Is that Melissa? Oh, it seems I was right. Those visits to I-Island weren't for no reason. I pecked Momo on the lips before sitting down, even though I was going to be standing up in a few seconds anyway. I took out a chalky milk carton and started sipping as Homeless-san was finishing up his hazing and berating. Now, get these on and meet me by the training field in 10 minutes. After a not-so-quick trip to the locker rooms, which consisted of me answering all of their questions and listening to their rants about how stressed my speech made them, we got changed into our gym uniforms. I did alter time a bit, so 1 minute inside the girls' changing room was 1 second outside. It was to avoid any peeping incidents, as we would be already changed by the time anyone can look in the peephole. As we made it to the field fully dressed, I altered time for the boys' changing room this time so we wouldn't have to wait for long. When everyone arrives, Homeless-san starts telling us the tests we are expected to complete. You have 8 tests to complete. Minus 50-meter dash. Grip strength. Standing long jump. Repeated side steps. Ball throw. Long distance run. Seated toe touch. And finally, sit-ups. He said all of this in his usual tired, monotonous voice, and then, as if it's not a huge deal, he added on to the end, the person who is ranked in the last place at the end will be expelled from the school. Shortly after hearing this, chaos ensued, with many people screaming and trying to reason with the homeless man who was happily slurping on his juice packet. However, Momo, Shoto, and I are standing there completely unfazed by what was just said. Even Vlad King opened his classroom window and started shouting at Homeless-san. Aizawa. You better not expel my little Himi-chan, otherwise, I will clot all of the blood in your body. Oh yeah, I forgot with his awakening, he can now control other people's blood. What a great birthday present that was. His ranking boosted significantly as his capture rate increased with his newfound power-up. Looking over to Toga, she looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole and die. I guess she hasn't gotten over the embarrassment of having a doting parent yet. Homeless-san completely ignored the overprotective father's death threat and threw a ball over to me. How far were you able to throw the ball in high school, problem child? 855 meters. That's, without your quirk. Yes. I can't really tell you about the super soldier serum, Homeless-san, sorry. He could only sigh before continuing on. Well, use your quirk this time. Anything goes as long as you don't leave the circle. I nodded and made my way to the circle. Now, there's 2 ways I can play this. I can either get an easy infinity with distance manipulation by dropping the ball into my pocket, or I can accelerate the ball to the absolute maximum and probably shatter every window in a 1-mile radius with the sonic booms it will generate. I kept debating my options before deciding to put on a show. I turned to Momo and asked. Babe, can you make everyone some earplugs? This is about to be loud. I threw the ball with all my might before making it stutter. The observers were confused about what I was doing until they saw the ball speeding up rapidly. When it reached a speed I was satisfied with, I let it fly off. The resulting boom was deafening. A huge wind kicked up a bunch of dust around the field, the school's windows shattered, and the alarms went off. After I composed myself, I repaired all of the windows. Fluffy-chan reassured all of the teachers that there wasn't an intruder in the school. Looking over to Homeless-san, I asked. What's my score? Infinity. Nice. Welp, you're on your own to do the rest of the exercises. Come back to me whenever you're finished so I can give you all the results. With that, we went about the track completing each of the listed exercises. With the help of the training robots, all the registered times etc. were being sent straight to Homeless-san's tablet. Momo and I paired off for the tests. For the 50-meter dash, Momo got a score of 2.801 seconds while I scored a standard 0.001 seconds. Grip strength was next. I summoned a few clones of myself, and with our boosted strength and numbers, we broke the machine. Momo did something similar with a miniature hydraulic press she made. Momo and I cleared the sandbox with ease for the standing long jump. I broke the training machine for the repeated side steps. It turns out summoning clones and then accelerating them all to do side steps can cause its sensors to overload, oops. Momo got up in the hundreds before I stopped counting. I didn't have to do anything for the ball throw and just sat to the side while Momo had her attempt. She summoned a huge artillery cannon and fired the ball far off into the distance. I just summoned a clone to touch my own feet for the seated toe touch after confirming with Homeless-san that it would count. I was too busy chilling out with my chalky milk to notice how Momo was doing. For the sit-ups, I had a clone hold both Momo and my legs down. We had a little competition with no quirks involved. Well, apart from the clones. It was a minute time limit, and I managed 87 while Momo did 76. We held off on the long-distance run as the entire class was meant to do that together. It was a 1-hour-long running session where we were meant to show our level of stamina, whether or not we were going to quit, and the number of laps we could do during the time frame. Momo, Ida, and I were all the last people standing. I didn't need to use my quirk for this test as I didn't really feel fatigued during my time running. Of course, during this entire testing period, the rabid Pomeranian got a healthy reality check in that he wasn't the best. Hell, he would probably barely make it in the top 5 of first years, which he would then get kicked out of after Melissa manages to utilize OFA to a decent degree. Speaking of Melissa Shield, she was struggling a bit in the tests. I did help her out a bit with reverting her fatigue now and then. I doubt that idiotic banana-haired hero gave her proper training that wasn't just strength-based. She didn't try to completely eviscerate her arm on the ball throw, and it looked like she managed a form of full cowling. Already a smarter option than the taiyaki microwave analogy weirdo. What really sealed the deal was I saw her use her legs. Crazy, I know. An OFA user realizing that they have legs. It was unheard of. That type of discovery would take someone a few generations of users and 100 or so chapters to figure out. When we all finished our tests, we lined up in front of the homeless juice pack addict while waiting for all of our scores to be collated. First, Sakuya Izaoi. Second, Momo Yaoyorozu. Third, Shoto Todoroki. Fourth, Katsuki Bakugu. 20th, Toru Hagakure. The invisible girl began tearing up soon after the results were revealed. The homeless men in front of us didn't let that revelation sink in too much and spoke up. Good job, nobody is getting expelled yet. It was all a logical ruse to bring out your full potential dash. Asterisk cough asterisk bullshit cough. Since the majority of today was supposed to be regarding orientation and meeting your various professors, and I had you all skip that, you're free to go. The first day of actual classes starts tomorrow, and make sure not to be late for them. There are multiple moving vans parked outside the front of the school for each of you. They are there to help you move into the dorms that are now open to the first years. The move-in deadline will be by tomorrow afternoon. The dorms are new, so don't burn them down. Aside from that, there are the usual rules of no alcohol or any other illegal substances allowed. If you are caught with them, you will be given a strike, and depending on the severity of the case involved, you could be expelled before your 3 strikes are up. There will be a child staying in the dorms with you. Her name is Eri. If anyone harms and or messes with that child, you will be expelled on the spot by me. That's if you stay alive long enough for it to be reported to me. The fridge in the kitchen area will be stocked up by us for the first month. After that, you will have an allocated budget, and you will have to shop for yourselves. Try not to starve. And problem child, please don't erase anyone who annoys you in the morning. I will bring them back after a while anyway, so it shouldn't matter if I erase them or not. Just don't erase anyone, please. I'll try my best. I suppose that's the best I'm gonna get, I'll take it. With that, he left after he sent us off to get changed. Momo and I went and picked up our bundle of joy and went back to the dorms. She began coloring in her little book once again. Everybody was introduced to Eri gradually, even Bakugu introduced himself somewhat normally, as they were moving into the dorms. We sat down and had some soba with Shoto for dinner before making our way upstairs to our new home for the next 3 years. Chapter 25, Chapter 24. Classes on the official first day start a few hours later for first years than other years. It was scheduled to allow the new students to bond in their new environment and give them 0 reasons to be late to class. UA could afford this gap in lessons to occur as they have the best results in the country. It was also because the students would have had a tour of the school and had already met all of their professors the day prior, so they would know where to head to and roughly what amount of time was needed to reach their destination. Yes, those were the duties that the homeless man completely ignored. How he still has a job as a teacher is, in said teacher's own words, illogical. A/N had to remove like a 1K rant on how Aizawa is a great hero but a terrible teacher in canon material. Let me know how y'all feel about Homeless Sans teaching prowess. The students were all fully moved into their dorm rooms. Some students had plenty more luggage than others, some people needed help with construction, and almost everyone needed help with cooking. The only people that could cook in Heights Alliance, the 1A dorm, were Sakuya Izaoi, Momo Yaoyorozu, Sato Rikido, Katsuki Bakugu, and Tsuyu Ajui. However, out of those 5 cooks, 2 of them are specialized in baking cakes and other confectionaries and making spicy food, respectively. They were Katsuki and Sato. So, if you weren't in the mood for either, their skills were rather limited. One student claimed they could cook cold soba. They dumped the soba noodles into a pot of water and promptly froze it. Just because the student was correct doesn't mean they were right. That person was kicked out of the kitchen along with their soba popsicle and banned from cooking ever again. A lot of the pre-purchased food in the fridge allocated for this week was gone due to the sheer number of students claiming and trying to prove they could cook despite deep in their hearts knowing that the end product was destined for failure. It was a chaotic mess the entire time. People were cooking in the kitchen, yet no edible products dish out. The students grew hungrier, and in turn irritable, as time went on. Sato and Tsuyu came through and saved the hungry crowd. The other 3 people who could cook were busy doing their own things. Doting on their child in Sakuya and Momo's case, whereas Katsuki was busy laughing at everyone's faces when they had the nerve to say, bon appetit, and serve a plate of volcanic ash. Sakuya and Aries rewinding came in handy for recovering the ingredients from whatever abuse they went through at the hands of the students. As the time hit 8:30 a.m., one of the students on the third floor was stirring awake from the aroma wafting over from the kitchen area located on the floor below. On their large bed, they sat up against the headboard. They ran a hand through their long hair as they pushed it behind their ears and out of their face. The alluring aroma of breakfast clearly caught their attention as they began sniffing the air to make sure they didn't just imagine it and that there was indeed some food waiting to be eaten. Taking care not to wake the other occupants of the room, the figure silently made its way to the walk-in wardrobe. They began to pick out some more presentable clothing as they were in a rather revealing negligee at the current time. They may have been comfortable wearing that to bed, but they weren't comfortable with anyone but their special person seeing them in it. The figure, after picking out some loungewear, made its way to the bathroom with light steps. They soon realized that they were alone in the room, and all that being silent didn't really have a point. This would have normally mildly upset the raven-haired woman, as she was the early riser in the relationship. Still, the revelation soon came that Sakuya, their wife, was probably the cause of the pleasant aroma. If this was the same person from a few years ago and you told them that Sakuya could cook delicious-smelling food, they would have politely waved it off as nonsense. Sakuya was a terrible cook. Well, that was the case until she used psychometry on an alternate timeline version of herself that was a chef. From then on, Sakuya's cooking could rival professional chefs and even surpass it in certain areas. Breakfast foods just happened to be one of those. Sakuya POV a few minutes ago. After setting Eri down, who was in her adorable little pajamas. She may say she's a big girl now, but she doesn't want to stop wearing that unicorn onesie or sleeping with us. Not that I'm complaining. I began searching the pantry to see what I could make. It was always nice to have options, after all. There was enough for pancakes to be made for the entire dormitory. Looking over to Eri, I asked. Sweetie, are you fine with pancakes today? MHM. Can I have sea carnel, the sweet sauce, please? It's called caramel, and of course you can. Anything else? Strawberries. Seeing her excitement and the way she threw her hands into the air, who was I to say no? Okay, can you help Mama out with the cooking? After getting an enthusiastic nod, she came around the counter and off the stool, she began washing her hands. I had to hold her up to the sink for her to do that, though. When she was aproned up and standing on a stool, I began instructing her on what to do. She successfully weighed and measured out all of the ingredients. Granted, some spilled on the marble countertop. We were doing some extra fluffy souffle pancakes as they had a better texture and weren't as heavy. The ingredients needed for 2 servings were 6 tablespoons cake flour, 2½ tablespoons skim milk, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1/4 tsp vanilla extract, 1/2 tablespoon full-fat mayonnaise or Kewpie mayonnaise, 3 tablespoons granulated white sugar, 2 large eggs, egg whites and egg yolks separated, keep egg whites chilled in fridge until ready to use. So to serve the entire dormitory, I would need at least 10 times the amount. Most likely, 15 times the amount as Momo, Sato, myself, Shoji, and Kirishima need to eat a lot more calories than normal people to maintain muscle mass or due to our increased metabolisms. We added the milk, baking powder, vanilla, mayonnaise, and egg yolks in a large mixing bowl. Eri had some fun making it snow with her sieve as she sifted the flour into the bowl. Luckily there was a mixing stand nearby, so we could leave that to combine until smooth and have a pale yellow color. After I made sure to rub the mixing bowl of a different mixer down with a lemon wedge to remove any oils that may have been present, Eri poured in the icky egg whites and sugar. We let that whip on the highest speed the mixer allowed until stiff peaks could form. It took a few minutes to achieve those peaks. I did hold it upside down over Eri's head, much to her terror. Thankfully, the mixer did its job properly, and nothing happened. We folded the meringue mixture into the batter gently with a rubber spatula, making sure to lose as little air as possible. It was a long and stressful task, but we did it. It was still a light mixture and ready to be cooked. Eri then went and washed her hands and went back to sitting on her stool, as the next step was the actual cooking part, and I didn't want her burning herself. Plus, I wanted her absolutely nowhere near me when I'm boiling sugar in the caramel making process. Getting burnt with hot sugar is a pain you only need to know once to never want to associate with it ever again. I brought the large skillet to a medium-low heat. Once the skillet came up to temperature, I placed 3 non-stick ring molds in the middle. I then filled them just above halfway and left ample room for them to rise. After a few seconds, I added half a tablespoon of water on each side of the pan before putting a lid on it. This will steam the pancakes and let the top cook a little, making it easier to flip. When they were cooking, I started on the caramel sauce. It was rather simple. I just combined 200 g of light brown sugar, 4 tablespoons of unsalted butter, 50 milliliters of milk plus heavy cream, 1 tablespoon of vanilla extract, and 1 teaspoon of sea salt in a saucepan. After whisking continuously on high heat until it thickened, I then poured it into a refrigerated glass jar to cool down and thicken some more. After the tops of the flipped pancakes were completely cooked, which took around 3 minutes, I placed them all onto a plate and gently pushed them out of their molds. I garnished with some strawberries and dusted them with icing sugar before serving it to my official taste tester, Ari. She was already drooling and had stars in her eyes before even taking a bite. That was before the cooled-down caramel sauce was drizzled on top of the stack. As I turned around to refill the molds with more batter and get this show on the road, I could hear Ari's muffled squeals of delight as she shoveled the pancakes into her mouth. Sato was the first person to come down. He helped me out a lot with keeping up with the increasing demand as more and more people awoke. He did ask for the recipe as repayment for his help, to which I gave it to him happily. Saka-chan, did you save any for me? Of course I did, Himi-chan, there should be a plate near the... As I turned around, I saw Ari with another plate in front of her, a sheepish smile on her face, stuffing her mouth with another pancake. Well, don't worry. With Sato's help, I'll get some to you sooner or later, Himi-chan. As I was focused on pancake making, I could only hear what they were saying. Now, Ari-tan. I can't believe you would eat your Auntie Himi's pancakes. This requires a punishment. Punishment. Yep, it's the evilest punishment mankind has ever thought of. Asterisk sniffle asterisk RELI. Yep, it's tickle time. I don't know what I was worried about. It's Toga. She wouldn't ever hurt Ari. As I was finishing up with all the pancakes, I finally sat down to eat my own. As I was about to scoop the bite into my mouth, someone stole it from my fork. Looking over my shoulder, I see a semi-tired Momo chewing happily on my pancake. So that's how it is. My wife loves pancakes more than me. She pecked me on the cheeks before taking the seat next to me. Not true at all. It's just your pancakes are rarer than your kisses, so I thought it best to savor your rare cooking. I could only smile at her attempt to talk her way out of eating my food. We did eat our pancakes in a peaceful silence before I made my way back up to our room to take a quick nap. I did wake up way earlier than I wanted to, plus I was hungry, so I couldn't just skip time as it would only make my hunger worse. Momo POV. As I watched my wife walk away, mainly viewing her hips as they swayed, I resumed drinking my tea. I do wish that Sakuya was more of a tea person so she could appreciate this new blend my mother got me from China some more. I'm sure I can convert her soon enough. Looking around the room with an amiable smile on my face, I noticed how chaotic my time at UA would be. When you spend enough time around Sakuya, you can just smell the chaotic energy in the air. I saw that Mina was playing a card game with Himiko, Denki, and Kirishima. I had no idea what they were playing, and I'm more than sure that they didn't either. Kirishima set down a card, Ace of Spades. Himiko pulled an Uno card out of nowhere and slammed it down, +4. Denki was fired up and was not about to be left behind. Jolteon, I choose you. Mina had a smug smile on her face as she whipped out a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon in attack mode. No. I was utterly confused, but intrigued enough to keep spectating. When they finally finished playing, with Kirishima somehow winning, Mina got up from her seat and declared the start of another game. Let's have a room presentation contest. Third-person POV. Huh. Half of the boys shouted, equally parts confused and worried. Momo stayed silent but raised her eyebrows from behind the cup that she was sipping high-quality tea from as if she was expecting this development. Melissa was visibly nervous about the prospect of people entering her room but not nearly as nervous as Tokoyami was. Thankfully for Melissa, Mina caught onto his nervousness and marched her way towards his dorm room along with Toru and Himiko. Tokoyami wasn't pleased about people trying to enter his abyssal abode, and tried his best to obstruct their entrance. It only took 2 people to move him out of the way and enter. As everyone was soaking in the dark and brooding atmosphere of the room, Eri was more intrigued by the sword and kept trying to reach for it until Momo scooped her up and away from it. This is foolish. Get out, is all he needed to say to move the show onwards. Everyone shuffled away and moved on to the next room, home to Aoyama. The walls were lined with gold-plated mirrors and even a gaudy suit of armor in the corner. It was blinding. The French boy stood in the center of the room, laughing and spreading his arms widely, before looking them all in the eyes. There was a disco ball hanging in the place of the light. The room's resident went on and on about how dazzling the room was to the point he was alone and still talking. The last person on this floor is... Momo begins to ponder but doesn't finish, looking over at the purple-haired boy peeking out of the door. A shudder ran through her spine as she thought of the possible horrors behind that door. Not willing to expose her child to such things, she turned to leave. How is he smaller than me? Is he a child too? Eri pondered. Ida proudly presented his room, standing at attention as the students filed in. What instantly caught everyone's eyes was the sheer amount of glasses he had stocked up on his shelves. As expected of you, Ida. Tsuyu, Himiko, and Momo said. Why are there so many glasses? Uraraka laughs upon looking at the wall. Oh no, I have a bunch of glasses stored in my room too. What if they laugh at me? Melissa's mind was running through many scenarios, all of which ended badly. I expect them to be broken during intense training sessions. Ida replies mechanically before they make their way to Kaminari's room. So gaudy. Mina exclaims as she enters the room. Did you just use anything you could find to decorate your room with Kaminari? Hagakure chimed in. Told you it wasn't cool, Denki. Mina and Hagakure's necks almost snapped as they turned to the source of the voice. Their gossip-seeking mode locked onto the person in question as they smelled that some tea was to be spilled. First. Name. Basis. As the two girls intersected each other's words to form a sentence, Jiro, the girl in question, got progressively redder and redder. Nice one, man. Siro says, patting him on the back. 4 people are already in a relationship. God is dead. Gee, get your heads out of my relationship. Jiro yells, her earjacks wiggling in a threatening manner. Bakugu's room was next. The room was a pretty standard boys' room. The only difference is the posters of All Might and various explosive weaponry plastered on the walls. Nobody really wanted to call it plain or standard in fear of setting off his anger issues this early in the day. As the group left the explosive boys' room, gears started turning in Minetta's small head as he mercilessly attacked the young women with his words. We should see the girls' rooms too before we decide. It's only fair. Sounds good. Mina says, completely unperturbed by his outburst. Do I have to be here? Todoroki questions idly. Shush, Todoroki-san, it's good for you to be socializing like this, Momo said as she went into her maternal mode. Sakuya would let me leave if she was here, he grumbled under his breath. No, she wouldn't. She would probably force you to FaceTime Rei and tell her how you felt about everyone in their rooms. Let's go to Kirishima's room next. Mina shouts, running up the stairs to where the redhead's room is located. Kirishima opens the door, and everyone peeks inside. It was a man cave. Katsuki barged past everyone and made his way to the punching bag, and took all of his pent-up anger he couldn't release due to Eri's presence out on it. Shitty hair, you have a great room, he said with a feral grin on his face. Well, I'm glad someone likes it. The redhead replied, referring to Hagakure, who said she wouldn't like her boyfriend to have a room like this. Well, I know many people who wouldn't want to date a ghost, but you don't hear me saying that out loud, he thought inwardly. Shoji's room was next. Shoji didn't like to have many things. It was distracting and unnecessary to him. If you had somewhere to sleep and work, what else could you need? He found more enjoyment in spending time with others than playing online games. His room was very simplistic. So empty, Uraraka said as she peeked through the crowd at the door only to see a futon and a desk in the room. I've got what I need, Shoji says back to her. Ciro's now. Mina shouts, running towards the lift, desperate not to be the unlucky one stuck on the stairs. Damn. You really are doing everyone, huh? Ciro says, quickly hiding a smile as he knew his Asian-style room would turn some heads. Sure enough, it did just that. Asian. Mina says excitedly at the new-looking room. Next is Todoroki, right? Tokoyami hummed to himself. One of the top dogs in this class. Uraraka thought to herself. Going into the stoic Todoroki's room is so exciting. Hagakure thought. One of my rivals for the number 1 spot. Katsuki thought to himself. Isn't Endeavor a Todoroki? I wonder if they're related. Kaminari questioned idly in his mind. The door opened, and all but Todoroki, Eri, and Momo were surprised to see that it had been completely remodeled and was now styled in a traditional Japanese-style room. You redid your whole room. We have tatami at home, so I can't relax on wooden flooring anymore. How did you remodel your room in one day? Ciro quizzes hysterically. I had Power Loader Sensei help me and Sakuya altered time in here so it could be done quicker. The group quickly moved on to the last room, belonging to Sato, as he informed them he had a chiffon cake in the oven that was almost done. Do you guys want some? He asks. The girls immediately flock over, along with a few of the boys. So fluffy. They all coo, poking their cheeks with their fingers. After the girls came down from their sugar high, they realized that it was time for their rooms to be shown, much to Minetta's excitement. The first room on the agenda was Jiro's. It was a music lover's room if the group had ever seen it. Instruments and records were lining the walls, and amps were stacked up in a corner. Some were thankful that the rooms were soundproofed upon seeing the number of instruments present. Can you play all of these? Uraraka asks, doing a twirl in the middle of the room as she eyes all of the instruments. Yeah, at least the basics, Jiro says meekly, tapping the end of her jacks together. Unladylike. Aoyama declares boldly, to which Kaminari tases him with his hand. grrk, was the only sound that left Aoyama's mouth as he collapsed on the floor, twitching. Next is me. Hagakure says with a bounce in her step. Everyone leaves Jiro's room, with Sato dragging Aoyama along, and moves onto Hagakure's. Mineta immediately ran towards the underwear drawer, a lustful expression marring his face. Momo made a trank gun and shot him with it, not caring about the dosage as she did so. He was out cold before he could even reach the handle. Eri giggled at his antics, not really understanding what he was trying to do. Shoji had the sad duty of dragging Mineta's presumed corpse towards Mina's room as she was next. It was very unique. Pink, purple, and deep red lined the walls and furniture, with absolutely nothing normal or conventional in the room. Everyone wondered where she found all this matching furniture at. Wow. Was all the boys managed to get out? It was a back-to-back, girly room experience. They began to feel dirty about invading on sacred grounds. The next room was Uraraka. Not much to say, literally. Whereas Shoji had decided not to have many things in his room, Uraraka didn't have many things to make that decision in the first place. Tsuyu's room was next. It was filled with lush green colors on both the furniture and the walls. There was even a frog carpet in the middle of the room. In the corner was a humidifier to keep the room moist, as her skin needed moisture more than most. On the walls were some pictures of her family, which Momo and the girls proceeded to coo over. All that was left were Eri, Sakuya/Momo's, Himiko's, and Melissa's. Melissa's room was almost identical to Ida's. The only difference was the amount of scientific equipment and signed All Might posters. Himiko's room was full of crimson reds and blacks, giving it a gothic vampire vibe. Her chichon was proudly displayed on her bed, which Eri was happy to see as she had one the same size. She did have some Vlad King figures on her desk, though she did try to hide them out of embarrassment. There were also numerous pictures on her walls, mainly of her, Sakuya, and Momo. Next is my room. Eri proudly declared, erasing any of Momo's worries about her child not wanting anyone to enter. Let's see what my favorite niece's room looks like. Mina declared before opening the door. Mina, you only have one niece. Yes, and she's my favorite. Let me have this Yamamo. Eri's room was just a massive playroom with a bed in the middle of it. Plush toys of varying sizes and animals were scattered across the room, and rainbows were everywhere. It was a bit gaudy, but Eri seemed to love it. Uraraka did start crying tears of envy when she saw one of the price tags on the plushies were still left on. This child has more money than me, she shouted in frustration. The other occupants in the room could only look at her in pity and confusion. Now it's time for Sakamomo's room. Mina shouted. Wait, they're sharing a room. Kaminari asked. Well, duh, they are married, Himiko answered in Mina's stead. HUH, was what the majority of them shouted. I thought they were just dating. Now I see why Eri calls them both maternal names. What a mad banquet of darkness. Anyway, let's go, Mina said. Mina made her way to the door, then instantly turned to Momo, can you open it? I don't want to be stabbed. Sure, Momo opened the door to reveal a huge surprise to everyone. How is your room so big? Everyone, except Momo and Eri, shouted. As people were about to voice any complaints, a knife came flying towards the noise. Thankfully for the crowd, Momo caught it. Yeah. Sakuya said she was going for a nap, and all of this noise must have woken her up. Momo reasoned. We could have died for that. Momo began explaining the process of how the room is so big as they went on a tour. Katsuki and Todoroki were mentally noting down all the facets of Sakuya's quirk that Momo listed off. They started in the lounge area, where they found Sakuya. She was huddled up on one of the large leather couches, playing Stardew Valley on the 85-inch wall-mounted TV, completely ignoring their presence for now. Uraraka was on the verge of fainting when she saw the size of the TV. Everyone's collective jaws dropped when they saw the bathroom that was installed. It was luxury at its finest. Even Mina, Tsuyu, and Himiko, who already saw it before, were still in shock. When it came to the bedroom, the girls instantly ran towards the walk-in wardrobe. It was heaven for them to be surrounded by high-end clothing and jewelry that they would never buy. They wanted to come back and try some of it on at a later date, to which Momo said. Sure thing, but please refrain from touching Sakuya's things without her permission. Which are Sakuya's? Hagakure asked. The right side, the side you are all currently touching. They all yanked their hands away in fear of a knife coming towards them. While Aoyama and Mineta were still collapsed on the floor, the other boys went exploring. They eventually just made their way back to Sakuya and eventually ended up playing Mario Kart with her. Alright, everyone. Have you all finished voting for someone that isn't yourselves? Mina asks the group sitting on Sakuya's couch. Everyone nodded, apart from Sakuya, who wasn't allowed to vote due to lack of participation. Drumroll, please. Silence followed. I see. Anyway. The winner of the dorm contest is a tie between Sato and Momo. You all really got bribed by his cakes, huh? Sakuya asked out loud before continuing after the girls could only blush in embarrassment. I can't blame you. His family are all great bakers. I'm even a regular at their shop. And with that, the students' dorm room contest came to a close, and everyone went off to get changed into their uniforms for the day's classes. Chapter 26, Chapter 25. In a dark room during the dead of night, tears were unknowingly being shed. The person crying? Momo Yaoyorozu. The reason for her tears was unknown to every other party but her, and even she couldn't tell anyone because she was asleep. The sound of crying awoke one of the other occupants sleeping in the room, a small child with snow-white hair. As she began waking up, she swiped her hands on her face to check if the one crying was her. She was the person that usually cried at night. Nightmares of her daddy disappearing still haunt her, so the discovery that it wasn't her was quite shocking. Looking around, she tried to identify the source of the noise, not having any luck due to her being stuck in the bosom of a silver-haired woman she knows as her mama. MPHMPPHHH. Her cry for help received no response at all. Her mama's stupid boobs muffled any attempts at speaking. All those times she's been called unicorn has now given her some inspiration during her time of need. The child began headbutting the stupid boobs with her ultimate weapon, her horn. The results were immediate. Sakuya POV. Sharp stabbing pain in my chest woke me up, along with the sound of tears. Using my quirk, I knew it was currently 2:15 a.m. Groaning to myself as the presumably crying Eri forcefully awoke me, I sat up against the headboard and pulled her onto my lap. Looking down at her, I was confused. She's not crying, then why dash? My eyes darted over to Momo, tears were running down her cheeks, her uncomfortable mumbling and sleep-talking was a sight I didn't wish to see, nor let Eri see. I sat Eri to my side and slowly pulled Momo into my lap gently, making sure to keep her tear-stained face looking away from Eri. Eri, sweetie, could you go and get 3 glasses of water for me, please? MHM. As she waddled off to the kitchen to grab the glasses of water, I began gently waking Momo up. I ran my hand through her long hair and wiped her tears away before speaking. Babe. Babe. She eventually woke up. A shrill shriek accompanied the opening of her eyes. I didn't let that shriek escape the room for a multitude of reasons. She probably didn't want anyone to hear it, didn't want to worry other people as they would inevitably come over, and would rather be alone for the moment. I was willing to grant 2 of those 3 wishes. The final wish was something I would never allow in a situation like this. Her eyes had a mixture of hope and fear present in them upon seeing me holding her in my arms. As I affectionately cuddled her close to me, I peered into her eyes and asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" She immediately tensed up at my question and averted her gaze before mumbling out a negative response. No. Well, I'm not gonna force you to talk about it if you don't wish to. When you do, though, I will be right here by your side and ready to listen. As she began to sink into my touch, an internal struggle still raging inside her, I slowed down time outside of the room to give her more time until Eri came back to resolve her internal problems. We cuddled in comfortable silence for minutes on end until she was ready. Stealing her resolve, Momo looked up at me with balled-up hands tightly gripping her nightgown and asked, "Sakuya, will you ever leave me?" "Never." What if you find someone else, someone better, prettier?" "It would be impossible. Nobody could ever replace your spot in my heart. But with your lifespan, you would get bored with me eventually." "Momo, my dearest wife. I've looked into our future together, and I can say with all the resolve that my heart can muster that I will never, and I mean never, sacrifice what I saw for anything in the world." She didn't reply, but the happy smile was all the answer I needed. The kiss we shared after I finished speaking was also a major factor in determining her feelings. I made time return to normal outside of the room. Eri returned with the glasses of cold water soon after. We sipped them, and after making sure that all of the empty glasses were deposited safely on the bedside table, I accelerated their perception of time so they would fall asleep quicker before resuming them when they fell into their respective slumber. I joined them shortly after. The next morning I awoke to the smell of breakfast being cooked. After getting washed and dressed, I made my way down to the kitchen area where people were eating. Seeing that I forgot to do my hair, Mina got excited and asked, "Saku-chan, can I do your hair?" "Sure, just don't be too rough as I'm trying to eat." As she ran off to get her hair maintenance equipment, I began eating the omelette Suyu prepared for me. It was silky and had a smooth mouthfeel as it melted in my mouth. The filling was a sumptuous Italian cheese and spinach mixture that was to die for. I may just be tired, but this is probably the best omelette I have ever eaten. While I was happily eating away, Mina came over and started on my hair. She was more excited than normal at the prospect of finally getting to do someone else's hair, especially mine. Does she have a hair fetish? Oh well, food for thought. I kept hearing her content sighs as she played with my hair. I tried my best to ignore her and continue to play on my phone. The peaceful silence that my tired brain longed for was soon interrupted by the walking bundle of anger issues. He must have seen that Eri wasn't here and wanted to vent. I idly mused. He marched over to where me, Mina, and Toga are with the weird walk he does before pointing at us and shouting in our faces. Don't think that the scores yesterday mean anything, Silverhair. You, Ponytail, and Half are all going to be stepping stones for me. I will be the #1 hero. Oh, you're done with your incessant barking already, Bakugu. What did you say? Why do you insist on calling everyone by nicknames, Bakugu? Is it because you lack the mental capacity to remember their actual names, or is it some weird twisted way you cope with your narcissism and superiority complex? He could only growl in response to my questions. Deciding to continue pressing on with the matters at hand, I asked. Do you truly believe that you are much better than everyone else in the class to the point you get to give out degrading nicknames like Shitty Hair to Kirishima and Dunce Face to Kaminari? You must have been raised terribly if that is the case. What did you say about my mother? I said nothing of your mother, Mitsuki Bakugu. I only said that you weren't raised well. If you are inferring that I was talking about your mother, then that's on you. Your quirk is the ability to make explosions, right? After getting a grunt of affirmation, I continued with my rant. What a great quirk for fighting villains dash. Damn right it is. It's gonna get me to the top. But complete garbage in every other aspect of being a hero. What is your explosion going to do during a rescue mission? Not much apart from help digging through debris. The most prominent rescue mission that heroes will find themselves in is burning buildings due to many fire quirk users. What are you going to do in that situation with your entire body secreting nitroglycerin? Nothing apart from making the entire situation worse, maybe even flatten the entire building on the survivors. Hell, it might even set off the civilians and make them go through panic attacks when they hear them, not that your behavior or general demeanor is any better than the loud and violent explosions. The discovery that his quirk wasn't the best suited for hero work was shocking to the young, explosive Pomeranian. He was never told anything but praise regarding his quirk, so his reaction wasn't surprising. You have so many things to think about fixing before you could ever even compete for the #1 position that All Might, the symbol of peace, has held for countless decades. Your attitude towards the quirkless of society. Your anger issues. Your demeanor and the way you present yourself. The connections and relationships with your future colleagues. Your superiority complex and egoistic attitudes affecting your daily life. That's all the things you need to work on before even daring to say to mine and everyone else's faces that we would be stepping stones for you, that we aren't worth your time, and that you will become the #1 hero. Until you fix those, you don't stand a single chance in hell at becoming the #1 hero. I leaned closer to his ears and whispered in a low enough tone so that only Jiro would have a chance of listening to it. You see, Kaken, I know a lot about you, more than you probably know about yourself. Definitely more than UA knows, because if they knew what I did, you wouldn't have even been accepted into this school. We wouldn't want your hero career to take a swan dive off of the roof before it started, would we? His eyes widening in fear, countless scenarios played out in his head about what would happen if his dirty laundry was aired to the most influential hero school. He would be expelled on the spot, and other schools wouldn't dare to pick him up as the risks in doing so wouldn't be worth it if UA went public with his actions. The only saving grace that would prevent him from going to prison would be that he was a child when committing most acts. It was terrifying to him. His entire hero career rested in the hands of someone that probably doesn't like him all that much. What's worse was that the person knew that. Answer me, Bakugu. No. I do expect you to apologize to Midoriya when you see him next time. I don't mind if you just drop him a letter or a note, as I know that it would probably be too hard to say it in person. If you ever wish for help regarding how to change and utilize your quirk better, I will be more than happy to help you out. You may think I hate you or that I dislike you, that isn't true. I'm not too fond of all of the wasted potential I see inside of you, Bakugu, that you can't access due to your actions. Today we have combat training with All Might, something I'm sure that you're looking forward to. Show both him and myself that you are a person deserving of his place in the rankings. I knew it would be a slow process for the explosive teen, but it was a necessary one. Was it for the sake of the future hero society? Not entirely. It was for my precious peace and quiet that I hold so dear to me. I couldn't have him shouting and blasting off explosions in the mornings all the time, and it would piss me off. So yes, I am manipulating the loud ash blonde, but who could blame me? He's even louder compared to the show. Is it so much to ask for a peaceful morning? I don't think it is. Bakugu settled down and sat in silence for the remainder of the morning, much to the onlooker's surprise. He was probably thinking over his entire life choices. I did turn his entire world upside down, after all. Thankfully, I managed to hold back from telling him that there was absolutely zero chance of him being the #1 hero as soon as Melissa adapts to her quirk and if I decide to go for it. The rest of the day was relatively normal for the majority of it. The morning classes were like any other school with math, literature, science, history, etc. The afternoon was when the hero-related courses rolled around. They included any physical-related classes and battles that may take place, political studies, social studies, first aid/medical studies, heroic laws, etc. The members of Class 1A had all been sitting in their classroom relatively peacefully. They were even joined by another student in Airy, who was happily sitting on my lap the entire time. Everyone just adored the little girl with her adoring everyone else back. The only two she didn't like were the explosive boy who was too loud, and the perverse grape-haired man who she scowled at whenever she could. She said she didn't know why she hated the little grape man, but it felt right. I was proud of her instincts for coming this far from training. As we were waiting in the room, I heard the familiar voice of the banana-haired hero coming from outside. Chapter 27, Chapter 26. Back in class, we were waiting for the most anticipated lesson of the day, combat training. We were all sitting in our seats, with Airy sitting in my lap, waiting eagerly. Well, I wasn't. All Might doesn't really hype me up like my peers. Then, suddenly the doors burst open, and a huge hulking figure of pure muscle and no brain slides through, stopping right next to the podium. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person, booms All Might. All Might. I can't believe it's really All Might. So he is a teacher. Sakuya wasn't lying. This year is gonna be totally awesome. Hey, look. Is he wearing his Silver Age costume? How manly. Somehow, even with all of the shouting, I could hear the sound of Melissa's palm smacking her face as she facepalmed at her Uncle Might's antics. Ha ha ha. Yes, it was me, All Might. I could stomach all the other catchphrases he says, but he dares steal my dad's. Oi, Banana Might, don't steal my dad's catchphrases. My bad, young as AOI, I forgot you were his child for a moment. He began rummaging through his pockets, which I didn't know his costume even had, eventually pulling out some flashcards. After presenting the two cards that read Combat and Training, respectively, he began speaking. A/N, alright, I'ma be real with y'all, I'm gonna have a stroke if I have to write in all caps for All Might's dialogue from now on, so I'm not gonna do it. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. You can think of it as Hero ING 101. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro. What it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. It's combat training. A feral grin broke out on Bakugu's face as he heard those words but quickly wiped it off of his face, replacing it with a determined smirk. Minor improvements. I guess. But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. All of your costumes were designed and made to your specifications that you sent into the school before the start of term. As the 20 metallic boxes came out of the wall, the students cheered. Even I was getting a bit excited now, I could finally let loose and punch something and or someone. Get yourselves suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. Yes, sir, the others replied as All Might dashed off. When we reached the changing room, I altered time, like during the quirk assessment test, and began changing. I wasn't as interested in other people's costumes as I was busy trying to fit my own. It was a pain to put on. OG Sakuya's outfit would have been hard enough without all of the modifications. I have some contact lenses that Momo made for me. They allow me to switch between night vision and thermal imaging along with having a zoom function. A beneficial tool that works through a switch on my shield. My shield is only a bulletproof dumbed-down version of Momo's own shield as I only wanted it to prevent me from having my brains blasted all over a wall when I'm not paying attention to my temporal barriers. The outfit's previous material was substituted with a bulletproof material with the same appearance that was waterproof and insulated against electrical attacks. There were multiple knife holsters and 2 pistol holsters that held infinity pistols from the Borderlands series courtesy of my wife. All were magnetically locking their respective weapons in place. An exoskeleton on my upper body acted as both a strength enhancer and a battery pack for the various hidden wires located in the dress and gloves. The gloves had the ability to conduct electricity from the power pack located on my back and shock anybody and anything that they touch. A/N, image here. Melissa's was a decent costume. I think she designed it to have room for improvement as she finds a fighting style that works for herself, then she will alter and improve it. Well, no matter how bad it was. It couldn't have been worse than the cannon wielder of OFA's bunny costume. Sometimes I have nightmares about that costume. A/N, image here. Toga's costume was terrifying to witness her putting on. I don't know how she did it, but she managed to convince Momo to make her a symbiote-style suit where it would attach onto her and put itself on. It looked like Carnage merged with Toga, minus all of the bloodlust and homicidal tendencies. It was a skin-tight red suit of an unidentifiable material that discreetly hid various tubing and blood storage containers. The way that these tanks would fill up is through her cannon method of the syringe mask setup, but it was also combined with some extraction claws she begged Power Loader to make. They are gloves with needles that can extend into her target upon making a specified gesture with her hand. They then suck out the blood from the target and deposit them into the tanks with certain fingers connecting to different tanks. A/N, image here. The information I have on Momo's costume specs was limited as she kept them secret. I did see her change the colors of the skin-tight suit, so I can only assume it has a form of adaptive camouflage implemented in it. However, I knew that she looked sexy as hell, and I was getting thirsty watching her put it on. It just hugged all of her curves perfectly. What did I expect from a skin-tight suit, though? A/N, image here. Seeing that everybody on the girls' side was changed, I readjusted time for the boys' changing room so they would join us quicker. Everybody else's costumes are the same as they were in canon. Not much of a surprise there. I picked up Eri, making sure not to electrocute her as I did, and gave her a smoothie to sip on. Why did Fluffy-chan decide to cancel her lessons for today? Nobody apart from the rat overlord himself knows. They say that the clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, you are the proof. He began posing in a weirdly familiar way before continuing. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. Well, I already am a hero. I don't know what training is left for me to complete. I'll bring that up with Fluffy-chan later. Now that you're all paying attention and ready, it's time for combat training. Of course, we couldn't just get straight into the action, someone had to say something. Sir. This is the same fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked with a raised hand. No, Ida. We came to a city so we could fight in a jungle guerrilla warfare style. I drawled out with a deadpan look on my face. Some chuckles cropped up from my comment. Thankfully, for Ida, All Might wasn't perturbed and answered his query without an issue. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. Of course, they do. News outlets aren't just chilling out during raid meetings for the more discreet takedowns. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. After getting a few hums of agreement from the surrounding students and some confused faces, he kept speaking. Think about it, backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. The truly intelligent and often dangerous criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you will be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight in 2-on-2 indoor battles. Tsuyu raised her hand and asked. Isn't this a little advanced? Nonsense. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you aren't facing robotic opponents this time. They are human opponents, and you will have to adjust the force you use to match. A flurry of questions came in soon after he finished talking. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? How much can we hurt the other team? Do we need to worry about the losers being expelled like with Aizawa-sensei? How many chickens do you think it would take to kill a walrus? Isn't my cape fabulous? Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill? Listen up. All Might roared before turning around to look at a script. The situation is like this, the villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys have to either capture the evildoers or recover the weapon within the 10-minute time limit. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes during the time limit. Banana-sensei. Yes, young as AOI. Isn't this scenario from one of your failed movie scripts you tried to push 3 years ago? He completely ignored my valid question and moved on after a few awkward coughs. We'll choose teams by drawing lots. Ida raised his hand and asked a question once more. Isn't there a better way to decide? I decided to answer his question quickly before All Might's pea-brain could think of one. Think about it, Ida. Pros oftentimes have impromptu team-ups while patrolling without any preparation, like your brother Tensei's team-up with the hero manual last Thursday. I knew that mentioning his brother would help him accept whatever weird answer I decided to concoct. I see, life is indeed a random series of events. Please excuse my rudeness. No sweat, young Ida. Let's draw. I was too busy focusing on Eri, who in turn was focusing on a butterfly that landed on her sippy cup, to bother paying attention to the draws. When all the lots were drawn and matchups were listed, the huggable Kirby spin-off came over to me. Come on, Saku-chan, let's kick their butts. Looking up at the screen, I saw the matchup. Team A, Villain Sakuya plus Mina versus Team B, Hero Kirishima plus Sato. This is gonna be fun. Chapter 28, Chapter 27. Before Mina and I could move to our designated building and weapon we have to defend, we had to enter the observation area and go over some standard rules and regulations regarding the scenario. As All Might was going into greater detail with the scenarios when conditions and regaling the class with tales of his past that could relate to it, I was busy remembering where the cameras were located. Leaning over to Mina, who was idly watching me study the screens, I asked. Mina. Do you want to fight them head-on or play around with them? She perked up at my question before answering in a contemplative tone. Well, I doubt they could land a big hit on me unless Kirishima or Sato are packing some bleach-filled water pistols, and I don't think they ever stood a chance at hitting you. Yeah, we are probably the worst matchup for duo brawlers like them. So, you lookin' to have some fun with them? Villains are meant to have some fun, right? As we both had sadistic smirks plastered on our faces, Kirishima and Sato felt a chill run down their spine. They had no idea what Home Alone-style trap house they were about to walk into. I saw Momo looking over at me with hope present in her eyes. I instantly knew why. She was paired up with the diaper-wearing grape himself. Sure, he didn't make any flirtatious comments to either Momo or me as we were both taken, but his lustful gazes weren't exactly any better. I pat Mina on the shoulder before making my way over to Momo. Mina already knew the situation and was sending pitying gazes towards her raven-haired friend. Nobody deserves such a terrible fate. Sitting down next to Momo, I wrapped my arm around her waist before pulling her into a side hug. I gave her a quick peck on the cheek before doing the same to Eri, who was in her lap. My hand may or may not have slid down to her ass and grabbed it, making her jump a little, but who could fault me? Nobody. When I first saw you in that, I was wondering if you were trying to seduce me. Well, it's certainly working. You look so fucking hot, babe. I expect you to take responsibility for your actions, dear Dot. I whispered into her ear. That should help distract her from Mineta's gaze for the rest of the day. Seeing the look on her face, I knew that she would be too distracted, and I had to reel her back into reality real quick. I whispered once more. I'll tell you what, babe. If you win your match and get the MVP award, I'll do anything that you want to do tonight. Her previously lust-filled eyes were soon replaced with a fiery determination to win. I felt a tad bad for whoever her opponents were, as she could easily just cripple them both with sniper shots and win that way. Seeing that she had her head back in the game, I made my way to leave. Not before I stole a big sip from Eri's smoothie, much to her adorable pouting and huffing. When All Might finished up his long tirade about a hostage scenario on MT Fuji, I walked out the door with Mina. Woo. Let's put on a show, Mina. Come on, Sakuchan, let's show these losers how performers do things. We shared a high five just before leaving everyone's sight, leaving behind a few awestruck people at our combined confidence. Even Kirishima, our opponent, shouted out, "How manly," upon seeing the sight. When we got to our destination, I stopped time as Mina, and I discussed what was needed to start this combat training off with a bang. Third POV. As the 4 students left the room, people began preparing themselves for the upcoming battle. In the majority of their eyes, it was guaranteed to be a spectacle. It wasn't going to be every day that they could see the top student, physically wise, for their class in action. It would be a learning experience for most involved, hoping to gain an insight into how the top dog operates. The only person that wasn't looking forward to this battle was Sakuya's wife. She has spent enough time around her to know exactly what that smirk on her face meant. A lot of nonsense was going to happen, and it would be complete chaos for the sake of her wife's sadistic pleasure. Granted, Momo's mind was also focused on other things that helped her be indifferent to the battle at hand, such as her wife's earlier promise. Her thoughts were just a complete mess right now. Okay, villain team. You have 5 minutes of prep time starting now. All Might said into his All Mic. Yes, it was a branded microphone from a previous collaboration with Present Mic to help promote Mix Radio Show. Everyone who heard this immediately locked onto the screens only to see nothing. All of the cameras that displayed the villain's base were all turned off. The only cameras that were working were the drones that had an overhead view of the area. Oi, what happened to all of the shitty cameras? Bakugo fumed. Are they broken? Uraraka questioned with a finger on her chin. This is probably intentional from the villain team. They said they wanted to give us a show. Going by that logic, everything would be spoiled if we saw their entire operation at once. I can only assume that they would repair the cameras when necessary. Melissa openly said. Everyone seemed to accept that line of reasoning, even more so when they looked to Momo for confirmation, and she nodded. All Might decided to question the villain team to see if that was indeed the case. Upon receiving an answer, he turned back to the students. Well done, it seems that young Melissa was indeed correct. The villain team has informed me that they will repair the cameras in each area when the heroes reach there. So I don't get to see Mina's juicy curves until they reach her. The heroes better win this quickly, a certain grape shouted out. The looks he was getting from everyone in that room would have made anyone want to crawl into a hole and die out of shame, but not him. Mineta was too busy crying out in anguish at all of the girls' screen time being cut to notice. You'd think that Mineta was the next holder of AFO if you saw how All Might was looking at him. A sheer primal disgust was present in his gaze. It was as if he was trying to United States of smash him into the steel flooring with his gaze alone. The only child in the room was confused by the grape child's outburst and decided to ask the only person she knew about it in the room currently, her mommy. Mommy, what does the grape child mean by juicy curves? Is Auntie Mina food? Momo was brought out of her inner fantasies by Aries' question. To say she was disturbed was saying the least. She was mortified as the words left her innocent child's mouth. Everyone else present fared no better. She, thankfully, managed to keep a calm facade on her face as she answered. No, sweetie. Your Auntie Mina isn't food, nor will she ever be. The grape child is just speaking nonsense, and if he doesn't stop, me and Sakuya will be making some freshly pressed wine tonight. Seemingly accepting Momo's reasoning, she went back to sipping her infinite smoothie after giving a nod of acknowledgement. Everyone let out a sigh of relief seeing the little girl dropping the subject. Calm down, Momo, think happy thoughts. Sakuya in a maid costume, Sakuya naked in an apron, nurse/Dr. Sakuya in a suit. Momo calmed herself mentally, with some rather explicit images, before turning to the screens once more. Battle Training Ground Area. The Devilsome duo had just finished completing their adjustments for the office building where the battle would take place. Well, Northwest battle would take place for them. The only fight that would occur is for the hero team and their battle to keep their pride and sanity intact. Various traps were scattered throughout the building, whether it be pitfalls or flash grenades. The hero team was not in for a fun or productive time. The bomb wasn't even located in the same building it was first placed in. The Devilsome duo were perched upon a rooftop opposite the building they were meant to be in with a signal receiver in hand. They weren't going to put on a show and not enjoy it after all. The first floor was coated in a thick opaque acid, courtesy of the Pink Devil, covering various pitfalls that would be close to impossible for the brawlers to get out due to the walls of said pitfalls being covered in a slimy liquid. The opaqueness of the acid covered the traps perfectly, allowing them to be more effective in their desired duties. The acidic layer may also be a little shocking, courtesy of clone Sakuya's gloved hand electrocuting it. It wasn't meant to kill them or cause permanent damage. It was only to mess with their muscles. The stairway to the second floor was completely erased and replaced with a ramp, which, as you guessed it, was covered in a slippery substance. The only difference was that there were flashbangs frozen in time hanging above the ramp, which would periodically be set off at Sakuya's discretion. When, and if, they make it to the second floor, they will be greeted with a maze. The maze was made from Mina's acid that was frozen in time, causing it to harden into walls. There were no traps on this floor apart from a singular pitfall at the end of the maze that would drop them at the building entrance via an acidic slime slide. The third floor had nothing on it. Literally, there was nothing in it, not even the floor. They had to cling to the walls and the various footholds the Devil duo made. All they have to do is keep their grip firm and make it to the staircase on the other side of the room. The fourth floor, the original location of the bomb, has no bomb on it. It was empty apart from a single message in acid that read, "You lost." It will be anticlimactic, it will be cruel, and it will have made their entire trip through the building pointless. It was exactly what the troublesome twosome planned for and what they were looking forward to watching. They were currently waiting on the rooftop for the match to start so they could enjoy the fruits of their labor. Mina, do you think we're bad people? Sakuya asked. We are meant to be villains, so if we weren't bad people, we wouldn't be doing our job. True, we have 10 seconds left until the show starts. She reached down and grabbed a bag before asking, do you want some popcorn? Thanks, but I'm okay for now. Alright, don't hesitate to grab some if you want. Now. Let's get this show on the road. As they both declared the start of the exercise, Sakuya repaired the first floor cameras giving the observation room occupants a view inside the building. Observation area. When the cameras came back on and the video feed started up again, the students in the viewing area were shocked by what they were seeing. All Might's commentary about all of the various room features didn't help them out. Isn't this too much? This scene doesn't shine. It's simply dreadful. Are they going to make it out of this alive? They're gonna die. A few other students shared similar concerns for their fellow classmates but ultimately remained silent. All Might decided to try and calm them down. Now. Young as Aoi knows what she's doing and wouldn't wish to cause any permanent harm. She is a licensed doctor, after all. If she did miscalculate, she is more than qualified to heal young Sato and young Kirishima. She's a doctor. Do I have to call her Dr. Aoi now? Kaminari asked the nearby Jiro. No, you don't. As long as you don't insult her, she probably doesn't care what you call her, she replied, shaking her head. Ah, thanks. Unseen by everyone, a certain invisible girl walked over to Momo and sat beside her before asking. Yamamoto. Did you know that Sakuya was a doctor? Why didn't you tell me? After being startled at the sudden voice next to her, she replied. Of course I knew. I would be a pretty bad wife if I didn't know that she was a doctor. As for why I didn't tell you, it wasn't my thing to tell. Momo could only assume that Hagakure was looking rather embarrassed about assuming that she might not have known due to her body language. She decided to press on with a different question. Why did you want to know if Sakuya was a doctor or not? Are you ill and need treatment and or a diagnosis? Hagakure waved her hands around before speaking. No, no, no. I'm completely fine. I was just surprised about how smart she is. Maybe she could help me be visible again. She trailed off into a whisper near the end, but with Momo's enhanced senses, she heard it clear as day. However, instead of following up on Hagakure's worries, she kept quiet about it, deciding to tell Sakuya in secret about their classmates' worries at a later date. Battle Training Ground. As soon as the bell rang, signaling it was time for the hero team to move in, Kirishima and Sato began sprinting towards the building the bomb was presumably located in. Come on, Sato, let's show the world how manly we are. Kirishima shouted, trying to hype his combat partner up. Let's go. While the two hyped-up howler monkeys began storming down the street, Mina and Sakuya were busy laughing at all of All Might's questions about the safety of their construction work. Ha ha ha, Sakuya, we even scared All Might. We would make some great villain interior designers. Oh, look, they are making their way to the building now. I guess time has started. Yep, now let's kick back and relax. What happened next could only be described as a comedy show. As soon as they entered the building and saw the electrified flooring, they decided it was best for Sato to carry Kirishima on a piggyback ride so only one of them would be shocked. Plus, in his own words, he said it was super manly. We look like a mech. They looked completely ridiculous, even more so when they fell into the first pitfall trap. They weren't cautious and decided to sprint their way through the floor, leading to a quick demise. A good thing happened after a good 3 minutes of them debating their entire life choices in the hole. Kirishima learned that his hardened fingers could stick into the walls and give him enough leverage to make his way out. He pulled Sato out of the hole from there, and they began tiptoeing their way to the stairs. Luckily for them, unluckily for the viewers, they missed every other pit on their way. Ugh. How could they just miss all of the other holes by a few inches? I spent so much time melting them too. Mina. You didn't make the holes, I did. But I agree, they are too lucky. I can understand Sato having this much luck, probably for his body to not just run itself off of a cliff while in his brainless berserker state. If we asked Kirishima, he would probably give us a lecture on the power of manliness and how it guided him. Seemingly placated by me, the pinkette only decided to grumble. They better go down the slide. Sakuya only chuckled at her friend's antics. They did the stairs too. Kirishima shouted over the screen. Looks like they got to the flashbang staircase. You think I should give them a taste of what's in store? Sakuya asked her newly perked up friend. An evil grin was the only answer Sakuya needed before a bright white light covered the display. Aghai. My eyes. I'm blind. When the screams of anguish came from over the speakers, a blissful expression was seen on both Sakuya and Mina's faces. It was the reaction they wanted from the start, and getting it now was very cathartic for them. How the sweet sound of our opponent's screams, a wistful sigh escaped Sakuya's lips as she heard the sound she wanted to hear since combat training was announced. The hero duo tried their best to make their way up the slippery ramp with their eyes closed, thinking it was the best way to avoid the flashbang's influence. Thankfully, with the entire world running off of anime logic, nobody was permanently blinded by the first close-range flashbang. Sato and Kirishima linked hands with one another before trying to wedge themselves against the stairwell walls and made their way up slowly that way. It was a slow and tedious process, but they did it. They wasted another 3 minutes on the staircase alone, leaving them with 4 minutes to make it through the maze and grab the bomb. Their hope and manliness were running thin as the timer slowly crept towards the end. When they made it to the maze area, they started playing rock paper scissors to decide who would go on the lucky left path, much to everyone's growing amusement. Sato ended up winning and walking down the left path, leaving the right side for Kirishima to explore. When they quickly navigated their way through the maze nearing the end, Sato succumbed to the fate of the slippery slime slide, patent pending in full view of Kirishima, who could only watch in horror as his friend fell into the slimy void never to be seen again. Kirishima steeled his nerves and continued on his way through to the 3rd floor to find the floor was gone. He was perplexed. The floor, or rather the 2nd floor ceiling, was there a few seconds ago. He quickly concluded it was some time-related bullshit before figuring out what he needed to do. Seeing the holes on the walls, he knew what was needed of him. He hardened his fingers for extra grip, and awkwardly shuffled his way along the wall, and made it to the end. He prepared himself mentally as best as he could. 2 of his best friends were just up those stairs, or so he thought, and he needed to fight them both to secure the bomb. Deciding that a slow approach wasn't what was needed, he ran up the staircase, after giving it a once-over for traps, and barged into the 4th floor, hoping to locate the bomb and grab it quickly. He, along with everyone else, was speechless at the sight of the 4th floor. Not because it was filled with various traps and weaponry, no, it was because it was completely barren apart from a singular message saying the heroes lost. The buzzer rang soon after he soaked in the message, signaling the end of the exercise and that he indeed did lose. The entire building was gradually repaired and readjusted, back to its former non-trapped glory. The bomb was soon teleported right next to him, through Sakuya's distance manipulation, along with his partner Sato. Sakuya POV. We were obviously declared the winners. Ida even praised us for acting like true villains, along with Aoyama for putting on a grand show. Mina held the MVP, not that I cared in the slightest, as her quirk was used for many of the constructs, which was a creative use of her quirk the others were previously quick to ignore during the assessment test. Momo was fired up during her test, even tazzing Mineta as soon as the exercise started, so she didn't have any dead weight. She placed his unconscious body in front of the building and used it to bait the hero team. She then shot a net at them before securing them with a glue grenade. She completely ignored their cries and pleas for a decent match and went back upstairs to guard the bomb, for if they did somehow get out, which wasn't needed in the long run as the match was called the second, all the heroes were captured. She must have something she really wants me to do tonight if she was that eager to finish early. I thought. I mused over what potential kinks she would have and what would be asked of me to the point that I missed the majority of the matches. I did catch the Melissa and Uraraka vs Bakugo and Ida match. Bakugo got his victory this time around as Melissa didn't have the factor of an impulsive and angry Bakugo that had a huge hate boner, unlike the way he did for Midoriya. He was much more calculated and more willing to semi-work with Ida on a cohesive plan. I made it up to Kirishima and Sato later that evening with some baked goods. Some shortbread for Sato and a Crimson Riot red velvet cupcake for Kirishima. When it was time for Momo to ask for her things, I was pleasantly surprised. She didn't want to use her favor on sex. Instead she wanted to use it on something more wholesome. She wanted to have a tea party with me, Eri, and her. Naturally, I agreed and made some food in preparation for the night ahead. We chatted, ate food, and had a pleasant time overall. She did make one more request which did surprise me. She asked for me to turn back into a child version of myself so she could use me as a plushie today. I was confused, but got over it quickly and complied. She squealed in happiness and scooped me up before dragging me to bed. I slept in her soft embrace as Eri cuddled up to me herself too. It was just a huge cuddle pile like always, but this time I was in the middle of it all. It was one of the more peaceful sleeps I have ever experienced. A/N, I'm sorry to say this, but this book will be on hiatus for about 12-ish days as I have a lot of important things to do. There is also the fact that I need a little break from writing to plan this book out some more etc. etc. Hope this chapter can tide you all over until then, love. Chapter 29, Chapter 28. Sakuya POV. Okay, I may have forgotten about my childlike form when I woke up the next day. There was a lot of squealing and a singular nosebleed. Yes, Mineta had a nosebleed seeing my 6-year-old body. It was a vile sight. I didn't stay long enough for their hugs and stop time before running back to my room, where I reverted to my actual age and clothed myself. There was a week until the USJ was scheduled, so I decided to take things slow for a bit. It's still a bit surprising to me just how far apart certain events are when actually living through them. Fluffy-chan had other ideas. The stupid Monokuma-inspired Chimera decided it was time for me to take my high school academic tests. All of my high school academic tests. This wouldn't be a massive issue due to my psychometry and thought acceleration, but it still would be tedious. This was so I could finish all of my lessons apart from the business side of things. Yes, I was officially enrolled in the business course. I wasn't really bothered by the Chimera's lack of notifying me as it would be beneficial in the long run. The damn plushie principal apparently needed me to do the tests without using my quirk and with him present as an impartial observer due to the rules set in place by the education board. I spent countless hours and days in his office completing test upon test. That's not even mentioning all of the coursework and essays I needed to hand in too. I accidentally started ignoring Momo and Eri during this time, but I was too mentally exhausted to notice until Komo-sensei brought it up. I mentally promised to make it up to them when this exam hell was finally over. I was currently sitting in my last third-year exam, waiting for the timer to run out. Did I know what subject it was? Nope. I could tell you that it wasn't maths, English, or science, but that would be as far as I could narrow it down. Everything else started to meld together in my mind after the 28th textbook. The front of the paper didn't even have a subject listed. Oh man. If this has been a setup by Fluffy-chan, I'm gonna tear his stuffing out and mount him on his office door. Tick 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 tick. As the ever-grating monotonous ticking of the clock continued, knowing there were 30 minutes before the end, I planted my head on the desk and began to take a nap. Class 1A. While the entire class was sitting down and eventually drifting off into REM sleep, Aizawa was busy delivering an impassioned rant. And that's why if the problem child asks you if you like sand, you say no. It took 4 hours to clean the majority of the sand out of my sleeping bag. I'm still finding some random grains to this day. Hi Aizawa-sensei, the class collectively drawled out. Nodding in satisfaction to his students after seeing they took his warning seriously, he began talking about another topic. Alright, class, today we are talking about threat rankings. I'm sure you're all aware of them and have seen them before, but for those that don't know, can someone tell me? Ida's hand shot up so fast people wondered if he had dislocated his shoulder. The threat ranking system employed by the Hero Public Safety Commission is a scale that allows people to know the threat level of certain individuals and the assumed danger they would pose. They use this to help inform inexperienced heroes that may otherwise have charged in and been in over their head. Thank you, Ida. The rankings are also there for civilians so they would know when to retreat and roughly how far and fast they would need to retreat to avoid any ensuing conflict. He turned around and began drawing a table on the board. It was split into multiple rows, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E in descending order. Turning back to the class, he asked once more. How many of you know what these mean in regards to the threat rankings? Kaminari decided it was his time to answer the question, the first time he's ever done it too. SSS rank means it's harder to beat and more dangerous, whereas E rank is super weak and not a challenge at all. I was expecting more detail on the specific rankings and what they correlate to, but that was on me for not phrasing my question correctly. He pointed at the E-rank row, gradually raising his pointer as he spoke. E-rank means that they aren't a threat and could be taken down by any untrained adult/teenager. D-rank means that the police can handle it without a problem and are minor threats. C-rank means the police or sidekicks could take them down. They should still be taken seriously despite their low ranking due to their ability to take a life with little to no difficulty. B-rank means the police couldn't take them down or require extensive planning and equipment to do so. These are the most common villains that heroes take down and are a threat to multiple lives. A rank means top heroes are needed, typically the top 50. They are typically a threat to an entire city and its inhabitants. Most A rank villains are taken down after a raid meeting. Plenty of planning is needed. S rank means one or more of the top 10 heroes are typically needed to take them down. They are a threat to multiple cities and the people living in them. These villains and above are typically given a flee on sight order, where the hero who spotted them would need to evacuate anyone nearby discreetly and inform the commission. SS ranks are very rarely given out. If you ever spot one, you would be lucky to live to tell the tale. They are a threat to entire countries. There have only ever been 3 villains in Japan listed since the dawn of quirks, and we hope to keep it that way. SSS ranks are threats to humanity's continued survival, simple as that. Letting his class soak in the information for a few more minutes, he took a sip out of his juice pack. Seeing them now paying attention, he continued. There are plenty of other factors that decide the threat rankings, like how influential they are in the underworld, etc. You will learn all of those eventually. Time to let you all in on a little hero secret. Every single one of you in this class has had a threat ranking slapped on you by the commission since your quirk was registered. What? Saw that reaction coming from a mile away. You don't exactly want to be told you are on the same list as a villain, especially hero hopefuls, the homeless man mused. Sensei. This can't be correct, we aren't villains. Of course, you aren't villains, but when you were 4, and your quirk manifested, the commission didn't know if you were going to grow into one. So they began to think of countermeasures for your quirks. They have an entire division working on them at all times. I'm the majority of the countermeasures. I really should get a pay rise. I know this has been a shock to you all, but we do need to continue with the lesson. I have all of your rankings right here. He brought out a piece of paper from his sleeping bag pocket dimension. Your job for the rest of class will be to guess your classmates' rankings on the scale accurately. Ida, collate all of your classmates' results and record them on the board. Finally, having said everything that was needed of him, the homeless caterpillar retreated into his cocoon. The class, as usual, was a chaotic mess even in Sakuya's absence. Everyone liked to believe that they would make great villains and deserved higher rankings than they actually did. Aoyama claimed that he could destroy the sun with his quirk if he wanted to but didn't because if the sun was gone, what would possibly match his shine? Everyone ignored him. The tier list was finally completed, with the highest rank being an S rank for Momo, Sakuya, and Toga, and the lowest was a C rank for a few of the class. I see you are all finished. How accurate do you think you have been in ranking each other? Ida's hand shot up. Well, Aizawa-sensei, with all of the people here and the fact that we all eventually agreed, I would say that there has to be some accuracy in our choices if all of our opinions align. Well, there are 2 major errors on this list, but I'll get into those later on. Yayorozu, do you ever remember a group of people in black suits visiting you when you were younger? Yes. I think I do anyway. I assume they gave you an entire speech about how great and cool your quirk was. They did emphasize that during the conversation. What does this have to do with the lesson, sensei? I'm getting to that. They also probably fed you some propaganda and said how you would make such a good hero, right? After receiving a nod, he followed up. They were the Hero Public Safety Commission. They were most likely there to influence your choice to become a hero. Most children at your age are impressionable, and an adult's praise is something they value. When they told you that you would make a great hero, it planted a seed in your mind. The class, especially Momo, took a collective gasp. Aizawa decided to keep speaking now that he has their entire focus. That is one of the tactics they use as a countermeasure. If not for your family's wealth or prestige, they would have probably tried to induct you into their child super soldier program that Hawks and Lady Nagant went to. The very one, the problem child, exposed all those years ago, whether through bribes or blackmail. Who knows? This leads me to your threat ranking, Yaoyorozu. You are an SSS rank threat. Now before any of you decide to start shouting, let me explain why. She uses her lipids to fuel her quirk, which can create anything that includes nuclear and biochemical weaponry. She could wipe out humanity with enough time and cheeseburgers. It's terrifying to think of, and I'm more than thankful that Yaoyorozu has chosen to become a hero. Yamamo is that powerful? Mina shouted. How manly! Kirishima exclaimed, beating his hands on his chest. Yaoyorozu, if you do decide to kill humanity, can you start with my father first? Shoto asked. If Emo-chan is gonna kill anyone's parents, it's gonna be my original ones. Isn't that right, Emo-chan? Toga retorted. See, can you both stop arguing over whose family member I'm going to kill? I don't want to kill any of them. Sakuya POV. The stupid timer ran out, stupid plush toy making me stay the entire time in silence. It was all good now, why? I get to see my beautiful wife again. Reaching the 1A door, I take a deep breath of air before swinging the door open. The resounding smack of the door hitting the doorframe grabbed everyone's attention. I gave off a lazy salute. Yo. Speaking of threats to humanity, and my sanity, here's another SSS ranker dash. Trying out a new nickname for me. Threat to humanity and my sanity doesn't roll off of the tongue as Problem Child does, you know. Be quiet, Problem Child. Oh my, someone woke up on the wrong side of the sleeping bag today. He let out a deep breath, trying to maintain his calm as the frustration built up ever so slowly, before starting again. Yes, the Problem Child is an SSS rank threat. I'm sure that the only reason we are all still alive right now is that we are amusing to her, and there would be no chocolate milk production if she did kill everyone. Take those two factors out, and she would have little to no trouble wiping out our planet with a singular thought, or maybe rewind everyone on Earth to the point we are all quirkless once more so she could rule over us as a god. Whatever catches the demon's fancy, I guess. I continued to ignore his tirade about how cool I was and how much he loved having me as a student, what a tsundere of teacher I have, gosh. I kissed Momo on the cheek before going to my desk to sleep once more. Tired? She asked. MHM, just had a 3-hour test with Fluffy-chan's beady little eyes staring at me the entire time. Rest well, dear. I'll wake you up when needed. Love you, so, much. Momo's tender, loving gaze was the last thing I saw before getting some well-needed rest. The teachers had already been informed of my circumstances and how exhausted I would probably be, so they didn't call me out on my sleeping in class. I think there was also a hint of sympathy. Nobody deserved to spend so much time with their terrifying boss. A/N, there have been a lot of changes in scheduling, mainly due to the heatwave the UK is facing and how my bosses moved a bunch of meetings so they could, and I quote, enjoy the sun. During the random online meetings, I managed to preoccupy myself with this chapter. I hope it's up to standard. I hate the sun and heat. I would probably turn it off if I could, and it wouldn't lead to extinction. What do you guys prefer, the cold or the heat? There will be smut for you horny boys and girls next chapter. Love. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, are 18+. A/N, last large-ish smut for quite a while. That's right, you horny Sakamomo simps, you heard right, it's time for another smut chapter. I know this is what some of you have been craving, and what better way to officially get over my hiatus than giving in and writing some smut for my ever-patient readers. I hope you enjoy it. Sakuya POV. I awoke a few hours later, unluckily. I couldn't just take Momo up to the bed and fuck her right then and there because we had more lessons later on. This wouldn't have been a problem normally with my time-related shenanigans, but I had something more in mind. I wanted to show off a little subtly. I wanted to make it so she wouldn't even comprehend her legs being able to walk to class the next day. This would be a monumental task for me, mainly due to her super soldier serum-boosted body. I'm going to have to, as the famous Socrates eloquently said, shift into maximum overdrive, and fuck her brains out. He may not have said that, but all of those tests were currently fucking with my mind, and it's an entire mess right now. I also had my duties as a doctor to attend to over in Hosu, visiting my mother tonight as I promised her I would turn up today, and finally, there's my little unicorn who I need to shower and love all on my schedule today. After sending a text to the family chauffeur and making a clone, who in turn would make another clone for the hospital work before continuing on the drive back home with Eri. My mother would shower Eri in love alongside myself and the maids. It was perfect for making her feel loved. It was a simple plan but quite ingenious. Maybe get a cupcake with rainbow sprinkles on top on the way home too. It was foolproof. As soon as the final lesson for the day ended, I stopped time and sent the clone along its way to Airy before zooming my own way to the dorms carrying my wife in my arms. Making it to our shared room, I resumed time, not before setting up temporal barriers surrounding the room. Momo looked around to get her bearings before asking me, Sakuya, why did you bring us back to our room so suddenly? I said nothing, for the time being, only changing out of my school uniform and into a negligee. I turned to face my wife before speaking. I wanted to do something exceptional for you, today, princess. My change in nicknames certainly caught her attention. Certain names mean certain things are about to go down. Princess, meaning she's about to become a pillow princess tonight, it's one of her more favored names due to that. It's come to my attention that I may have been ignoring your needs, either emotionally or physically, over my exam period. I held a hand up to stop her protests with a soft smile on my face. I know that you understand what I must have gone through and want to say it isn't my fault, princess, but it is. I could have made a more conscious effort to see to your needs. It's fine, Sakuya, you were under a lot of stress, and I didn't wish to push you during your exam period. I know how important this is for your and our future and wouldn't wish to sacrifice your grades for a few orgasms, as heavenly I'm sure they would have been. I stopped time once more before changing her into some more suitable attire for the evening. I debated on whether or not to leave her naked right now. I ultimately decided not to. After resuming time, I hugged the now negligee-wearing Momo before whispering, I don't deserve you, princess. You're too kind. I picked her up, letting her legs wrap around my torso as I did so, and made my way over to the bed. As she snuggled into my neck, she began breathing in my scent. I guess she really missed this close contact over the days. Now, before I show you just how much I love you, do you have anything you want to get off of your chest, princess? I might as well let her get her worries out in the open. It'll give me the entire night to tackle them. Well. No, it's just something Stu-dash. Now, it can't be stupid if it's the first thing to come to mind, princess. Let me hear it. She flinches at being called out and averts her gaze to a nearby cabinet. Not letting this go on any further, I crawled up to her side and started suckling on her collarbone. Her stubbornness soon broke after a few whimpers. I don't like how Melissa looks at you. I'm afraid I'll lose you. Nonsense, I pushed Momo firmer onto her back, pushing her into the soft mattress underneath, before resting my body on top of hers. No one can ever replace you, princess. We have shared many things that others could only dream of. We shared our vows, we're raising a child together, our names share a marriage certificate, we share our insecurities, but most importantly, we share our undying love for one another equally. The love I have for you triumphs my non-existent feelings you think I hold for Melissa. She can look all she wants, princess, you know why. Because you are the only one that will ever be able to touch. You slipped your hand under Momo's jaw, grazing your fingertips along her neck. Just like how I'm the only one that will ever be able to touch you like this. Momo stiffened under my touch, trembling slightly at my confident gaze. No amount of anyone's looking could ever make me forget you or love you any less. You leaned in, kissing the shell of Momo's ear. How about I make sure to show you just how much I love you? She took a sharp inhale as soon as my lips grazed her ear. I lowered my head, pushing her hair back with my nose as my warm breath swept down the side of her neck. A small moan escaped Momo's lips, prompting me to latch my mouth onto her skin. She let out an adorable yelp and wrapped her arms around me in response. Oh, my precious little princess, you growled into her neck. How am I supposed to restrain myself when you let out such cute noises? Momo gasped, shaking under my warm breath. I grabbed her jaw with one hand and swiveled her head over to the side, proceeding to drag my slick tongue up her neck and over her ear. Momo couldn't help but release shaky moans at the tingling sensation I was causing. I deeply inhaled, pressing my nose firmly into the hair on the side of her head. Mem, I hummed, you smell so delicious. I can't wait to eat you up. After saying those words, I latched my mouth onto her sensitive neck and bit down. Momo screamed slightly before digging her nails into my back. My mouth worked its way down to her collarbone, my tongue pressed up against the base of her neck, dragging my freshly painted nails sharply against her sides. Momo tried her best to stifle her moans, but the sensations were proving to be all too much to the heiress. Sliding myself lower, I was now resting my head on her ample chest. The stiff buds under her negligee were clear as day. A smirk grew on my face before I placed my mouth over the top of her chest. Bringing the fabric into my mouth, I let it soak up my saliva. My tongue pressed down, pushing the damp fabric against her nipple. Momo moaned, taken back by the sudden feeling. I let the drenched fabric fall from my mouth as my sights were now set on her other breast. Momo whimpered in pleasure, arching her back and pressing her chest against me. Pinning her down, my hands now pushing her hips into the bed, sinking my hands deep into her flesh. She began to shake as my tongue swirled over her chest. I took the hard peak of her breast deep into my mouth, not letting the light fabric get in the way of pleasing my lover. Why? Momo let out a needy whine. Why are you not touching me directly? Now, princess, you only need to lay back and enjoy yourself. The only thing I want to hear out of your mouth is your angelic moans. I did this because the added friction the fabric would give due to my saliva would make it so I can tease her nipples without even touching them. I wasn't about to tell her that just yet though, I'd rather let her experience it firsthand. I lifted myself up, licking my lips as my piercing eyes landed on Momo. I gave her a playful grin before pulling my own clothing off. I moved positions from straddling her to resting on my knees between her legs, which she more than happily opened for me. I pressed my hip against her core and began to slide my front against hers. Our eyes met. I couldn't hold back my grin as I saw her eyes blown out and pupils filled with nothing but desire. Her breath hitched at the sight of my smile and how my eyes were narrowed and focused on hers. My hands were by Momo's ribs, tightly closed with knotted handfuls of the bedsheets in my grasp. Agonizingly slow, I dragged my torso along her, the negligee hiking up around her waist, leaving her panties on show. What are you doing? She panted, clearly wanting me to dive deeper down instead of climbing back up her body. Oh, princess. Isn't it obvious? I made your clothing wet right around your nipples. Do you know what happens when fabric is wet? I pushed my chest into Momo's, earning a guttural moan from her throat. The fabric will cling onto your sensitive skin, princess. And when I slide myself on top of you, I slithered myself up and down. I felt her body tense underneath me. It causes the cloth to scrape against you roughly. I can now use this friction to tease your sensitive little nubs without using my mouth or hands. The smugness of the smile plastered on my face would have annoyed Momo on any other occasion, but she was too busy squirming under my movements with her eyes squinted shut to notice it. That fact only made my smug smile grow even wider. The way she began to dig her fingers into my shoulders in hopes of slowing me down as she squirmed. It was a divine sight. I didn't let up on my actions and kept grinding on my torso agonizingly slow. She kept letting out whimpers and moans as the pleasurable sensation was slowly building up and threatening to overload. Her moans only grew louder in intensity as I pressed my hips down on her core. Era, would you look at that? I can feel your stiff little buds against my chest, princess. I wonder what would happen if I pressed my own against yours. Momo's eyes widened when I finished my words. Her breathing got heavier, as she wanted nothing more than to drag me down and press me down onto her. She soon got her wish as I did just that. My bare breasts were now pressed onto her buds. A muffled laugh caught in my throat as I watched Momo desperately try and hold herself together. Her brows furrowed as quiet moans escaped her lips. I couldn't hold myself back from moaning either, as the stimulation was enough for my week-long touch-starved body. More, please. She rasped out, clearly close to the tipping point. You better start grinding against me then if you want to climax, huh, princess? I purred against her neck. Soon after I finished, Momo began urgently pressing herself into me. Her arms were wrapped around my back, clinging to my shoulders like a koala. After a few deep breaths, she began rolling her body against my own in waves. Gentle cries left her mouth each time her chest rubbed against my own. That's it, princess, keep going, come for me. I growled. Momo began panting louder, biting her lip as she was sent over the edge. I slowed my own grinding, gently lifting off of her. You were so good, my princess. You came without me lifting a single finger. I hovered over Momo as her eyes fluttered open. I guess you should be rewarded for being such a hard-working girl. I grabbed the hem of her negligee and began tugging it upwards. Momo arched her back off of the bed to give me easier access for removal. She lifted her arms, and I moved the negligee over her head but leaving her arms covered and stuck. She looked up at me in confusion as I tucked the extra fabric into the headboard. Are you not going to take it off? She asked. I hummed in fake contemplation as I ran my hands down from her neck to her chest. Nope. Why? She choked out as I trailed my hands down her tense torso. It's so you can't fight back, princess. I pushed her down, pinning her to the bed. Now be a good girl and relax for me. I leaned down and started focusing my attention on her now unclothed breasts. My tongue flickering on her left nipple as my right hand focused on pinching her other one. The guttural moans my wife was releasing were only serving to spur me onwards. I glanced up to see if the restraints were doing their job. I may have frozen them in time, so even with her enhanced physique, she wouldn't be able to break free. I also caught the sight of Momo throwing her head back, panting as she twitched in what one can only assume is an overwhelming pleasure. She kept trying to wriggle out of the restraints. I was not having that at all. I suction cupped my mouth onto her boob and began suckling, not forgetting to lap my tongue over her rock-hard nipple. What really made her cease her struggle was the little bites I performed at random intervals. They always earned an arched back and scream from my wife. I pulled my mouth off of the peak with a satisfying pop. I blew on the inflamed peak, making her whimper at the feeling. Not forgetting about the other breast that I was massaging earlier, I moved my mouth over it, my breath causing Momo to shiver in anticipation, and did the same as earlier. My left hand was now massaging and teasing the wet mound. Each time I squeezed her inflamed bud, she began writhing and contorting underneath me. Her body began to shake violently, and I knew her climax was coming. If this were any other night, I would have happily edged her until her brain melted, but as she questioned me not loving her, I resolved to make her come until dehydrated. If she doesn't look like a mummy corpse when I'm finished, I would have failed. She began pushing her chest up and wrapping her legs around me. I slowly released my grip on her, and I couldn't help but bite my lip at Momo's gaping mouth as she settled from her high. Did I just get a second orgasm out of you? I cooed, lifting myself against her to meet her gaze. Momo could barely open her eyes as she slowly nodded. I erased the time stop on her negligee before taking it completely off of her body and freeing her arms. She reached over and grabbed both sides of my jaw before pulling me down into a gentle kiss. As she leaned back on the pillow, she peered over to me with half-lidded eyes and whispered, "That was fun." "I'm sorry, did you say it was? Our night is just beginning. We've got a whole lot of fun ahead of us." Momo's previously hazy half-lidded eyes shot wide open at my claim as I went down between her legs. I slipped a hand under each thigh and lifted her hips into the air as I was now sitting on my legs. She gasped and covered her face in embarrassment as I threw her legs over my shoulders. Her shoulder blades, the only part resting on the bed still, most of her back exposed in the air as I settled my head between her legs. Any protests to the position were instantly cut off when my tongue took a long and slow, tentative lick up her wet slit. I dug in, savoring the taste of her slick as it coated not only my tongue but the insides of my mouth. She soon got accustomed to the position and hooked her legs around my neck and dug her heels into my back. After a few vigorous licks to her clitoris, the hood finally peeled back, leaving the sensitive bundle of nerves at my complete mercy. I placed a few gentle kisses on the clitoris to gauge Momo's state of mind. Her entire body shook with each tender kiss, so it's fair to say she's having the time of her life. Deciding to be a bit more active, I actively ground my tongue against her clit, swirling my tongue around her clit rapidly as if it were a lollipop. Momo's hips began to buck slightly. My amused hums only served to both stimulate and motivate her bucking. My nails dug into the supple flesh of her thighs as I soldiered on. I didn't let up, and her moans were showing the fruits of my labor. The previous moans that were spaced apart were now being produced rapidly, forcing her to gasp for air in between them. My chin and upper body were gradually getting more and more soaked with her fluids as I kept eating her out. I pulled away from her clitoris with a small pop. Momo whimpered at the loss of contact, only to gasp as I stuck my tongue into her depths. I pumped my tongue in and out, sweeping it against her needy, velvety walls whenever they clamped down on me. The leg lock she had on me only grew tighter, as did her vaginal walls. Her heels were digging deeper into my back in hopes of giving her more leverage for her bucking. My hands slid down from the death grip they had on her thighs and made their way down to her suspended cheeks. As I began kneading the soft cheeks in my hands, Momo ceased her bucking and relied on my hands to hold her snatch up to my mouth. I certainly wasn't one to disappoint. Momo was beyond the point of human words. The only language that she began to speak was a form of Morse code through her moaning. She was gripping the bedsheets in hopes of stabilizing herself as she began shaking wildly. I lost count of how many times she's came so far, but I'm sure it was more than enough to convince her that I love her and only her. Her needy walls were clenching down with religious fervor, practically pushing it out of her core. Before I let her catch her breath, I went back to teasing her clit, watching as she squirmed once more in my grasp. I began moving backward, gently making sure that she was set down on the bed, my mouth still firmly locked onto her sensitive nub. Momo began running her hands through my hair, pressing me firm against her slit. I took my hands from underneath her and moved them to the insides of her thighs. I began pumping my fingers inside her tight snatch, pressing up against her upper walls right around where her G-spot is located. She came over and over again, her entire body being all too sensitive after such a long session after a period of touch starvation. My upper body was now dripping with her slick, not that I cared. The entire room began to smell of sex, and I was all the more thankful that I decided to set up those barriers. I should have probably done that on our honeymoon too. Seeing my wife become a twitching mess under my touch will never not be a sexy sight. It was empowering. I still needed my own sweet release, though. I sat up and pulled away from my wife's pussy, much to her disappointment. I raised her left thigh as I mounted her. I undid my panties at the sides by pulling on the strings and began grinding on her. The friction and contact were something I sorely needed. Momo was barely coherent at this point and almost passed out drooling into a nearby pillow. She struggled to whimper out a moan. My moans grew louder, and my grinding began accelerating. The sweet release was coming, the warmth building up in my core. This entire night was building up to this melting point. With a feral growl, I finally erupted. I came all over the bedsheets and Momo's pelvic region. After cleaning both of us up, I admired my handiwork once more. She was sprawled out on the previously cum and sweat-soaked bedsheets, completely naked. Her tongue hanging out of her mouth, soaking the pillow she was currently lying her head on. Her breathing was completely erratic, and she showed no signs of calming down. I laid down next to her and pulled her head onto my bare chest. She instinctively snuggled into my body. I ran my hands through her hair soothingly in hopes of calming her down enough to where she would be able to sleep. I pecked her on the forehead before asking the semi-conscious Momo. "Is that convincing enough to show that I love you, and only you, for you, princess?" "Love, you." She managed to reply between yawns. We laid in comfortable silence, the sound of my heartbeat lulling her to sleep as she snaked her arms around my torso to cuddle closer. When she finally dozed off, a small smile graced my features as I saw her at peace. I cancelled the barriers around our room and checked in with my clone to see if everything went to plan. They replied with a picture of Eri snuggling up to them in her unicorn onesie she loves so much. What an eventful night. I kissed Momo once more before fading into unconsciousness for the third time that day. A/N, this is probably the last smut for a while, in terms of chapters, that is, as the canon events will be starting up like USJ and Sports Festival, etc. I hope this 4K chappy has satiated your thirst. Y'all deserve some bonks for reading this, and I deserve some for writing it. I hope you liked it as I'm a bit nervous about my smut and how it may come off as cringe at times. Chapter 31, Chapter 30. The aftermath of me and Momo's long session was quite something. Momo couldn't move an inch and didn't wish for me to move either. It was a rare sight. Momo didn't want to go to class. I'm sure her condition helped her in making that decision, but it was surprising nonetheless. That type of thing was almost unheard of. I decided to humor her that day and let her cuddle with me. I did have to make some clones to go to lessons and grab us some food, drinks, and Eri when she returned. We spent the entire day as a family relaxing in bed, cuddling, and watching as Eri was building up her cat empire on Minecraft. It was just a pleasant comfy atmosphere and one of my favorite days so far. Some of the slower people in the class who noticed Momo's absence decided to question my clone on her absence. They only got a smug smile in response. It took a few minutes for them to connect the dots, but soon enough, everyone in the class was blushing to some degree. Today is the day of the USJ attack, where Mr. Hand Fetish himself will make his debut as the future successor of AFO. Have I done anything to prevent this attack? Nope, not at all. This would be a hands-on fighting experience with actual villains, even if the majority are just weak low-level street thugs. I decided it was beneficial to let them live through this event, despite the bad reputation it will give UA, because it is what let Class 1A become better in the long run and hopefully make them realize that there is a real risk of death in this profession. I looked into today's future to see if anyone would perish in the attack from our class. Thankfully, just like in the anime, everybody would be safe in the long run with only a few injuries here and there that could be healed easily. I debated over the past week whether or not to tell Fluffy-chan. I ultimately decided not to, opting to instead have a clone message Tsukachi to bring a few squad cars discreetly over to the USJ a few minutes after entering. Tsukachi will then, in turn, inform Fluffy-chan, and by the time they end up making it to the dome, everything will be sorted by the students. This attack will harm UA's image a lot, but I will try to minimize the damage done to a degree. It also helps that my family is in control of the majority of media sources in Japan and Asia, so minimizing the effect this will have on UA's reputation would be rather easy. Could I also get it entirely covered up? It would be possible, but there would be too many risks in doing so. The backlash UA would face in the event of AFO distributing some recorded footage he may have possibly recorded/obtained of the attack would be far greater than it would have been originally. It just wasn't really worth the risk, and I wasn't about to reverse time in the event of it happening to sort it out. My main goal for the USJ attack would be to secure Kurogiri, aka Oboro Shirakumo. I would have to do so discreetly and without Mr. Hand Fetish knowing until it's time to retreat and his master comes around with his backup teleportation quirk. Maybe I can distract him with video game references the entire time. Calling him his real name would probably do just fine too. The hero Loud Cloud would rise once more, that is, if he isn't completely traumatized through the Nomu turning process. On second thought, Loud Cloud will not rise once more. It would probably be for the best if he waited until AFO and his associates are captured so he wouldn't be able to create another Kurogiri. Mr. Hand Job could escape and cry back to his master for all I care, but I wasn't about to have a teleportation quirk as great as his being out in the open. I wasn't about to babysit him and his convoy if I did capture him, all the way to Tartarus only for AFO to pull an all-out attack on Tartarus with his Nomu army and make my job harder at a later date due to escapees. The League of Villains, or whatever is left of the original roster, will have to make do with that black sludge version which is infinitely worse. I don't even want to imagine what that sludge tastes like. Noticing how my face cringed in disgust, Momo grew concerned and asked, "Dear, are you okay?" Absent-mindedly I answered, "Yeah, just thinking about how I should slap All Might later today. Do you think I should go forehand or backhand?" Should I accelerate myself when doing it? That did nothing to ease her worries, it even had the surrounding seats worried. Someone being mad at All Might was an alien concept to them. Only villains are angry at All Might. Melissa looked particularly shaken up at my questions. What have you done to make her upset enough to want to perform a quirk-boosted slap on you, Uncle Might? The blonde girl worried to herself. Seeing how everyone was blankly staring at me, I decided to ask Momo what's wrong. It's far too early for me to do any real in-depth thinking. Babe, why is everyone looking at me like I kicked their pet kitten? Well, you did just kind of admit to wanting to commit a quirk-assisted assault on the current #1 hero. The very same person who many of them look up to. To answer your previous questions, though, backhand and no quirk. It just looks more dramatic than a forehand slap. I see. You really do have great taste. I thought you liked forehand in the bedroom, though. What's with the change? Now, I didn't lack that much tact. I did freeze time before saying those words and unfroze it after saying what I wanted. I just wanted a reaction out of her, and boy did I get one. She turned into a blushing mess as she stuttered out rebuttals not even Ari would believe. I'll look at you, all cute and blushing. I cooed. Stop teasing me. Momo shouted into her hands, where she desperately tried to hide her flushed face. Any future attempts of teasing were cut short as Homeless-san came crawling into class. I respect the dedication to sleep, but I don't think he really needs to go everywhere in the bag. He might as well do his night patrols in it, for God's sake. Now, time for class. I'm sorry for the late notice, but today I'll have you. A tense atmosphere came over the class. Decide on your class representatives, the homeless man said before slumping against the podium. Finally, a normal school activity. Everyone cheered before raising their hands for candidacy. The previous tense atmosphere was lifted due to the words of the sleeping bag Jesus. I want to be the class rep. Pick me. Kirishima shouted first. Me too. Kaminari joined in. I want to do it too. Jiro said after hearing the declaration from Kaminari. It's a job made for someone as sparkling as moi, Aoyama said, only to be completely drowned out by Mina. Me. I'll be the leader. Mineta was about to start his entire spiel about how the girl's skirts should be shortened, only to be completely shut up by the murderous aura I was emitting. If anyone is gonna lead you extras, it's gonna be me. Bakugo shouted. Damn, and he was making so much progress on not calling everyone extras too. I mused. As the class turned into a cacophony of shouting and generally turned into an unpleasant place to be in, Ida decided to be the bastion of hope for all silent lovers like myself. Silence, please. Ida said, somehow attracting everyone's attention. This is a serious position with the responsibility of leading others. It is not just a job for anyone who wants it to satisfy any social power plays you may have in mind. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold a proper election to choose one. Your hand is raised the highest. Tsuyu pointed out. Yeah, hypocrisy isn't the best look on you, Ida. I chuckled to myself. Everyone is just gonna vote for themselves in that case. Kirishima pointed out. Definitely not me. I don't want this damn position. Too much paperwork. I thought, trying my best to suppress a shudder. Then doesn't that make it so that whoever gains the most votes here can truly be considered a person worthy of such a position? Ida explained. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Ida asked the caterpillar, who couldn't care less. I don't care. As long as you finish by the time class is over, it's all fine with me. Homeless-san replied. Thank you very much. Ida said in gratitude with a perfect 90-degree bow. After having Momo make a voting box, the votes were cast. The vote tallies were what I foresaw earlier today, much to my disappointment. I thought threatening the symbol of peace they all admired would have been enough to dissuade them from voting for me. Sakuya Izaoi, 6 votes. Momo Yayorozu, 3 votes. Ida Tenya, 2 votes. Melissa Shield, 2 votes. And so on and so forth. I could guess at least 4 of the votes for me. Momo, Mina, Kirishima, and Tsuyu. The other 2 I had no idea about. Nobody was really giving off any visual clues while I was walking up to the podium either. I slammed my hands on the desk, which significantly calmed down the tirades of certain students about not being picked, before speaking. Momo. It is I, your new overlord. You can all refer to me as mistress if you wish. Apart from you, Mineta, you disgust me on so many levels. I have 3, yes 3, orders I am making as of right now. My first order of business is that Crocs are to be banned in the dorms. I'm sure I don't need to say why. Anyone caught wearing Crocs will be subjected to capital punishment. My second order of business is to promote my wife to be the class rep while demoting myself to vice rep. My third order of business is to promote the winner of a rock-paper-scissors match between Melissa and Ida into my vice-rep position before retiring. A/N. What? Did my readers really think I was about to be like every other generic MHA fanfic and forget about Momo, who rightfully should be the class rep like the queen she is? How shameful. This isn't democratic at all. This is an abuse of power. Ida shouted. Silence. This was a dictatorship the second I was elected. You knew what was going to happen. Now, get to playing rock-paper-scissors. The rock-paper-scissors match went by very quickly when Melissa remembered that Ida is always used to throwing those weird hand-chop movements around that resemble the paper option. Melissa was all the happier in her new position, although a bit nervous. I'll try my best to keep up to everyone's expectations of me in this position, Melissa said, slipping back into her native language of English at the start due to nervousness. Howdy, partners. Snipe said from the door. Oh, is the class over already? Homeless-san asked the cowboy. Yep, it's time for some good old physics right now. He said. That's that then. I'll submit the names to Nedzu at the end of the day. If any of you two have a change of heart, come see me in the staff room by then. Homeless-san said, wriggling his way out of the room as he went to his next scheduled lesson. Chapter 32, Chapter 31. As soon as lunch rolled around, Momo decided to drag me to the cafeteria to eat today. It didn't take much figuring out on my part to find out why she was dragging me to the cafeteria. Sato and the other boys had a boys' night and ended up eating pretty much everything. Thankfully, it's the last day before the class gets their allowance for the next month, so we won't be going hungry despite their gluttonous night in. I questioned inwardly about why the cafeteria is so full of hero course students. Can none of them cook? Or do they prefer lunch rush's food? Maybe it was fate for the class to witness the media morons barge in, despite the person initiating it being a villain who dusted the door. I guess I'll never know. I may have slipped away from Momo's vice grip on my arm for a quick second to zoom over to the journalists to see if any of them belonged to my parents' company. 3 people were getting fired today. I could have warned them, sure, but where's the fun in that? I now get to watch as their entire journalism career crumbles down around them and watch as they fall into despair because of their own choices. What a wonderful spectacle it'll be. After returning to Momo's death grip, we soon ordered our desired dishes after an extensive queuing process. I had some grilled onigiri with spicy tuna as the filling, whereas Momo had many greasy foods like burgers and fries. It's been over a decade, and I will never stop being amazed by how large a Yayarosa's appetite is. Is there a separate dimension in her stomach where the excess food goes? How can she eat with perfect dining etiquette at such a quick pace? These questions have plagued my mind for years now, and I'm no closer to finding an answer. Looking around our table, I noticed how nobody was bringing up Ida and Ingenium. I couldn't be any happier. I can still remember the lectures about his glorious and valiant brother 10 years later. Perhaps screwing Midoriya over was for the best. I can't feel the slightest bit guilty if his noble sacrifice made it so I can enjoy an Ingenium lecture-free life. Thank you for your noble sacrifice, Broccoli Boy. As a certain Gandalf spin-off once said, it's all for the greater good. Feeling someone stare on me, I snapped out of my trance and looked around. It was Shoto, staring at me dead in the eyes while he slurped on his soba. It was oddly menacing. Shoto, do you need something? I asked. Slurp. Slurp. Why is he still staring me in the eyes? Shoto, can you stop staring at me while you slurp? Slurp. Shoto, if you don't stop staring at me in the eyes as you eat, I'm gonna shove those chopsticks up your nose and turn your brain into a pincushion. He immediately averted his eyes upon receiving my threat. How did he slurp for that long? Is his soba composed of a singular long noodle that never ends? Sakuya. Yes, Shoto. How far along are you in putting the court case together? Are you sure you want to discuss it here? I asked. We were in public, after all. He nodded. I could only let out a deep sigh in response as I tried to gather my thoughts. After a good minute or two of awkward silence and a curious-looking Momo staring deep into my soul, I finally answered. To be honest with you. The case is nearing completion with Nedza helping me during his free time, but the problem is whether or not we can properly punish Endeavor at the end of the day. There's also just a lot of loose ends to tie up before we present it. I doubt you want him to get off with a metaphorical slap on the wrist after all he did, do you? Upon seeing a shake of his head, I continued. The jury, even with the amazing amount of evidence we have, will still have some bias towards forgiving him due to his social status, so they will try and be as lenient as they can be even after we vet out the more avid supporters of your father. I'm trying my best to have your mother discharged from the hospital, but I need Recovery Girl to come and do the psych evaluation on her before I can do so. This is going to take at least a week because her entire schedule is full with appointments on top of her UA work. Her name on the report holds way more value on it than my own. Ray taking the stands will help the case infinitely. There is also the fact that your family wants the trial to be public to help sway public opinion on the case in your favor. The Hero Association won't like that and will butt in whenever possible to stop us from slandering their number 2 hero with false accusations and maybe even bribe some judges. There is also the impending chaos as soon as the first hearing is over. The public's trust in heroes will dip significantly, and many others will be called into question. There might also be an influx of people in similar situations to yourself coming forward with their own evidence against their parents or heroes, which will only cause more chaos in turn. In short, it's an entire fucking mess. There is also the point of the burnt staple fetishist named Dabi, aka Tuya Todoroki, the presumed dead son. We can't exactly push the case as long as that moron is off running around turning people to ash in alleyways. He'd probably torch the courthouse. I was now intentionally ignoring Momo's gaping mouth and piercing stare. My gaze was now firmly affixed to the white table in front of me. Oh. Thank you for doing this for me, Sakuya. I didn't expect it to turn out to be such a big thing. Huh. Who's doing it for you? I'm doing it solely for me so I can see the light in Endeavor's eyes burn out and have his smug smile wiped off of his face permanently. How will he cry when the trials are over? I can imagine it now, the bitter tears being evaporated by his flaming facial hair. Yayorozu, what's happening to your wife? Shoto asked, clearly noticing my distant look and blushing cheeks. I wish I knew, Todoroki-san. She should come down from this high soon, I hope. Momo replied. I slapped my blushing cheeks to get myself out of the self-induced trance before finally replying. No problem, Shoto, anything for a friend, I said, trying my best to sound innocent and as well-meaning as possible. The annoyingly loud level 3 intruder alarm started blaring. The older students shot up from their seats and informed the other students of the situation. It's the level 3 warning alarm. Someone has broken into UA, one random nobody shouted. As the student body was about to start stampeding their way to the exit, I froze them from the waist down. Babe, can you tell them that it's just the press? Momo made a megaphone and started speaking to the panicking students. Calm down, everyone, it's just the press. If you can all calmly make your way to the evacuation lines in an orderly manner when you can move once more, it would be greatly appreciated. Releasing my hold on the student populace, they all reluctantly listened to Momo, and nobody got trampled. A successful event, in my humble opinion. Shoto, Momo, and I didn't bother moving and continued eating our respective meals. A few minutes after we all finished our food, the bell rang once more, signaling the lunch period's end. Shoto third-wheeled as Momo and I held hands, strolling casually back to the classroom. After being flooded with questions regarding where we were during the evacuation drills and bluntly answering them with, I was eating, Homeless-san began speaking as he took the stand. For today's training lesson, it's a class with 3 instructors, myself, 13, and All Might will be present. All Might present at the USJ. What a joke. He's busy saving someone's cat in a tree over in Hokkaido. Oh well, as long as he accepts my blackma, convincing to take me on as the first ever intern that All Might accepts, I could care less if he actually does his job as a teacher. 13-sensei is going to teach me. Uraraka shouted. Sir. What training will we be doing that needs 3 teachers present? Ida asked with a raised hand. Burning buildings, shipwrecks, floods, and everything else that a hero may face during a rescue operation. You will be doing rescue training today. It also needs 3 teachers present because of health and safety. You can decide on whether or not you wish to wear your costumes this time, as some costumes may limit your abilities in certain scenarios. The training center we are going to is off campus, so make sure to head to the parking lot when you've changed. That is all. As he slinked away in his bag, everyone left to go get changed. I didn't bother altering time while changing. It just wasn't worth it anymore. If my neta peaks. Oh well, it will only serve to fast-track my initial plan to have him removed from the course so that the insomniac can move in, and we won't have an odd number of students. Upon exiting the changing room, Momo and Melissa did a head count to make sure we were all present before allowing us to board the bus. There were no lines, or whistles, or seating plans, much to Ida's dismay. I took a window seat near the back of the bus because that's where all the cool kids sit, right? I would never know. Momo sat next to me, leaning on her. I closed my eyes and started to relax. The USJ attack would be the most tedious battle I've had so far. Thankfully, I have more than enough handcuffs and assorted weaponry for the street thugs. Well, no handcuffs for mutation quirk users who may have an increased body size. I have so many things stashed away in this outfit, thanks to Yui's help. All I needed to do is duplicate them and revert the new one to a point before it shrank. Duplication is really an unsung blessing of my quirk. I love it so much. I tend to say whatever's on my mind, so don't take it the wrong way, but, Melissa, isn't your quirk similar to All Might's? Tsuyu asked the increasingly nervous wreck next to her. Really? I guess I never thought about it like that, Tsuyu dash. Call me Tsu. She interrupted. Oh, okay, Sue. So. Is it true? She pressed the matter once more. Now, Sue. Of course, their quirks are similar. They are related, after all. David Shield, Melissa's father, is All Might's cousin. I added, only to cause more chaos. Melissa completely shut down. The others on the bus seeing this, assumed that it was confirmation and went completely wild. Sakuya, why are you lying to me? The ever-diligent frog asked. Because I wanted to see the others' reaction, I shrugged. Also, their quirks aren't that similar. Melissa has a far weaker strength level than All Might and has golden lightning arcing off of her. It is just a common stockpiling enhancer she inherited from her mother's side. I lied through my teeth, hoping Kermit wouldn't call me out on it. Okay, she replied, seemingly accepting my reasoning. I completely ignored the thankful look Melissa was sending my way in favor of looking outside the window. She can thank me by becoming the #1 hero in the future, so I don't have to deal with the paparazzi that comes with the coveted position. But it's nice to have something like that with the cool lightning coming off of you. It looks really flashy and will help you get lots of attention in the future. Meanwhile, mine is just boring. Kirishima said. Shut up, Kiri. What did we say about this self-loathing stuff? Mina asked. I wouldn't have put it so brazenly, but I agree with Mina's sentiment, Kirishima. You have a great quirk for being a hero. Everyone in our old school told you that too, myself included. Momo added. I guess. I wish it were more flashy, you know. Like yours, or Todoroki, or Sakuya's. You don't want my quirk, Kirishima. It's so boring knowing what's going to happen and never having an actual challenging fight. I would probably have to fight God themselves to be challenged at this point. I replied. I guess when you put it like that it doesn't seem as appealing, but it's still super cool. Yeah, a super cool quirk that is mega hard to control. Saka-chan let me try it out once, and I managed to delete my sofa, and turn everyone in my house into toddlers, in the span of a few seconds. Toga huffed with adorably pouted cheeks. Alright you nuisances, we're here. Try not to bug 13 too much. I'm trying to file for a raise, and a good recommendation from the resident rescue specialist helps a lot. Aizawa called out. Chapter 33, Chapter 32. There is no way he can get a raise from Fluffy-chan. That plush toy is stingier than Granny, the only thing he shares is a chessboard. I thought about the amusing claim. Wait. The person who should be getting any pay rise is me. I've healed plenty of hero course morons in my years at UA. I deserve a fat check for my continued service. While I wallowed in my self-induced depression at the fact that I have been used as a walking stimpack for the students without being paid, the class made its way off the bus. I don't even need the money, but it's the principle of the matter. I was brought out of my stupor as the huge mechanical doors to the USJ opened slowly with a long creak. I could finally look upon the building that I've already been in multiple times during my time as Chiyo's apprentice. Where else is better to prepare a future medic hero than the USJ? Nowhere that I know of. The USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, is a huge dome-shaped building located in the UA school compound. Its purpose is to train hero course students for disaster rescue scenarios they may face in their future careers. There are 6 specialized zones for various disasters. They are the Ruins Zone, Landslide Zone, Mountain Zone, Conflagration Zone, Flood Zone, and Downpour Zone. They are all connected by one central plaza/hub with a fountain in the very center of the building. The Ruins Zone simulates a destroyed urban environment, with buildings and assorted rubble in precarious conditions. It is most likely there to represent the ever-present earthquakes that plague Japan to this day. In my opinion, it's the easiest type of rescue mission, though that's not saying much as I control time itself. The Landslide Zone is just one complete mess of an area, even more so than the ruins. Slippery mud that can cause you to fall all the way back down the mountainous hill of debris. Random exposed wires from fallen telephone poles are hidden away in the ground like worms. It's just not pleasant at all, especially when you need to dig, as you will never know what could be waiting for you down there. The Mountain Zone is just that, a mountainous area. It's a far more pleasant version of the Landslide Zone in my experience. You just have to watch out for loose rocks and steep cliff faces when climbing, and you will be completely fine. After that, we have what I affectionately call Satan's Womb, or what the boring people call it, the Conflagration Zone. For a person who loves the cold like me, and has to debate every morning on whether or not the sun is really needed, this zone is my worst nightmare. It's an urban area that is always on fire. I'm not too fond of it, and I secretly wish Katsuki gets sent there and has his nitroglycerin sweat completely blow the place to the moon. The Flood Zone is a maritime environment with a lake, a ship, and a waterslide. Why is there a waterslide? I can only guess that this is the UA staff holiday destination. It's one of the more beneficial zones for the hero course, as it deals with when a possible tsunami hits Japan and people need evacuation. The Downpour Zone isn't pleasant either. It's an urban area that is constantly dark with heavy rainfall and strong winds present at all times. It's just depressing. What could I take from seeing this all in person for the first time? UA is fucking loaded. They have an entire cruise ship that's only purpose is to sink. That's not even mentioning how much all the disaster simulating technology would cost. 13, or Marshmallow-chan, was the person that greeted us with a wave as soon as the doors fully opened. Everyone. I've been waiting for you all. Marshmallow-chan said as we started making our way towards the long-ass staircase. Oh my god, it's really 13. I love you so much. Uraraka squealed. Who? The space hero, 13. One of the top rescue heroes in the world that have saved tons of people from disasters. How do you not know them? Uraraka said, completely baffled at the prospect of someone not knowing her favorite hero. Love you, Marshmallow-chan. Is that a new spacesuit? Looking real plush girl. I shouted. A/N, I can't remember 13's gender, but I assume they are female. So they're female now. P.S. Sorry if I robbed their penis. Please stop trying to embarrass me today, Sakuya. I'm trying to look professional in front of the new people. I took the time of her being completely embarrassed to send my clone, who is with Ari over in UA, a text before the signal was cut off. It was a singular meme, but as we share the same singular brain cell, they should get the message. Marshmallow-chan decided to tell everyone about the various features regarding the USJ proudly. As the list went on and on, my classmates were gradually becoming more in awe. 13, where's the moron? He was supposed to meet my class here. Homeless-san asked. Yeah, about that. Marshmallow-chan walked closer and whispered something to the homeless man. Oh, there aren't any fingers indicating All Might's time limit this time around. Gotta love the butterfly effect, or what I now call the Sakuya effect. Creative name, I know. The smug smile on my face alerted the nearby Momo. Dear, do you know why All Might is absent? She asked before leaning closer and whispering, you didn't kill him. Right. He's in a better place right now, babe, I replied, not technically lying as he was currently in a spa town in northern Japan. The surrounding students grew paler at my words. Wondering if I really did kill All Might deep within the back of their minds. Fine, I'll split his pay for the hour with you. Shall we begin? Homeless-san said, completely ignoring my antics. Yes. Before we get into the simulations, though, let me say a few things. I began checking my phone for a signal, as it was a more discreet way of checking when the attack was beginning than just looking around vigilantly. Everyone, as I am sure you're aware of my quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and have it turn to dust. Marshmallow-chan started. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Melissa asked as Uraraka nodded enthusiastically beside her. Yes, but it is a quirk that can kill just as easily as it saves people. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Marshmallow-chan said, staring right at me. You're gonna make blush. Anyway. Ouch, I just got ignored by Marshmallow-chan. I exclaimed dramatically, using this opportunity to bury myself into Momo's soft chest. Comfort me, babe, I'm distraught. There, you'll be fine, dear, Momo said, patting my head. In a superhuman society like ours, personal quirks have been certified and regulated, so it doesn't seem like a problem at first glance. However, please remember that many quirks can kill with a single wrong step. You have seen the current limit of your quirk at the time during Aizawa's test and have experienced the dangers of using your quirk against others. This is all about how you can use your quirks to save people. There will be no fighting involved. It is my job, and I hope to teach you how to use your quirks for more than just harm. Thank you for listening. Homeless-san decided it was his turn on the mic, and took over. Alright then. Let's start with Dash. Suddenly, the electric started malfunctioning, lightning arced across the high beams supporting the dome. The fountain at the center of the dome starts flickering before being enveloped in black mist. A feral grin subconsciously made its way onto my face, a singular thought raced through my mind. It's playtime. Only a single person was making it out of the attack on the villain's side, and it was the crusty-lipped dude. I wonder who's getting sent where, as my presence fucked with the original cast. Oh god, I better not take Ojiro's place in Satan's womb. I could use my plagiarized version of Yawacha's ability, the Almighty, to alter the future, but that would go against my morals as a gacha addict. If I knew where I was going or what was going to happen, it would ruin everything. So, I can only sit back and let nature run its course. Everyone, gather together, villains seem to have infiltrated the USJ. 13, guard the students. Homeless-san ordered as soon as he noticed the activity near the fountain. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Momo asked 13. We have them, and they have activated already. They must be interfering with them. The question is whether or not they only infiltrated the USJ, or are they all over the school? Shoto asked. Saka-chan, didn't you say you always knew what was going to happen? Did you know this attack would happen? Toga asked me. Perhaps. A collective gasp escaped the students, clearly not anticipating me just letting them all fall into a trap. Momo decided to speak up once more and asked a flurry of questions. Dear, are we safe? Is Eri going to be safe? Did you notify UA in any way that this attack would happen? Why didn't you at least tell me about the attack? To answer your questions, babe. We will be completely safe, Eri is completely safe, UA has been notified. Finally, I did this for the good of the class. It would be best if you were thanking me. Now you all get some actual combat experience against foes that won't hold back. You want to be heroes, don't you? Then stop fearing these morons. I preached. That doesn't explain why you didn't tell me, Momo said sternly. Well, you would have snitched to Fluffy-chan, and then I wouldn't be able to hafen. I replied, quickly mumbling the last part to myself. That's not a good enough reason, she fumed at my admission. TCH. Damn her and her enhanced hearing. I clicked my tongue after realizing no matter how fast I spoke, there was a good chance she would hear me clear as day. Looking down the stairs, I see that Homeless-san has already jumped into action. He was clearing out the low-level thugs with ease. He struck with precise strikes to joints and various other weak points, as his opponents grew flustered at their lack of quirk. His scarf was used to gain leverage on his larger opponents and create various openings as it snagged at their limbs. Damn, that Nomu is bigger than Canon, that's for sure. It looks like Bane and the Hulk's secret love child, Jesus. What the hell did they do to that thing? Alright, peeps. As long as you don't get hit by that big bastard, near the person with a hand fetish, that kinda looks like he could pass for Tokoyami's roided-up uncle, you will be fine, I said, casually waving off their stares. I wasn't about to risk anything, though. I slowed down the behemoth of a Nomu by 75%, still fast enough to outspeed the students, but not enough to where the momentum of a punch would have the air pressure alone eviscerate my classmates. I'm not going to completely fuck them over. While the students were busy focusing on Homeless-san's surprising fighting prowess, and Homeless-san was busy fighting off a horde of villains by his lonesome, Kurogiri took advantage of the situation and warped up to the entrance where we were currently stationed. It's a pleasure to me, the Mistman started. How do you pee? I interrupted him with the most important question ever. Portals. Now, as I was SA aren't your organs, and in turn your bladder, just missed though, where would the pee be stored? As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by your maid. We are the League of Villains. I know it was impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice and say hello. Truly a place befitting of All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath. I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of him here. I guess it doesn't matter, in the end, I still have a role to play. Scatter, and be torn to shreds by my comrades' hands. Kurogiri said before promptly surrounding us all in his fog. I froze Kirishima, Katsuki, and Marshmallow-chan in time before they could intervene and ruin my fun time. I released my hold on them before we were fully encompassed, so they would be able to land in their designated zone without injury. They were all able to hear my parting words before being whisked away. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun, I said, with a dramatic sigh and ecstatic tone. Chapter 34, Chapter 33. Melissa POV. This day couldn't get any worse. I screamed in my head as I was plummeting towards the water beneath me. Oh God, this is going to hurt a lot. Couldn't the weird mist butler drop me closer to the surface? I could hear a distant explosion and could only hope that everybody was okay. Splash. Godash, I choked out as soon as my body hit the water, knocking the wind out of me as I did so. I tried my best to ignore the excruciating pain on my back as I landed perfectly parallel to the surface of the lake and tried to gather my bearings. It was hard as hell. Every stroke I made in an attempt to breach the surface in hopes for air, which was a rare commodity right now, was stretching my stinging shoulder muscles. I kept wincing as I swam towards the light. My full cowling 5% was now in full effect, making my trip quicker. Just a little more. My thoughts were encouraging and urging me forward. As my hand breached, relief swept through my body. I was finally free from this watery prison. I did it. That hope was short-lived as I felt something grip my ankle. I was too tunnel-visioned on my goal of getting to the surface, too focused on the light that awaited me atop the watery depths, that I forgot that there were villains present and most likely in the water with me. I let out a gasp in a mixture of surprise and horror before quickly shutting my mouth as water began flooding in. Looking down at the offender, I was met with the sight of a person with what I can only assume is an anglerfish mutation quirk. I began thrashing around, stamping my free foot firmly on his face. I kept stamping and stamping and stamping, but he was still holding on. Dread was rapidly building up in me. My vision was fading slowly as the oxygen deprivation was slowly getting to me. Could this be my end? One for All's legacy ended as soon as it began. Sorry Uncle Might, Dad. Despite the negative thoughts filling my head, tempting me just to give up the struggle, to die, I kept stamping down with all the power my deoxygenated muscles could form as I looked around for another solution. Think, Melissa. Think. What would Uncle Might do? A metaphorical light bulb flashed above my head as I remembered Uncle Might's weird advice: when you face a wall that you can't overcome, smash it down. Swerving my head around, I tried to locate the boat's position. After finding the boat's silhouette being cast, I lined myself up and flicked one of my fingers downwards, hoping that the 100% smash would propel me upwards. It worked, and the results were immediate. Gasp, cough, gasp. I sucked in deep breaths of air as soon as I rocketed out of the lake. My attacker was still firmly holding onto me in the air, quickly weighing me down. I flicked once more and propelled myself towards the deck of the large boat. Thankfully, the attacker was launched off of me too. I was hoping not to break any bones today. I was safe, for now, that is. Looking down, I was wondering why I couldn't feel the pain of my broken bones. I got my answer in the form of an initially confusing sight. My fingers were slowly being healed, as if I never broke them in the first place. Flopping down on the deck, I sighed in relief. Sakuya almost inadvertently killed me today, but I guess she was never going to let it go that far. Looking around the ship I was now on, I spotted a sight I don't think I ever wanted to see so desperately in my life. Sakuya was there in a swimsuit and sunglasses, chilling on a recliner chair sunbathing with a cocktail on the top of the boat. She peered down at me over her sunglasses and gave a soft smile and a thumbs up. I hate how much those actions reassured me, as if she wasn't the sole person responsible for the class being in the situation in the first place. Is this what she meant by "we're safe"? Has she set up clones all over the zones and is watching over us at all times? I guess she is at least taking care of her mess, sort of. I hate you so much. I couldn't help but scream at the smug woman in front of me. My frustrations of almost dying were releasing with a steady rant of insults that I didn't mean. You did well, Melissa, you really do deserve that quirk, Sakuya said. You. No. Of course, I do, Melissa. I've known for a very long time. I couldn't believe it. Then again, she can see the future. Maybe it was revealed in the future, or an alternate timeline. I stopped my internal questions and asked the only thing I could think of that I really needed answering at the minute. See, can you please help me control it? I hated how desperate I sounded. It wasn't something the next symbol of peace should sound like, but it was necessary for me. I nearly died. I can swallow any pride I have to make sure I'm never in that situation again. After a few tense moments of me waiting for an answer, and Sakuya just sitting there sipping on her beverage, she finally answered. Oh, Melissa, sweetie. I've been dropping hints about your quirk's powers since I met you. I just wanted to be discreet about my help. I guess I was a bit too discreet. So, yes, I will help you with your quirk. Thank you, Sakuya. You're welcome. A bit of advice for you right now. If you ever dream about a female with black hair called Nana Shimura, tell her that her son grew up to hate heroes and takes out his aggression of her leaving him on his own family. Not that there's much left after her grandson dusted them all like a prepubescent Thanos. Oh, and her grandson is the hand fetish dude from earlier, and I'm probably going to end up killing him. The Shimura line will officially end by the end of the year. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I don't know why, but something inside me was reacting when Sakuya finished speaking about this Shimura family. It wasn't a pleasant feeling in the least. Sakuya must have noticed it already. Oya. It seems like little ol' Nana heard me. Oops. She said, sounding like she planned for this Nana to hear it in the first place. Sakuya, why are you taunting her? I asked the smug silver-haired woman. Because I'm a sadist. But, really? I'm just trying to rile up the freeloading dead people that inhabit your quirk in hopes they actually decide to do something with their pathetic non-living lives and decide to give you advice and allow access to their own quirks. She replied casually as if this wasn't a groundbreaking discovery that is changing my life. MHM. Yep, there are vengeful lazy spirits inside my quirk. MHM, I get more quirks too. What the fuck are you talking about? There are dead people inside of me. Yeah. One for all is crazy, right? That's putting it mildly. Just imagine, if All Might dies, he will be inside of your quirk too. You'll have your precious Uncle Might watching over you, alongside 7 others, for your entire life. One for all is creepy as hell. EU. EW. Never say that ever again. Are there any other things I should know about my quirk? I questioned, still grimacing at the prospect of Uncle Might following me forever. Yep, but they can be saved for another time as 2 more of your classmates are about to board. Lo and behold, she was right. Tsuyu and an unconscious Mineta boarded. Well, it was more like Tsuyu boarded, and she flung Mineta onto the deck with her tongue. Congratulations. You have all passed the flood zone. You've won some well-needed rest. Take a nap or whatever you want, and I will make sure nobody will be able to board until the attack is over. Is she always this carefree about things? Not all the time. Did I say that out loud? Oh Lord, I really do need some rest. I thought before flopping down onto a chair Sakuya duplicated. Katsuki POV. I was building up my sweat reserves in hopes of getting the jump on the misty fucker, then that damn silver hair had to stop me. What a bitch, now I'm all sweaty and about to be dropped off in a random zone. At least there will be some extras to take my anger out on. They all better survive because I only like durable punching bags. A feral grin spread out on my face as I fell through the mist. I was very excited to get some actual fights finally. The best one I've had since coming here was against Pink Cheeks and Glasses Girl. Soon the reds and ambers of the conflagration zone came into my vision, and I could only swear mentally and curse my bad luck. Out of the 6 zones, I had to go to the one with open flames. A single word came into my mind before I detonated. Fuck. Boom. The entire building shook, and everything was now in ruins. I myself had blast resistance due to my body evolving with my quirk to survive my quirk's explosion, albeit barely. Staggering to my feet, I could see the silver-haired bitch herself on top of one of the buildings chilling out as if fuck all happened. She looked over to me, raised her palm in my direction, and said, "Woohoo. You got this, Katsuki." She healed all of my wounds and probably moved the villains out of my blast radius when I detonated. I noticed that the sweat on my exposed skin wasn't detonating any longer. Must be her stupid time barriers. Gritting my teeth, I launched myself into combat with the gathering mob in front of me after checking that my palms could explode when I wanted. I didn't want another colossal detonation accident ever again. Come on, you extras. Try to entertain me, at least, you weaklings. A deep voice called out from the crowd, and something about it struck a deep feeling of fear in me. A weakling, the glorious me. Who decided that? A hulking mass of muscle parted the crowd, the smuggest of smirks plastered on his face, his orange hair illuminated under the light of the miniature sun on his finger. Why did I have to be sent here of all places? Sakuya POV. Now, some people may want to beat me up after this, so I made some clones, and they've been chilling in each of the separate zones in hopes it would mollify them somewhat. I can only hope that they don't just taunt everyone and make it worse. Who am I kidding? Of course, they're taunting my classmates. It's what I would be doing in their positions. I chuckled at even entertaining the notion of something based on me not taunting something. When I was finally dropped out of the misty abyss, I didn't need to bother looking around to find out where I was. My hair was getting wet, and it was dark. I could only be in the downpour zone. It didn't take long for me to find out where Katsuki was sent. A satisfying explosion rang throughout the downpour zone. I was even more excited than before. I soon had a brand new set of memories from my clone in the downpour zone. I now knew roughly where everyone was. The majority of them had been led into one of the multiple office buildings. How my clone really gift-wrapped them all up into one place, how kind of them. My smile was reaching my ears, my cheeks noticeably flushed, my heart beating noticeably faster. I was excited. I want to see their faces when I try something I've always wanted to do. Flipping through the air, I now landed gracefully with the help of time shenanigans. I shot off at Mach speeds to take care of any stragglers that didn't wish to turn up to my clone's gracious invitation to an office party. As soon as I caught up to them, I gripped one of their faces and buried them into the concrete. Found you. One of the braver thugs decided to step up, his legs shaking like leaves in the wind, and said in a threatening tone, "What a cute little girl you are. I'll tell you what, if you come and entertain us, we won't harm you much." Era, how kind of you. I would have believed you, but you hold no power here, your legs are shaking, and it looks like you it yourself. It's just the rain, he shouted with a bright red face. His friends clearly noticed it and began walking away from him, disgust marring their expressions. Bro, did you really piss yourself? I can't believe I followed this guy. I should have gone to the office party instead. Getting bored of them conversing amongst themselves, I called out to the probable bedwetter. Sure it is, big boy, let's play a little game, shall we? It's rather simple, really. Try not to die. Reaching into my magnetically locked grenade holder, I duplicated a Tesla Singularity grenade. Reverting it to its original size, the villains had a clear image of what it was or could at least assume what it was. Is that a fucking grenade? Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Why the fuck do you have explosives? Just wait until they see the sports festival being broadcasted over in Tartarus. They'll get to see there's a walking explosion howitzer impact everything that moves. Now, don't tell me that you're scared. Gasped the big bad villains are scared of a little girl and her toy. How pathetic. I couldn't help but break down laughing at their expressions. Clicking the button on top of the grenade, it was now armed. All I needed to do was throw it, and they would all be sucked into one pile before being constantly electrocuted. Teleporting up to a nearby rooftop, the thugs believed they had been spared. How naive. I dropped the grenade down into the middle of the crowd and watched the arcs of lightning fly. As the world ran on anime logic, I could see their skeletons when they were being shocked. It was oddly satisfying seeing their twitching, charred bodies piled upon one another in the rain. This is what I've longed for. All good things have to come to an end. Well, not really, as I could stay here forever and watch it with my quirk, so I teleported over to the office building. Seeing as the mob of people was still searching the building for me so that they could have some fun, I decided to have some fun of my own. I sealed off all of the windows and other possible exits before slowly shrinking the building in on itself. They were about to experience what it would be like in a trash compactor. They are the trash of society, so I am just helping them out, really. After a minute or so, they realized the situation they were in. The walls were closing in on them, and time was running out. They ran their fastest all the way to the open door on the ground floor in hopes of escaping the death trap they were now in. They all hit an invisible wall. No matter how much or hard they hit the wall, it remained intact. Despair was seeping in, and I loved every single iota that showed on their faces. Tears were involuntarily escaping their ducts. I couldn't help it any longer. I needed to see their expressions up close. The second I teleported in front of the wall, they began shouting for me to free them. Hey! Get us out of here. Oh! Pray tell, why would I ever do that? You all kept shouting about how much fun you wanted to have with me, and now that I start playing with you, you start getting angry. How hypocritical. You fucking bitch, aren't you a hero? We're gonna die in here, do your job and save us. Our blood is gonna be on your hands. Ha 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 ha, oh god, you're serious. Huh. Why wouldn't we be? This is just hilarious. The villains that invaded a school filled with teenagers, one of whom you wanted to rape, dare play the moral high ground here. It's sad. A cruel smile marred my elegant features when I leaned in and whispered to the people in the front of the pile. I've already left one group of you lowlifes to die. I'll say the same thing to you that I said to them. Could you do me a favor? Try not to die. I whisked away, leaving them to wallow away in their anguish. I wasn't going to crush them because then I would have to waste my not-so-precious time restoring them. I left a clone to monitor the situation discreetly. It may have also been so I can fully enjoy their fall into madness when the clone dissipates in the future. Time to pay Mr. Ince's tool hand fetish and Oboro 2.0 a visit. Chapter 35, Chapter 34. Nedzu's office clone POV. It's been around 10 minutes since the meme was sent. What a Makima simp we both are. I hummed, thinking about Makima's assets. She could force me into a contract any day. Looking down into my lap, Eri was there happily munching on an apple she keeps rewinding. She had just finished her mathematics lesson with Fluffy-chan and needed some rest. Her cute little head is practically steaming from overwork. I shuffled around awkwardly, trying to get my phone out of my pocket, and tried my best not to disturb Eri. Eventually, I managed to get it out. I soon realized that I could have just teleported it into my hands. As I wallowed in some minor self-induced depression, I dialed Tsukachi's number. The ringing clearly caught Fluffy-chan's attention. Nosy little chimera, poking his snout where it doesn't belong, even though I want him to hear the conversation in the first place. Ring ring ring. Hello, Sakuya, what seems to be the problem? His voice came through the phone speaker. Yeah, Tsukachi-san, there is a villain attack on the USJ building on UA's grounds. Can you discreetly bring a bunch of escort vehicles over? The villains are numbering around 200 to 300. Fluffy-chan's beady little eyes shot wide open, his attention now fully on me and the conversation at hand. Ah, I must be hearing things. I swear I heard you say that around 300 villains are attacking UA. You are joking, right? I'm very serious. Please be as discreet as possible, otherwise, this will turn into a huge mess. I already have people over in the media working on potential damage control. Alright, have you informed the principal of the attack? Looking over to the panicking chimera, I could only answer honestly. Of course I have. He's known about this as soon as I could possibly have informed him. Please hurry. I hung up and completely ignored Fluffy-chan. My eyes are now fully entranced by the regrowing apple. He cleared his throat before pressing a button on his desk. Classes are now suspended for the time being. Can all teachers report to the front gate as soon as possible? This is a level 4 emergency. I repeat. This is a level 4 emergency. After announcing that over the PA system, he glared daggers at me before trotting off to the front gate himself. I was now alone in the office with Eri. She twisted on my lap to face me and asked. Mama, what's happening? Well, sweetie, some naughty people are playing non-consensual tag with my classmates at the minute. Is mommy going to be safe? Oh Lord, the tears are rolling already. I smushed her head into my boobs to silence her as I gathered my thoughts. Of course, she is. Your mommy is super strong, you know. She's probably beating the naughty people up right now. Momo POV. I was currently stuck in the mountain zone with Jiro and Kaminari. One doesn't know how to use his quirk to any degree that doesn't involve them frying their own brain cells or brain cell in his case. It's a miracle how he even got into the school. I can't remember him at the recommendation exam, and he must have fried his brain on the first robot he took down in the public exam. It's not like they are constantly bunched up for his attack to hit them all or enough to pass before becoming a liability on the field. The other is literally just in a punk rock outfit. It looks good on her, sure, but it serves no actual combat purpose or offers any additional protection. The best combat implement is her boots. Hopefully, it's just a preliminary design that will improve as her understanding of her quirk develops. I'm almost proud to say that I have been dealing with the most villains. Almost. They are way weaker than fighting Sir and his sidekicks. The majority of them go down with a few well-placed strikes. How they ever thought joining this attack would be a good idea is beyond me. The leader must have offered up a huge payday to motivate this scum to do something so stupid as to attack UA. At least my martial arts haven't become rusty. That's a benefit of this attack, I guess. I hummed to myself as I threw another guy into the pile. Yes, the pile. It's a pile of bodies that I have been contributing towards. I had to get some enjoyment out of this attack. I'm not like Sakuya, who takes pleasure in others' pain or a good fight. I prefer to cuddle and maybe be hit. Not the time to start fantasizing. Get your head in the game. I chastised myself. I narrowly dodged a right hook to the back of my head by fluidly swerving to the side. I used the momentum from swerving back to face the attacker and kneed them in the diaphragm, effectively knocking the wind out of them. I then grabbed their outstretched hand and pushed it up against their back, and planted them on the floor. While sitting on their back, I made a magnetic ziplock before tying their hands behind their back. After making sure that nobody else was around to sneak up on me, I slung the attacker over my shoulder before dropping them off into the pile. I created a cluster glue grenade and tossed it on the pile before walking away. This is getting rather boring. I wonder if Sakuya is getting her fix, or whatever she calls it. Wanting to get this over with as soon as possible, I made an infinity pistol with some explosive adhesive bullets. I then opened fire on the remaining thugs, making sure not to hit Jiro or Kaminari in the process. Sakuya POV. I already had my desperometer filled for today. I no longer needed to drag this out for anything other than to make Mr. Handjob think his attack is working as planned. I ignored the plaza as the Nomo hasn't moved at all, nor has Mr. Krusty Lips made any moves on Homeless-san. I stopped time and made my way up the stupidly long staircase. I swear, if Fluffy-chan tried to climb these damn stairs, he would most likely pass out halfway through. UA is fucking loaded. Why haven't they turned this into an escalator yet? After ranting about stairs and how the only stairs I ever want to climb are the ones to heaven, for 3 minutes, I reached the top. It looks like I was just on time as well. Marshmallow-chan was in the process of disintegrating her own back with the help of Oboro's portals. What a great quirk, or amalgamation of quirks, it is. I want it. I don't know why I would need portals when I have distance manipulation, but I don't care. This will make me change some plans around, though. I originally wanted to erase the warping sludge quirk that merged with Oboro's original cloud quirk to make the teleporting mist. However, now I'll have to deactivate his quirk and freeze it in time before I have enough understanding to copy it at a later date. Maybe Eri would want a portal quirk. Children like portals, right? Probably. After rewinding the time for the participants on the stairs, to the point where Marshmallow-chan isn't primed and ready to shred her back open, I unfroze time and froze Oboro. Don't worry, Marshmallow-chan the awesome Sakuya is here to save the day. I proudly declared towards the previously nervous rescue hero. I swore I attacked him. Oh, you did. You also forgot that he has portals as his quirk and nearly ended up disintegrating your own back. I added nonchalantly. I placed a few temporal barriers around Oboro. I can't have people arresting my little test subject now, can I? Plus, I really want to see Homeless-san's face when his presumed dead classmate is very much alive. The barriers were also there if there were a chance he would end up like Lady Nagant did in canon. Marshmallow-chan. Yes, Sakuya. Can you guard my test subject for me? I need to go and collect the other one before All Might comes and launches it into the atmosphere. What do you mean test subject? Thank you. I said, speeding off. With the speed I was going, I only needed around one hit to take out most of them. A few of the animal mutation quirk users needed me to put in a bit more effort. I was flying through the crowd, and in turn, they were all flying due to the impacts. No, 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 no. This isn't how it's meant to be. I didn't expect a hidden mini-boss to show up. Bitch please. I'm a final boss at the very least. Shut up. Ah, can Mr. Handjob not handle his little plans not working out? That's not my name. What is it then? Tamura Shigaraki, better remember it, you noob. Really? Noob? Is that really what you're going with? That's pretty pathetic of an insult, you know. I guess he really didn't like me calling the word noob pathetic because he scratched his neck like crazy. Is that foam coming out of his mouth? EW. Nomu. Kill her. We can have her corpse lure out All Might. And just like that, the behemoth came charging at me at breakneck speeds, even when 75% slower than before. I dipped and ducked the punches with little to no effort on my part. I began luring it away from Homeless-san, who was currently battling tens of goons at a time. Making my way to the bottom of the stairs, Tenko/Tamura took it as a sign of me backing away in fear of the Nomu. Not so tough now, huh? He called out. What did you say, crusty lips? I couldn't hear you. This isn't even my final form, you know. A multi-stage mini-boss. You're a cheater, aren't you? Nope, I'm very loyal to my wife, thank you very much. This is just my quirk, speed split. I can accelerate things with my left hand, and with my right, I can slow things down. When I use both on my body, I can split myself into clones. It's a very simple quirk but really powerful. I lied through my teeth. In my opinion, misinformation is the best tool anyone could have, especially for anyone in the hero business. If your quirk is known to the public, your opponents already have the upper hand when fighting you. That's not something I would ever like to happen. Tenko obviously hated how I was manhandling his pet. Well, I can't blame him, he did dust his last one, so he was probably really attached to this new pet. Never fear, students. I am here. All Might's voice bellowed out amongst the dust cloud he kicked up when he smashed the doors down. I froze the Nomu in time and used distance manipulation to send him to the downpour zone temporarily so that Tamura would be forced to retreat. It worked like a charm. Nomu. Forget the brat and kill All Might. Ah, about that, the Nomu is dead. I may or may not have killed it by accident. The look on his face was priceless. His eyes were popping out of his head and everything. It looked like the classic Enel face from One Piece. Kurogiri. It's time to retreat. Yet nothing happened. Is he that unconscious person on the top of the stairs? He's been like that for a while. The entire plaza just got a whole lot more awkward. We both just kind of stared at each other in silence. I can't believe this. All Might came barreling down the staircase after hearing about the situation from Marshmallow-chan. He aimed straight for Tenko. Sensei. Help me. Lo and behold, his precious sensei helped his little simp out. A pitch-black sludge ejected from Tenko's mouth before promptly enveloping his entire body. He disappeared shortly afterward. The very second that Tenko disappeared to his dingy bar, Fluffy-chan and the other teachers were present. At least my clone got the timing right and let them appear to help with the numerous people's restraining. My clones started dissipating too. I had to accelerate my thoughts to keep up with the influx of memories. God, my clones were assholes. I'm so proud of them. One particular memory really caught my attention. A certain buff bartender was in the MHA world. Escaner was in the USJ attack. I would have put up with the heat if I got to fight him. The teachers and various police officers stormed the building, cuffing all of the villains present. I walked up to Tsukachi, used psychometry to give him my memories of the attack, the relevant ones, and swapped places with the clone in Fluffy-chan's office. I'm finally free, and I managed to dodge all of their questions for the time being. My clone can do it. I groaned internally. Mama, are you okay? My adorable unicorn asked me. What a caring daughter I have. Just a little tired, sweetie. Do you want to go and cuddle in the dorms and watch a movie? She weighed the options in her head before ultimately deciding to agree. I swept her into my arms, eliciting an adorable squeak from her in the process, and left for the dorms. We crashed on the couch and put on some random Disney movie. I then fell asleep with Eri laying on my chest, covered in blankets. It had my desired effect. Nobody wanted to disturb the serene scene before them and left without arguing with me about not warning them about the attack. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. A/N, with this chapter, I've hit 100k words. Not something I expected to achieve with my comeback fanfic. With how easily distracted I am, I was expecting to haven't even hit 30k before moving on with something else. Thank you all for the continued support on this book. In a certain large bedroom in the Class 1A dorms, Heights Alliance, someone began to stir. Their name was Momo Yaoyorozu. Her rest wasn't pleasant, and she tossed and turned continuously throughout the long night. Something was missing. More specifically, her wife and child. They were both currently out cold, snuggling up with one another on the large couch in the lounge area, leaving her all alone to sleep in the large and now lonely bed. She wanted to cuddle up with Sakuya and Eri, but she didn't wish to disturb them with her added weight and movements. She also wasn't as comfortable with PDA as her wife, the most she would do is a quick peck on the cheek. However, she would still be embarrassed about that if she noticed people looking. Her anxiety fueled her decision to sleep alone, and it was a choice she was now regretting dearly. The earliest memory that she can recall was the night when she broke down in the bath, with Sakuya, in her childhood. She was at her lowest point, and Sakuya was there to help her through it. Sakuya became her support pillar, and she enjoyed the nights she could sleep over at Sakuya's more than anything in the world. The raven-haired woman can barely remember the last time she slept alone like this. Her memories of Sakuya's warmth underneath the blankets have become the norm in her nightly routine. Yet, here she is. All alone once more, uncomfortable with the sensation of nobody being there to hold her in their arms, nobody was there to support her. Thankfully, her alarm would go off in a few seconds and wake her up from this unpleasant experience once and for all. BRZZT 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 BRZZT. Even if her alarm was accidentally set to vibration only, it was still loud enough to wake the light sleeper from her slumber. Momo POV. Hearing my alarm going off, I couldn't be happier. It meant that it was time that I could leave this large lonely room. I was never a fan of having a large room all to my lonesome. Suffering from autophobia isn't a pleasant thing at all. I hate being alone, especially after experiencing what it's like having someone there with me. I haven't brought up my phobia with Sakuya. I tried to get it out multiple times over the month since being diagnosed, but my gut churns, and negative thoughts pile up whenever I try to do so. Despite my inability to tell her, I think she has an idea of my situation. Reaching over to my buzzing phone, I bring it in front of my face to silence it. I saw a few messages from my family and in-laws. They all expressed their concern over the recent attack and sent many well wishes. Even the house staff from both houses sent their well wishes. They were arguably more worried than my parents, as they had no idea about the attack happening. After replying to all of them, choosing to only inform the head of the house staff for each house which will, in turn, inform the others, I kicked the duvet off of me and got out of bed. I started doing some rudimentary stretches before getting some casual clothing for today. When I finished getting dressed, I began making my way downstairs. What greeted me was something I probably should have suspected. My classmates were all grouped up in the corridor in complete silence, not wanting to disturb the stabby person I call my wife. "Yamamo, can you please wake up Saku-chan?" Mina asked. "How long have you all been stuck here?" Looking around the room, I saw something that brightened up my day. A knife was lodged into my Netta's skull, and he was bleeding out. The best part by far was that nobody called for, or tried to, help if the dried puddle of blood on the carpet was any indicator. "Too long," was the overwhelming response. I let out a sigh before acquiescing to Mina's request. "All right, I'll go wake her up." I, of course, decided not to wake her up immediately. I instead made my way to the kitchen to brew some tea. The kitchen is normally so hectic in the morning that I can't make any for the first 30 minutes of coming down. While the kettle was in the midst of boiling, I looked over to the group I just left. They were all annoyed but couldn't express it verbally unless they wanted to receive a knife to the face for being too noisy, courtesy of my wife. I decided on a herbal tea, this time being hibiscus, hoping to keep Sakuya from being too cranky. I haven't given up hope yet. I could have just given her one of the chocolate milk cartons from the fridge, but I am still trying to convert her into a tea lover. I took the teacups and sat them down on the coffee table. I didn't want any spillages, even if they would be easy to clean up. I sat down on the edge of the sofa where Sakuya was currently sleeping with Eri. I ran my hands through her hair and spoke. "Dear, it's time to stop pretending, I know you're awake. Stop holding our classmates hostage. You ruined all my fun, babe. I would have thought you had enough fun yesterday. I heard from Naomasa-san that 2 of your playmates are still in the USJ. Care to explain that?" I probed. I was still a tiny bit upset about her not telling me about the attack. I asked the second question to see if she was still keeping secrets from me. She must have a purpose in mind for the 2 villains she detained, and I would like for her to trust me enough to tell it to me. She took a sip of her tea before continuing. "I'm going to be experimenting with quirk factors in the future. If all goes well, I can publish a paper on it to establish myself in the medical field as a respected person. The 2 people I detained have multiple quirks stuffed into their bodies and therefore make the perfect test subjects. One of them also has a teleportation quirk. I want to see if I can duplicate quirks without turning people into chimeras. With the consent/approval of the chief of police, I will implant the duplicated quirks within chosen police officers. That will snag me a great relationship with the police force, which will only serve to help me out in the future," she explained. "You're going to do human experiments?" I couldn't help but ask. Those 2 things I detained can't really be called human, especially the big one that looks like Tokoyami's Uncle Dash. It doesn't look like my uncle. My bad. A big, buff, and roided-up version of Tokoyami's uncle. I started sipping on the tea, hoping it would calm me down and help me ignore the craziness of the situation at hand. I chose to ignore how my wife now has test subjects and kissed Eri on the horn. That caused her to wake up, although barely. She rubbed her little balled-up hands into her eyes before returning to her comfortable resting place on Sakuya's chest. Unfortunately for her, she needed to go and get changed today. Ah, but she looks so cute like that. Sakuya obviously noticed my plight, so she created a clone and had them carry Eri off to her room. She sat up on the couch, moved the blankets to one side, and signaled for me to join her. I'm almost embarrassed to say that the speed of me moving to that blank space next to her was the fastest I've ever moved in my life. I cuddled up to her side, my arms pulling me closer to her, a single overwhelming thought present in my mind. I've missed this. Sakuya POV. I was officially woken up by my Neta. I could sense his vile presence, and it didn't help that I heard his repulsive giggling. So, what did I do? I sent a knife right into his cranium, just far enough to lodge the blade in but not enough to damage his brain. Some may question why I didn't erase him and or kill him yet. The answer is very, very simple. Do you know how much paperwork I would have to fill in? I would also be giving the HPSC a reason to take away my medical hero license. I also love having a free torture bag. I can't do it to my other classmates, as the others actually care about them. I have to take the discreet route to remove him from my life. I then spent the next 45 minutes waiting to see who would be brave enough to enter the room. It seems my Neta's corpse was a significant enough deterrent. Currently, I'm cuddling with Momo. I know she hates being lonely, so me being on the couch with Eri would have been terrible for her. It would have been especially terrible for her as our room is so large. It was a pleasant surprise with how fast she moved to cuddle me, but I soon realized it was because she was so lonely. I missed you too, babe. You did. Of course, I did. Sleeping without you isn't the same. Meanwhile, the others were trying to get something for breakfast on the other end of the room. Sadly, all the food was gone, and the only thing in the fridge was chalky milk cartons. They only need to wait about 10 more minutes, then Homeless-san will come through with the class card. Unfortunately for them, they were starving, having not eaten anything since their bodies work out during the USJ attack. Fortunately for my sadistic side, they wanted the chalky milk. I was secretly hoping that they wouldn't ask me, and I could stab someone else today. You think she would be mad if I drank one? I overheard Kaminari ask. She wouldn't kill you, Dash. Really? She'd feed you to a dinosaur, who would then kill you, Kirishima replied. Yeah, you never mess with Sako-chan's chalky milk, Toga added. Kiri, didn't she leave you with a bunch of cavemen when you accidentally drank it once? Mina asked the redhead. Yeah, it was super manly fighting those cavemen. Oh, yeah. I should go and get a pet dinosaur. Rich people have exotic pets, and I'm rich, so it's only natural for me to have a T-Rex. Maybe I can open my own Jurassic Park somewhere. That would be a huge profit waiting to happen. Paleontologists would probably beg to be hired as staff. I began drawing up the plans in my head, only for my train of thought to be derailed by someone calling out to me. Problem child. Ah, Homeless-san, what has earned me the displeasure of seeing you up so early? Revive your classmate. Then you can go to the rat's office, he wants to see you. Do I have to? I personally think the world is better without him in it. You don't want to do the paperwork or go through an interrogation for committing his murder. I don't want to fill out paperwork explaining why he was murdered, and Nedza doesn't want to fill out paperwork explaining how a student died in UA, he explained so eloquently. You make a convincing enough case. I snapped my fingers, and the dwarf revived, done. I kissed Momo on the cheek and said, bye babe, if I don't come back, kill my Neta for me, before completely leaving the room. It was a 12-minute trek from the dorms to Fluffy-chan's office, mainly because the Chimera wanted a room at the very top of the giant building alongside the staff room. Probably so he can look down on people despite being so small. Such an abuse of his power, and that's coming from me. I didn't bother knocking on his door, he's been watching the CCTV footage as soon as I left the dorm. After swinging the door open with a dramatic flair, I sat down on the pulled-out chair. Fluffy-chan was just standing there menacingly at his window, staring out of it. Are you trying to be dramatic, Fluffy-chan? I was. Thank you for noticing. How was it? He questioned. It would have been dramatic for your employees or any other person that knows of your true nature. Maybe dim the lights a bit for some added effect. I suggested. I see. I'll have Power Loader install a dimmer switch later. Now, I believe you know why I called you here. So you could show off how your acting classes have been going. That was part of it. What I'm actually referring to was about your future knowledge and the 2 people you personally detained in the attack. Can you tell me if there will be any more attacks on UA in the future? It depends on what you will be doing with the information I give you. Nothing. I'll be doing nothing with it. I believe that you wouldn't put anyone at unnecessary risk, and you have the class's best interest at heart. I'm doing this to satisfy my own curiosity. How irresponsible of you. I don't want to hear that from you of all people. There will be attacks on UA in the future. As for the two people I detained, one of them is a random nobody, the other is the former hero Loud Cloud. I see. That certainly is a revelation and not a pleasant one. What do you plan on doing to Oboro's body? I know you want his quirk or quirks, but after you obtain them, what then? I'll restore him to his former state. He might be insane, and I don't really want to deal with it. So, if you could find someone with a mental health healing quirk, it would be ideal. I assume you know of his history with the problem teachers in UA. I do. I would suggest you keep your experimentations on his body a secret from them. I don't really want to deal with them barging into my office demanding me to stop you. There is currently a new building near the first-year hero course gym. I will have someone deliver the key card to you at a later date. I would like for you to transport them into the building as soon as possible. Of course, it will be a secret from those three, duh. Speaking of my experimentations, do you want a copy of the portal quirk when I'm finished? Is that even a necessary question? I obviously do. Just think of how many people I could, as you call it, jump scare with it. Alright, you'll be the second person to get it. Is there anything else you need from me while I'm here, Fluffy-chan? Actually, there is. There is your future involvement in the sports festival, which is a bigger issue than you might think. We will be holding it to showcase how strong the future roster of heroes are, and you would ruin that showcase by completely stealing the show. So you don't want me to participate in it? Ideally. Yes. You will be giving the opening speech, which will be your time to shine. Use it to brag about yourself as much as possible. You can even take over as an announcer or the resident medic if you want to. You just can't actually fight anyone. Why don't I just hold back for the entire festival? Because I don't trust you to do so, especially in front of millions watching all over the planet. I think it would be too tempting of a scenario for you. Millions. See. The second I mentioned the viewer count, you had a distant look on your face. Probably imagining them as your adoring fanbase or something similar. TCH. Since when were you this observant? The day after I met you. I had to increase my observational skills in any way I could to try and keep up with your various schemes you plot. We had a little stare down, but I don't think Fluffy-chan needs to blink, so it was unfair. I could have won with my quirk, but that would have made me as bad as he was. I guess you'll be the one to tell my adorable little girl, who was so looking forward to seeing her mama kick some butt, that her precious mama isn't competing anymore. You'll be breaking her heart. Oh no. Anyways, that will be all, you may leave. Also, I would be prepared for the sight you see when you get back to the dorms. As I walked back to the dorms, I instantly knew what happened. My clone decided to fuck me over like they just love to do recently. There were multiple stacks of pizza boxes and assorted takeaway containers piled up outside the dorm. I slowly brought my phone up and checked my bank account. The fucking clone spent 100,000 yen on food. How they managed to get it to that exact amount is beyond me. I sifted through the various containers searching for something I would like, eventually deciding on a katsu curry and a pizza. I called my besties over in Class 1B and told them to come over and grab some stuff. There was no way Class 1A would ever be able to eat this on their lonesome. Fluffy-chan eventually brought over the staff, and they grabbed some containers for themselves before scurrying off elsewhere. Rumors eventually spread that the empress of the school brought a bunch of food for the students. The already outrageous rumors about myself tripled in absurdity and number by the hour. They even started a ritual where they would pray to me before accepting the food. Renyamai led them. My clone made me a cult leader, fucking bitch. I just sat back with my family, and watched through the window as the pile of takeaway boxes diminished throughout the day. It was a weird day, but so was every day inside the UA walls. Chapter 37, Chapter 36. It was Sunday today. I wasn't expecting to do anything. Sunday is just pre-Monday to me, it serves no purpose other than to lead to disappointment. What the hell would happen on a Sunday that would require my attention in the first place? That's one of the multitudes of other questions my past self would ask me if I told them the current situation I found myself in. Let me paint the scene. There I was, woken up by the smell of baked goods courtesy of Sato. What better smell could I have possibly woken up to? All was good with the world in my eyes at that moment. The vanilla scent wafted into the room, encouraging me to get dressed so I could head downstairs to claim them. I obliged and got dressed. My oversized hoodie with a rubber ducky on the front kept me comfortable while plodding down the barren staircase. I wasn't planning to go out, so I could dress without worrying about my social status being harmed. God, being rich is hard. Said nobody ever. I found myself sitting at the island in the kitchen area, waiting for the assorted treats to be finished. I made small talk with Sato, mainly about his family's bakery. They wanted to open more shops, and he not so subtly hinted at my wealth when bringing that point up. What a shameless person, I love it. His family already made great products. The only problem would be to up the production without losing any quality. With my media connections and an extensive list of heroes owing me favors from my various deeds/hospital work, advertising wouldn't be a problem at all. It will be a big change in how things would be run for the small family business, and one I needed to make sure they understood firmly before even speaking about money. There would be new equipment needed, more staff hired, buildings to manage, the hierarchy that will be implemented, various contracts with suppliers, and whether or not they were mentally ready for it. It took a 30-minute FaceTime with his parents before they understood what they were getting into. There was even a tiny chance it might go international as an Izayao brand. After confirming they truly understood what they would be getting into and not just seeking profits blindly, we moved into the money talks. We discussed locations, prices, and fees. I wasn't about to be a charity. I needed some profits from this investment. It would also be one of the few investments out of my personal account, mainly so I can use it as my business studies project. I had a 100% success rate with my investments so far, and I wasn't about to have my ego tarnished by having a smear on that perfect record. UA third-year business course students would need to set up a business with an assigned budget. Their only goal would be to earn a profit of at least 10% of the initial investment by the end of the year. They can team up, take out loans, scam each other, and generally do whatever they want with the money. It was a giant mess, just like the real world of business. As soon as the treats were finished, I abruptly ended the conversation with an excuse. Sato thought the deal didn't go through, only for me to reassure him that I just didn't wish to talk business at 9 a.m. We exchanged numbers for future contact, and I sent a message to his parents that a contract would be written up by the end of the month. The surrounding students still weren't used to people talking about large sums of money like it was nothing. I, naturally, ignored their inquisitive eyes and continued eating my snacks. I was only even entertaining the idea of giving Sato's family the money, as I was sure I would be able to squeeze a decent enough profit from doing so. Uraraka was obviously one of the people staring at me, an apparent hope present within her eyes. I had no delusion as to why she was so hopeful. Her family was poor and owned a construction company. She obviously wanted the same treatment. I don't understand how a construction company owner could be poor in the MHA world, where buildings and entire cities need regular rebuilding. If they weren't thriving in those situations, I don't know when they would. It could be outside factors like not having the equipment, or not being promoted enough to secure a lot of contracts, or being stomped out by the competition that has crippled the business. I could solve all of those problems, but I don't really want to invest in areas I don't know much about. I, unfortunately for her, don't know enough about construction to feel comfortable helping her out. I know about bakeries and food-related businesses due to my past life. Momo and her parents are much more suited to making these sorts of deals because they have their own foot in the construction business. When I finally finished my food, I made my way to the couch to sit down. I was successful in my mission for comfort. It just wouldn't last long. One of my clone's decisions was back to bite me in the ass. I only wanted to just laze around and maybe finish with my human experiments. The world didn't want that one bit, so what did they do? They sent Melissa my way, someone who I barely ever talked to. I instantly knew what she wanted or had a good enough idea of what it would be. She wanted OFA training, something my clone decided to offer in my stead. Sakuya, do you think we can? She asked, in a way that would only cause misunderstandings. Can we, what? I would prefer it if you didn't cause a misunderstanding. It's far too early for one. I asked. Can we head somewhere private? You really do love misunderstandings, huh? I'm a happily married, officially certified MILF, you shouldn't invite me somewhere private to do things. What would David think if he heard you propositioning me? That's not what I mean, and you know it. Yeah. We'll go and train your weird quirk somewhere private, come on. I left the room, signaling the blushing mess to follow. Wait for me. I didn't wait. I wanted this over with as soon as possible and to a satisfying enough degree where she shouldn't bug me for a while. I began thinking of what quirk I would unlock for her or what training I would put her through. I walked into the buildings where my test subjects were held. They were still both frozen in time so that AFO wouldn't be able to see through their eyes or teleport them out. She was taken aback by their appearance. Sakuya, why are there villains in UA? Shouldn't we inform the teachers? No, we shouldn't. They are here to be reformed by me, and if you leak anything about them to anyone, I will torture you for all eternity before rewinding to before you told anyone just to slap you. Am I clear? I let out a little bloodlust to make sure she complies. I could have taken her to a different building, but then I wouldn't be able to do my experiments simultaneously. Some may ask why I didn't just send a clone to do it. The answer is as clear as day. My clones have been screwing with me, and I didn't want to let them anywhere near something as precious as my 2 Nomo hostages. Why yes. That's good to hear. We moved to the center of the room before I explained what we would be doing. Alright, Melissa. Welcome to Sakuya Boot Camp, where I will personally kick your ass until you can kick someone else's ass. Huh. There are rules to this boot camp. They are as follows. Number 1. Don't talk about boot camp. Number 2. You do not cry during boot camp. Number 3. Only Momo or Eri can backchat me. Number 4. Don't eat my stuff. Number 5. Don't dare defy my authority during boot camp. Number 6. Don't break my stuff. Number 7. Never, ever, talk about drinks other than chalky milk during boot camp. Number 8. Only I get to say when boot camp is over. Number 9. Try not to die. Do you understand? I explained with a forceful tone. Yes, sensei, she replied immediately with a salute. She's already learning. That's good. I mused. I will be leaving you in the care of my clones. Well, it's more like abuse than care, but you'll survive, hopefully. She began sweating profusely, clearly regretting her decision to join the bootcamp in the first place. Maybe the rules have finally set into her mind, and that's why she hasn't spoken out of line. Inside of OFA, there is a quirk called Danger Sense. It is a discrete quirk and works as the name entails. It will probably be the most useful one for you right now to unlock. The way you will be unlocking it is to dodge my clones hitting you with sticks while blindfolded. You will feel a sharp stinging pain in your head when it activates. Don't confuse that pain with the pain of getting hit with a stick. That is all. I have things to be doing. Remember my motto, follow rule number 9, and you will be fine. I explained before leaving towards the 2 hostages. I left 4 of my clones with her. They then blindfolded her as she sat on the ground and circled her. They began slowly and gently with their hits, which will gradually increase in speed and force as time goes on. Melissa was really regretting her choice. I should have kept my mouth shut in the USJ, she screamed in her mind. Time flowed differently in this enclosed building. I made it like this so I could make it back quicker in hopes of catching the sight of a sleepy Momo. Sleepy Momo always wants to cuddle, and it's my second favorite Momo of all time. Number 1 is Arrow Momo, nothing beats Arrow Momo. Ignoring the shrieks of pain coming from behind me, I got to work on Oboro's body. I chose to analyze his original cloud quirk first. I spent the next 10 minutes trying my best to decipher the clusterfuck known as the quirk factor. It was a monumental task. I could copy it easily, but understanding it was an entirely different matter. Unfortunately, to write a medical paper on something, you need to understand it first. Weird, I know. I wanted to be a respected member of the medical field so people wouldn't look down on me. If I handed in a paper on something I had no real understanding of, I would never be able to live it down. My pride wouldn't let me. Melissa and I spent hours in the building. We were both going through our own version of torture. Hers was physical, whereas mine was mental. Eventually, however, we both made our breakthroughs. I finally understood the quirk factor's genetic mess, and Melissa felt a pain in her head that wasn't caused by my clones. We both spent the next few minutes improving on ourselves and testing our individual theories. After both of our tests came back with the desired results, Melissa could dodge blows with relative ease, and I confirmed my own theory. We celebrated. YOSH. I did it, we both shouted to the heavens. I dismissed one of my clones to see what Melissa was celebrating for. After sifting through the newly acquired memories, I found it. She successfully awakened Danger Sense, or what I like to call the miniature plot armor. I dismissed 2 other clones before having the final one inform Melissa to stand up and start dodging. She may have awakened it, but she hasn't trained it at all. If I recall correctly, she can eventually decrease the pain she feels when the quirk alerts her. That will not only benefit her health but also decrease her response time to the warning. After all, you can't really focus when your brain feels like it's getting stabbed. When I scanned Oboro's body, I found a quirk I wasn't expecting. It was a self-detonation quirk. I can only assume it's a failsafe like the one he planted in Lady Nagant. I promptly erased it. I did not need such a quirk, nor was I allowing it to stay inside his body. The behemoth was just a complete mess. Fortunately, it was a mess I was able to profit off of. In addition to its shock absorption and super regeneration, I managed to locate a fascinating quirk I could only assume was AFO's personal addition to help run down All Might's timer a bit more. It was called Combo Star. It operates by increasing the power behind each subsequent and successful attack by 0.5x for each blow that lands. The drawback is that whenever you miss an attack, the multiplier is reset back to 0. It's a strength-enhancing quirk. A devastating quirk for a mindless brawler like the Nomu, and something very profitable in my hands. The Nomu also had many minor physical enhancers, which I couldn't care about, but for the sake of future deals, I kept them in my memory. Seeing no need for the Nomu anymore, I deleted him. I didn't want him walking around, giving AFO a reason to suspect that I was lying about him being dead. It would also call the validity of my other claims into question. I wanted neither of those events to occur, so he was better off being erased. After I compiled all the quirks I wanted into myself, I reverted Oboro to his former glory. I left him in temporal stasis for now. I did not want to deal with Homeless Sans tears today. I wanted to savor them on a day where I could properly enjoy them. Pulling out my phone, I texted Fluffy-chan. Evil time bestie, how are you, my dearest pet? Oboro is back to his former glory, and my experiments were a success. I have no idea about his mental state right now, as I don't care enough to check. You can get your portal quirk tomorrow. I received a reply in no time at all. Evil rat bestie, please stop calling me your pet, even if this is a private channel. That's great news about Oboro. The being back part, not the potential insanity. I will drop by during homeroom, you can give it to me then. Shutting off my phone, I left my current area and traveled towards the exit. I erased the clone that was getting a sick thrill out of beating Melissa and called out to her. Melissa. Bootcamp is over. She let out a sigh of relief before undoing the blindfold and ran over to me. She had puffy red eyes, she clearly broke rule number 2. As I was about to call her out on it, she interrupted me. Sorry. The pain was just too much, so I broke rule 2. She is more obedient than me when I went through this hellhole at the hands of a future version of me. I reached over and ruffled her hair a bit before speaking in a gentle tone. It's all right, Melissa. I'm too happy about my own discovery to care about your own failure right now. This will be the last bootcamp for a while dash. Why? I chopped her on her head, just fast enough so her quirk wouldn't register it. Don't interrupt me. This will be the last for a while, as I will be busy writing a medical paper. Organizing a contract for Sato's family, and in turn, a few new business ventures. There will also be my speech for the upcoming sports festival I need to write. I'm just completely swamped. But you have control over time and can make clones. You can never be busy. She said, narrowing her eyes at me in suspicion. All right, you got me. I don't want to do anything but cuddle with my family and play video games for a while with some chalky milk in my hand. That's fair, sorry for taking you away from them with my selfish request to train me. It's fine, I promise to train you, and I stick to my word. I just can't always be there to train you as I have my own life. But I will help you just enough so that you can safely walk on your own path towards your uncle's title. I kept walking, leaving behind a tearful Melissa. The rumor mill started up once more the second they saw me bring a girl to tears within a few seconds. With my enhanced hearing, it was hard to ignore their absurd ramblings. One person claimed I had an affair with Melissa, only to put a stop to our forbidden relationship. They had a knife thrown into their thigh muscle the second the words left their mouth. Not wanting to deal with their screams of anguish, no matter how delightful they may sound, I opened up a portal on the floor in front of me and dropped myself on the couch. I told you guys she was with the Villi, GAH. My netta started, only to be jacked in the ear by Jiro. Moron, if she was a villain, why bother being with those low-level street thugs? She can clearly kill us without needing their help. Ah, thanks, Jiro. It's always nice to see humanity isn't completely stupid anymore. Aren't you human? Shoji questioned. What are you talking about? Did you not hear those cultists outside the dorms yesterday? I'm clearly a goddess. I'm proud to say, I achieved smug levels that were never achieved before. Seeing Momo coming down the stairs, still sleepy, I knew I timed everything perfectly. Timing is kind of my whole shtick. If I couldn't do that, I would be a failure of epic proportions. I made room on the couch before portaling her to my side. Sensing me in her vicinity, she locked on immediately and cuddled into my shoulder. The others, who were curious about the portal before, thought they saw things. But with my show again, one of them asked. Sakuya. Hi. Sakuyadi Sudat. Please never do that again. Ah, you didn't like it, Shoto. No, it was weird. Yeah, I didn't like doing it either. I don't know what came over me. Why do you have the villain's quirk? I just made a groundbreaking discovery about the quirk factor. I can now copy quirks amongst other things. Oh. He said before walking off to who knows where. Is that your only reaction to that? The rest of the class shouted. Congratulations on your discovery, dear. I knew you were going to do it all along. Momo tiredly whispered into my ear. I took Momo onto my lap, she was too tired to care about others seeing the display and pushed her head into the crook of my neck, where I began stroking her hair. She soon drifted off into a much-needed rest. After making sure she was in a deep sleep, I picked her up and moved to the couch located in our bedroom. I joined Eri for some co-op games, where I let her have some fun trolling me. I ordered some sushi for lunch for us as I was craving it, and I didn't want to wake Momo up with a heavy meal. The rest of the day went as without anything notable. All Might did decide to call me, thanking me for helping him out with Melissa's training. I, in turn, asked for an internship with him. He was apprehensive, but with enough guilt-tripping, his already fragile defenses crumbled. A/N, I have committed a cardinal sin today, peeps. I drank something other than chalky-flavored milk. It was banana, and it did not do it for me. What is your favorite flavored milk? P.S. If it isn't chalky, you better have a damn good reason or I will steal your toes. Chapter 38, Chapter 37. After doing my morning routine, wake up, stretch, fix the spine I broke when stretching, wash myself, and dress myself, I made my way over to the elevator. I chose the rooftop as my destination and began plotting whatever the hell I was going to do today on the way up. It was a Monday, so I sadly have lessons to go to. The highlight of my day today will be giving Fluffy-chan his ability to portal. What a great way to get such an influential person in my debt. One can simply never have too many favors from the plush toy principle. Apart from that, though, the entire day will be boring. That's where the problem is. I simply don't do boring, so I will have to make my own fun today, which is where my planning will come in. Upon hearing the ding of the elevator, I walked out in full view of the sunrise. The sun peeking through the clouds illuminating me and the buildings in its glow was something I couldn't help but adore. The scenic view also helped me to decide on what I was going to do today. I need a cute pet. I already have a cute wife and a cute daughter. It's the missing piece of the puzzle. I mused. Choosing what pet I wanted was a hard thing, mainly because I could theoretically have anything. I was no longer limited to the pets of the current day, I have animals from the past, and fiction open to me too. Time to be indecisive. I opened a note on my phone and started listing everything I could think of. After listing 50 options, I opened a random number generator and let luck run its course. It landed on 34. I didn't know how to feel about that number. A/N, I literally did this because of how indecisive I am, only for it to land on something I'm sure most of you expected. It was Kitsune. Time to think of a name that isn't Kurama, Yasaka, or Kunu. My brain was working overtime as I suck at naming things. Now that I have my target, it's time to go searching for one. Ideally, one that doesn't have a parental figure, as I don't really want to separate a family to satisfy my own desires. It took over 100,000 alternate timelines, but I finally found one that has Kitsune's roaming. Time to go searching for an orphan. I sat myself down on the rooftop I was currently on and began accelerating my thoughts infinitely. I began using psychometry on the entirety of alternate Earth. I'm so glad I learned thought acceleration before doing that. So many lifetime memories flashed through my mind, and with those memories came the emotions attached to them. Tears began rolling down my cheeks, a smile on my face, and a mixture of sobbing and laughing escaped my mouth. Thankfully, I found one before I could break down even more. I erased all the other memories and tried my best to compose myself. I shouldn't really go in front of an orphan who just lost its parents with tears streaming down my face laughing my ass off hysterically, now could I? I wiped my tears on my sleeve before erasing the stain, cleaned myself up, and made the jump. The Kitsune was currently located in a lush field lying down in sadness, probably hoping to wake up, and it was all a dream. The mother spotted me and began snarling with as much might as the dying female could muster. I raised my hand in surrender but never stopped approaching. Her child was all too oblivious to the situation at hand, still stuck in a state of shock. I slowly, but surely, made it to the pair. I decided not to steal the child, instead opting to duplicate it in another timeline. I cautiously placed my hand near the wound and began healing the mother. I didn't need to put my hand anywhere near the rabid woman, but I needed to make sure that she knew it was me that was the cause of the wound healing. Maybe she would even express some gratitude instead of growling at me every 5 seconds. I gave her and her child some regenerative properties along with some other quirks. These two would be some overpowered kitsuns by the time I'm done with them. Looking into both of their futures, I could barely hold in my laughter. I would be revered as a goddess to the kitsune in the future, Jesus Christ. I only came to steal a child, not become a deity. But, who was I to stop them from worshipping me? They see me as a goddess, so it's only right that I play the part, right? I think it is. There, my children. You have been given my blessing. None throughout the eons of my existence have ever received such power from a goddess such as myself. I wish you both safe travels from now on, as my time in the mortal realm is being cut short. May we meet again in the future. I spoke to them using Kuda's Anavoice quirk. God, what a terrible quirk to have in my daily life. I had to listen to pigeons on the windowsill of our dorm room rant at 4 a.m. about breadcrumbs and how there's one fat ass who keeps eating them all. Thankfully, albeit rare, it has its uses. If I awaken it, will it be able to command humans? Or will it turn into something like the genome tree ability that Yokosuke has? This will require more research. Remembering that I haven't given my name yet, I called out to them once more before departing. My name is Sakuya Izaoi, my children. Please heed my words, chalky milk is the best, fuck the rest. I wish thee the best in life. I deactivated Ana voice before they could speak. I wanted to remain silent in my departure, and I've had enough tearful goodbyes for one lifetime. Komo-sensei took all of them, damn teacher making me cry only to turn up wherever I went next. After hopping back to my own timeline, I began on my construction of the female kitsune. I inserted a duplicate of its own personal timeline into this world and skipped it until it was around 4 years old. I may have also imprinted onto it that I was its mother. I wanted to see if it would somehow develop a quirk at 4 years old, sadly it didn't. I buffed my new cuddly pet with as many combat-oriented quirks as I could. This would be one strong fluffy girl. She was strong enough to fight Class 1A, minus me and Momo, and win without a problem. I chose not to give it Ana voice, as it would just end up annoying me at the end of the day. I picked up the fluffy pet, now affectionately named Kunu, as my brain failed me, and made my way downstairs. Homeroom was starting, and I timed it so that I could enter after Homeless-san. I didn't need him questioning me on my mythical pet, and was banking on him being too fed up with life to bother asking any. I strutted through the school with no care in the world, hoping it would take people's eyes off of Kunu. It didn't. The golden fur was far too eye-catching, especially when the sunlight hit it. I eventually reached the classroom door, and opened it. I chose not to slam it this time, mainly because it would wake up Kunu. The entire class just stared at me and Kunu in confusion. Chapter 39, Chapter 38. So here I am currently being stared at by the entirety of the class. I decided to hold an impromptu staring contest with them all. However, unlike all those other times, I was going to win this one. After a few awkward minutes of me just standing there, stroking Kunu, Homeless-san finally decided to break the ever-peaceful silence. Problem child. He started. Yes. Why do you have a fox in your arms? He questioned. It's my emotional support animal, I lied through my teeth. The silence returned once more. I had clung onto the tiniest of hope that he either believed it, or he no longer cared enough. He soon just sighed in defeat, clearly knowing he wouldn't get the answer he wanted anytime soon. He then spoke. Just, go and sit down in your seat. Will do, Homeless-san. My cheerful reply only served to multiply his feeling of exasperation. I couldn't care less, though. The only people I answer to are my family, and even then, I will lie at times. Ignoring everyone's stares, I leisurely strolled over to my desk. After reaching my desk, I placed Kunu on my desk in a makeshift bed made out of my blazer and sat down. The class officially started, and I continued to play with Kunu throughout it. I did ask Momo for a brush, to which she obliged. She still wanted answers about the sudden pet fox, but those can be answered at a later date. As I was finishing brushing Kunu's fluffy tail, the door cracked open, catching everyone's attention. It was Fluffy-chan in all his small plush toy glory. He noticed the golden fluff ball on my desk and glared at it. I obviously caught onto it and couldn't help but be amused. I didn't know such a prideful person like him could be envious of Kunu, or maybe it was his animalistic instincts taking over for a minute. Oya, is Fluffy-chan mad he's not my only pet? How cute. I chuckled inwardly at his display of jealousy. He immediately stopped glaring when he noticed he still hadn't even announced his reason for entering. My amused smirk may have also contributed to him snapping out of his trance. Meanwhile, Homeless-san was terrified. It's infrequent for his boss to leave the confines of his office, and whenever he does, it's never a good thing. It typically results in someone being fired or assigned to some menial task as a punishment for whatever they did to anger the rat overlord. Fluffy-chan, how are you today? I greeted the chimera. I'm great. However, I would be better if you told me why there's an animal on your desk. I made her today, she's Kunu the kitsune, do you like it? I teased him, clearly not letting up on his jealous display earlier. How did you make this, Kunu? I do dearly hope you know that bestiality is illegal. That got everyone's attention. One would think their necks would snap at the speed they turned their heads towards me. Damn, the chimera is trying to embarrass me. Little did he know, I am as shameless as they come. Then how would you ever have sex? Gasp, are you a virgin? Do you want me to make a female Fluffy-chan for you so you can have fluffy babies together? This isn't an appropriate topic to be discussing dash. You're the one that brought up bestiality. I interrupted. And that was a mistake on my part. Ignoring the talks about how you obtained a pet within a few minutes of being awake, I do believe you know why I'm here. Of course, I do. Give me a few seconds. I began messing around with his quirk factor, and he turned into a twitching mess on the floor while I was doing so. I never experienced the pain, as I'm not an M. This was also payback for the time he wanted me to skip the quirk awakening process. Nobody gets off pain-free apart from me. The more observant of my classmates took note of the carnal delight on my face. They obviously knew what was happening inside my mind. I could have hidden my expressions, but it was far too fun watching him writhe on the floor in pain. He began panting on the floor, sweat was drenching his fur in the hardwood flooring. I purposely took as long as possible without it looking suspicious. Eventually, I had enough of a fix and finished the procedure. And done. I gave you some memories of how to use it. I hope you enjoy your gift. Dear, did you have to make it take so long? Momo deadpanned at me. Of course not, I replied. Can you try and tone down on your sadism, at least on our peers, for a while, she requested with puppy dog eyes. Ugh. She knows my weakness. I'll try, babe. Fluffy-chan staggered to his feet, caught his breath, and spoke in a ragged tone. Thank you, Sakuya. I'll be heading off now. He opened up a portal that went off to who knows where. The portal caught everyone's attention, especially its implications. He then fled through it, probably in an attempt to salvage as much of his dignity as he could. We can have more than one quirk, was probably the thought running through their minds. Too bad they aren't getting another quirk from me anytime soon. The only person would be Momo or Melissa. I wonder if the super regeneration would replace any lipids Momo uses. Would it register it as an injury and heal it? Will she now have an infinite supply of lipids? I theorized. I don't think I need to explain why I would be giving Melissa quirks. She currently can't go all out without turning into a cripple. If I want my obedient future peacekeeping puppet to be able to do their job properly, and in turn, help relieve me of my future duties, they can't be crippled. Problem child, how and why does Nedza have the quirk of a villain? You shouldn't be calling your boss a villain, it's not a good look as an employee. Just explain it. I refuse. I guess that's that then. He seemingly gave up on the sudden interrogation. He never gives up this easily. Maybe seeing his tyrant of a boss in pain was a cathartic experience for him, I mused to myself. He turned back to the board and began discussing our schedules for the week during homeroom and hero training. I just completely ignored it and focused on my new pet. I ran my fingers through Kunu's shiny fur and lost myself to the satisfying feeling. It was so soft and fluffy. I now knew how the dude in the Senko-san anime felt. This is some top-tier fluff. She began to stir and eventually woke up. Seeing me, she arched her head up and began licking my cheek. Sorry for waking you up, girl, I whispered. She only let out an adorable yawn in response, and I couldn't help but coo at her. Kunu took my cooing as cuddle time and snuggled up against me. Onlookers couldn't help but stare in confused awe at how the sadistic stab-happy demon Sakuya turned into mush around a random animal. Is Kunu really her emotional support animal? Does that fox really keep that demon caged? Perhaps that animal was really the damn problem child's emotional support animal. I really wish she would discuss it with me before she starts adopting things into our family. But Kunu is really cute, so I'll let it slide this time. I should really stop using psychometry in class. UA is far too weird of a place to use it on the students. My sanity, or what's left of it, will begin to rot away in no time at all with how absurd some of their thoughts are. Now. There is another thing I want to say before homeroom ends, and it revolves around the attack on the USJ. Homeless-san said towards the class, who snapped to attention. I reviewed the footage dash. There was footage of the attack. Mina asked. Wasn't there an EMP active? How could they have done it? Sato questioned. Be quiet. Homeless-san interrupted the flurry of questions. Problem Child and her clones captured the footage. Thankfully, we at least got something out of her poor choice in not informing the school. You will all be given a copy during your next hero course lesson, where you will all need to review your mistakes and note down how to improve. We, teachers, have already graded your performances, and it's not terrible. Congratulations on surviving your presumed first villain attack. The class beamed with pride at his compliment before he shattered it. Don't look so smug, you brats. You need to survive your entire life before you can celebrate. Speaking of surviving attacks. The atmosphere in the class grew tense once more, and everyone looked over to me, thinking I didn't inform them of yet another attack. I completely ignored their looks and continued playing with Kunu. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. He said, breaking the suspense present. That's a super normal school event. Kirishima cheered joyfully. Sir. Is this really the best course of action? Villains just attacked UA. After all, they may attack again. But this time, there will be thousands of civilians present. Ida said with his hand raised. Do you think you all are not civilians? Need I remind you that the only qualified heroes in this room are myself and the problem child? You don't even have your provisional licenses yet. UA is holding the event to show that we will not waver in the face of villains and are more than ready to face any threat. This is also to showcase the next generation of heroes, so you better perform well and make me look good. I still need that raise. There will also be 5 times more security than in previous years, which should be enough to protect the people and deter anyone from attacking in the first place. He said in his usual bored manner, only putting more emphasis on his raise. Dear. Momo whispered to me. Is there going to be an attack on the sports festival? I would like to know this time as our parents are coming. No, there won't be. He's just spouting a lot of nonsense. They are holding it because the sponsors would pull all funding if they didn't. The HPSC also needs this event to distract the populace from the rising crime rate for a bit. What better way than to show the bright, cheerful, and optimistic hero course children, right? I answered her, not bothering to whisper. The class who overheard me brightened up at the prospect of there being no attack. Then a few seconds later, they realized the sports festival was only being held not because they were strong enough but as propaganda tools and grew gloomy once more. The problem child is right. But, you can use this opportunity to sell yourselves to the public dash. UA endorses prostitution, huh? I can't believe it, I interrupted. Shut up, problem child. You can use this opportunity to promote yourselves to the public. The better you do means you get better offers from heroes, a better brand for yourself, and the pride of doing your best. Homeless and bullshitted straight from his heart. Homeroom is dismissed. He called out before packing his sleeping bag and leaving. Chapter 40, Chapter 39. As the class came to an end, I scooped up Kanu into my arms. She let out an adorable yip, clearly liking the change in height and being carried. My heart nearly melted right then. I can't wait to show you to Eri. My kitsune and unicorn together, what a mythical sight for the eyes. Sadly, the way out was blocked by the morons in the other classes. I could have warped them all away or warped myself to the dorms, but they already ruined my mood, so I decided to play with them. What's going on? Urarika cried out. What business do you have with Class 1A? Ida asked with a chop of his hands. We're trapped in here, we're gonna get gangbad dash, Mineta panicked, only to be knocked unconscious by a tongue slap from Tsuyu. I portaled Kunu into Momo's arms, which surprised them both before making my way towards the crowd. My silence, and peaceful life, was getting disturbed by reasons that weren't created by my clones, and I can't stand that. Only my clones get to mess with me, and that's because they're me. Unfortunately, I was too slow, Katsuki made it there first. Damn small fries are scouting us out. We're the ones that beat up all those villains dash. You got your ass beat by a scanner the entire time, though. I interrupted. Shut up. We're the biggest competition for them, so they're trying to psych us out and intimidate us before the sports festival for any advantage these extras can get. Out of my way, extras. He snarled. Don't call your fellow students extras. It's extremely unprofessional. Ida expressed. Do you know all of their names, Glasses Kuin? I questioned. He clearly stuttered, realizing that he knew nothing about these random people. Then, how would this moron ever know them? He's not wrong, though. They are nothing more than the pathetic scum that lines the bottom of the barrel we call society. They are worthless nobodies, or as Kastuki more eloquently said, extras. I said, pointing over to the fuming hand grenade. I walked out of the door and was soon face to face with the insomniac himself, Hitoshi Shinso. I came to see what the famous Class 1A was like. It seems there is nothing more than arrogant children. Are all the students like that? He questioned rhetorically. It depends, are all the people in the crowd insomniacs with mental-based quirks? Are they also as stupid as you, a person who didn't fill in their support gear forms for the entrance exam? Did you come here to collect some pity points? Does little baby Shinso need hugs? I retorted. He immediately became red in the face. Whether embarrassment or anger, it was hard to tell. What I could tell, however, was that it was very cathartic to watch. He came here to declare war with his pity party, who also didn't pass the robotic exams. Get fucking wrecked. Kaminari cheered. Yayorozu, what is your wife planning? Shoto questioned the heiress, who was preoccupied with the fluffy child in her lap. She looked up at me before sighing and answered. She's having fun. I do wish that she wouldn't get enjoyment out of humiliating her peers, but I still love that part of her nonetheless. She's also probably just trying to manipulate that tired purple-haired boy. Why is she doing that? I can't tell you, as I have no idea myself. I see. He grabbed a notepad out of his pocket and started noting it down. Oh, God. She's just pissing off the angry crowd even more. Mineta cried, this time with literal tears. Where did I see you before? Shinso questioned before it came to him. You're the person who did the introductory speech for the entrance exam. Yes, your direct superior in every single way. I highly doubt that. The only part about you that seems superior to me is your inflated ego and sense of self-importance. Yeah, that typically comes when you have the ability to back it up. Let me list my achievements for you, so you can realize how little your existence matters to me. Because, newsflash, I have a reason to be so self-confident and full of myself. I became the youngest doctor in the history of Japan and the world. I graduated from medical school before even applying to UA. Saved 4,269 lives throughout my journey as a combat medic during relief missions throughout the last few years. I stopped an earthquake that would have resulted in a tsunami hitting Japan the day after my honeymoon. The tsunami and earthquake would have cost thousands of lives and millions in repairs. I became the youngest licensed hero ever. If you want proof, I can get you the card. I single-handedly cracked the genetic structure of the quirk factor, which is one of the biggest medical discoveries in the past 2 centuries. I have developed a drug that can cure literally anything. This has caused me to break the record of most people saved by a single hero. You will see my Nobel Peace Prize being delivered on the weekend. Here's the real kicker, though. I got up right into his ear and whispered. I passed the fucking entrance exam. He stiffened up and gritted his teeth in frustration. I didn't care and wanted to push him some more. There's a reason I am called the Empress, Goddess, or the owner of UA. It's because I'm far too powerful, whether it be politically wise, quirk-wise, or intelligence-wise, for them to not bend to my whims. You don't even register as an enemy in my eyes, so there is no point in declaring war. You are nothing more than an annoying wasp that decided to buzz right next to me. If you, and your pity party, don't get out of my fucking sight right now, I will start exterminating. I threatened him in hopes of making him leave. You're fucking nuts. He grits through his teeth, trying to keep it to a whisper. You've got 10 seconds to start moving before I put my doctoral experience to good use and start amputating. Don't even think about brainwashing me because it wouldn't work. I pulled away from his ear and took a step back. I took out one of my hidden knives and let out a chilling aura. It was like the stained scene from the canon universe. I was like a more psychotic Moses parting the Red Sea, just it was more like scattering than parting. They ran for their lives. I turned to look at the class, and they looked totally unbothered by what I just did. Well, the majority did. Ida was shouting something about rules, which I completely muted in my mind. Jiro was pale as a ghost, clearly having heard my whispered words. Shoji, who should have heard them too, just didn't care. I don't think he likes crowds much, so he overlooked my threats for today. Momo was too busy petting Kunu, and Shoto was taking notes. Shoto, why are you taking notes, and what are they on? I asked the melted popsicle. I'm trying to be more like you, he bluntly explained. Do you want me to remove your penis? I can do it for free if you want, you look quite cute as a girl. I would like to keep my penis, and I don't wish to become a girl either. Also, can I have a picture of me as a girl? My mother would probably like it. He requested. She already has the picture, it's in a frame on the bedside table. I'm surprised you didn't notice it during your visits. Anyway, what is this about wanting to be more like me? I said, not understanding his motive behind it. I admire you, I guess, he started. Ah Shoto, you're making me blush. He was completely unfazed by my comment and continued. You always seem to know what to say, whether it to be great advice for those close to you or an insulting/witty remark for your enemies to make them trip up so you can exploit them or manipulate them. You're smart in both academics and fighting sense. You are probably the strongest person I know, yet you're easy to talk to, only when you have fully woken up, though. You always help those around you grow, even if you disguise it behind a mask of sadistic tendencies. You've helped my family and me a lot more than my father ever has. But more importantly, you always seem to enjoy yourself. That's the kind of, not only the hero but the person I want to be. I want to help those close to me and enjoy my life, he preached. I did freeze my tear ducts as I'm still a bit weak to genuine compliments like this. I'm happy that I managed to have such an impact on someone such as him. God, he was such an edgelord at the beginning of canon. If he ever declared war in the changing rooms on me, I probably would have slapped him across 7 different timelines. Well, I'm not going to stop you from writing notes about me. However, I would suggest trying to find your own path towards your goal. You don't really have a reality-altering quirk like mine as a backup tool, so mimicking me isn't really the best. I suggested. I'm also never going to forgive you for basically calling me a tsundere, though. You will be paid back in full for even insinuating such nonsense towards the great me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and grab my Kunachan and introduce her to the world of chalky milk. I waltzed over to Momo to retrieve the fluffy baby. She had other ideas. She immediately denied me in order to keep cuddling Kunu. Kunu also didn't seem bothered by the betrayed look on my face as she turned away and snuggled into my wife's arms. I decided to go and retrieve my favorite child, Eri. She never betrays me, and I'm her favorite. That way I would feel better. Who even needs a stupid kitsune anyway? Humph. Unicorns were always better anyway. Chapter 41, Chapter 40. A/N, okay, what is with you crackheads? How in the hell does this book have 1 mil views? Jokes aside, thank you for the continued support on this weird book I throw together at 3 a.m. most nights. Love. Throughout the past week that led up to the sports festival, I didn't really do much but reflect on myself. I wasn't fighting, so there was no need for me to train relentlessly like the others, which opened up time to think back on my life a little. I did do something semi-important, though. However, that will come up in my speech in a few minutes anyway, so there's no point in discussing it right now. I don't think it would surprise anyone to say that I have been growing a little more sadistic/arrogant/egoistic as of recently. Maybe I was always like this, even in my past life, and it was no longer being unconsciously suppressed. However, the most probable cause of it all. It was probably my quirk. It was far too powerful for anyone to have any right to be born with. It has basically made me a pseudo-reality warper, which is nice and all, but it also leads to my personality warping a bit. I no longer have to worry about a lot of things, and it has led me to become more free, I guess. I shouldn't be taunting people or making fun of everyone weaker than myself. I guess my less than stellar previous life has affected me more than I thought. I forgot what I came from, who I previously was, and I'm a tiny bit ashamed of that. I was given a second chance at life, and I should probably use that to make it so I can enjoy myself without ruining others' lives. Well, some people deserve it, but those are the exceptions. I never really understood the words, with great power comes great responsibility, fully until now. Don't get me wrong, though. I'm still going to do what I want, and that will never change, but I'm going to try to tone it down on the sadism and arrogance a tiny bit. Maybe a minuscule, barely noticeable amount. I don't want to neglect my own desires for the well-being of others, as it won't do me any good mentally in the long run. Baby steps, you know. I didn't give anyone an extra quirk despite their incessant asking. It would make it unfair, even though one could technically say I gave Melissa the danger sense quirk. But that doesn't count. Katsuki still hasn't taken me up on the training regime that I offered a long time ago, which will probably serve as his downfall. He not only has to face a full-powered Shoto, but he has an Asa to face too. That's not even mentioning Melissa, who most likely could kick his ass as well. Then there's my wife, the most probable winner in my opinion. She has become very interested in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and her latest creations have shown that. All that newfound power is in the hands of someone who doesn't really know how to wield it effectively yet. She did ask me to help her with training, to which I happily obliged. I wasn't about to let her accidentally maim herself. Her new accessories are probably the most powerful support tools ever made, and I was super excited to see them in action. Enough about all of that, though. I am currently on a big T-Rex waiting for my name to be called. Taming it was surprisingly easy. But when you merge Anavoice, electrification, and brainwashing's quirk factors into a new quirk I call weighted words, that's to be expected. Weighted words allowed me to give absolute orders to anyone through my words affecting their bioelectricity. It's not as great as the original ability that I based it off of, as I couldn't affect the surroundings as Udo Maikanaja could. I'm sure I have ways of making a perfect copy, but as a wise man once said, if it ain't broke don't fix it. I guess I have done something more exciting during the week. I've been using psychometry on a worldwide scale, collecting various quirk factors, and merging them into brand new quirks. Whether it was Nine's weather manipulation or Komo-sensei's eternal youth, I have collected them all. The most useful one I have obtained was definitely Momo's creation by a long shot. I just haven't used it much in fear that it may trigger Momo's inferiority complex again. It would most definitely crop up once more if she notices me making world-changing creations like nothing. It would make her feel like her progress was meaningless. That's not something I want to happen. At this point, I'm a budget Najimi Ajimu. The only difference is that she has 12,858,051,967,633,865 skills, whereas I have way less than that in terms of quirks. I'm sure I could eventually reach that level with enough time, but it just isn't worth the investment. My power level is getting too out of hand. The only person in this world that even has a chance of beating me is Momo, and I doubt that conflict will ever happen in the first place. At least, I hope it doesn't. Fluffy-chan said that this was my time to brag and do whatever I wanted. So, obviously, I took some creative liberties. I may have had to promise Power Loader a blast-proof room, and a recycle station, for some fireworks, but it was worth it. I thought of using some lightning for added effect from my quirk bank but ultimately decided against it. The buildup of lightning clouds would have most likely caused UA to close the roof, and then the fireworks wouldn't be able to go off. It would be a net loss in dramatic effect, and I can't have that. I am about to mess with the HPSC again, and I need it to be as dramatic as possible. It really needs to hit home with the viewers. The stark contrast between my exciting entrance and my depressing speech will be marvelous. And giving the speech will be Sakuya Izaoi from Class 1A. Midnight's voice called out. It's time to shine, big boy, you know what to do. I spoke to my ride. Momo POV. Where even is she? I questioned inwardly as soon as Sakuya's name was called. Did she not turn up? Was it because she couldn't fight anyone? No, I saw her in the changing rooms with us earlier. She is definitely here, she's just not with us at the minute. I hope. I answered my classmates' questions. The dimming of the lights caught everyone's attention, and I could only fear for the worst. Not because of any villain attack that may be the cause of it, but because this is most definitely Sakuya's doing. She's only ever dramatic whenever she has planned something big, that is what frightens me. What does she have planned during her speech? Is this just some showmanship to hype the crowd up, or is it to make sure everyone's attention is on her? I don't know, but I'm sure I'm about to find out. A spotlight shone down on one of the large entrances to the arena, catching everyone's attention. Soon fireworks started shooting up into the sky. The entire stadium was illuminated in its colorful splendor. Why didn't we have fireworks? What the hell is happening? The goddess is descending once more, brothers. Some people are still worshipping her. Oh, Lord. As entertaining as watching it is a bit embarrassing to have people start praying to your partner. I thought with a wry smile on my face. The music started playing, and from the opening lyrics, I knew this had nothing to do with showmanship. It was just to grab attention and anger people. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. She rickrolled millions of people. Is this really the person I'm married to? This is the love of my life? The person who's riding a huge T-Rex and rickrolled millions on live TV. All the surrounding people's shouts of anger were cut off as soon as the lights went back up, revealing a sight nobody was ready for. Sakuya was riding a huge T-Rex with some chocolate milk in hand. It let out a deafening roar and began marching towards the podium. It startled a few people and had some already running for the exit. Aizawa-sensei's voice soon called through the PA system. Problem child, what the hell are you doing? Oh, no. She didn't even inform UA. I worried mentally. It's called making an entrance, you homeless man, my wife shouted back. She wanted to swear right there, didn't she? I wish my presence had as much pressure on her as Aries did. My child has more control over my wife than I do. I couldn't help but sob mentally. Yamamoto, are you okay? I heard Toga ask. It depends. On. If she does what I think she's going to do. I felt a comforting hand on my back, it was Toga. She began soothingly rubbing my back before speaking. She's 100% going to do some crazy shit, and there's no stopping it, Yamamoto. Sakuya POV. Time to do some crazy shit. I leaped off of my ride, which I named Nuggies, and landed perfectly on the stage presented for the speaker, aka, me. Midnight was still frozen in time. I couldn't have her being a responsible hero and knocking either me or Nuggies out before we finished our entrance now, could I? Of course not. I also can't have her trying to knock me out during my speech. Lego-kun was unfrozen as he was pretty laid back. As the literature teacher for UA, he was all for free speech. This basically boiled down to him being eager to listen to whatever nonsense I have to say without interrupting me because it was entertaining. Alright, Nuggies. Go back to the tunnel, and go to sleep or something. I spoke to the massive Dino. Roar. As he was plodding off to the tunnels, I pried the microphone from Midnight's grasp and faced the crowd. My smile was large, and I was very excited to speak. Good morning. Are you excited to watch the UA Sports Festival today? I asked the crowd. Cheering ensued, and I was about to ruin it all. Nice to see society still loves watching underage children smash each other's faces into the hard cold concrete with their quirks. Woohoo. All the cheers were instantly silenced, and only a few awkward mumbles could be heard. What's wrong? Not excited anymore? Oh yeah. You're too busy ignoring reality for today, am I right? You just want some fun, completely forgetting what it is you get enjoyment out of. I wondered every single day why this is the most viewed sporting event in Japan. Are you all sick in the head? Maybe you're all psychopaths. Or maybe you are just so annoyed and frustrated with society and your daily lives that you just want to watch someone else be in pain for once. It's the last one, isn't it? Answer me. I used weighted words to force them to answer. Yes, they shouted. Ah, I thought so. Whatever could be the leading factor behind your displeasure. I paced back and forth in contemplation, admiring the faces of shock on the crowd as they realized what they had just said, before coming to my conclusion. It's all those evil, disgusting, nasty, ugly villains, right? They must be your source of displeasure, right? I asked, leading them into a trap. Yes, was the answer once more. Oh. That's understandable. I hate villains too. Mainly because they cause traffic buildups, nothing else. It's like they always know when to block a highway whenever you need to get to a meeting. But do you know what I hate even more than villains? People who hide their ill intentions and vile acts behind a hero costume. At least villains are upfront and honest about their wrongdoings, hell, some even brag about their deeds. They don't pretend to be good people. I bet you're all a bit confused, right? I was met with another resounding yes, just what I wanted. I can see why. I mean, the HPSC covers up any and all wrongdoings committed by their precious heroes, so it's understandable for you to be confused about what I'm talking about. The HPSC are the scum of the earth after all, but that's for later. If you would all pay attention to the big screen, for the viewers at home there will be a pop-up, so don't worry. On the screen, it displayed the number of crimes committed by heroes since the creation of the HPSC. They ranged from murder, to assault with a deadly weapon, to extortion. It was a sobering sight for many of the crowd if the horrified gasps were any indicator. Bribing May to hack the broadcast was the best business deal I've ever made. It's shocking, I know. These people are meant to be our protectors, yet the numbers speak for themselves. Now, let's compare the number of crimes committed by our dear heroes to the number of crimes committed by our police officers. I spoke out once more, signaling May to change slides. The numbers were vastly lower, and the range of crimes was smaller. As you can see, the numbers are vastly lower. Just as the funding for the police has become vastly cut. The police have audits and standards that are upheld by the government's strict personnel. They have rules, they have standards, and as you can see, they have way less in terms of crimes committed. Where are those standards for our dear heroes? Why don't they have strict rules or guidelines that need to be met other than just passing a licensing exam once? The HPSC has almost 15 times the funding of the police force, yet they haven't implemented anything. Nothing. If that isn't a gross case of misuse of funding, I don't know what is. Why do some heroes get six-figure plus salaries, but they don't have to live up to the same standards? As most of our serving officers can testify, they can be fired if they do a poor job, right? I know Kenji would fire your ass if he caught you slacking on the job. Now, let's see how many police officers get fired per year compared to the heroes. And once more, a screen pulled up displaying the stats. This time it showed just how many police officers have been fired compared to heroes, and it had way more in terms of officers than heroes. Some of you may look at those numbers and think, doesn't that just mean the police aren't doing their job? And to those people, I only have a few words for you. You're morons of the highest degree. What this means is that the police have been enforcing their standards throughout the years, which has led to the standards and quality of police officers being higher. If you think back to the crimes committed, there are way more heroes, right? It's because the standards aren't even there to be enforced for the heroes' side. Now, we will look at the number of crimes solved. It showed that they were relatively even in terms of capture rate, etc. Shocked gasps echoed around the stadium once more. I'm sure police officers around Japan are beaming with pride at this. They aren't as televised as heroes are, but they are just as hardworking. Would you look at that? Our precious Whittle heroes with their super cool quirks and stretchy spandex can barely beat the police in crimes solved. The police can't even use their quirks unless they get a permit, or are in life or death scenarios, yet they are still up there in terms of numbers. Just because they aren't televised, it doesn't mean that they aren't doing their damn job. I decided to let all those facts settle in for a minute. I unscrewed the cap on my chalky milk and drank it in one, before disposing of it in my back pocket. The crowd was about to speak up, or riot, I don't know, but I wasn't finished. Sit down, and listen. On the website displayed there will be stats for every single hero and the crimes committed, cases solved, patrol activity, etc. All of the crimes listed have the evidence to back them up. I have literally done the HPSC's job for them and given them a database on their corruption so they can start being something more than a money sponge. Maybe the old dusty meatbag of a president can move her old bones for once, before she bites the dust, and does something. I only have a few things left to say to you all. I took a dramatic breath, and started my finishing statement. Now, for the crowd, and the general public, please, don't lose faith in the new generation of heroes. Despite all the messed up shit that the old generation have done, Class 1A, Class 1B, and whoever else makes it to the hero course, looking at you Shinso, we will be better. We will not fail you, and we will make your future stable and safe. Those aren't false promises, or empty words meant to reassure you, on which we will never deliver upon. This is a promise, not only from me, but from the bright future prospects in front of me, that we will be the best there ever will be, and that we will protect you with all we have. So watch out villains, we will kick your ass. I gave a dramatic bow, dropped the mic, and left for the cafeteria. I needed something to eat, and Lunch Rush definitely has some delicious food pre-cooked. Chapter 42, Chapter 41. A/N, sorry for the late update. I think this is the longest the book went without being updated by yours truly, even the hiatus was shorter lol, but I did catch COVID and it hit like a mofo. I'm still recovering, but I can write comfortably enough to the point it helps distract me from how much of a cripple I was. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Love. As I was making my way through the long concrete corridors in search of the sacred ground, aka the cafeteria, I didn't forget to do my own responsibilities as a hero. I couldn't just leave Nuggies in the tunnel, no, I had to move it as there was a no pets allowed rule. So, as the obedient law-abiding citizen I portaled him to my private building in UA. I could have kept him if I hadn't already played the support animal card with Kunu. Minor oversight on my part in hindsight. Then again, I could cuddle with Kunu, I couldn't really cuddle with Nuggies. Technically I could, but I'm far too lazy to use a quirk to alter either mine or Nuggie's sizes to achieve optimal cuddles. I also didn't forget to unfreeze Midnight either, her reaction on the monitors was hilarious. Her face morphed from confusion, surprise, shock, and when Lego-kun finally told her what I did. It turned into a mixture of despair at not being able to stop me, and annoyance at how the HPSC would probably be hounding her after this. She was UA's PR head after all. She wanted to start the next event and get the ball rolling, but UA decided to try and do damage control for the time being. They cut to ads, began searching for any of their employees on the list, and tried to calm down the crowd. There wasn't much needed in terms of calming down for those seated in the stadium. My final use of weighted words made it so they wouldn't riot. At most, they would be a bit peeved at the information, and minorly at the fact that the events were delayed too, before ultimately dealing with it at a later date. There were some outliers, of course, they were mainly the heroes that were present inside of the stadium who appeared on the list. They were extremely frustrated. They came to the sports festival for a day off, yet the venue turned into their prison for the night. Reporters and journalists all over Japan rapidly began checking the website that was listed in hopes of a huge story. It was the biggest chance for any of them to make a name for themselves in their lifetime, and they were determined to not let it slip by them. Looking out the window of the winding corridor, I was delighted by what my media shitstorm caused. The reporters were trying to storm the building. Why was I delighted by this, you ask? It was because none of the reporters that were deployed for the sports festival belonged to the IZAO network. This would bring my family an opportunity to milk this for all it's worth, and I'm sure my mother knew it too. My mother would extend an olive branch to those heroes who are desperately trying to explain their side of the story, to dig themselves out of the hole they now found themselves in. We would be profiting from this scandal for the entire year. The HPSC wouldn't want to fire that many heroes and will try their best to keep this under wraps. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be able to happen. The HPSC was pressured into signing a very favorable contract for our family after the super soldier recruitment fiasco a while back. What a great contract it is too, I rejoiced at the memory of it. We hold exclusive rights for any and all interviews that registered heroes undertake for the next 10 years. We could also call upon them to be interviewed at any time we wished, without having to pay an appearance fee to the HPSC or hero involved. We would only be required to send them a week's notice to the heroes and they would have to turn up and be on their best behavior for the set date. It was a miracle of a contract that has been rolling in the cash for the past few years. That amount was about to triple, at the very minimum, by the end of this month. They were so desperate for us not to cripple them completely with our threats of increased prices for materials, construction, and promotion, they were willing to sign anything. The way the stoic faces of the businessmen broke down into sheer desperation was an angelic sight for me. I did leave some stuff out of the website, though. I left out Endeavor's charges. They were going to be posted the day before the initial court date. I want to let him think he's safe. It will only serve to make it all the sweeter when I watch it live on the couch, cuddling up with my family, eating some ice cream. A/N, what's your favorite ice cream flavor/combo? I personally don't know about my own, but I do fuck with coffee and also rum raisin ice cream. It will be a day to remember, that's for sure. The pleasant smell of the cafeteria hit my nose. I knew I was in for a good time. It came into view soon after. It was identical to the one in the main building, the only difference being it only had 2 entrances or exits instead of the 4 in the main building. The tempting aroma of the food grew stronger as I approached the serving area. I didn't get to eat breakfast today, so this smell was growing too much for my poor gluttonous self. Saliva began building up in my mouth, which I swallowed upon seeing Lunch Rush in action. Whoever decided the hero rankings must be an idiot. They clearly overlooked the best hero ever, Lunch Rush. Their cooking can even save nigh omnipotent beings such as myself. Lunch Rush is the only person in the world I would ever admit defeat to. Maybe Lunch Rush is actually Truck-kun in disguise. It would make sense. I've never seen their face before, and he does have a weird pipe coming out of him like Truck-kun has his exhaust pipe. I theorized. Luckily, I would be able to get my answer from the person themselves. At least, I hope I will be able to. Lunch Rush. I called out to the mysterious chef. I caught his attention rather easily. He also stumbled mid-pancake toss and somehow recovered perfectly. What a great hero. After letting out a sigh of relief he turned to me. Hello Sakuya, hungry after your speech? You know it. Did you like it? Unfortunately, no, I wasn't able to hear it from here. I have no doubts that you caused some controversy. Care to fill me in on the details while I finish these up, he asked, clearly knowing me all too well. Hey. What are you talking about, lunch rush? I would never do something like that, and on live TV too. How scandalous. He, obviously, didn't buy any of the shit I was saying. Alright, fine. I caused a media shitstorm which caused around 10% of the employed heroes for Japan at risk of losing their job. Oh, and how did you go about doing that? I may, or may not, have dug up all the dirt on heroes and placed it all on a perfectly accessible website. Don't worry, lunch rush, you have nothing to worry about. The only thing I could find on you was that you gave your mother food poisoning when you were 6, so you're safe. I explained, clearly ignoring how his body stiffened up at the mention of his failure. So, what is your end goal for all of this? I would like to believe that you've done this for more than just the chaos it would cause. Of course I have a goal, dummy. Sadly Fluffy-chan is listening in on this convo so I can't tell it to you. My phone pinged soon after. Evil rat bestie, astute observations, as always, Sakuya. I would like to know of this end goal of yours too, but it seems this humble evil rat will have to wait. Maybe we aren't besties, as I was led to believe. Is Fluffy-chan trying to guilt trip me? Evil time bestie, thank you, Fluffy-chan. Nice try on the guilt tripping. It may have worked if I had the puppy chimera eyes to go with it, but sadly you chose to do this over text instead of FaceTime. Evil rat bestie, I see. Thank you for the input, it seems even with my quirk there are still some things I need to learn. I will leave you to enjoy your unaiden now. P.S. I recommend the lemon strong zero with it. How did he know what I was going to order? Has he been taking notes? My train of thought was interrupted by another ping. Evil rat bestie, yes, I have. You are the most peculiar human I have seen, so I have taken the liberties to study you. I'm happy to hear the results of my observations were successful. Evil time bestie, Fluffy-chan. Stop observing me like a nature documentary or I will turn you into a naked mole rat faster than All Might can say smash. P.S. Did you just recommend alcohol to a student BTW? How scandalous of you. Evil rat bestie, a student who is, if their word is to be believed, in their 20s. Yes, I did. You will be thanking me later, if you can even string together coherent sentences by then that is. Lunch rush, I'll be taking an extra large unaiden, some miso soup in a portable container, and 2 cans of lemon strong zero. If you could spare me another set of chopsticks too, that would be wonderful. I could only assume he was utterly bamboozled at my request. It's not every day that someone bluntly asks for alcohol from him, let alone a student. Then again, I was the student asking so he really should have expected it sooner or later. Sakuya, how old are you again? Physically. I hate how you have to specify that, but yes. Physically I'm in my 20s. Alright, just try and keep it discreet. I don't want thirsty students to start storming the place in search of what they assume to be lemonade. I gave a lazy 2-fingered salute before replying. Yes sir. He let out his umpteenth sigh and got to fixing up my order. The steamed rice looked as if it was fresh out of the rice cooker with the amount of steam coming off of the grains. The grilled eel already had me salivating before the lid was taken off of the container. I didn't get to see the miso soup as it was in a large metallic barrel. He slid 2 ice-cold cans over to me along with a hot cup of what I could only assume to be the miso soup. How I missed this alcohol, how long has it been since I was blackout drunk trying to forget my life? Too bad I can't get drunk with the super soldier serum in my body. I would have to manually turn it off alongside my edits to my body to truly experience it again, and I was too lazy for that. I stored away all of my food items, apart from 1 can of strong zero, and started making my way to the teacher's box. I cracked open the cold beverage, the fizzle and citrus aroma hit my ears and nose respectively, and I took a sip. I wonder what Momo thought of my speech. She's probably super annoyed at me about the whole thing. I have no doubt she knows of my end goal, she will still hate my method though. Luckily, my Netta's cheerleader scheme will net me a saucy opportunity to help relieve some of my wife's frustration. The little shit will finally be useful for something. Chapter 43, Chapter 42. Momo POV. My wife just finished her speech. I don't even wish to call it that if I'm being totally honest. It was nothing short of a diss track for the entirety of Hero Society where she dug up all the dirt she could and threw it all into the public's eye. Hell, it was a complete funeral service for those on the list. I skimmed through all of the information listed, and the level of detail was shocking, to say the least. I held no delusion as to what would happen to those with the more severe crimes listed when they arrived in jail. As a hero, even as corrupt and dirty you may be, the last place you want to end up is in jail with the same people you put away for crimes you committed yourself. They were, with no doubt in my mind, in for some rough times as soon as they hit the cells. I nearly fainted in shock at the sheer number of heroes that consistently broke the law. Weren't they meant to be the better people? The people to be the shining pillar of justice in times of need. It was an eye-opening experience. Sure, I have been told about the dirty side of society by my own parents since a young age. Manipulation and how to control certain people were regular subjects taught to me as the future head of the company. People were inherently greedy and would take advantage of any weakness I would have. My parents made sure to drill that into me. I knew the world wasn't completely black and white, but the shade of gray was much darker than I could have possibly imagined. The number 3 hero is a damn hitman, for God's sake. I knew he was manipulated by the HPSC to some degree, but I didn't think they would turn Hawks into their personal attack dog. Is Attack Pigeon a better title? Doesn't matter, he's assassinated anyone from political opponents to other heroes. I know that heroes can kill if the situation arises. I'm not stupid enough to think everyone can be redeemed or captured alive. But, the clause that allows said heroes to take lives has no loopholes to be exploited that allows one to kill an innocent civilian. I should know, Sakuya spent an entire week trying to find one after a classmate in middle school spilled her chocolate milk. She then tried to convince me, and herself, that they were no longer an innocent civilian because touching her chocolate milk is a war crime. It took a lot of kisses and cuddles to stop her from wiping the poor unsuspecting boy from existence that day. Looking down at my necklace, a single thought crossed my mind. Is it better to rewind the world to before this speech happened? I, ultimately, decided not to. I didn't have a great enough control over the stone to comfortably use it on a worldwide scale yet. I wanted to look into the future, but I didn't do so. What was awaiting me, and the Earth? I didn't know, but I've already trusted Sakuya with my future. She vowed to protect the people during our wedding, as a hero, along with our relationship. If this is what she needed to do to protect them, who am I to judge? I have to have faith in my wife and her choices. I do have an inkling as to why she was doing all of this, and it only dawned upon me when she brought up the police multiple times. They were always presented in a good light too. To everyone else, it would seem to just be there to compare two sources of the law enforcement system, and wouldn't dig any deeper than just assuming it was to give some perspective on the matter at hand. Others may just claim she did this all for the sake of chaos, and to watch the world burn. Neither of these two groups was wrong, there was just more to it. Sakuya isn't someone to do something without an end goal in mind, no matter how carefree and random her actions may seem to outsiders. The T-Rex named Nuggy she rode on in. Probably to entice paleontologists and declare to the world that extinct species could be brought back to life. Why bother with all of this? It's entertainment and likely a source of future revenue. The appearance of Kunu? She must have noticed that Eri wanted a pet or a sibling. She chose the most suitable pet for her. It has soft cuddly tails, is overly affectionate, has a long lifespan so she doesn't have to worry about rewind activating, and is small enough for her to cuddle when sleeping in her room. She was indeed getting bored as of late, that much was clear as day to me. Being born as a nigh-omnipotent being would lead to anyone eventually getting bored with everyday events. She keeps this boredom a closely kept secret under her mask of chaos and carelessness, only letting others see it when needed. However, not even boredom would lead her to cause chaos for no good reason. What she most likely wanted to do was get into the entirety of Japan's police force's good graces, more specifically Kenji's. They were already on good terms due to his sister working at the Azaoi mansion, likely hearing plenty of stories about each other from Pastonia-san. They also meet up now and again to discuss various plans to implement in the future. Meetings I decided to attend once before being utterly confused and deciding to retire for the night. With the entire police force being fans of my wife, and in turn the Izayao Corporation. The deals would go smoother in future negotiations. So many blueprints, designs, and tech contracts were on the table, the police force only needed the funding to satisfy my wife's demands. She could give them the tech for free, but it wasn't in her nature to do so. There were talks about an entire AI system called the Sybil system, guns that could stun and kill depending on the target named Dominators, grenades with various applications, drones, high-tech bikes that could scale walls, amongst various other things. It was the wet dream of many police officers, and something that I'm sure will come to fruition soon enough. The government was definitely about to relocate some funds towards the police, which I have no doubts about. Those funds will allow the police force to gain even greater standing in society, maybe even taking over the HPSC's role in society in the far future. I do not think it will take over in its entirety, though, as being a hero is cooler in the minds of children so it will always have a market. It just may not be as large as it previously was. The speech was to both demerit the HPSC, whilst simultaneously propping up the police department as a better alternative. I'm sure there were plenty of other factors I am missing out on, but that was enough reasoning for me to accept why Sakuya did such a thing. That wasn't even counting our parents' contract with the HPSC regarding interviews which will roll in the money for a long time to come. I do believe everything she does is for the future of either our family or society as a whole. As a wise man once said, family should be the top priority, and I totally agree with that statement. Does she have the right to choose what's best for society, or manipulate people's fate to such a degree? Probably not, but nobody else does either. I will, however, always believe in her, and her choices, because I trust her more than everyone else. It was still a stressful experience, though. Everyone's eyes were on me the entire time, with only the fanatics of my wife's cult watching her on stage. Our relationship wasn't exactly a secret, I guess they wanted to see how I would react to it all. I did freak out for a few seconds, before returning to my deadpan expression. It did worry Toga, though, who could see the sheer disbelief present within my eyes. However, she didn't confront me about it in detail, which I am more than grateful about. The downside about the entire speech fiasco was that the events were delayed, and still are in fact. They are trying to keep the journalists contained, and the heroes that attended who broke the law contained in a separate area. So, I'm just sitting down on the faux grass waiting for the first event to start. I have so many cool tools, because I refuse to call them toys as Sakuya does, I want to show off. There was the time stone, which was implanted into a necklace, that I was told to only use for desperate situations. I didn't want the knowledge of me, or Sakuya, being able to make the infinity stones out there. Sakuya even threatened to carve out Present Mix's throat if he even dared to mention my quirk on live TV. It was oddly romantic, or perhaps my time with Sakuya has just warped my common sense to such a large degree already. Then there are the Mandarin's 10 rings. Marvel was a goldmine for me when it came to enhancing my arsenal's size and overall quality. The Remaker ring alone was, as Sakuya would say, overpowered. It allows me to manipulate matter on such a level I could turn the air into cement, or even a person into stone. There were 9 other broken rings too. I doubt I would be able to utilize them all during the festival, but it's nice to have the option. A/N, image of rings here. I needed to ask for Sakuya's help when training with the rings, and the stone, mainly so I could guarantee my own safety, my opponent's safety, and that there would be no permanent property damage when testing. An infinite amount of time was also greatly appreciated. There was also one more invention/creation that I hid from Sakuya. It was the one I was most proud of so far. Tony Stark was really a genius, and I can't wait to utilize his invention myself. I have no doubt in my mind that the support course would probably revere me as their god with what I was about to show them. Unlike my wife, I would try my best to shut down their cult before it has enough time to gain traction, even if I have to brainwash them to do so. One thing I knew, for sure, was that I was going to be the person holding the gold medal by the end of today. I was going to win, make my family proud, myself proud, and more importantly, drag Sakuya off somewhere to claim my prize. Chapter 44, Chapter 43. Sakuya POV. Nothing beats the nice, cold, refreshing taste of Strong Zero. Damn, they should really start paying me to advertise their things. After finishing the can in one last swig, I disposed of it the only way I knew how. By erasing its existence. And people say I'm a menace to the world, I have zero waste. That line of thought led to me discovering other potential revenue sources. Recycling, and waste, was already such a large issue, especially more so with the world's ever-increasing population. There were, however, just some materials that couldn't be recycled. But, what if there was a way to utilize the unrecyclable products, along with being able to empty all landfill sites in a way nobody has thought of before? I could, with the creation quirk, make a device that could transmute any type of matter that enters it into energy. I could probably make Mars, the Moon, and other planets, habitable with the use of a reality stone in the future. That's an entire goldmine waiting to be harvested by yours truly. Teleportation arrays wouldn't be a problem to make, which would cut out the travel time between the locations entirely. I would be able to have a monopoly on the best transportation system in the world, which alone would print more money than needed for all the world's chalky milk factories. Too bad there are probably some rules or hoops I would have to jump through before that would be able to happen. But, that's what Fluffy-chan's for. He can deal with all the legal issues that are above the pay grade of typical lawyers, plus, his words hold a lot of weight in Japan. I'll probably need to give him some tech to improve UA's facilities even more. Would he want a moon base? Who am I kidding? Of course, he would. Maybe that would be sufficient enough payment for helping me kickstart my planetary empire. Enough about making money, for now, though. I finally reached my destination, the teacher's box where Eri and the teachers were present. I would have gone to my mother, and in-laws, over in the VIP box, but I still have one can of Strong Zero, and I don't really want them on my ass about drinking it. Why was Eri in the teacher's box instead of with her grandparents? I wish I knew too. As usual, I didn't bother to knock. Some may consider it rude of me to not knock, but it would be far more suspicious, and rude, of me to start being polite now. I swung open the heavy metallic door and was greeted with a tense atmosphere. Naturally, as an absolute pro in not giving a fuck, I ignored their stares and tired looks. Eri jumped off of the stool she was on, which was far too high up for her to possibly sit on. After checking herself once over to make sure she was alright, she came running over to me. Mama. I knelt down to catch the unicorn in my arms, before promptly lifting her so she could sit on my forearm. After planting a quick peck on her cheek, I greeted the joyous ball of energy back. Hello, sweetie. Let Mama sit down first, alright. MHM. I looked around the room in search of a suitable place to eat, before ultimately deciding to sit on the stool she was previously on. It was right next to Fluffy-chan, who probably wanted to talk to me anyway, and it had a surface nearby to place the unaden and miso soup on. Plopping myself down on the stool, I sat airy on my thigh, and took my food items out of storage, surprising everyone apart from the chimera next to me. Eri already had stars in her eyes, and drool coming out of her mouth. That's the exact reaction I had to it, as well. She really is my baby girl. I mentally wept tears of joy. This is for you too, sweetie. I know you were too excited for today and ended up skipping breakfast. Just make sure to leave some for me too, okay? I said, before handing her one of the pairs of chopsticks. Itadakamasu. I cracked open the final can, the noise of which caught everyone's attention in the deathly quiet room, before taking a sip. Nedzu. Homeless-san called out to his boss. Yes, Shota. Why does the problem child have alcohol? Did you know about this? He asked. Because she is of legal age to drink it, of course. In fact, I do believe there is a high likelihood that she is older than you. Perhaps, a new nickname is needed. Might I suggest problem adult? I'm done. I'm just going to go to the commentator's booth now. I've had enough nonsense for 1 week. Homeless-san retreated into his sleeping cocoon and wriggled out of the room shortly after. Ha! That really hit the spot. Fluffy-chan, our Strong Zero, one of the sponsors for today. Unfortunately, not this year, no. What a shame, I was hoping there would be a Strong Zero slushy stand or something. As I've answered one of your questions, would you be so kind as to answer one of my own? He asked. I already knew where this was going. I didn't even need the plethora of telepathic quirks I have stocked up for this either. But, I decided to humor him in case he decides to surprise me. It depends on the question. If you want to know my 3 sizes, I can't tell you. If you want the password to the mini fridge I have in my room, sadly, I can't tell you. My kinks are also off the table too. Mama, what are kinks? An innocent voice called out. I looked down to confirm the most likely theory, and it was indeed correct. Eri was the source of that question. You got this, Sakuya. You can think of a reasonable lie to tell your innocent, pure, child. It's as easy as breathing for you, right? If you never bring up that word again, I'll let you have kunu in your room for tonight. Really? Yep. I replied, popping the P for some extra emphasis. Thank you. Speech 100. I'm looking far too smug for a person who's bribing their kid. She hugged my waist, which was now covered in a sticky sauce due to her messy eating habits. I reverted my clothes to their clean state, when she broke off the hug, and faced Fluffy-chan once more. Smooth. Keep talking and UA will have its first ever piece of merchandise. A singular stuffed Fluffy-chan. As impressive as I'm sure your taxidermy skills are, I think it's time for my question, no. Yeah, ask away. What is your plan for the aftermath that your decisions have caused? Would you like the short or long answer? Both would be preferable. Short answer. Profit. The long answer. Society will come out better because of this, Fluffy-chan, I can promise you that. People have grown too reliant on heroes, heroes have begun resting on their laurels, the quality of heroes has gone down over the years, heroes needed the wake-up call that they aren't above the law, and the HPSC has been far too shittily run. In short, the entire system needed a reboot. This just so happens to be the way where I can implement the reboot plan where my family is profiting off of it the most. Oh. I assume your deals, and relationship, with the police, will be helping you with the rebooting too. Yep. My contracts with the police force will be rewarding me with not only money, but influence, and some limited political power. The most important part, however, is that the police will now get enough funding from the government to afford the tech. The more tech they buy, and contracts they sign with my family, the more people they can capture. The more people they capture, the more funding they get. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this, no? An infinite loop of money going into IZAO pockets. That's not even mentioning the foreign countries that will want in on the contracts too when they see the results of which you are confident in producing. Are you doing this so the HPSC finally has a big enough competitor in the market, which will force them to adapt, and hopefully improve? Bingo. I see, there were so many other ways you could have gone too, which wouldn't have required 10% of the hero force to be fired over the next month. I suppose there is nothing I can do about it either. You're speaking as if you want to do something about it. While he was in his thoughts, I decided it was time to start eating. I only started now because Eri was absolutely tearing through the meal at a rapid pace. I separated the chopsticks and started digging in. It's just that I now will have to protect UA's funding too. A budget cut may happen too in areas. I wouldn't worry too much about that. You are still the top hero school, so your share will still be rather large from the government. If that isn't enough, I don't mind becoming the actual owner of UA. It's not like you're broke anyway if the sheer number of sponsors for today are to be believed. There will also be multiple other avenues of revenue that we could both work on to ensure that we don't have to worry about money. Trying to make a business partner of UA already? How bold of you. Whoever said that it would be UA that would be partnering with my genius self? Perhaps it's finally time for Chimera Incorporated to finally open its doors. I see you've been reading some of the files I had on my desk during our chess matches. I was hoping for a better name, but Monsters Incorporated was already taken by a different mouse. Perhaps we could work out some details at a later date. We would either ruin or save the world. Either way, a potential partnership between us would be fun. There would also be the fact that the company would have the unofficial first pick of support course students from UA as an added bonus. I began eating away at the unaided, with a single stray thought passing through my mind amongst the business-related ones. I can't wait to see Momo absolutely dominate the competition. Yes, Namiri, I need you over in the commentator's booth as soon as possible. Ken can take over for a few minutes, this is very important. I heard Nedza say over the mic. He then turned back to me and said some words I was very excited to hear. I think it's time for Loud Cloud to reunite with his friends, no. I know you have had some people see to his mental state, but are you confident enough that this would be the best option? Was there ever going to be a best option when it includes reuniting 3 people with their now tortured, presumed dead, and ex-villain of a childhood friend? Fair enough. As for his mental state, he's as good as he can be. I've called in as many favors as I could to ensure he had the best treatment possible. He will, however, be even better when reuniting with the 3 links to his past, peaceful life before his stint as Kurogiri. Meeting them has all he's been asking about over the past week. All right. You should have asked me before calling Namiri up to the booth. I assume you have him waiting nearby, or do I need to teleport him into the room? You know me so well. He's hiding in the janitorial closet inside the booth. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fluffy-chan. But, as his first action after being reborn, you're making him come out of the closet to his friends. Oh. I see how it looks now. I doubt they would care enough about his entry method anyway. Are you going to mute their microphones during the reveal? I don't exactly want his healed condition exposed to a certain someone. The last thing I want is Scrotum Face, aka All for One, to know his Nomo army is completely useless now. It would also lead to him forcing the doctor to work on other things, which could possibly be even more devastating. Then again, Scrotum Face has gone completely senile. He's probably suffering from some form of dementia, or perhaps he is just a complete idiot. Why else wouldn't he just kill Broccoli Boy after knowing that he is the successor before he could fully master the quirk? Is it for some dramatic reveal that he is actually his father? Some pathetic last stand, an attempt to convert the last user of OFA to his side. I know Horikoshi is a fan of Star Wars, but will he really go as far as to copy an iconic scene such as Luke Skywalker's father reveal? He even gave AFO a mask, to hide his hideous face riddled with injuries and help keep him alive, like Anakin has. Deku's and AFO's relationship just screams Anakin and Luke vibes. Sure, his name has been confirmed to be Shigaraki, or at least it was Shigaraki at some point. But, he has enough connections to change his name to Hisashi Midoriya and marry Inko without a problem. As for the supposed fire-breathing quirk Hisashi has, he's all for one. I doubt that he wouldn't have a quirk like that with how common fire quirks are. It would also explain Deku's quirklessness to some degree. He could have either taken his quirk factor, or he could have taken Inko's before he went full-on battering ram on her womb. I doubt that AFO, which probably binds to a person similarly to OFA, would be able to be passed on to their child unless he wanted to either. I was brought out of my musings by the plush toy principal. Are you ready to watch the reveal now, Sakuya? HM. Oh. You are muting the mics, right? Of course, I am. What do you take me for? An idiot. I see you as a potential business partner. I answered with a wink. It's starting soon, pay attention. I need to go over there before Namiri starts taking pictures and posting them on social media, so I'll leave you to your own devices for now. As he shuffled off of his seat and made his way towards the booth, I focused my attention on the screen. I ran out of Unaiden a while ago, but I still have some miso soup to enjoy the show with. Sweetie, do you want to watch this, or do you want to go and see your grandparents instead? I didn't really want her watching such an intimate moment between the four, as it may alter her sense of privacy a bit. Can we watch, and then go see them? She has somehow gotten both options. What a great child I have. She'll be a great heir to the company if she keeps improving at negotiations at this rate. Of course, we can. Do you want to get into Fluffy-chan's seat, or are you okay being on my lap still? I didn't receive a verbal reply as she made herself rather comfortable nestling herself between my chest. I decided not to question her further and wrapped my arms around her, pulling her closer to myself. I did, however, decide to tease her a bit. Oh. I see you've made your choice. How adorable. She then tried to bury her face into my chest, resulting in her sharp horn puncturing my skin. I quickly fixed all of the damage and made sure to remove all the blood, mainly so she wouldn't freak out. She isn't a huge fan of blood, and is rather squeamish around it. The show is about to start, so come on out of your hole so we can watch it together. And just like that, on the screen, the door to the booth swung open revealing the rat in all his tiny glory. The sporting events may not have started yet, but this was a big event in the troublesome teacher trio's lives, and I had a front row seat to it. A/N, remember how I said in the last chapter that this chapter would have the entire race? And how there would be no cliffhangers? Turns out, I lied. There is a reason for it, though. Google Docs has been fucking up a lot for me, and I had to retype this chapter multiple times because it just crashed constantly. Hope to see you all next chapter. Love. Chapter 45, Chapter 44. As the principal made his way to the commentator's booth, the three heroes in question were chatting away nervously. They were the troublesome trio in UA's teaching faculty, and their boss reminded them of it every meeting he could through listing their repeated misdemeanors throughout their careers, alongside their actions during their time as students as well. It was nerve-wracking for them to be singled out for something urgent. Their boss was always vague, but to have singled them out, and it led to their thoughts racing, racking their brains to find an answer. Mike came to the conclusion that a parent may have filed a lawsuit for him potentially damaging a student's eardrums during class. Namuri could only imagine it was the HPSC hounding Nedza for an answer for her incompetence during the speech, which would be easily explained on her behalf. She was frozen in time for God's sake. The footage even showed her clear surprise after being released from the silver-haired demon's quirk. Aizawa, however, came to the more logical conclusions out of the trio. It just happened to be the scarier of the lot. What if we're on the list? Did any of you check the website? I was too busy reeling from how she snuck a dinosaur into the stadium and busy restraining those who were on it to check, he suggested to the loud duo in front of him. Don't joke about that, Shota, it's not the time. Mike couldn't help but yell in frustration. I'm not joking, Hisashi. Why else would we be singled out from the others right after the speech finished? I doubt it's just to reprimand us about letting it go on. If that were the case, Nedza would do it after the festival, instead of delaying the events and letting the crowd soak in the information. That line of reasoning was enough to silence all those in the room. They rapidly unlocked their respective phones and frantically began typing in the address, hoping that they weren't on it with all their resolve. It was the biggest hit to society since the Quirk Wars were fought. It will arguably become more infamous than those years due to the absurdity of the situation at hand. A UA freshman has dealt a bigger blow to their society than most villains could ever dream of, and they did it in a few minutes tops. It wouldn't be a shocking development if the future speeches will have to be vetted by the staff, in hopes of avoiding people using the sports festival as a platform to gain a following, by following in Sakuya Izaoi's footsteps. Damn problem child, adult. No, she can't be an adult, mentally at least, with how she acts most of the time. Aizawa reasoned with himself as he scrolled down the list. After finishing reading through the AB section, he let out a sigh of relief. At least I'm not on the damn thing. Looks like I'm not on there. Are you two listed, or not? I'm not. But, guess who is? Namuri answered with a smug face. Takayama-san. Bingo. The brat demolished an entire office block by resting her fat ass on its roof during a photo shoot. She didn't even fill in the proper compensation paperwork, and fled the scene immediately too. Seeing her rival, as the media likes to call MT Lady, she prefers the term attention whore, being on the list was at least a bright side to today. It helped calm her down immensely, knowing that she wasn't the only one that might be hounded by the HPSC today. You're too excited to hear about a fellow hero demolishing an entire office building. I assume there were no casualties. Hero? Who? Her. I get you're tired, Shota, but you can't be this delusional already. She's nothing but an attention whore glorified giantess fetish in spandex. Says the BDSM fetishist in spandex. I would still prefer an answer to the question. I've had enough people dying from loose rubble for one lifetime, and I'd rather not know a colleague caused it to happen either. Aizawa rebutted seriously, remembering Oboro's death vividly. Ouch. And, no, there weren't any casualties. Any luck on your end, me dash? Woo-ho-ho. I'm not on the list. The loud blonde interrupted. Guess that answers my question. A tense silence covered the room upon realizing that they were no closer to the answer to why they were there, singled out. Luckily for them, their answer would come soon enough as the door was now opening. What the door revealed could only be called an omen. Whether it was a good or bad one depended on what came out of the being's mouth. What was the being that had the three pro-heroes on edge? It was their boss, the secret eldritch abomination that paid their checks, Nedzu. The observant rat did something unexpected. He smiled. He never smiles. What is this damn rat up to? Aizawa grit his teeth, and firmly fixed his gaze on his boss. Now, Shota. There's no need to be so tense. Sir. What's the urgent thing that required us to be here for? Surely the other teachers should have been called due to the emergency. Midnight started, hoping to gain some semblance of control in the situation. There is no emergency for you to worry about, Namuri. This, however, is an urgent matter that concerns you three more than the others by a large margin. The trio's momentary lax attitude upon hearing there was no emergency was immediately ruined by the words that followed soon after. Am I getting fired? Was the common thought between the three. You are not being fired. The chimera calmly stated, clearly seeing right through them. Why are we here then? I want to start rocking out on the mic already. Mike questioned, clearly perplexed. The chimera ignored the question and moved over to a nearby seat. He was letting them brew in their thoughts, drawing out the situation for as long as he could, clearly enjoying their emotions. Now, I have called you three, or rather, four here today because of one thing that connects you all. Some recent discoveries have been made, and it's time that you are brought into the loop on them. 4. Anyway, the white-haired rodent opened a portal and retrieved some files. Here are some of the discoveries on one of the perpetrators of the USJ incident. Specifically, the warp quirk user. He passed them all out before speaking once more. You will need to read through it in its entirety. I will, however, inform you that what is written in that file will shock you. However, Neo Mesa himself has questioned the author on its content and has found it to contain nothing but the truth. This information will not be allowed to spread outside of this room, and any leaks will lead to immediate termination. It is a matter of national security, and I can't stress this enough, do not act on your emotions. I would hate to have to attend 3 funerals, I'm a busy animal after all. The trio already knew the situation was serious as soon as the shutters to the window closed alongside all the doors being locked. Then their boss began speaking, and their feeling of dread only worsened. They had no idea of the contents of the file, but it suddenly felt heavy in their hands, as if their entire lives rest in its contents. Then there was the threat of termination and mention of funerals. It didn't take much to connect the dots. They wouldn't even have the HPSC to rely on to back them up due to it being a matter of national security either. It would be a miracle if Nedza wouldn't be watching their every move as soon as they finished reading. Seeing their hesitation to open the files, Nedza spoke up once more. You do not have to read the file. But, it's probably in our best interests too, right? Aizawa questioned in a heavy tone. Yes. They collectively took a deep breath and braced themselves. They opened the folder and were met with a sight that they were dreading. It was a picture of their deceased friend, Oboro Shirakumo, right next to the mist villain, Kurogiri. The title which confirmed their fears. B. Rank villain, Black Mist, Kurogiri, Oboro Shirakumo. D. Don't fuck with me, Nedzu. If this is one of your games, I don't want to play anymore. Aizawa shouted with sheer disbelief lacing his voice. Nedzu didn't deign to answer him, letting him continue on ranting instead of replying. The normally boisterous and loud Hisashi was no longer present. He was deathly silent, staring down at the file. It listed every single thing that Oboro went through during his time after his death. His, and Namuri's, tears kept hitting the paper the more he read. The torture, namification process, slavery, crimes he committed, and went through, were all listed here in explicit detail. Their vision grew blurry as the tears kept building up, the desperate shouts of denial coming from Shota didn't help them either. There was too much detail for this to be something fabricated for a game, as Shota kept saying. It was horrifying for the duo. Their friend was suffering through all of this while they were joking about, enjoying their lives. Survivor's guilt was coursing through their system at a rapid pace. Images of the cheerful Oboro were being replaced by the scenes of his torture ground and crime scenes. Being the English teacher, Hisashi finished the document first. His experience in reading/grading essays came in handy when reading lengthy word-based documents. He wiped his eyes and set the now wet file aside. After steadying himself, he looked dead into his boss' eyes, and asked. Nedzu. Yes, Hisashi. How did you get this information? W-. The method of obtaining the information is something even I do not know, Hisashi. What matters is that the information listed is all the truth. And Nedzu. He started once more in his hoarse voice. Yes, Hisashi. Nedzu replied once more. Who gave you this file? Who is the person that has given me some form of hope that one of my best friends is still alive out there, his tears ran down his cheeks once more, gradually pooling on his leather jacket below. I'm sure you can figure it out, Hisashi. Who has recently shown information-gathering abilities, to the point it shocked the world. He started, only to be interrupted. You can't be serious, Hisashi. We saw his corpse that night. He was pronounced dead. Aizawa shouted at his friend, clearly trying to convince himself more than anything. Shota. Namiri said, finally paying attention to her friend who's going through some serious denial issues. Her makeup was now running down her face, even staining her suit in mascara. She wanted to be on Shota's side, but the evidence was too in-depth to be anything but the truth. It also helped answer some of her own questions regarding the behemoth at the USJ. No. He's dead. Shota. Read the file. Hisashi said, clearly having enough of his friend's denial before even finishing the file. Shota was meant to be the logical one here, yet he was acting without any right now. Seeing that nobody was having any of his attitude, he calmed down enough to read through it with gritted teeth. He was desperately hoping to be proven right. To believe that his friend wasn't turned into a villain that would attack his class. As he was begrudgingly reading through the file, tears were streaming down Oboro's face. He was finally going to meet up with his friends again. He didn't think that his death would affect Shota as much as it did. Hearing his friends in turmoil hurt him, it wasn't a nice feeling. To hear his friend screaming in denial with the only barrier separating the two a singular unlocked door. He wanted to go in there right now, to calm them down, to help them. But, Nedzu was very clear with his orders. He was only to come out on his signal, when he's determined that they have calmed down enough from the discovery, so they wouldn't deny his existence as soon as he turned up. It was painful waiting, but Nedzu was super smart, so he trusted him on this. He just hoped that he wouldn't regret that choice. Nedzu, upon seeing that Shota was finished flipping through the file, began speaking. I would hope that you have calmed down enough to accept the reality of the situation, Shota. He only earned a grunt in, what he would assume to be, affirmation. Nedzu, where is he? His entire life has been detailed on these pieces of paper, but his current location wasn't listed. Why? I would like to know what jail Oboro is being detained at. He isn't being held at a jail due to a certain someone potentially discovering his location. Is he at UA? Is that why there was that new building with a keycard scanner built? He is, and has been since the USJ attack. The building wasn't built for him, no, but rather to appease Sakuya, and keep the Nomus and her other things within the school's ground. I didn't want her taking them to a place out of my view, he answered the stressed-out homeless man. Why weren't we told about it? Did you not trust us enough with the information? Namiri questioned. Correct. You weren't told because, at the time, I didn't trust you enough. Before they could go on a tirade, he silenced them with a lift of his paw. If I told you, you would have tried to enter the building. After realizing that you needed the keycard to enter it, you would have gone after the only person who has it, Sakuya. You would try to convince her, only to fail miserably because she wasn't finished with her experiments yet. She would tell you no, and you would have let your emotions take the better of you. It would have led to you trying to use force on a nigh omnipotent being such as herself. If you tried another way, like getting Momo or Eri on your side, she would be even angrier with you for putting her family against her. If you would have survived that, it would have been a miracle. Sakuya is no saint, or a goddess as her cult would have you to believe. She does what is best for her, her family, and whatever entertains her. If you don't fall into those categories, she doesn't care. But, let's say that you somehow convince her without being completely erased from every timeline possible. You would be granted access to the building to see your friend, frozen in time, and still completely insane. That's not to mention all the other crazy things going on in that building. It's nightmare fuel. The treatment only finished yesterday in terms of his mentality as well, which is why you received the file today. Sakuya would naturally find this hilarious, especially the looks on your faces, and maybe even have mocked you relentlessly. It would play into her despair fetish, and sadistic tendencies. You would then ask her to fix him, which she would also use to mess with you, as in her eyes, he was probably meant to be dead. In short, the only reason I didn't tell you was to protect you. Why do you think I, and the HPSC, acquiesce to almost all of her demands and leave her alone to do her thing? It's because agreeing with her is far more favorable than being on her bad side. She may not be a saint, but she is definitely not a villain, otherwise, this society would have already been in ruins. She has billions of quirks stocked up in her body, and all she would need is her original one to do it. And, because I let her do her thing, she gave you your friend back in tip-top condition. Shota, you're lucky she lets you call her a nickname. I dread to think what would have happened if she didn't care for you. He explained coldly, to help get the point across. Nedzu got up, portaled the files away to an incinerator, and made his way to the door. Just before leaving, he turned around, and started speaking in a much more chipper demeanor. I do hope that you keep everything a secret, especially the next part. Oboro, it's time. Just as he said that, the janitorial closet was kicked open. It revealed Oboro Shirakumo, clad in his hero costume, with tears streaming down his face. Hey, guys. I missed you all so much. As they ran up to hug their friend, Nedza called out once more. Oboro, you need to come to the teacher's box afterward. You are not allowed anywhere near a microphone. You three, you aren't allowed any pictures of him, you aren't allowed to discuss him, and everything is to remain a secret from everyone else. The only reason he is coming to the teacher's box is to be portaled elsewhere. You have 5 minutes to catch up before the event start back up, the crowd is getting rowdy. And just like that, he strolled out of the room with a huge grin on his face, leaving the 4 friends to catch up with their previously missing link. He could hear their lively chatting and tears from down the corridor. What a time to be alive, he thought, heading back to the person who made this all possible, Sakuya. A/N, wrote this in like 1 hour. I think I found this mythical zone I hear others speak of, not entirely sure. I hope that this is a good enough scene for the Oboro reunion. I left their catching up off screen due to me not knowing enough about the Vigilantes manga, which showcases their dynamic. Chapter 46, Chapter 45. It only took around 20 minutes before the events were allowed to begin. The crowd who were once rowdy are now subdued in their seats awaiting the action. The first event that the wheel chose for today's festivities. An obstacle course race. It wasn't the best of events in the public's eyes, but it would at least give them a measure of the hero course's speed, and, in turn, their future response time for emergencies. Of course, the majority of people didn't think of it that way, rather, it was mostly the HPSC and the heroes watching who did. Nobody wanted a slow hero, after all. They spent the next 3 minutes gathering the students and moving them over to the starting line. The students were very excited to start with an easy event, clearly forgetting that a certain chimera was in charge of making the obstacles they were going to face. It wasn't about to be filled with hurdles and easy parkour options, no, it was filled with giant robots, a giant chasm they had to cross, and a minefield. Sure, they weren't actual mines, but they had enough force to make someone pee themselves, so it wasn't something people wanted to experience anyway. There were a few people who didn't really care about the event or the sports festival in general, they were the general studies classes. Sure, some wanted to become heroes, but most were fine with where they were in life, and they didn't want to run a few kilometers. Unfortunately, they were forced to participate, mostly to make the hero course look good in comparison to their meager times. This only soured the mood between the two parts of the school even more than previously. However, nobody would act or show their displeasure regarding it, in fear of aggravating the goddess. They saw what she did to Shinso with a few words, they didn't want to imagine what she could do when she actually starts fighting. Momo POV. It was finally time for me to participate in an event. When the event was finally revealed, I was ecstatic. It was such a simple event, and it allowed me enough space to be creative with my options. I had 10 rings that house powerful effects each, an infinity stone around my neck, and a nanotech Ironman suit stored in my body ready for deployment. The only problem for me was which rings I would showcase during it. I would obviously be using the Remaker ring, due to it being so cool and too versatile to pass up. The spin ring would be another shoe-in due to it effectively granting super speed, through time alteration. Other rings such as the Daemonic and the Liar ring are also some rings I could use judging on what the first obstacle is, a narrow doorway. I would be able to create hard light illusions with Daemonic and utilize telepathy and paralyze the competition with the Liar ring. It would allow me to manipulate the others to a degree where I could make them not see or hear the starting signal. It would also make it seem I was never there with a combination of the hard light illusion and the spectral ring's invisibility. I just didn't know if I wanted to mess with my friends using those techniques. I've seen how hard they've trained over this past week, and me ruining it by messing with them wouldn't be something I want to do. I, ultimately, decided not to use them on my friends. Instead, I opted to use them on the people I didn't know or like. That way it wouldn't be on my conscience and I would still be able to show off my capabilities a bit. I do not doubt in my mind that if Sakuya was in my position she would have had no mercy on them, and they wouldn't have been able to promote themselves to the public. Luckily for them, I'm not her, and I will let them have their spotlight. It just won't be as big as mine will be. I was at the front of the crowd. Getting to the front was surprisingly easy when most people don't want to touch/annoy the goddess wife. Next to me was the duo of Shoto and Inesa. 2 of my friends from the recommendation exam. They were also part of a group chat with me. We all bonded over knowing Sakuya, and knowing we would never be able to surpass her. It was a morbid thing to bond over, but we were all fine with that conclusion. We would later be fighting it out on the hero rankings, where Sakuya wouldn't have a chance due to her antagonizing the HPSC at every turn she could. Yayorozu, do you have a plan? Shoto asked from my left. Naturally, we would fight it out at a later event, but we decided to team up, alongside Inesa, for now, to make sure that we would be able to make it to the final stages together. There it would be no holding back, and we would fight it out for the second spot on the UA first-year power rankings. Naturally, I do. How plus Ultra Yamamo? Inasa cheered next to me. Inasa will pick us up off of the ground with his quirk. Then, I will turn the ground below us to quicksand so they will be slowed down. I will also paralyze those I don't know too. Shoto will then create a ramp for us to slide down into the door, where he will then freeze the entrance shut. I will turn the ice wall into reinforced cement with the Remaker ring to stop them even further. Then, we will be free to do whatever we wish from there. I whispered to the two. Got it. We also may be teaming up to annoy Bakugo. None of us are fans of him, and this way he will be fourth at the very minimum. Which will annoy him to no end, and lead to him slipping up on the next event due to his anger issues. BZZT. A loud buzzing noise signaled the start of the race. Inasa got to work and immediately lifted us. I used the crowd's momentary confusion to paralyze those I don't know and turn the floor into quicksand. When I turned around, the ramp was already made and ready. We then dropped onto it and slid comfortably into the entranceway where Shoto froze it shut, and I turned it into reinforced cement. Plus ultra teamwork, guys. Inasa cheered, before starting to move towards the other end. Perfect. See you all at the finish line. I spoke before activating the spin ring, deactivating the paralysis, and ran at super speed towards the other end. Shoto said nothing, but the smile on his face was indicative enough of his enjoyment at the sounds of Katsuki trying to blast the reinforced concrete down. He quickly began sliding after us both. Would you look at that Eraserhead? 2 of your students teamed up with the Class B student to gain a huge lead. Mick's voice came over the loudspeakers. It was very efficient of them. This event was meant to symbolize the rat race of trying to become the #1 hero, and how some people will try to sabotage them along the way. It's not an easy path, and they should have expected this to happen. I could only chuckle at Aizawa-sensei's dry reply. Just as I made it to the end of the tunnel, another announcement was made that caught my attention. What's this? Melissa's shield has smashed the concrete down with a singular kick. Could this be another All Might in the making? Mike shouted. Why not just tell them about One for All too, while you're at it, Mike? Melissa was the dark horse in this competition for sure. Her power level fluctuates, and with the information I managed to squeeze out of Sakuya about it, it's a very dangerous quirk. All Might's quirk that has increased in power and versatility. If anyone other than my wife told me that, I would have laughed it off. I was banking on her lack of experience to give me the upper hand during a fight. Her fighting style was sloppy, with the only thing backing her up would be the speed she can reach. She was easily the fastest person in the first year, minus Sakuya, and me with the spin ring, making her an annoyance to fight. Soon enough, a large number of robots came into view. All easily being taller than an average skyscraper, with enough weaponry to arm an entire militia. I could only shake my head. Sure, they were big and armed to the teeth, but they were terrible in fights with sloppy movements and slow actions in abundance. They were no real threat unless they collapsed on you. It looks as if Class 1A's Momo Yayorozu has reached the robot inferno first. How will she take on these steel behemoths? Will she fight, or run away? I guess you'll have to watch and find out. Mick's voice came through once more. Well, I could run, it would be more efficient as well. But, I still have some rings to showcase first. I mused. Activating the demonic ring, I used it to alter my gravitational field, granting myself levitation. I shot up in front of the robots, activated the lightning ring, shrouded myself in electricity, and went feet first, blasting through their heads in what could only be called an arc of lightning. It was a blur to the eyes of the audience, all they could see was the trail of destruction I left behind. I also made sure to wink at the drone that was following me. You know, to showcase some confidence. Alright, it was just me mimicking what Sakuya would have done. She always makes things look so cool, and I wanted to do that for once. I want to be the cool mom for Eri too. Woohoo. Would you look at that, people? Yayorozu has absolutely torn through those robots with calculated ease as if they were nothing but paper. What do you have to say about that display of power, Eraserhead? She chose to fight instead of running away, as any good hero would in that situation. I'm proud to have Yayorozu in my class, and dread to think of what she would be like as a villain, the bored voice complimented. I think that's the nicest thing Aizawa-sensei has said to anyone yet, and it was directed towards me. I have ascended. While I was celebrating mentally, running rapidly towards my next goal, I decided to listen in on the commentators, hoping to get an idea of what's happening behind me. Inasa Yurashi from Class 1B is the next to take on what's left of the robot inferno. What will this high-flying student do in this situation? He completely sliced the robots in half with a blade of pressurized air he called Tempest Crescent. Is this a super move debut? His quirk name is Whirlwind, and that display of power definitely blew me away. Really? Blew me away. Aizawa-sensei drawled, clearly not amused at his co-host's antics. Can't agree more, Aizawa-sensei. That was painful to hear. It wasn't a surprising development for Inasa to have such a large amount of firepower, air power. His quirk is easily one of the best in the school, and it's not even awakened. I dread to think what it will awaken into. Will it turn into a Mina scenario where his body becomes wind? Will it evolve into weather manipulation? I don't know, but I'm a tiny bit excited to find out. Speaking of unawakened quirks, Sakuya hasn't awakened her own yet either. I doubt it needs one, but surely she has to suffer through the awakening process too, to make it fair to all of her victims. What would it possibly evolve into? The obvious answer would probably be spacetime manipulation. That is, terrifying. Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, from Class 1A is next up to the plate. What will he do to the remaining stragglers amongst the junkyard previously known as the Robot Inferno? He launched a massive sun at it. Did Endeavor teach him that? His son is truly set on the path to surpass him in no time at all. The previous pile of robots is now completely melted. I guess it's true what people say. What do people say, Mike? Aizawa-sensei asked, clearly dreading the answer. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. And ladies and gents, we have a real chef in the building, because Shoto Todoroki cooked those robots. Yep. I shouldn't have asked. I think I heard the facepalm over the speakers. I'm guessing that Shoto only used his fire to appease his father for the time being. Nobody wants to deal with a 40-something-year-old man having a temper tantrum. I have no idea how the Todoroki family put up with him for so long. After cringing mentally at the image of Endeavor having a temper tantrum like a toddler, I came into view of the next obstacle. A hole. How creative UA, how creative. I decided it was time to suit up finally, might as well let the support course students have their orgasms now instead of later. I, without a care in the world, jumped into the chasm, naturally shocking the audience. The nanotech suit began forming around my body rapidly as I fell, out of the view of the drones. My RT node was on full display, and powering the suit. It was a wonderful feeling, I felt protected, I felt powerful. As soon as the suit came online, I pumped the energy into the boots, and flew out of the chasm, surprising everyone. Surprising may have been an understatement, Mick's shouting would have blown my eardrums out if I didn't have noise-canceling technology in the helmet. Yayorozu is Iron Man. Iron Woman. Eraserhead, how could you keep this a secret from me? I thought we were friends. Oh, no. Power loader fainted, someone call recovery girl. Image here. I didn't even know she had it either, Mike. Did you hear that, folks? Eraserhead doesn't even know when teenagers have advanced weaponry on them. What a terrible teacher he is. A telepathic message came through from Sakuya as soon as Mike finished bantering around with Aizawa-sensei. Babe, tonight, whether you win or lose, we will be fucking. Maybe I can show you some of my own toys. Her seductive voice whispered into my mind. I was never more thankful that the suit came with a helmet before in my life. It is covering the immense blush I am sure is on my face, it's probably the same shade of red as the armor is too. I so desperately wanted to reply with a flirty remark, but I knew that I would probably be stuttering throughout it, and only end up giving her more material to tease me with. I couldn't help but be excited by her words. Maybe she will let me be on top if I win. Would I even want to be on top? It would be something worth trying at least once, right? I was broken out of my dilemma by the next announcement. Iron Woman Yayorozu has made it to the last obstacle, too bad it doesn't affect her due to her being airborne. But, to let the people in the back know, it's a minefield. Don't worry, they aren't lethal, they only pack enough force to make you wet yourself. Eraserhead can confirm this. No, I can't, Mike. I didn't wet myself. And here's the second time Eraserhead has been in denial today. I wonder if we can make it 3 by the end of today's events. I don't know why I accepted this position. If any other hero schools are hiring, please let me know through the appropriate channels. Second time. It's probably Sakuya's fault. I wonder what she did to have Aizawa-sensei in denial. I doubt the dinosaur was enough. I pondered as I flew over the mines. I didn't need to destroy these for Shoto's sake due to his ice being able to deactivate the mines due to the temperature change. Or, he could just float on a platform above them like I probably would. It looks like first place is as good as taken, folks. Second place is probably going to Yarashi at the speed he's clearing the fall. Being able to fly is a cheat code for this event. He doesn't have to do any of the obstacles apart from the door because he can just fly over them. Third place is currently between Shoto Todoroki and a newcomer to the front line, Melissa Shield. Will Todoroki's firepower be able to overpower Melissa's fiery determination? Whose fire will extinguish first? We will find out soon as they have both reached the fall. I should have expected that from Melissa, to be totally honest, she's a speedster through and through. Shoto will have to make up the time on the minefield, where he won't have to be as careful as Melissa. I was happy to not hear any news about Katsuki, though. It meant that he would be coming fifth unless he pulls some crazy maneuver with mine propulsion. It would work for him, he is pretty close to blast-proof after all. I didn't have any time to think about what was going to happen to them, as I was just about to pass the finish line. I flew right through it, and did a victory lap in the stadium before coming down to the field and unequipping the suit. There you have it, ladies and gents. Momo Yaoyorozu came first in the obstacle race. I gave a bow, and left for the cafeteria. I needed a drink. Inasa soon joined me after coming second. He didn't look defeated at all, in fact, he was excited that UA had such strong people attending it. What a wonderful outlook on life he has. I witnessed the photo finish between Shoto and Melissa. Melissa managed to scrape a win for third place. I assume her danger sense quirk helped her in navigating the minefield, which let her maintain her speed throughout. She was, naturally, very proud of the outcome. She had her quirk for a few months, to a year, at best, and has managed to compete with people who've had it their entire lives. She gave a happy wave towards the teacher's box, and the camera, probably hoping All Might and her father saw it. Shoto was fine with the entire situation from what I could tell. He was a little annoyed at not being with his friends at the top, but that was about it. He congratulated Melissa on her win over him, which helped with her confidence issues a bit, and joined us in the cafeteria along with her soon after. We all began eating and drinking, and generally using our free time to stock up on energy for the incoming round of events. Melissa joined our team, mainly due to Inasa letting it slip that it was a thing, and invited the blonde. I didn't have any issue with her joining, but I would prefer not to have someone talk my ear off about nanomachines for the entire event. She wanted to study them, and potentially invent some things with them later on. I could understand why. She was a science fanatic before receiving her quirk after all, and I have made the biggest advancement in technology so far. Bakugo was, naturally, fuming at his embarrassing display during the event. He didn't even bother coming over to sit down with us, opting to wait in the field for the next event to be announced. A decision that I was thankful for. I didn't want to hear him shouting and interrupting the peaceful atmosphere we had. Eventually, everyone finished the race. Well, not everyone. Mineta had shattered his ankle by allegedly missing a jump on one of his balls from his quirk. Sato also didn't bother competing due to his family having a stall opened, and he wanted to help them out, so he just walked off as soon as the buzzer rang. He wasn't worried about getting a placement due to the school providing one no matter what. He also explained the situation to the principal, who accepted his reasoning, probably because his family's bakery is a company owned by my wife, and she terrifies the chimera. Soon, it was time for the next event to be announced. Me, Melissa, Inasa, and Shoto made our way to the stadium in hopes that it would be an event that would be as easy as the first.